Chapter 901, Crazy Old Acquaintance. In the car. Long Zhanghua personally sat in the driver's seat and acted as driver for Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance sat in the back row, shaking the red wine glass in his hand, looking very comfortable. After so many years of not seeing each other, I didn't expect to see you again in this way. I didn't expect you to do something big in secret. If you hadn't caused panic among the people in the capital, I wouldn't have known that it was you, the Tai Sui, who was causing the trouble. How do you feel now? It's not that easy to move old man Kong in Beijing. More than half of the people who are active in front of the screen support. Hu Yubin was confused what the hell was going on. Why didn't the killer kill Lin Xing, but rush towards him instead, and even called him Lin Xing? It's true your fellow villager has long been a brother of the Terminator. If you don't believe me, ask him to cut his hand open, and then you will see a nightmare that you will never forget in your life. The fat man still can't accept this horrible result. She also wrote a letter back to her mother in Shunjing Prefecture, saying that things in Shunjing Prefecture were progressing very well and she was in a good mood here. The house that Chen Guangji and his wife arranged for her was called Rui Garden, which was really nice. He looked around and didn't dare to stay here any longer. He started to run down the mountain with the Bagua steps. Lu Chongjun followed up with another sentence. He incorporated his previous dissatisfaction with Qin Shan into this matter. He first praised Wei Hong and then questioned Qin Shan. Qin Shan stood up, walked to the door, closed the door which was left a crack, then walked to the sofa and sat down side by side with Yan Hao across the coffee table. It's our first meeting, and I don't know what you like, so I just bought a little bit. I hope you like it. Li Dali handed over the gift. At this moment, Lin Wanxian looked at the confident smile on Yang Mo's face, and her heart was suddenly even more horrified. Seeing people coming and going from all directions, Gu Yuedao's face became even more vicious, and he insisted that it was the assistant on the field who pushed the cart into him. Countless birds flew in from all directions, circling and dancing regularly above their heads. Butterflies of various colors fluttered up and down, flapping their wings spiritually. This was a paradise on earth, a paradise on earth. After dinner, Lin Meixia returned home seeing that Mu Haotian was fine. She was naturally not worried anymore, so she followed a few bodyguards back to the Lin family so that he could sleep well and peacefully. Han Fei looked at him coldly and said teasingly, "I am just a rough man. How can I be worthy of teaching Lord Ning?" After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "Then why are you always staring at me? My fans have said that I'm not as pretty as you. If you want to see, go to the bathroom. There's a mirror over there." Nangong Feng pointed out bluntly. He sniffed, grinned, and ate and drank in front of them without caring about his image, as if he had not eaten such a delicious meal in several lives. After Lier said this, the court officials hurried to persuade him not to blame himself so much, saying that it was all because the enemy was too cunning and that the outcome would be good anyway. In a blink of an eye, all the strength and blood essence of the three of them rushed into the body of the grey-robed old man, and they had no ability to resist. Nangong Zhuoran was off today and didn't go to work, so he brought some fruits to visit Gong Ruqian. When he walked in, he panicked. He immediately ran to the bed and hugged Gong Ruqian. She kept crying. She could only cry and trembled and cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Zhuoran's warm embrace couldn't stop her crying. All the cash has now been withdrawn, and all wages have been settled as of today, including the wages of every employee, even the finance staff, in order to facilitate the division of company assets. He couldn't believe that his master, who had always taken good care of him, taught him carefully, and cultivated him without leaving any room for improvement, would give up on him at this moment. "Let me try it first," Cheng Yaojin said, and reached out his palm as big as a palm fan to the water of life on the table. "My people don't have so much fat and blood for you to plunder." Lier thought about it and politely declined Zhang Nan's suggestion. Although Lier loved money, he couldn't make money from the people if he was asked to do so. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Long Lifei appeared in a suit. It's now, his spirit and energy are different. Lu Yu wanted to say something, but looking at the current situation, he said nothing. He just nodded, then hugged Lu Yusin and walked towards the tunnel entrance. I grabbed her shoulders and poured all my strength into her. Only then did her expression relax a lot and she asked me what to do next. Facing Xiao Yuhuang's nervous but strange eyes, and recalling what Xiao Yuhuang had said and done before, Yi Xianxian took the initiative to reach out and hug Xiao Yuhuang's waist. "But I can't figure it out after all. My combat power doubled directly from 2,500 points to 5,000 points, so I don't quite understand the process." But it was too late. Although we subdued many people, more and more people poured out from various exits. After everyone left, my second uncle and I were the only ones left in the room. I couldn't wait to hand him a cigarette and looked at him suspiciously. Zhuo Lingfeng was in no mood to think about those things at this moment. He was only focused on saving Zhang Yuling. He didn't even hear clearly what Zhang Yuling said. He knew in his heart that while Zhang Yuling was still breathing, there might be a glimmer of hope. If she was dead, there would be no chance at all. Yi Xianxian didn't notice anything unusual about Yi Youfu, and Yi Baoer was still chattering with her. Gai Nia insisted on changing my clothes, but I was too lazy to do it, so I let him tear my clothes like a puppet. This Pu Wei actually has the strength of the 6th level of Daluo Jingxian in such a cultivation level. The difference of one level is almost the difference between heaven and earth. However, Ling Duyu still suppressed his surprise and asked Pu Hui to sit down. Xin Shaofeng was already at a higher level than him, and their strength was equal, and with his graceful movements, the werewolf was no match for him. In just a cup of tea, the sword was at his neck. Chapter 902 The Secret brought by Tong Guxiu. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Thump! Tong Guxiu was held down on the shoulders by 2 martial arts masters behind him, and was pushed down suddenly, causing him to kneel on the ground. The severe pain in his knee made his face change drastically. Yi Tiance was sitting opposite him, crossing his legs and drinking hot tea, without even looking at him. Answer whatever Mr. Yi asks you. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Hear the words. Tong Guxiu stared at Yi Tiance with resentment. He will never forget in his life that it was Yi Tiance who caused his family to be destroyed. It was all thanks to him that he became what he is now, neither human nor ghost. But when Yi Tiance glanced at him, he was so scared that he lowered his head like a quail. Yi Tiance grinned and said, Master Tong, I didn't expect that you would become like this after not seeing you for a while. It's really a pity. Tong Guxiu was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was a mockery of him. He said coldly, Yi Tiance, you don't have to be so hypocritical here. Aren't you the culprit of all this? What does it mean to be in power and stand up now? Why? Do you think I should be grateful to you? Damn Yi Tiance. Wasn't it enough that he had destroyed everything he had, and now he was being mocked? It's really too much. Yi Tiance said disdainfully. You don't deserve to be grateful, and I don't need it either. I just want to ask if you will regret it later? If you had had a little bit of brains at the beginning, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Life in the Dragon Group is not easy, right? You should be thankful that you are only in the Dragon Group. If you fall into my hands, your life will be 100 times more miserable than it is now. These words made the 2 members of the dragon team who were escorting Tong Guxiu shudder. They had asked Lingyun privately as early as when Lingyun was helping Yi Tiance. Although we don't know Yi Tiance's true identity, he is able to mobilize the power of the Dragon Group. But he found out that all the torture methods passed down by Lingyun were learned from Yi Tiance, and they were all many versions. If Yi Tiance really was allowed to torture people, Tong Guxiu would probably have died long ago. Yi Tiance, now my Tong family and Wang family have been destroyed by you, and my parents died tragically in your hands. What else do you want? Yes, I admit that I am not as skilled as others in Tong Guxiu, and I fell into your hands, but you have killed those who should be killed, and questioned those who should be questioned, so why don't you let me go? Tong Guxiu's hysterical roar seemed to be venting the emotions that had been suppressed for some time. He glared at Yi Tiance, eager for an answer. But this did not affect Yi Tiance. He joked. If you want me to let you go, I'll give you a chance now. If you can seize it, you can leave the Dragon Group and stay away from torture. Moreover, I can also let you return to Tiannan Province. Although you will lose your previous status and position, you will be allowed to work under me, which can ensure that you will have no worries in your life. But if you can't grasp it, it won't be as simple as returning to the Dragon Group. I will send you to another place, or it will be more torturous than the Dragon Group. Hear the words. Tong Guxiu shuddered subconsciously. He stared at Yi Tiance, feeling inexplicably panicked and frightened. Ever since he lost the battle with Yi Tiance, he found that he couldn't see him clearly at all. At the same time, I also know that this man still has many unused tricks. None of them have the ability to fight Yi Tiance. What exactly do you want to know? He hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to compromise. Yi Tian smiled and said. The Wang family's backers are not just Old Man Kong, right? Tell me, who else do you know? He actually knows Mr. Kong? Tong Guxiu was horrified and stared at Yi Tian in disbelief. He had been staying in the Dragon Group during this period of time and was unaware of the situation outside. Naturally, he didn't know that Mr. Kong had now come out of retirement. But there is no time for him to understand the current situation. For a moment, he was in hesitation. He really didn't know much about the Wang family, but he knew a thing or two about the Wang family's backers. Because every New Year and other festivals, the Wang family would help the Tong family to meet with the capital. He was fortunate enough to participate in it once, and that time he met Kong Lao and others. It is precisely because of this that he has such confidence in Tiannan province. He was well aware of Elder Kang's influence in the capital, so no matter how the Dragon Group put pressure on him during this period, he never mentioned Elder Kong. Once Mr. Kong gets to know about this, he will be dead. But it's different now since Yi Tian dared to ask. It means that the two of them have met. If Yi Tian is really willing to be his backer, then it seems that he has nothing to be afraid of. Although he didn't know who would be stronger between the two, Yi Tian's strength was definitely the best he had ever seen in his life. As a martial artist, he cares more about strength. Yi Tian, what you just said, is it true? He mustered up the courage to look into Yi Tian's eyes, feeling a little uneasy. Yi Tian sneered. What? You think I'm incapable of protecting you? Hear the words. Tong Guxiu immediately shut his mouth. Who the hell dares to say that he is incompetent? The entire Tiannan province looks down on Yi Tian. Those who targeted him are now either dead or disabled. Can this be called incompetence? I hope you can keep your word, otherwise I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Bye now. He has no choice. If he continues to keep his mouth shut, he will never be able to escape the torture of the Dragon Group. He would rather die than go back to that damn place. Don't worry, if I say you can't die, no one can touch you. Tong Guxiu let out a long sigh and frowned. The Wang family has more than one backer in the capital, Kong Lao, but I have only met him. But I heard from my mother that they had some dealings with the Su family in Beijing. Several times I saw her talking on the phone with the Su family, and they were not talking about business. The waters in the capital are deep and many people are in collusion with each other, and the network of relationships is very wide. It can be said that there are very few clean people. In addition, there seems to be a force behind the Su family that does not belong to the capital. This force is very mysterious and no one can find out their information. Is it the Su family again? Yi Tian lowered his eyes. He had heard of the Su family several times. No wonder Su Zishi is so annoying. It turns out it's a family trait. I really didn't expect that the Su family was actually a conspirator in these things. In that case, then that person is also related, right? Is the Wang family related to Lu Yinji? As soon as these words came out, Tong Guxiu's face changed drastically and he was shocked. This reaction was also a disguised answer to Yi Tian's. At this time, Yi Tian stood up slowly and sneered. Since it's related to her, their presence is naturally indispensable. I originally wanted to spare their lives, but they sought death on their own, so they can't blame me. Old Man Long, gather your men and prepare to arrest them. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. Chapter 903 Guess. Everyone looked at each other and then at Yi Tian. Only Yi Tian knows how damnable those people in the capital are. Lu Yinji has a close relationship with the Su family, and has also intervened in families like the Wang family. She herself has an unclear relationship with the shadow cult, and it can be said that she is the shadow cult's open spokesperson. Wherever she is, there must be the shadow of the shadow cult. Old Hu had said before that the major forces in their Shinmen had all received orders from the capital, that is, orders from Old Man Kong. All these things are combined in. Not to mention the soldiers under his command. Even he himself was so shocked by this terrifying pressure that he almost couldn't raise his true energy, so his expression kept changing under the pressure of this magic circle. After saying goodbye to Gaoi, Lu Hanyang came to the office of Zhou Hengxian, deputy commander-in-chief of the resistance army, to convey Zhou Yun's greetings to him. Then wanted to raise money for meals by giving paid rides to passengers. The reason she hesitated just now was because she didn't know how to fly a flying vehicle, so she asked Ruffian to help her because he knew how to fly. Si Qinghua, who was sitting aside, suddenly spoke. Everyone in Weiyang Palace looked at Si Qinghua. What was this prince, who never meddled in other people's affairs, going to do? He quickly ran back to his home, hid under the quilt, covered his head, and started to have wild thoughts again. Nagasawa Yarayoko rode the motorcycle with one hand, and with the other hand she held her mobile phone and typed blindly on the keyboard to send an email to Ming Zai. As for the 4th level spiritual water, there was only some cleansing spiritual water left in his storage bag. It could be considered a treasure to save his life in a critical moment just in case. Fiona's chest heaved several times but still didn't calm down. She snorted coldly and turned her head to look outside the car, not wanting to see this increasingly hateful guy again. Although the mask covered half of his face, he always felt that he had seen that special pair of silver-gray eyes somewhere. The person is being held in the woodshed. Gene Foam has given me privileges and I can do whatever I want, so you can go with peace of mind. Chu Yunlian gave him a firm and encouraging look. Guo Xiaoyang could swear to heaven that he had never been so upset even though he was already 30 years old. It was because he was slept with by Qin Saixia. Silly brother, it's enough for you to know that your sister treats you well. Come on. Cheers. Li Shiqi raised the wineglass and took a sip, but Gao Yuan drank it all in one gulp. Now, Guo Xiaoyang feels as anxious as if he is holding a time bomb while holding this wallet. Of course, these were just Guo Xiaoyang's angry words. He knew that the most important thing right now was to give an explanation to the old man as soon as possible. He couldn't let him get deeper and deeper into trouble and finally let Zhang Yating succeed in her conspiracy. Husband, Lear also wants to release river lanterns. Release river lanterns. She danced and jumped up and down in Zaiyan's arms, her excitement beyond words. Everyone immediately saluted the emperor, the empress, and Long Yuner Ji Ziri bowed slightly reluctantly, but fortunately she was hidden by Mo Yujingchen's tall body and no one saw her. However, 400 years ago during the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, there were uprisings in many places. A large number of rebels in the society practiced this boxing for a time. This oldest boxing style, Baguazhang, became a popular boxing style and the target of suppression by the imperial court. Later, with the passage of time, it was completely lost. She believed that Chen Jin would not tell others just to show off, but she was afraid that he would let the cat out of the bag in front of Li Rong. The guy before him thought this way and ended up killing a ninja, and the other guys thought the same way, so they killed him. Well, okay then come find me later, or I'll go to school to find you. It is indeed too abrupt to give someone a gift shortly after meeting them. The only way is to deepen the friendship step by step. After hanging up the phone, Chenxi was in a very good mood. She glanced at the man beside her. She was still a little hesitant about some things. Although her senior brother was the young master of the Yi family, he was a military man. After all, it was better to be cautious when doing certain things. This was also the reason why she had never thought of getting involved in the underworld business in the first place. After Xiaoyao parked her car, she called out to the two cars behind and said, "Guan Changyun, Guzi, just park the car here." Xiaoyao pointed to the parking spots with her hands. The cocktail party was held on the top floor of the hotel. It was not until the moment he stepped out of the elevator that Lin Feng realized that the organizer of this cocktail party was Shengshi, to celebrate the fact that Shengshi Group doubled its assets in just 1 year from last year to this year and successfully entered the top 5 in Jiangcheng. 2 days passed, and just when everyone thought that Lu Lashu was dead, he actually escaped from the tomb alive. Coulson was already in a mess tonight. He first saw the ghostwriter, and now it was even more powerful. Mephisto, one of the 7 demon lords. "You said you are a demon." Coulson didn't even know how he said this. "Bai Zihua? Why is it Bai Zihua?" Lu Xia said in disbelief with her eyes wide open. The process of her poisoning was very smooth, without any disturbances. However, she never expected that she had made a mistake in her target. The news from Yue Lion was that Bai Zihua was poisoned by Bu Yuanding and his life was in danger. Xia Min's cheeks turned slightly red for the first time. Someone scolded her in a serious manner, but she felt extremely warm. On the other side, Xiao Ian, who was dealing with the aftermath of contact with the police in the square, trembled all over. He said with a sullen face, "You don't have to test me," and turned around and went upstairs. From his back, it seemed that he was angry. Hearing Jiang Sheng's praise, the monk paused, then without looking back, he suddenly swung his fist backwards and hit Jiang Sheng through the air. In the corridor, Jiang Yan pulled up a large bundle of spider silk outside the man's spider cocoon, and dragged the struggling and squirming gray-white spider silk cocoon back to the 7th floor. Chapter 904 Breakthrough. Chevron _ left. Previous. Next. Chevron _ right. Knights _ stay. Fu Lai Tea House. Mr. Kong was sitting in the main seat, sipping hot tea. Sitting opposite him was a man in a white robe. He slowly took off the mask on his face, placed the mask on the table, revealing his true face, and stared at Mr. Kong quietly. Eyes facing each other. Elder Kong was not afraid at all. Instead, he was calm and said softly, "For so many years, I have never contacted you, but now I have run into some troubles that need to be resolved as soon as possible. If this problem is not solved, it will also affect." Being hugged by a burly man who was nearly 18 meters tall, the guy named Yuan Chang was instantly confused. Fortunately, Li Dado only hugged him hard for a while and then let go. Thinking of this, Shen Xian lowered her head even more uncomfortably, responding to Han Liyu's comfort in silence. Master Yu, Huijue opened his arms and stood in front of Yuan, blocking his next move. Mo Daozi snorted coldly, raised his right hand and swung it directly. This wave seemed ordinary, but a huge storm broke out directly and spread out in all directions with a rumble. After a while, seeing that there seemed to be no movement outside the house, he secretly looked out the window and found that there was indeed no one in the yard. The guards were all outside the yard. He pushed the door again, but it was not locked. It was impossible that Uncle Pang didn't hear my shouting just now, but why did he still let his men chop Lin Chang? Cheng Jingyan's expression under the mask was unpredictable, but the hand that was pinching her neck did not loosen at all, but instead tightened. Young Master Qing was very puzzled. What happened to the young master today? He had done nothing, but he was driven out like this as a martial artist. How could he know that young Master Long had been attracted to Fian since she came aboard? He must have fallen in love with her. In such a situation, Mu Bai naturally would not force his way in. After all, the button on the left side of the door was not just for decoration. But at the same time, the security team on the other side also saw Lin Cheng, and a tall and thin young man who was leading them also strode towards Lin Cheng. Zhuan Wangu was drinking. He sang a long song. When people enter the bitter years, the pain is endless, and the wine enters the sorrowful intestines with endless taste. The wine burns the head, it only burns the ignorant worries of the young, and the sorrows of the world. Sorrow for me is endless. Wine is a confidant and sorrow is a friend. The bloody sorrow, the pain, every drop accompanies my wine in the cup. This is a poem that Zhuang Wangu has read before. Seeing that Yoshang was caught off guard, Yui Tian emitted brainwaves with his lightning ability again, and the second and third lightning bolts came one after another and bombarded Yoshang. When they walked back side by side, Zaisa glanced at her slender palm for a while, and couldn't help asking, "Do you believe in fortune-telling?" "I don't know much about it." She looked at Zaisa with doubt, wondering why he suddenly brought up this topic. Zaisa smiled, grabbed her hand, stared at it carefully, and stroked it for a while. Sister Tong basically said goodbye to the entertainment industry and began to concentrate on the magazine with the help of her parents. The establishment of the magazine was smooth sailing. The carriage rumbled away as soon as it started moving. Chianping began to wonder if his luck was just too bad today. But he knew the result of the dual drill. The King's Gate would be defeated and would not even have the strength to fight back. The King's Gate dragoons were only at the level of level 4 dragoons. They could not possibly be the opponents of level 8 dragoons. Fonlei the dragoons were graded from 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest. At this moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz car stopped abruptly beside them. The car window glass suddenly lowered, and a rather elegant face leaned out, saying with a little surprise, "A family is shopping?" Killing saints is becoming more and more popular. For the sake of that predestined relationship, Duo Baotoist had to fight. What's more, for a subsaint, a saint who is slightly weaker is undoubtedly the best opponent. Therefore, this battle is imperative. "Is it okay? You keep nagging me non-stop and I can't rest next to you, do you know that?" The young man took off his sunglasses and looked at Lao Zuohong and said, "I'm sorry for taking advantage of your trust and destroying my revenge before it even begins. Chi, can you talk to me, please?" I sat beside her bed and gently shook her quilt with my hand, but she still didn't respond and just lay there motionless. Wang Chanlong was chatting with his friends when he was suddenly pulled away. He was so frightened that he frowned and cursed. Li Jinghua and Zhang Yang were opening a can. When they opened the lid, the soup inside spilled onto Li Jinghua's clothes. Xingjiu was a little surprised. He didn't know who sent this paper crane, only the recipient could know what the paper crane was saying. What was even more strange was that the master's expression at this moment was so cold that it could be described as icy. When Taoist Tianyan was praising the disciples of Hualong Peak, his eyes never left Su Wan until he finished speaking. Chen Yun woke up after this blow, and the restlessness in his body disappeared. Instead, he was filled with endless pain. Coincidence? How is that possible? Any coincidence is inevitable. He is a sharpshooter, said a citizen who witnessed Jin Guang shot down the plane. On the contrary, under such circumstances, the truth of this sentence is very great, and it can be said that this sentence is specifically aimed at such situations. Listening to what Yao and the others said, and looking at the flower world in front of him, Yichu seemed to be thinking about something in his heart. He vaguely saw the way forward, and the bottleneck that blocked the Tai realm and the golden immortal realm also had faint cracks. The man in black who spoke just now stared at Su Tian fiercely and squeezed out a word from between his teeth, die. After saying that, he casually shot a beam of black light at Su Tian. Gua Yao. Zhang Xiaozhu always felt that this name was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember who it was, so he simply stopped thinking about it and got straight to the point. Otherwise, Yichu can now simply make fire, create water, and control thunder, but it is impossible to create a mirror out of nothing. Chapter 905. The formation is broken. The man in white robe did not hesitate and suddenly pulled out a long sword from his waist. The long sword was covered with dark purple stripes, just like the long sword that Yi Tian's used when he fought against the Mist Protector in the Zhao family. It was extremely strange. It's been a long time since anyone has allowed me to use this knife. You should be thankful. The man in white robe laughed loudly and shot out. From the moment Long Zhanghua and others stepped into the private room, he had already discerned their strength. The strongest one is just the great perfection god of war. He is a cultivator. I know what to say. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I'm taking my leave. Sun Maolin stood up and was about to leave the Daming Palace. Goodbye, eunuch son, keep these coins in the palace to help you live. The palace of Emperor Chongjin is now advocating great austerity. Palace expenses have been cut again and again, and the consumption of oil and water by eunuchs and palace servants has naturally decreased. With an order, the water pipe in Qin Bin's hand expanded instantly. After expelling some air, a column of water suddenly shot out, spraying out of the window like a water dragon. Looking from below, it looked like a waterfall pouring down. Dr. Bai, Madam Bai, Yuer is dead. I will make those who killed Yuer pay with blood. Mingxian looked straight ahead, his eyes full of ruthlessness, and the aura of a king was prominent to this day. He still didn't know what the relationship between Chen Bai and Chen Yu in front of him was, let alone the fact that Chen Bai was Chen Yu. Ha, Auntie, Wan Yu and I are the same age. I have also just started my business less than a year ago. Everything has been learned through trial and error, Lin Yu said modestly. Another thing that made Qinbin feel uneasy was the harsh words Dongfang Han said before he left. People like him have no bottom line. God knows whether he will disregard the ascetic convention and attack his own family? It's already this late, and you still have the time to care about these things. Seeing the two children leave, Tan Jiqian couldn't help but scold his wife softly. If you want to stay alive, don't have any evil ideas. The man sitting in the front row turned around, his voice full of awe-inspiring severity. Because of the majesty displayed by the sky-swallowing python just now, after Lin Xiao and the other two moved forward in the forest again, no more ferocious beasts came. Even the roar of ferocious beasts could not be heard at all, as if there were no ferocious beasts in this mountain range at all. Of course, it was not that there were no ferocious beasts, but that they were frightened by the aura of the sky-swallowing python just now. When he felt the pain in his fingers, Xiaoi Luo realized that he had used too much force and his fingers had been embedded in the flesh without him feeling anything. It seems that the ship is carrying steel ingots or cotton or something like that. There is no cargo floating at all. A sailor looked around. They had no idea how heavy a price the previous attack had cost the Boston Empire. The flaming lips began to move around the neck, ears, shoulder sockets, and flesh, leaving behind a series of fiery marks before sucking hard on the delicate buds. Shixini raised her head and looked at Yulingxi with a slight tremor in her body. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, and tears welled up in her eyes. She hurriedly grabbed the phone beside her and called Hanifeng again, but the sound of Hanifeng's phone being turned off was still heard from the other end. Mu Yuchen untied his tie, took off his coat, opened his sleeves, and walked towards the closet, with a hint of fatigue on his handsome face. Green light swirled up from the stone pillars, and the huge water flow formed a water tornado, which then suddenly exploded in all directions. Green water droplets floated in the air, and the sunlight shone in from outside the temple, making each water droplet crystal clear. The maid heard this and couldn't help but take a look inside the house. It was said that the princess's dowry was more and more valuable than the princess's, so she couldn't say anything about it. If something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to explain it. The group returned to their respective courtyards to rest, and had dinner in their own courtyards. Yunxiang slept particularly soundly that night. The days at the foot of Mount Izumo had become a precious period in her memory. If she had guessed at the beginning that Feng Yi was obeying Zhongzheng Bailey's orders, then she could still understand a little bit. After all, Zhongzheng Bailey was the master, and it was understandable that Feng Yi would choose to obey his orders temporarily under certain circumstances. People who lived closer to the inn, upon hearing Landower's name, didn't even bother to pack their things and immediately ran over, shouting anxiously one after another. Although De Bao and others felt that it was a bit strange to call their parents by their names, they still agreed reluctantly after Yu Qingqing's persuasion. "Dodo, will there be any problem with this?" Bodyguard Wu just said. Qin Shui was a little hesitant. Dodo's arrangement was safe, but Qin Shui was afraid that if there were some situations that they didn't understand, it would ruin things. Dragon blood crystal can indeed make this purple thorn leopard get better instantly, and even greatly improve its ability, surpassing its original limit, but I don't think it's worth it. This beast belongs to the third boss. If you improve its ability, wouldn't it be giving the third boss a free ride? Zhou Yu stood on another board, watching Qin Shi go away, but did not try to stop her or keep her. The initial expression of surprise on her face gradually disappeared, and was eventually replaced by indifference and teasing. The slightest shaking had been thrown into oblivion by Han Fengxue and Yao Yu. Looking at the dark gate in front of them, both of them were trembling in their hearts. What kind of place was this soul-capturing Nine-Nether Palace? Hearing this, Lin Wu nodded. It was true that Lin Wu was in great need of time now, no matter the injuries on his body, or to comprehend the crystal left by the old man Nanli, which would take a lot of time. If Yang Yingqi wants money, just give it to him. The most important thing right now is to stabilize the internal situation, clean up those domineering frontier warlords, and clean up those old forces who miss his father and brother. As long as his ruling foundation in the southeast is solid enough, even if Shi Yanchong succeeds and returns, he still has a chance to divide the river and rule with him. Chapter 906 IN #039, I'll only give you 5 minutes. The incident at the Zhao family villa is still vivid in my mind, and I will never forget it in my life. Although the mist protector was powerful, the gap between him and him was as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. But in the end, the mist protector still ran away with Yi Linger. This battle can be said to be the failure of his life. At the same time, it also reveals the profound background of the shadow cult. The mist protector relied on the Lingyuan pearl in his hand and the mysterious methods of the shadow cult, combined with the formation, to be invincible in his hands. So after returning from Nanhai City, he figured out how to deal with the shadow guardians. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked, and Pei Shiner almost couldn't catch her breath and almost fainted. Why did she feel that the man in front of her knew more than she did? She was the child's grandmother, yet she knew nothing. Since Lin Xian came back, Jun Moyan never asked about her whereabouts or achievements in the past 3 years, and he gave Lin Xian absolute freedom. Unless she wanted to say it, he would never force her to ask. Mu Yuanche walked over with light steps and stretched out his hand to open the curtain. Umo, who was standing beside him, dropped her hand halfway, squatted down to salute and backed out, but with tears in the corners of her eyes, she looked reluctant. The host said a few words to introduce the situation and then announced that the next newcomer to participate in the challenge was Zhuang Xiao. After he came on stage, the host exchanged a few words and then asked Zhuang Xiao who he wanted to challenge. "It's all my fault. I didn't teach my subordinates well." Mother Gui rarely heard Song's angry words. She panicked and quickly apologized. The ground was littered with corpses and blood. There were only a few of her troops left. Countless soldiers were protecting her, but they were killed by the enemy's swords. Yuebai's hands were also trembling, but unlike Xie Shuning's exhaustion, it was due to fear in her heart. She tried her best to stay calm, but when she took the teacup with both hands, she still trembled heavily and almost spilled the tea inside. Before Quan Shao Wang could take action, a black and white shadow flashed, and another figure appeared between the two of them. As soon as she got off the bed, she saw the door being pushed open. Dao was standing outside the door with a worried look on his face. When he saw that Yun Jingchu was safe, he was obviously relieved. Judging from the way Shi Ziyu performed the escape technique, it was an extremely sophisticated one. It would be too late for him to use the magic shadow escape now. He would most likely be attacked by the opponent at the critical moment of performing the escape technique. In that case, his defense would be greatly reduced. Lin Hao was worried that Xie Dao would mistakenly believe that he was the one who robbed the goods and suddenly attack him, so he has been almost inseparable from Hua Nongying in the past few days. Every day when Hua Nongying goes to work and comes home from get off work, he follows her around to protect her. Wu Rongxian's face was calm as a mirror, but people like him were actually the most terrifying, as the turmoil beneath the calm could often be fatal. The destroyed horse farms, pastures and cities were also rebuilt. But after seeing the Starry Sky battle flag, Yu Luo said that the existence of Tianqiu was created according to the nature of the Starry Sky battle flag. When the waiter brought a few bottles of Huangle 52 proof liquor, I felt a little sick. I can drink beer, but I feel uncomfortable when I smell liquor unless it is a special occasion. I will not drink it. Seeing that the emperor of the Ming dynasty had no intention of letting him stand up, Gu Junan smiled bitterly and moved his knee. The wound on his body began to hurt slightly. He finally experienced the cruelty of the Jinui. The score now seems to be very different, but the situation has changed. The Timberwolves scored 85 points and the Kings scored 77 points, but Saracen's show is trying to prove itself. The commentator's voice was a little surprised, as if he couldn't imagine how the Kings could be suppressed by the underdog Timberwolves for so long. When we got to the third floor, it was already full of people. The fat guy and I found 2 empty seats and sat down. They sincerely greeted Lu Yun, and were relieved to see that she was safe, and then they embraced Ma Yi. They had heard that brother-in-law went to rescue Sister Yun, and at first they were worried whether Ma Yi could rescue Sister Yun by himself. After all, they had only heard his story and didn't know him well. Long Tian had been on this side of the sea for so long, but he had never seen another talented person who had made achievements in divination, formations, and predictions. Thinking carefully, the inheritance of the God of Heaven was indeed obtained by the 2 universities. In nature, it is actually this cruel, especially in the world of the strong. Killing is the most common existence. At present, the chaos immortal gold is as much as stars with a diameter of 10,000 miles, and there are all 9 types of immortal gold. Long Fei said inwardly, and ignored the giant jerboa that pounced on him. Although this guy was quite powerful, he would not be able to catch his attention. But he was startled and soared into the sky before he had time to get angry. He was shocked by the scene before him. How powerful is the giant ape's fist? Long Fei has a deep understanding of it. It is an attack that even he has to pay attention to. If a person breaks it, it means that it has the same strength, or even stronger strength. However, Salzger's shot eventually hit Yepes's foot and bounced out of the bottom line. It was obvious that the 500 people who went out to kill the enemy tomorrow were simply going to die. Their purpose was just to make the formation last longer, and the 500 people who were eliminated had no chance of coming back. Under Tuobaye's instruction, Yifeng comprehended the power of the so-called giant shadow. The giant shadow is divided into 9 layers, and each layer becomes extremely different. The larger it is, the stronger it is. When it reaches the 9th layer, the strength can be increased by dozens of times, or even more terrifying. The onlookers looked at the purple gold coins spinning in the air and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Just for unpacking the things, they were given 10,000 gold coins. This was too extravagant. Why didn't they let me get such a good thing? No, absolutely not. Lu Jun wiped the blood from his nose with his hand, trying to calm down and not think about it. Lu Jun's tongue kept stirring in Xu Fei's mouth. The slightly cold tongue slid into her mouth, greedily grabbing her breath, vigorously exploring every corner, and kissing her heartily. After hearing this, Yifeng more or less understood what had happened, but he was also very puzzled as to who could know the whereabouts of another person as soon as he entered the secret realm and even follow him all the time. Chapter 907 Life-Saving Talisman. Hear the sound. Everyone looked back. After seeing who was coming, Long Zhanghua couldn't help but frown. Why is he here? Could he also be related to the shadow cult? Otherwise, how could it appear so coincidentally? I have met Elder Long. I don't know what happened to make Elder Long so angry that he even wanted to bring Elder Kong to the dragon group. Su Wenyan was playing with the folding fan in his hand, with a harmless smile on his face, as if he really had no idea. In this regard, Long Zhanghua sneered. However, as the mother of a country, Sun Qingxue did not put on airs in front of her. She was really like a sister-in-law and showed genuine care for her, so as long as Sun Qingxue spoke, Li Hui would not refuse. Does he frown slightly just now? Long Zhan and Feng Li came to trouble Nangongyu again? These two guys are really troublesome. Why did the Soviet Union do the opposite? Instead of taking the simple and easy bright road, it chose to challenge the hell mode and help India transform its country? It is really hard to understand. After that, several consecutive messages were similar to news reports. Either Joe was completely unable to use them, or time was too tight for Joe to use them, or they were useless events that happened around Joe. Dizzy has been sensible and well-behaved since she opened her eyes on Earth, and she never acts like a spoiled child in front of her adoptive parents, but this time, she finds that she has no other choice but to act like a spoiled child. What? You don't like red? Huyen Meng stopped the work in her hands and looked at Morong Yenyu with her big black eyes. Many other male viewers were also surprised by Morong Yunwu's death. How could the male protagonist die suddenly? And it was Morong Yunwu, whom everyone liked. The horse's hooves were galloping, and a cloud of dust was flying behind it. Cao Feng gradually got used to the bumpy ride. While riding, he finally stood up and looked around. Of course, although most people have changed their views, there are still some people who are dismissive. They think they can enjoy the same service if they eat later. There is no need to make it so complicated. With hydrangeas in games, it is a waste of feelings. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a familiar carriage passing by the alley. She glanced at the coachman and confirmed that it was Bailey Mayan's carriage. Yinglong's words were half true and half false, and his main purpose was to confuse Daoxing Tianzuan and prevent her from realizing Qilin's true intention. I used the fire meteorite to pick up the enemy, opened the wooden door and walked out, but found that Mr. Liu was gone. Zhao Juanhao said with a smile, "It's not a trouble, not at all. The wood carving is a gift, and I have also prepared a full wallet." As Zhao Juanhao spoke, his eyes scanned Li Feier's body unscrupulously, for fear of missing any details. Then thank you both. I'd like to thank you on behalf of the champion. 1 year from now. Mu Zifei took the gold tickets from them with a smile, looking like he had succeeded. After saying this, Li Feier took off her pajamas casually as if she was in an empty place, revealing her graceful curves wantonly, and walked into the bedroom. The reason why he stopped was that he saw that the man was about to take the azure dragon statue, but just as he touched the dragon claw, he was touched by the formation and was finally killed by a flying arrow. After entering the room, I sat directly on the leather chair behind the desk, while Zhang Tianchu sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. That move, called Dark Tomorrow, is a dark forbidden spell derived from the joint efforts of the Dark Age and the Witch Clan. It can change the world and illuminate the sky. Very good. It is the glory of the prosperous era that the Wanxian dynasty has enlightened scholars like Su Ziji. Gongni was very satisfied. While protecting Su Jinsi, Yun Jin also pinched Su Jinsi's wrist, and his face suddenly changed again. The great cold season will arrive in a few days, but Shanghai, located in the southeast corner, has not yet shown the coldness of winter. The man hugged her tightly. Meng Yao couldn't push Qin Shaoran away, so she could only hug his neck. She was deeply intoxicated by his deep kiss. The room behind the door was very spacious as an indoor training room. In the middle of this spacious room stood a thick shield, which was directly inserted into the ground, making a hole in the ground on the shield. There were many fist marks, some deep and some shallow. With Zhu Ling as the translator, I understood his movements over the past few days. I was surprised that Li Shu was willing to tell me all this. In my impression, he never talks nonsense with others, let alone explains anything to others. At the same time, a barely visible green light flashed across its body, and then the black hairs seemed to become more shiny and glossy. Once Suqing cooperated, Chen Xiaoran's hand that was hooked on Suqing's chin seemed meaningless. His hand left her chin and slowly moved down, sticking to Suqing's slender and beautiful legs, rubbing her legs through the thin clothes. Yi Chen was not surprised by this. Dichu was so big that even if they were all from Dichu, not everyone had met each other, just like Nianwei and Xiayun, Qinyu and Dongfang Yuyan, who had no chance to meet each other. "Hello, Uncle Six, you called me?" Zhang Yang called Huang Laolu, thinking that the tunnel in Qinglongzai should be completed, and he didn't know how the hot spring lake was going. Beautiful Yi Chen coughed dryly. He was so busy telling stories and carving wood sculptures that he forgot about this person. It was already night and it was time to go wild again. The DJ stopped talking and the crowd stopped responding, so the only voices left at the scene were those of Li Yenyang's fans. They shouted loudly for Li Yenyang with dissatisfaction because he made frequent assists but didn't score a single point. After not knowing how long he had slept, Yun Zijin slowly opened his eyes. His black eyes were shining with light and a hint of confusion. The fact that Lu Yan was learning Qigong was no secret among the adults, but it was not revealed by Lu Fenggu because teacher Lu Yan had two problems. She liked to kick the quilt and talk in her sleep. Chapter 908, Mr. Kong, Die. Inside the house. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Su Wenyan's folding fan suddenly stopped between his fingers. He looked at old Kong, who was stepped on by Yi Tiance, and fell into deep thought. Now. Mr. Kang's white hair had already been soaked with cold sweat, and he was vomiting blood. Su Wenyan's sense of superiority as a young man from the capital was shattered under Yi Tiance's cold gaze in his mind. He kept weighing the balance between the capital's plans and old Kang's life. It seems that Master Su is very hesitant in this case. How about I help you make a choice? Yi Tiance is ruthless. Even the titles have been thought of, some shocking, some terrifying, some secret news, all here. Then, she had a brief discussion with the officers and decided to send out 100 people to carry out this mission. Normal people can tell the real from the fake, but he has more than just these handicrafts, exquisite souvenirs, and highly simulated fakes that are also exquisite. However, artworks of this level are not worth 2,000 yuan, but 10 times more. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, he was stunned. The two strange beasts were actually kneeling in front of the cave when they saw him coming. They put on flattering smiles on their faces. Li Ken had heard Suzy mention it before previously. It could only be called a collection hall after it was expanded into a museum half a year ago. It has been moved to the junction of Yanqing and Chongping, not far from the location of the Superpower Monitoring Center. All the ministers and princes from all directions left the palace together. Ji Chang looked at Su Hu with a gloomy face, hesitated for a moment, and still shouted. Mingyue Town is just an ordinary town. It has developed suddenly at a high speed. Even if Fengxing has been supporting it, the town government needs to invest more. UMO had seen several girls who came to buy flowers look at Li Ken behind their boyfriends' backs. I originally thought that Wang Naijie would have to try many times before he could find the feeling, but I didn't expect that he could successfully take satisfactory shots in just a few tries. Damn it, he actually called us shit and even said we were playing with shit. Are there people so disgusting? Seeing that the other party really didn't quite understand, Fan Yang suddenly said, let's put it another way. Among the monsters you killed, are there any special ones that are different from other monsters? At this time, Yan Jin remembered what Gozi said, that every blade of grass in Fanshai's house is of extraordinary value. He didn't believe it at first, but now he believes it. He heard that everything used to sweep the floor in Fanshai's house is a fairy weapon. Does that mean that every item in this house is of the same level? The last time she came, she did not directly expose the lie of Zuosusu's personal maid about going to the Buddhist temple to pray, and she was waiting for now. There were 2 large boxes, containing the fire elemental crystals that Su Yang had harvested from the fire giant plain. Obviously, they feel that it is shameless for a person who has witnessed an evil act to deny what he has done. They will not disturb other people's lives, allowing them to move forward without any disturbance. Zuosusu stood still, looking at them with interest, as if the sudden force coming from behind him didn't exist at all. In other words, if others find out that I don't remember anything, it will endanger the emperor's position, and once the throne is replaced by someone else, I will definitely suffer, right? Even though she had been reborn into this body for 3 years, the system rarely issued new tasks to her. Most of the time, she was asked to just muddle through and earn mental energy to make up for the bugs in the system itself. So its first reaction when it heard Zuosusu talking was not to run away, but to think that Zuosusu was up to something bad and was going to trick it. As the saying goes, people are afraid of becoming famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Ever since he won the Spring Magpie Martial Arts Conference, people have been digging into the details of Mingshi Villa. Within 2 months, everything about it was exposed to the public, including the properties under his name and the wealth and background of the 2 siblings. The floor of the living room was covered with messy black footprints. Without asking, one could tell that they were left by the firefighters who came to put out the fire. Even when Mrs. Zhang was not there, no one cleaned it up. Su Qing sat on the sofa with a large bottle in his hand, and without any hesitation, he poured everything onto the floor. Unlucky. Su Qing cursed inwardly, crushed the cigarette and threw it into the sand basin, then took out another cigarette and lit it. Suddenly, a slender jade hand stretched out in front of him, with 4 unusually even fingers hooked upwards. Shuiqiong looked at the master and apprentice who were singing the same tune and couldn't help but smile. I've never seen you brag so much. You just leave my ordinary jewelry store aside. She deliberately emphasized the word ordinary, as if to attract the two to get back to the topic. When I opened the door, I saw that Shinyonen was dressed a little differently today. Usually he wore jeans, t-shirts, and sneakers. Like a big kid today he was wearing a light-colored shirt and beige casual suit pants. He looked a little more mature than usual, and he was holding a box in his hand. Why did he come to S City? When did he come? My heart was in a mess. I strongly hoped that he came to see me, but I didn't dare to think so. If he didn't, my loss would be beyond words. At this time, Zhao Ji had lost her former glory and was no longer the Queen Mother Zhao who held the power of the harem, but she was looking at the two babies in her arms attentively, like an ordinary loving mother, with tenderness in her eyes, and Ing Jing suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Xiaoke put up a desperate effort. Jin Yongshi and two other students with similar strength to Lu Shijin moved at the same time and gradually surrounded Xiaoku. How is the Queen Mother? Ing Zheng hesitated for a moment, but finally asked. He had wanted to ask this question for many days, but he had said something so ruthless that day that he couldn't ask it even if he wanted to. Now that he asked it, he realized that it wasn't that difficult. Ningjing, come and practice with Xiaoke. Seeing that it was getting dark, Dongzhi wiped the sweat from his face and shouted loudly. Holding a cup of hot tea, Morong Jin sat by the windowsill in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Annie was stunned for a few seconds after I yelled at her. After looking at me for a long time, she followed my instructions, left here, and went downstairs to wait for me. It was Mu Shui's first kiss and she had no idea what to do. She just let Nailan Che rub her gently. His wet and hot tongue quickly swept across her lips, prying open her teeth and plundering every inch of her territory. Chapter 909. The truth is in my hands. Hear the sound. Long Zhangguo's face changed and he immediately turned his head to look. A man in a suit walked in slowly. His expression was indifferent, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. With white hair and being over 50 years old, he exudes the aura of a superior. As soon as he came in, he looked at Long Zhangguo first and said coldly. Old Long has been in seclusion for so long, why didn't you tell me before you came out? I can hold a ceremony for you to come out. Coming out of the mountain without making any announcement is really a loss of face for you, Mr. Long, and it is also a blow to you. Zheng Sanfeng's eyes suddenly became hot, and the way he looked at Prince Ruyang and Emperor Yuan was like a hungry ghost seeing food. When Zhong returned to Chaoga City, the great Shang dynasty had already fallen into its twilight years under the manipulation of Daji. Li Chengdao was also worried, as the situation in the court was at its most sensitive when the regime was changing. Who could really figure out the new emperor's thoughts? It can be said that in peacetime, there are probably less than 5 people of this level in the entire Dragon Empire's war department. A year ago, his master left and told Bai Yang before leaving that he would come back on his birthday the following year to give him a surprise. Meng'er Yang laughed loudly, and as she finished her words, the talismans and pieces of paper she had scattered before exploded one after another. Oxford University has a 3-semester system, and the fall semester starts on October 10. Shen Jiaxing had already obtained his visa in August, so it was normal for him to go abroad in advance to make some preparations. Even though Shi Qilin cannot defeat the saint, with his character, he will not be afraid of the saint and thus will not hand over the saint's heart. It still hurt a little when she moved her hand after the golden snake bit her. It behaved itself and hung on her and pretended to be dead. Although the eldest son of the Nangong family was chatting with the second wife, he still glanced at young Zhao from time to time. Nara Buddha was silent for a while, holding the Tiangxi Egui mask. You eat my food and use my things. I worked hard to raise you to this age. I will satisfy you with everything you want. I have given you all the spiritual objects for defense and protection. Not going well? I just want to ask him if he can pass the civil service interview this time? Mom honestly asked what she wanted to ask most. Duan Fuqi has always been very indifferent to people and aloof from the world, so it is very rare to see a nervous look on her face. County Magistrate Dong's forehead was covered with sweat. Could he go to Hanzhong County? Did he think he hadn't read the Imperial Court Bulletin? 1 million? As long as your highness asks, we will do it. When they heard that Qin Wuhai wanted to let them go, they hurriedly opened their mouths to accept it. I'll let you attack 3 times first. It sounds like this is really arrogant. Let Guanyu attack 3 times first? I'm afraid no player in the reincarnation world has this ability. Business is all about service attitude, service quality, and price. If you want good business, you can't do without discounts and promotions. As a result, malicious competition will naturally eliminate those with less capital. If the store has a bad service attitude, the business will be like the Ice Age and no one will patronize it. The prices in each era are different, although the prices in this era are a little more expensive and the varieties are a little more limited. Some things are really cheap when they are said to be cheap. Pink Sixie has a complete range of items, but some things are really expensive when they are said to be expensive. She can't control the royal blood. Aries' body is constantly being ravaged by the dragon blood. She can only use the family's medicine to calm down, said Yuan Jisheng. These words are just for thought. If the master knew that they were talking about the lady's faults, he would skin them alive. Xiao Chengyan had generously given them both nearly 10 days of vacation. Before now was the time when he needed people the most in the court, so his good brothers should help out and take on the responsibility. A confident smile appeared on the corner of Chen Duo's mouth. He turned his back to Yun Ku and made an okay gesture to her. Yu Duyan didn't expect that Song Yanjun really didn't believe her at all. Her body trembled, and she felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart, and tears couldn't stop falling from her eyes. I just miss you so much, Director Jia said as he started to take care of every part of Du Rongyin's body. Not long after I walked out of the building, I felt my face was wet, but I couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears. I felt sad and wanted to cry for no reason. My intuition told me that Yan Su would disappear suddenly like last time, without any news. As Yu Fengbai spoke, he looked at an image similar to a three-dimensional map displayed on a light screen that popped up from the Mecca. It clearly marked the location where he and Si Yunqing were to go. Boss, I can actually participate as well as an opponent for the warriors training. It's like the training of players. I am the unknown whetstone. How can Zhou Wudi be absent from such an important matter? With the support of the Wei family, they overcame all obstacles and became the #1 family in Qinzhou. Chen Duo's direct bid of 500 million also means that basically no one will offer a higher price for this land. We just arrived and didn't even see Morong Susu. There was only He Dai in front of us. Are you sure you want to take action? So when Li Yi was conducting the transaction in the background, he did not see the pot-bellied bidder. Li Yi was stunned for a moment and noticed that this guy was the god who would bend down to talk to other people who were shorter than himself, without having to wait for those demigods to fly in the air before he could look them in the eye. Chang Shenkai suddenly felt unbearable pain, and densely packed pink lumps like blisters grew on his skin. Snow recently got the 3-star Sun Mage's bottle neck, and he was a magician with relatively poor physical resistance, so he started to transform into a demon first. Lu Yu did not tell us what the secret method was. It was something that the island owner and the others had to figure out on their own. Lang Xiaoyun picked up some broken rocks on the ground and explored every corner of the cave. After making sure that there was no mechanism, he ran straight to the big cage. Lock on the target and prepare to drop the GBU-28. Could it be that the electronic warfare aircraft in the green paint area had caused damage to the British radar? Su Jing thought as he locked on the target. A few days ago, I accidentally found this thing in the bushes outside Xiangyang Prefecture. Duan Ziyan said with a smile. He took the raw stone and cut it along the lines on it with a sharp sound. Seeing Yuan Shi walking away with countless wealth, everyone on the road envied him. There were countless maids and servants, and carriages loaded with gold, silver and treasures, which were far too numerous to count. Yuan Shi knew that mentality was extremely important for cultivation. If he panicked, he would probably go astray and fall into a situation from which he could not extricate himself. Shu Han stood up from the room and stretched his muscles. Since there was a fake pill in his dantian, he felt that the spiritual energy circulating in his body became more abundant and pure. Chapter 9-10, The Dragon Crossing the River. Truth? Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile. After all these years, this was the first time he heard someone talk to him about the word truth. And he actually dared to use that thing to threaten him. It's really interesting. The last person who dared to threaten him like this had grass 2 meters high on his grave. Yi Tiance threw Su Wenyan to the ground and stomped on his head. Hiss. Su Wenyan felt a sharp pain, then felt dizzy and almost fainted. This scene made Su Zhongwan nervous. Gradually, more and more skewers were placed on the coffee table. I thought it was about time, so I sat down and started chatting with them. Of course, these stories all come from another world, and Chihao changed them to make them happen in this world. Shinongiran looked up and saw a sword really fell from above. I flicked the sword away with my hand. Sure enough, I can't use common sense to speculate about this guy. Yi Lioli slapped his forehead and groaned in his heart. I want to dig the Yuanhua River embankment and turn the surging river water into 100,000 strong soldiers to stop the pursuit of the government troops. Wu Yanhao gritted his teeth, raised his arms and waved them vigorously in the air. Shi Rujing wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Master, this is the result of our calculation, please have a look. Shi Rujing took out a piece of fine leather paper from his wide sleeves. I have tasted these things, there is no problem with them so far, they taste very good and are very delicious, said the spy. Yi Xian said that she didn't intend to tell Lu Dingtian the method, but she couldn't help but explain the precautions clearly. Basically, the method was already clear. Each of you take some people with you and go to each village to catch all the remaining gang members and deal with them. Those feudal lords will be brought over to be dealt with by City Lord Lu. Watching Lu Dan interrogating Lu Du, Chao Jun went to deal with other things, leaving Lu Dan here to slowly get angry. The white light at Yi Xian's fingertips grew brighter. Lu Dingtian knew that Yi Xian was planning to go in, and he was also prepared to keep injecting fire spiritual power. He followed behind her and planned to go in first. There was no other way at this time, and there was no point in saying more. Having said this, Yi Chen no longer refused. He took out a few herbs that Chu Hongtian needed from the herb room, packed them up and wrote an order. After paying downstairs, he followed Yu Bingxing out of the hospital. Xiao Luo was pursing his lips and looking around at the scenery in the manor, when he saw a young man with thick eyebrows, dressed in brocade clothes and high boots, striding towards them. After leaving the hotel, Su Momo suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. She was a quiet person and was not used to such grand occasions. If someone else was stirring up trouble, they might have retreated, but if someone recognized Dong Huang, then they would have no way to retreat. Shen Yunyu nodded silently, then walked to the stone table and sat down with one hand supporting her face. Shen Yunyu waited nonchalantly for Xiaoer to come back, but to her surprise, before Xiaoer came back, Shen Ziyuan appeared in Shen Yunyu's sight. His Majesty attaches great importance to farming, so he will naturally not miss such a great opportunity. Otherwise, whether the family can get out of that entanglement, and whether my father and brother can get what they want. Under a simple and elegant semi-professional long skirt, two slender legs reflected the dazzling brilliance, the buttocks were protruding, the waist was like a willow, and the breast stood proudly, which perfectly supported the S-shaped curve of the whole skirt. Oh my God! This monster is so ferocious, who raised it? He turned around and looked at the big dog that was going away, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought to himself, if such a big dog had pounced on him just now, wouldn't he have lost a piece of meat? As soon as the words came out, Shen Feng was completely speechless. In the eastern continent, the 6 paths of reincarnation are under the control of the underworld. In the western continent, the king of the underworld is in charge of everything. When the people around saw Gu Ning feeding the injured person something, some of them couldn't help but worry whether the thing would do any harm to the injured person, but they didn't say anything. There was a hint of care in Oh Chen's red promise, and the tenderness in it made people feel warm in their hearts involuntarily. Let's not talk about this for now. Even if he comes back, he still has to disguise himself, and he can only disguise himself as a servant. She knows that this old witch is very proud. How can he allow others to order him around when they know his identity? Seeing Yi Gue looking at her fiercely at this moment, she lowered her head guiltily and pretended to drink water, but her heart began to panic. She never expected that the war would actually burn towards her. That idiot was probably just talking. Look, hasn't he run away and disappeared? This kind of question is indeed difficult for the two teachers to answer. They are afraid that one careless mistake will ruin the artist's future, and they are also afraid that it will be their fault if the artist does not develop well in the future. When Yi Jingjiao was found, the clan leader held a grand ceremony, but when it was Jing Xianqi's turn, it was very simple. Seeing that she was still lying, Yin Lanfeng was so angry that he gritted his teeth, glared at her fiercely, and left with his sleeves swung. Seeing that they were wearing the robes of the Alchemy Guild, Su Maoyang's first reaction was that they should be from the Alchemy Guild. Tang Saiyu is indeed a fool, but his father is a big shot who was very influential in Shangyuan. Under the down jacket, some white things can be seen in the exposed area, long, thin, pointed white objects, bent like stiff fingers, adding a bit of weirdness to the darkness. This is the chairman of the Wang Group, Mr. Wang Jiaxing. Today, as an investor in our company's high-tech projects, he wants to sit in on our meeting and make the final confirmation for the contract that is about to be signed, Liang Yiran explained to the shareholders. So, Hanako was sent to play, and they played around, but unexpectedly, Hanako herself was counted in. The guests who were watching teased her, and Hanako couldn't stay here for a moment, so she stood up and dragged Shiman away in a hurry, leaving behind bursts of screams. Guan Xinton's eyelashes trembled a little uneasily, but she never raised them. After a while, Mu Shihan interrupted the phone, packed up his medicine box and prepared to leave. After Su Nantian vented his anger, he still called Su Wei for the sake of the overall situation. Jizio twisted his eyes in dissatisfaction, straightened his clothes, but still went downstairs with a resentful look on his face. Su Qian pulled back her sleeves awkwardly, but Nia Chuntao was holding her too tightly and she couldn't break free. When Gong Wuyan said this, Bai Jin kept looking at him with a shocked look. This slap stunned me. Although manager Zhang was fat and had a lot of fat on his body from years of drinking, he was a man after all, and he used all his power to slap me. I even felt a buzzing in my ears and my face quickly became hot. Seeing that Guan Xinton was about to disappear again, Mu Yi felt a terrifying fear in his heart. He suddenly stopped and pointed the gun at Jizio again. Chapter 9:11, Some Hard Money Bet. This action made Su Zhongwan shocked and angry. Nanny! Is this kid serious? Then isn't Su Zishi his fiancée? He really doesn't care about Su Zishi's life or death? The intelligence couldn't be wrong, so what went wrong? This scene. This made Long Zhangguo take a breath of cold air. As expected of Yi Tiance, he is a ruthless man. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tiance felt refreshed. That woman, Su Zishi, is as self-righteous as Xiao Qingcheng, which makes people disgusted. He had saved her life on Hujiao Mountain, but she didn't know how to appreciate it and bid him back. He would rather not have such a fiancée. What's more, the Su family is also in collusion with the shadow cult. Who knows if Su Zishi is involved? Okay. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. Su Zhongwan was furious. I thought taking Su Zishi hostage was a smart move, but I didn't expect Yi Tiance to not care at all. Now it is impossible for him to order anyone to attack Lin Yuyan and others. Not to mention that Jiangnan City is Yi Tiance's territory. After what happened to Su Zishi just now, Yi Tiance will definitely be on guard and will not be able to take action. Damn! He had clearly planned everything, but when the time came, he failed miserably. He stared at Yi Tiance viciously, and the resentment in his eyes was enough to feed several evil sword immortals. Yi Tiance, on the other hand, had a joking look on his face. Is this what you call other means? Didn't you say you were going to give me a surprise? Is this all you have? Mayor Su, it seems that you are just like everyone else, with the ability to brag but not the means to show off. To be honest, I am quite disappointed. I said that if you disappoint me, your son will also die. Don't say I don't give you face. I'll let you watch with your own eyes as your son's head is crushed by me, and enjoy the beautiful sight of his brain bursting out. Say it. Yi Tiance grinned, then gathered his strength under his feet and prepared to take action. Feeling the tremendous force, Su Wenyan was frightened and screamed on the spot. Dad! Save me! This scene. Su Zhongwan was also frightened. You know, he only has this one son, but he is training him to be the next mayor. Yi Tiance, stop! Hear the words. Yi Tiance stopped what he was doing and looked at him teasingly. Oh? Mayor Su, do you have any other advice? Su Zhongguan narrowed his eyes and forced himself to suppress his anger. At this point, he could easily order a sniper to kill Yi Tiance. But he also knew. If he really did that, Yi Tiance would definitely do what he said and kill them father and son before the bullet hit his head. And there is no guarantee that the bullet will hit Yi Tiance. If I don't hit him, then all my efforts will be in vain. Not only did he get nothing, but he also lost his life. Although he has no bottom line in doing things, he would not gamble with his own life. He quickly calmed himself down and said in a cold voice. Yi Tiance, how about we make a bet? Bet? That's interesting. Tell me, how would you like to bet? Yi Tiance played with the token in his hand and looked at Su Zhongwan jokingly. Without exception, everyone who had made a bet with him before has now gone to meet the King of Hell. There is no way Su Zhongwan didn't know this. If you knew that and still dared to bet with him, you must be either absolutely sure or you have a problem with your brain. Anyway, he has plenty of time now, so it would be nice to play with him. Just right. He also wanted to put constant psychological pressure on Su Zhongguan, so that he would voluntarily reveal the secrets of the shadow cult. As the mayor of Beijing, he would know more, not less. There is no doubt about this. Su Zhongguan glanced at Su Wenyan under Yi Tian's feet. How could he not know that Yi Tian was deliberately setting a trap for him to fall into? With Yi Tian's strength, killing Su Wenyan would only take a moment. I'm still dealing with him and haven't taken any action. That can only be an attempt to blackmail him into doing something. But he has no choice now and can only take a gamble. Yi Tian, I know what you want to do. You want to clean up the capital, but that's impossible. But I see that you are full of confidence in yourself, so why don't we make a bet and see who will win? If you win, the lives of both my father and I will be at your disposal, and I will tell you everything you want to know. But if you lose, you must commit suicide and apologize in front of my father and me, and anyone who helped you must be handed over to me for punishment. Before that, let's fight fairly and not use force at will, how about that? Yi Tian is full of confidence in himself, so how could he not have confidence too? If they were to split up and deal with him, they would surely be defeated one by one. But if they work together, Yi Tian won't win so easily. What he is betting on is the foundation. The foundation of the capital city cannot be compared with that of a young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. However, Yi Tian sneered. It sounds good, but why should I bet with you? What capital do you have to bet with me? The lives of you and your son are not worth a gamble with me. Even if it counts, it's just 2 lives. You want to exchange 2 lives for so many lives on my side? Don't you have your brain with you when you go out? If you want to gamble, you have to show some sincerity, you know what I mean? This Su Zhongguan is really smart. You're looking down on him too much by betting his 2 worthless lives. Moreover, they proposed such ridiculous conditions as fair fight and no use of force, which is really laughable. But this also shows that they are completely afraid of his use of force. Su Zhongguan frowned slightly and said, "What else do you want to bet on?" Yi Tian, don't be too greedy. The people outside are my confidence. If you push me too far, I can sacrifice my life and die with you. The voice just fell. Yi Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. After taking a look, he grinned, answered the call randomly, and turned on the speakerphone. Fuck. I haven't touched such a good sniper rifle in years. The material and the feel are so cool. You all, be quiet. If you make any more noise, I will shoot you. This voice made Su Zhongguan's face change, and he couldn't help but look at Yi Tian, wondering what he was doing. Next second, the voice sounded again. Fuck. Mr. Yi answered the phone. It's all these idiots' fault that I didn't notice it. Little wolf, come here quickly and stop playing around. If you waste Mr. Yi's time, you'll be responsible for it. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. A random person sent me a video call invitation. Yi Tian answered the call without hesitation. Followed by Tan Lang and Pajun appeared in the video. The 2 of them smiled and were very flattering. Behind them were countless snipers in armed uniforms. At this moment, they were all tied up and lying on the ground like fat pigs, unable to move. Mr. Yi, Xiao Lang Lang, and I have perfectly completed the task you assigned to us. What should we do next? Should we kill them? Don't worry, Xiao Lang Lang and I will not leave any traces. We guarantee that this will be clean and tidy, and no one will be able to trace you. Chapter 912 Udon and hashtag 039, T seemed to be confident enough. Yi Tian smiled without saying anything, picked up his cell phone and shook it at Su Zhongguan. The scene of all the arranged snipers being tied to the ground naturally caught his eyes, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Before he could be shocked, the Tan Lang in the video said, Mr. Yi, who is this idiot? If he offends you, I will shoot him right now. And me, Mr. Yi, I have memorized his appearance. Don't worry, I will find someone to kill him later. Pujuan also patted his chest with confidence. Hear the words. Su Zhongguan's expression became even uglier than before. As the mayor of Beijing, he has encountered many threats. But there has never been a threat like this before. He said in front of him that he wanted to kill him. What did he think of him as the mayor? Do you really think he is a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone? He looked at Yi Tiance coldly. The warning in his eyes was self-evident. Yi Tiance just spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is none of my business. I didn't say I was going to kill you, they did. If you want to cause trouble, go to them, but I advise you that they can crush you as easily as crushing an ant." You. Su Zhongguan was once again enraged and could not help but cover his chest and gasp for breath. That's right. If you have any problem, come to us. If you dare to cause trouble for Mr. Yi, be careful that I will use a missile to bomb your front door in the middle of the night. Tan Lang smiled grimly and made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Su Zhongguan through his cell phone, looking extremely arrogant. See this. Su Zhongguan couldn't help but look at Yi Tiance coldly. It seemed like he was asking Yi Tiance what this meant. However, Yi Tiance pretended not to see and continued to point the camera at him, as if he wanted him to have a conversation with Tan Lang and Pajun. This made him angry and annoyed, but he had no way to do anything about Yi Tiance. But when he looked at the video screen again, he suddenly thought of something. These two people seem familiar, as if I have seen them somewhere. But for a moment, he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Where did Yi Tiance find these two people? Wrong. These two people are not good people. He wants someone to investigate thoroughly to find out who these two people are and why they dare to be so arrogant. Captain Su, what else do you have to say now? Your confidence seems to be useless. Since they can all make contributions to the country, I will spare their lives for now. However, you have to show double sincerity. After all, I have already shown sincerity. Yi Tiance spread out the book with a helpless look on his face, which made Su Zhongguan very angry. It turns out that this kid is waiting for him here. Damn it! What sincerity do you want me to show? But in order to save Su Wenyan's life, he finally suppressed his anger and asked. Yi Tiance smiled and said, "Okay, if you win, you can do whatever you want with me and the people around me. But if you lose, you will have to hand over the list of people in the capital who are in collusion with the shadow cult." That's fair, don't you think? Su Zhongguan narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. It was precisely because of his reaction that Yi Tiance became more certain that he was connected to the shadow cult. At the same time, we can also learn that there are quite a few people in the capital who are colluding with the shadow cult. After a while, Su Zhongguan seemed to have made up his mind and nodded. Okay. Let's make this our bet. Yi Tiance, you're doomed to lose. He didn't deny it because he felt there was no need to deny it at this stage. The bet was made, so he no longer hid it and immediately walked towards Yi Tiance. Since it's already been decided, then let him go and let me take him back. I'll go back to the capital, and we'll each play chess and see who wins. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, No, I didn't promise you that I would let him go and let him go back to the capital with you. I just promised you that I won't take his life for now, and I'll save it for after the bet is completed. Besides, Mayor Su, you kidnapped my fiancée, and now she is in your hands, so I kidnap your son to pay her back. Isn't that too much? What the hell? Why is this kid so shameless? Didn't you say you didn't want Su Zixi as your fiancée? What do you mean now? Such inconsistency made him a little angry. And Yi Tiance still looked like he deserved a beating. I don't want it, but the engagement has not been cancelled yet, so she will always be my fiancée. She is mine, and whether I want her or not is another matter. There is no conflict. Mayor Su, it's a matter of reciprocity. What's wrong with that? If he hadn't cared about his own face, he really wanted to curse Yi Tiance's ancestors. He laughed in anger. Okay, you really know how to have fun. I'll call and have them release her, and you release Wenyan. He immediately took out his cell phone and wanted to make a call. Yi Tiance refused without hesitation. No. She's too noisy. It's better for her to stay with you. It won't bother me. Moreover, I believe in Mayor Su's character. He will never abuse her with lynching, and will provide her with good food and drink. The situation in the capital is turbulent right now, and there are countless people who want me dead. Even you, the mayor, are willing to lower yourself to find her. Then others are even more inevitable. Rather than letting her continue to wander around outside and get into danger, it is better for her to stay safe with you. Mayor Sue, rest assured, I will not abuse your son's lynching. I will make sure he is well fed and well drinking when the bet is over. I guarantee that he will be like a fat pig and bleed like a basin with one knife. You. Su Zhongguan raised his hand, wanting to slap Yi Tian's hard. But he finally held back, and snorted coldly while retracting his hand. If I find out that you dare to abuse lynching on him, don't blame me for making Su Zishi die with regrets. Done. He waved his hand and was about to leave. See this. Su Wenyan yelled quickly. Dad! Dad, save me! Don't leave me here, take me away! Su Zhongguan stopped and clenched his fists, but he did not turn around to look at Su Wenyan. Don't worry, if he dares to hurt you, I will make Su Zishi pay double the price. This time. He didn't stay any longer and left in big strides. The team he brought with him also followed hurriedly behind him, not daring to make a sound. Looking at his departing back, Yi Tian's lips curled up. He picked up the phone and said with a smile. Okay, let them go and don't cause any more trouble. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Tian's knew that those snipers were just following orders. They have nothing to do with the shadow cult and are just pawns in the power struggle. Ultimately, it depends on them to defend our country. If they were really hurt, it would be killing innocent people. But some people deserve to be hurt so that they can learn their lesson. Boom! He kicked Su Wenyan down in front of Long Zhanguo and said with a smile. Bring them back to the dragon group and serve them well. Chapter 913, The Dog Licking Team. Long Zhanguo was stunned. I was somewhat suspicious whether I had heard it wrongly. Mr. Yi, didn't you just promise Su Zhongguan that you wouldn't abuse his power? Why are you still? Yi Tian smiled and said. I said I wouldn't lynch him, but you were the one who brought him to the dragon team. What does it have to do with me, Yi Tian, that you abused him? It wasn't me who did it. He really is worthy of it. Can play. No, then aren't you afraid that Su Zhongguan will really attack Su Zishi? If he knew Su Wenyan was brought to the dragon group, he would definitely go crazy. Does this living devil really not care about the life or death of his fiancée? This is indeed the case. Yi Tian really didn't want to care whether Su Zishi was dead or alive. If that woman knew better, maybe he wouldn't be so cruel. Besides, he didn't completely ignore it. Doesn't this mean that Su Zhongguan should keep a close eye on her? Su Wenyan is in his hands, and Su Zhongguan will definitely treat Su Zishi well for the sake of his son. Because Su Zhongguan is different from him. He really cares about this prodigal son of his. I don't care whether Su Zishi is dead or alive, but she is definitely not dead. Isn't it enough to not let Su Zhongguan know about this? Why worry about such a simple matter? After hearing these words, Long Zhanguo was confused and had no idea what Yi Tian was going to do next. Followed by Yi Tian came in front of Su Wenyan. The kick just now had already knocked him unconscious. Therefore, even if he moved more vigorously now, he would not wake up this prodigal son. He quickly made a human skin mask of Su Wenyan and waved it in front of Long Zhanguo. The latter understood what he meant and couldn't help but give Yi Tian a thumbs up. Really? Really? This living devil hasn't changed at all. He just likes to torture people in a way that makes the fake look real. Who will be his successor? Has anyone chosen one? Long Zhanguo was still a little worried. After all, the people around Yi Tian are not very familiar with Su Wenyan. If this matter were to come to light, it would surely cause considerable trouble. Even if it was him, if he wanted to find someone to pass off the fake as the real thing, he would have to think carefully about who to choose. Yi Tian smiled and said. Don't worry, just treat him well in the dragon group, and it would be best if you could pry something out of him. If we can really get some useful information, his father, the mayor, will listen to us obediently. Hear the words. Long Zhanghua couldn't help but give Yi Tiance a thumbs up. Hi. It's really high. Yi Tiance wanted to kill Su Zhengguan by using Su Wenyan's hand. Once Su Wenyan really revealed some useful information, then the balance of this bet will completely tilt towards Yi Tiance. At that time, in order to protect his only son, Su Zhengguan had no choice but to be obedient and help with the work. Okay, I'll do as you say, but there's one thing I want to clarify. The two people you just video chatted with seemed familiar to me. Long Zhanghua frowned slightly. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't remember who those two people were. However, the arrogance of those two people made him feel very familiar, and inexplicably gave him a sense of danger. Yi Tiance took away the token of Guardian Lan and said coldly. Of course they look familiar. One stole nuclear bomb data, and the other assassinated the leader of another country. Both are wanted criminals who have appeared on TV. How can they not look familiar? Fuck. Are you releasing the prisoners from the fallen city? Long Zhanghua was horrified and his eyelids were twitching. The people detained in the fallen city are all the most wanted criminals. Not only are they all extremely powerful, but they also love to stir up trouble. If Yi Tiance can't control them, once something happens, it will inevitably cause panic among the people, and that will be troublesome. Don't worry, even if they have 100 guts, they won't dare to do anything reckless. Yi Tiance naturally knew what Long Zhanghua was worried about, and immediately gave him a reassurance. At the same time, Mr. Yi, we are here. The voices of Tan Lang and Pajun sounded outside the door at the same time. Next second, the two men appeared in the private room, panting and sweating profusely, which was enough to show how anxious they were to get there. But the moment they saw Yi Tiance, they straightened their bodies instantly, their eyes were firm, and they even saluted Yi Tiance. This scene. Long Zhanghua was stunned by what he saw. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of torture these two had endured in the fallen city that made them respect Yi Tiance so much. If anyone says again that his dragon group's execution methods are the most brutal, he'll be angry with them. The arrival of these two people also made Long Zhanghua more interested, and he planned to stay and take a look. Yi Tiance ignored him, but sat down with his legs crossed, looking at the two of them with a smile. Do you remember the rules? Tan Lang and Pajun looked at each other and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Thump! The two of them knelt down at the same time and said flatteringly. Of course I remember. I have to bow to you when I see you. You are our adopted parent. Yi Tiance nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand gently, signaling the two to get up. But the two of them didn't dare to get up. Because they knew that Yi Tiance was not good at laughing. If you smile at them, it means something bad is going to happen. The main reason was that Yi Tiance knew about their fight in the fallen city, and they were afraid that Yi Tiance would use this to cause trouble for them. After all, they dared not speculate on Yi Tiance's mood and actions. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Mr. Yi. Let me kneel for a while to express my admiration for you. Tan Lang licked his face with a smile, which was so flattering. Pujun was not to be outdone, and quickly reached out to massage Yi Tiance's legs. Mr. Yi, are you tired of standing here? Let me give you a massage. It's been a long time since we last met. I really miss you. I really miss the way you tortured me in the fallen city. You were so handsome it made me dizzy. Hiss. Seeing the two people who were once so powerful on the wanted list in this state, Long Zhanghua couldn't help but gasp. Are these two serious? Is this a criminal? This is basically a slave, okay? The fallen city is truly a magical place. In the future, if there are any uncooperative prisoners in his dragon group, he will find a way to send them to the fallen city and let Yi Tiance help train them. See this. Yi Tiance sneered. Really? If that's the case, why don't I let you see how handsome I am now? Hear the words. Pujun was stunned for a moment, and his face turned pale immediately. Oh shit. Why is he bragging like this for no reason? Now. He regretted it deeply, but he couldn't show his regret, so he could only force a smile and said bitterly. Mr. Yi, if you want to teach me a lesson, you can do so at any time, but you can't dirty your hands just after I get here, right? How about this, you let me make some arrangements, go take a shower first, and then arrange for 10 or 8 girls to give you a massage to get rid of your bad luck, and then deal with me, how about that? Could this living devil really attack him here? There are so many people here, it would be so damn embarrassing if this really happened. Especially this stupid old man, why doesn't he leave yet? You have to watch the show here, right? When he gets the chance, he will definitely teach the stupid old man a lesson. Pujuan couldn't help but glare at Long Zhenghua, the displeasure and warning in his eyes were obvious. This made Long Zhenghua feel a little helpless. But he is not afraid of trouble, after all, Yi Tiance is here to support him. Pujuan looked at Yi Tiance expectantly. If Yi Tiance agreed to his request, it would mean that he forgave him and would not bother him with the fight again. But if you don't agree, then you're done holding the chick in your hands. Chapter 914, The Lingering Electricity. Yi Tiance ignored him and threw the human skin mask to him. I'll give you a chance to make amends for your crime, wear it and help me do things as long as you don't reveal your true identity. I will forgive you for your past mistakes. Pujuan quickly took the human skin mask, not daring to delay for even a second. Without thinking, he started tinkering with the human skin mask. Mr. Yi, this face looks a bit dull and ugly. Did this boy offend you? Do you want me to arrange for someone to shoot him right away? If you dare to offend Mr. Yi, you really don't know how to write the word death. While talking, he just met Yi Tiance's sharp eyes, and was so scared that he quickly shut up. At the same time, he quickly put on a human skin mask and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, do you think this is okay? Yi Tiance took a look and nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Long Zhenghua. Tell him about Su Wenyan's living habits and let him become the real Su Wenyan as soon as possible. If he doesn't cooperate, tell me and I will teach him myself. Long Zhenghua was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. This scene stunned Pujuan. He just wanted to kill this old man, but now he lets this old man teach him how to do things? Yi Tiance definitely did it on purpose. Pujuan felt very unhappy. Tan Lang on the side was trying hard to hold back his laughter, trying not to laugh out loud. This made Pujuan even more unhappy, and he couldn't help asking. Mr. Yi, you asked me to do this, but what about him? It was this idiot who hit me first, so I was forced to fight him. It's a bit unreasonable for you not to teach him a lesson, isn't it? You can't just punish me, right? Now. He can't control that much. In the fallen city, it was Tan Lang who took advantage of his injuries before he recovered and attacked him. Now that he has come to Jiangnan City, Yi Tiance is only targeting him. How can he accept this? Even if he self-destructs now, he will take Tan Lang with him to die. See this. Tan Lang was so angry that he was about to speak in rebuttal when Yi Tiance's voice rang out. I have other uses for his pig brain. Just do your job well. If you dare to disappoint me, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Yi Tiance's cold eyes made Pujuan shiver. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Okay, get out of my sight. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Seeing that Yi Tiance was beginning to get impatient, Pujuan had no choice but to look at Long Zhenghua. Old man, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Only then did Long Zhenghua come back to his senses. He coughed twice, exchanged a few simple words with Yi Tiance, and then left with the unconscious Su Wenyan. In the huge private room, only Yi Tiance and Tan Lang were left. Mr. Yi, what do you want me to do for you? Tan Lang was very tactful. He knew that Yi Tiance left him alone because he must have something important to tell him. He is different from Pujuan. Although he is crazy, he is very thoughtful and considerate in what he does. This is also the reason why he seized the opportunity to cause trouble for Pujuan. Yi Tiance threw the Lawn Guardian's token into Tan Lang's hands and said coldly, You were able to steal data on other countries' large bullets back then, so it should be easy for you to check something for me now, right? Of course. My hacking skills are among the best. If I didn't have this ability, I wouldn't dare to steal the data. Tan Lang patted his chest and said confidently. To know. That's big bullet data. If you don't have enough skills, doing this kind of thing will only put you in a trap. Although there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. But when it comes to hacking skills, if he says he is second, no one dares to say he is first. Of course, that was all the glory of the past. Now, over the years, the code combinations have changed a lot, and anti-theft systems are much more robust than before. But this is not a difficult task for him, he just needs to spend a little more time, and he can still hack into the system he wants to hack into. Tan Lang glanced at the token in his hand and couldn't help but frown. This token looks familiar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. These words made Yi Tiance look at him twice more. He also knew how important this token was to Yi Tiance, and quickly said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I will investigate where this token came from as soon as possible. Once I remember anything, I will report it immediately." Yi Tiance nodded and said, "Also, help me check on two people, one is Lu Yinji and the other is Chen Qingdi. It would be best if you could find out their whereabouts 5 years ago." Hear the words. Tan Lang immediately nodded and agreed. Didn't he come out of the fallen city just to help Yi Tiance? And if he gets the job done, Yi Tiance might give him some reward. More importantly, he had been locked up in the fallen city for so many years that he was already tired of it. Now that I can enjoy some fresh air, I must please Yi Tiance. After all, as long as Yi Tiance is unhappy, he can send him back to the fallen city at any time. As for the computer equipment, make a list of what you need and I'll have someone deliver it to you. Yi Tiance knew very well that as a hacker, he had very high requirements for computer equipment. And there is much more he wants to investigate than just this is just the beginning. When Tan Lang heard this, he was surprised. He immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Yi, this is not good, right? Where can I get you to spend money?" What the hell? This bandit is actually willing to spend money on him? It's really a once-in-a-century event. But the next second. You left home without your brain? What right do you have to ask me to spend money on you? Of course you should give me the money and the list. Also, I let you off this time, shouldn't you thank me? My request is not high, just give me $200 million first. Yi Tiance frowned, stretched out his hand impatiently, and motioned Tan Lang to give him the money. This scene left Tan Lang dumbfounded. Hiss. How come he has no memory at all? This famous bandit, can you spend money on him? It's good enough that he wasn't completely robbed. It was like this before in the fallen city. They tortured him madly, and then asked him to buy peace of mind with US dollars. He didn't know how many times he had been fooled. Even though he was reluctant, he had no choice but to give the money. Just like now, he felt very aggrieved, but he had no choice but to admit defeat and nod and agree with a smile. I'll call right now and have someone transfer the money to your account, Mr. Yi. Tan Lang quickly ran aside to make a phone call. It was he who was captured and taken to the fallen city, not the organization he founded. Over the years, Yi Tiance has always given him opportunities to contact the organization, which has prevented him from causing greater chaos. At the same time, Yi Tiance's cell phone rang again. After seeing who was calling, he frowned impatiently. It's so haunting. He answered the phone and said coldly. I said, her life or death has nothing to do with me, and she can't die anyway, so don't call me again, or don't blame me for not giving you face. After a moment of silence, a man's voice was heard from the other side. Yi Tiance, hearing about your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. If you want to break up completely, you can. I'll wait for you in the capital. Chapter 915 I and hashtag 039, I'll be waiting for you in Beijing. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and couldn't help but take another look at the caller ID. This familiar yet unfamiliar number made him immediately understand what had happened. Are you threatening me? The man opposite smiled and said. Threatening you? Why? Didn't you say that her life or death has nothing to do with you? If that's the case, then come and cancel the engagement yourself. Now you are standing on the opposite side of us. Although she has been expelled from the Su family by me, the engagement has already had an impact on my Su family. Canceling the engagement is good for both the Su family and you, of course. I won't let you cancel the engagement for nothing. Aren't you investigating the shadow cult? I happen to have some information about them here, which I think you might be interested in. It's up to you whether to come or not. I'll be waiting for you in the capital. Beep. He didn't give Yi Tiance a chance to react and hung up the phone directly. This also successfully aroused Yi Tiance's curiosity and made him interested in the Su family. In his opinion, there was no need for the Su family to cancel the engagement, because this marriage contract does not impose any constraints on the Su family. Although Su Zishi is the eldest daughter of the Su family, she is not a direct descendant, so the Su family naturally will not focus on her. It is too far-fetched to use an engagement to get him to go to the capital, and it is just a cover. Including the news about the shadow cult, it is also a cover. The purpose was just to lure him to the capital. The news about Su Zhengguan's situation here has been reported back to the capital, and action has been taken there. In that case, he would go to the capital to take a look. Breaking off the engagement is secondary. The most important thing is to see what these monsters can do. What's more, the whole capital is watching his every move. He has already brought considerable pressure to the capital. This trip to the capital is bound to throw them into panic. Who knows, if you're lucky, you might even be able to expose some of those smart aleck people's flaws. Beijing. Su family. Su Deo was sitting at the tea table, tasting the new Longjing tea that had just been served. Next to him sat an old man with gray hair. The old man took the tea he had brewed and said softly, "Master Su, you're abandoning Su Zishi like this, aren't you afraid of regretting it? She is considered a talent among the younger generation of your Su family." Su Deo shook his head and said, "No matter how talented she is not a direct descendant of my Su family, so I will not hand over the Su family to her. Besides, she is just a woman, so I will just abandon her. Besides, since her engagement with Yi Tiance could not bring any benefits to the Su family, there was no need to keep it. Moreover, being able to use her to destroy Yi Tiance can be regarded as realizing her value as a member of the Su family. What we should worry about now is how to deal with Yi Tiance after he comes. My Su family does not have the ability to deal with him. What should we do? Do you have any solution?" Seeing that he was devaluing Su Zishi's value and still seemed so nonchalant at this moment, the old man couldn't help but smile. Master Su, you don't have to worry about this. I have my own way. If this happens, those who have promised the head of the Su family will naturally offer it with both hands, and will not let your Su family's sacrifice be in vain. Of course, if it fails, the Su family will also give you corresponding compensation. But in the next period of time, I hope that Master Su can cooperate with me." Hear the words. Su Deo remained silent and lowered his head to drink tea. He knows it better than anyone else. If it fails, he will never have the chance to sit here again. Even if Yi Tiance didn't want him to die, they would never let him go. In this struggle game, he is just a chess piece used to deal with Yi Tiance. Maybe it's not just him, but the entire Su family. Okay, it's almost time. I should go too. If he comes, don't forget to give this to him. With this thing, he won't kill you. This is your life-saving talisman, so don't lose it. The old man placed an envelope on the tea table, then stood with his hands behind his back, laughed and left. Looking at the envelope on the tea table, Su Deo's face was gloomy. Of course, he didn't have any news about the shadow cult, but that didn't mean that others didn't. His Su family is just an intelligence intermediary. To put it bluntly, it was he who gave the information to Yi Tiance. Once something goes wrong, it will be the Su family's problem, and those who really have the intelligence will be able to clear themselves of all responsibility. This is killing with a borrowed knife. Not only did he borrow the Su family's knife to kill Yi Tiance, he also borrowed Yi Tiance's knife to kill him. But he had no ability to refuse and could only obey. He slowly put away the envelope, then looked at the old woman surnamed Zhao who was kneeling in front of him and said coldly, "You are really loyal to Su Zishi. I will give you two choices now. One, get out of the Su family like Su Zishi and end up on the streets. Second, cooperate with me to gain Yi Tiance's trust and poison him." But you have to think clearly once you end up on the streets, whether you live or die is up to fate. Hear the words. The old woman surnamed Zhao looked extremely ugly. Of course she knew what Su Dao meant. This is threatening her. If she doesn't cooperate and loses the protection of the Su family, she could die at any time. Moreover, it is very likely that the Su family took action against them. Master, do you really want to help them? This is pushing the Su family into the fire. The young lady is devoted to the Su family and has always been thinking about you, Master. It is really unfair to her by doing this. Mr. Yi is a capable man. If you help them deal with him, you will definitely be punished. The old woman surnamed Zhao couldn't stop sighing. In her opinion, going against Yi Tiance was the stupidest thing. Back then on Hujiao Mountain, the talent Yi Tiance displayed had completely impressed her. She never understood why they had to target such a capable person, and the key was that they couldn't target him. Besides, the fact that Su Zishi is still alive today is entirely thanks to Yi Tiance. It would be fine if he didn't repay the favor, but he actually turned his kindness into hatred? She couldn't do it by crossing the river and destroying the bridge to deal with Yi Tiance. You are not qualified to teach me how to do anything, you just need to answer my questions. Don't forget who brought you back to the Su family. You are working for the Su family, not for her, Su Zishi. I hope you can understand who your master is. Su Dao's words were full of threats. In this regard, the old woman surnamed Zhao looked extremely ugly. She knew very well that it was impossible for her to deal with the Su family on her own. Just as Su Dao said, it was Su Dao who brought her back to the Su family. It was reasonable and emotional that she should listen to Su Dao. After all, Su Dao is the head of the Su family. What? Is it so difficult to decide? If you want to save Su Zishi, you'd better listen to me. As long as Yi Tiance died, she would naturally return to the Su family and continue to be the eldest lady of the Su family. Yi Tiance has no relationship with you, it's just a piece of paper engagement. Why should you risk your life for him? I think you know better than me what is more important. Chapter 916 set off to the capital. The old woman surnamed Zhao was hesitant. In her opinion, Yi Tiance would never lose in the battle between him and the capital. Although Yi Tiance and Su Zishi have a bad relationship now, Su Zishi does not approve of him. But she could see that Su Zishi was just being stubborn. She had already had Yi Tiance in her heart, but she just couldn't face the fact that Yi Tiance was better than her. This is not a problem at all. As long as time is enough, Su Zishi will sooner or later face his own heart and accept Yi Tiance. After all, the two of them have already done everything they should and shouldn't do, so what are they afraid of? Love grows over time. It may not work now, but it will definitely work in the future. But facing the pressure from the head of the family, she had no way to deal with it. I could only agree to it temporarily, and then find a way to help Yi Tiance secretly. Moreover, with Yi Tiance's ability, he dared to come to the appointment. He must be fully confident and would not necessarily discover something unusual. Master, I can help you, but you must let the young lady return to the Su family and give her the right treatment. Hear the words. Su Dao couldn't help but grin. Don't worry, nothing will be left out of what is due to her. Okay, go down, pack up and wait to meet Yi Tiance. I will have someone bring the things to you. This matter must succeed, failure is not allowed. Done. He slowly stood up and left. The servant who was in charge of holding the old woman surnamed Zhao also left. The old woman surnamed Zhao sighed deeply and left with a hunched back. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Xiao Sisi, have you thought it through? Do you really want to go to the capital? Han Ruoyun and others looked at Yi Tiance, all with worry on their faces. They knew that Yi Tiance was powerful, but that was not his territory after all. The other party is in the dark while he is in the light, and they must have set up a tight net, waiting for Yi Tiance to go. No. Xiao Sisi, I want to go with you, so that I can have someone to take care of you along the way, and I can also help you relieve your fatigue. After all, you have to deal with so many people, it must be very tiring. With me here, you will feel much more comfortable. Lu Ruoyan patted her chest and spoke slowly and confidently. Han Ruoyan immediately glared at her and said unhappily. Xiao Pingban, do you want to take care of him? You want to squeeze him dry. Can you make him relax? It would be strange if you don't make him die of exhaustion. I think your brain is as fake as your cup. If you follow him to the capital, wouldn't that expose Xiao Sesei's weaknesses? At that time, he will not only have to protect you, but also have to deal with those monsters in the capital. Excuse me, little tablet, you are just here to cause trouble. Big cow, what did you say? Am I going to cause trouble? My status and position are there, who dares to touch me? Also, I think your brain is fake, it's full of water. It's all the milk you drank when you were a kid. The two women were at loggerheads again, completely forgetting about the real business. This made Yi Tians feel a little helpless. At the same time, Rong Mei Yan came to Yi Tians and said worriedly. Have you really thought it through? The capital is not like Tiannan province, no one can help you there. If anything really happens, we won't have time to find you. Why don't you let Yushi go with you? With her around, you'll be more comfortable with what you do. Now. Luo Yushi also took a step forward. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was clear. This scene naturally caught Yi Tian's eyes. He smiled and said, I never thought that you two would get along so well in just a few days. However, it is best for her to stay here once I go to the capital. The capital will definitely send people to cause trouble for you. Zhao Feiyu's few small fry are not even worth mentioning in the capital. I can only feel truly at ease if she protects you. Luo Yushi is now in the early stage of qi refining, which makes her considered an expert, not to mention a cultivator. The capital city has a profound heritage, and the people they send will not be easy to deal with. Only Luo Yushi can deal with them. Rong Meiyan frowned slightly and said, In that case, you must be careful. If you need anything, please tell me at any time. I will use all my connections and methods to help you. Now she has completely taken control of the Rong family. Naturally, the resources and connections of the Rong family can also be used by her. Although it cannot compare with the big families in the capital, it can still cause quite a stir. Although Luo Yushi didn't say anything, there was a hint of worry on her face. At this time, Lin Yuyan also came up and smiled at Yi Tians. I believe you will succeed. I will wait for you to come back. She had already discussed the matter of Yi Tians with Lin Wantai. Even if the Lin family is in trouble now, they will still lend a helping hand to Yi Tians. However, she always believed that nothing would happen to Yi Tians and that he would return triumphantly. Yi Tians also smiled at her. Don't worry, I will definitely come back. We haven't had our wedding night yet. Lin Yuyan was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red to her neck, but she did not refuse. Await your return. These words filled Yi Tians with fighting spirit. Okay, it's almost time. Everyone take care of yourselves and stay safe. If you encounter something that you can't solve, call this number and tell them that I asked you to call, and someone will come to help you. Yi Tians took out the phone number he had written down in advance and handed it to Rong Meiyan. For a while, several women couldn't help but look at him, feeling a little sad. Although there had been troubles before, they were all in Tiannan province. In this small piece of land, they each have their own connections and resources, and they know that there won't be too much trouble. But this time it was different. The water in the capital was too deep and one could lose one's life if one was not careful. And with Yi Tian's temper, he would definitely cause a lot of trouble if he went there. If he really couldn't defeat the powerful, there was no way he could come back alive. What should they do then? Thinking of this, I can't help but feel even more uncomfortable. Yi Tians waved to the girls and walked out of the villa. Zhao Feiyu had been waiting at the door for a long time and personally opened the car door for Yi Tians. After Yi Tians got into the car, he turned around and bowed to the sisters-in-law in the room before sitting in the driver's seat. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will have someone protect my sister-in-law and the others. If there is any situation, I will inform you as soon as possible. But I think there is no need for you to go there in person. The capital is such a small place, it can explode if you let a few people out. You don't need to take the blame for this, and it can be solved in one step. It's nothing more than a few more deaths. Someone will come out to clean up the mess anyway. Why do you need to bear everything alone? In his opinion, Yi Tiance is fully capable of overthrowing the capital and rebuilding it. Since you have to clean it anyway, you might as well do it thoroughly. Yi Tiance said coldly. They can never be overthrown. If you overthrow one, another will appear. Only by making them truly feel fear can we cure it completely. Human nature is always greedy, and there will always be people who cannot resist temptation. What he wanted to do was to turn the world's fear of him into shackles that bound them. As long as he is still here, these people dare not cross the line. Chapter 9:17 Airport Attack. Yi Tiance's words made Zhao Feiyu fall into deep thought. It is undeniable that this is indeed the case. He had never figured it out before. As the young lord of the fallen city, Yi Tiance not only has absolute power, but also manages many powerful prisoners. Once the power of the fallen city is mobilized, even the capital city can be easily captured. The easiest way is to overturn everything and start over again. Why should we plan like this and waste so much time? What's more, with Yi Tiance's strength, he will be able to firmly control the situation after overthrowing the dynasty and starting over. Now it seems that his vision has indeed become much narrower. Using the world's fear of him as a shackle to bind the world, that group of people will think of Yi Tiance before doing anything. He subconsciously stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the airport. Beijing. The people are here. Be prepared. Find the right opportunity and take action. He cannot survive. The old man in the baseball cap looked at Gao Zhanlong coldly. And behind Gao Zhanlong stood dozens of masters who had reached the level of great perfection of God of War. Of course, these people were not his people, but were brought here by the old man. He looked at the old man coldly and said, "You underestimate him. These people can't deal with him. Even if you had 10 or 100 of them, they are still no match for him, not to mention fighting in a crowded place like an airport." Ever since Su Zhongguan went to Tiannan province, this old man has been looking for him. Take advantage of his hatred and fear towards Yi Tiance and get him to help deal with Yi Tiance. He didn't refuse. Because he knew very well that only by getting rid of Yi Tiance could he completely eliminate his fear of Yi Tiance. But he also knew that these people alone were no match for Yi Tiance. To deal with Yi Tiance, you can only use your wits, not brute force. Hear the words. The old man sneered. Don't worry, just do it, someone will help you. I would like to advise you that if you want to gain a firm foothold among the 4 dragon gods and continue to grow bigger and stronger, then you should be bolder. Don't forget, you, Gao Zhanlong, are the least popular among the 4 of you. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. If you continue like this, nothing will change. Only by standing at the highest point and holding the most absolute power can you make everyone shut up and look at you with admiration. You don't have much time to prepare, Gao Zhanlong. I hope you can seize the opportunity. Someone helped him? Yi Tiance's strength is unfathomable. Even so many great war gods here are no match for him. Who else can help him? Could it be that they really found an existence above the god of war? Do not. This is absolutely impossible. Above the god of war, that is a legendary realm that no one has ever set foot in. What's more, in his opinion, even the god of war would not be a match for Yi Tiance. Then who can help him? He racked his brains but couldn't think of anyone who could help him. Think about it. He finally decided to trust the person in front of him. After all, they wanted Yi Tiance dead more than he did. Since he dares to say such words, he must have been prepared. But for some reason, he always felt uneasy and felt that something big was going to happen. After you're done, don't forget what you promised me. If you can't do it, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Gao Zhanlong narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man. Even though his status is not as high as the other party, if he really fights for his life, he is not afraid of anyone. Of course, Yi Tiance is an exception. Because that was an opponent that was impossible to defeat. Even if we died together, it would be useless. The old man smiled and said, Just go ahead and do it. What you deserve won't be lost, and what you don't deserve can still be fought for. Whether you can grasp it depends on how well you do things. I hope you won't let me down. Done. He slowly stood up and walked away with his hands behind his back. Looking at his departing back, Gao Zhanlong's face gradually turned gloomy. Of course he knew that he was being used as a knife, but the appearance of Yi Tiance made him panic. He knew very well that if he continued like this, his good days would undoubtedly come to an end and he would never have peace. And after so many years, he also wants to take a step forward. Because he was fed up with the contempt and disdain from Zhang Aolong and others. Only by standing high enough can he step on those who look down on him. Let's go. To the airport. Gao Zhanlong waved his sleeves and led dozens of masters who had reached the great perfection of the god of war out of the yard and headed for the airport. Airport. As the plane landed, Yi Tiance also arrived in this bustling capital city. Just as he was about to walk out of the airport hall, a familiar voice came from in front of him. Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi. Here. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and turned his head to look. The old lady surnamed Zhao also came forward hurriedly, smiling, holding a glass of Mishue Bingcheng in her hand. Is something wrong? Seeing her coming towards him, Yi Tiance stopped. I heard that you were coming to the capital, and I was worried that you wouldn't be able to find your way around the unfamiliar place, so I came specially to pick you up. You must be exhausted after the long journey. I have already arranged a hotel and will take you there right away. By the way, this is the milk tea I just bought. I know young people like this nowadays. Please accept it, Mr. Yi. The old woman surnamed Zhao handed over the milk tea with both hands. Yi Tiance was not vague and took it directly, but took a look at it. You are really thoughtful. You even know that young people like this take me to the hotel. This will save me a lot of time. He did not refuse the pillow given to him by the old woman surnamed Zhao. Su Zhongguan would not let Su Zishi come back since the old woman wanted him to help save people. She naturally had to curry favor with him and serve him better. Otherwise, Su Zishi will never come back. Of course, only he knew that Su Zishi would be fine, and she would be back soon. However, since the old woman surnamed Zhao was so flattering to him, he had no reason to refuse. After all, it was because of him that Su Zishi would be safe. The old woman surnamed Zhao smiled and nodded. She didn't say much, but led the way. And Yi Tiance also started drinking milk tea. I don't know. The old woman named Zhao who was walking in front was watching his every move out of the corner of her eye. At the same time, she was feeling uneasy. The two were about to leave the airport hall. Suddenly. Boom! There was a gunshot. It broke the silence and caused panic. And the bullet was cutting through the sky and heading towards Yi Tiance. The old woman surnamed Zhao felt a chill in her heart and subconsciously turned to look at Yi Tiance. In this regard, Yi Tiance was not at all flustered, and even a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seemed as if he had guessed that this would happen. I saw him slightly sideways and raised the milk teacup in his hand. Puff! The bullet hit the milk teacup steadily, and the milk tea splashed everywhere. However, the bullet created resistance because it hit the milk tea, and fell to the ground after flying for a short period of time, without causing any casualties. At the same time, many men in black fell from the sky and headed straight for Yi Tiance. Chapter 9:18 If you want to survive, you have to gamble. Countless sharp blades flashed with cold light, coming towards Yi Tiance. But Yi Tiance was not at all panicked. He even stood there, quietly waiting for everyone to arrive. This scene also made the old woman surnamed Zhao terrified. Before she could come to her senses, these men in black have already arrived in front of Yi Tiance. The daggers in their hands attacked Yi Tiance one by one, tightly connected and linked together. This moment. Her heart was in her throat and she felt a little regretful for a moment. But what she didn't expect was that Yi Tiance was like a fish meeting water in this crowd. However, by slightly turning sideways, he could dodge one person's attack. No matter how the person in front of him attacks, he cannot hurt Yi Tiance. This also shocked her. How can this be? Shouldn't he? At the same time, the men in black also felt incredible. They retreated and gathered together, distancing themselves from Yi Tiance. You can still use your inner strength? The leading man in black was shocked. Yi Tiance looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. Hydrogen cyanide is colorless, odorless, easily soluble in water, has a bitter almond flavor, and its aqueous solution is called hydrocyanic acid. This poison can prevent a person's aerobic respiration and cause nerve paralysis. Similar to carbon monoxide poisoning. After poisoning, the body becomes weak, the person has no will, and is at the mercy of others. The poison is good, but its drawback is that it tastes like bitter almonds, so a lot of sugar or fruit juice has to be added to cover up the smell. This cup of milk tea is cheese milk tea, which has a strong cheese and tea flavor, but it still can't completely cover up the bitter almond flavor. It has some brains, but not much, and it's fine to use this thing to deal with ordinary people. Unfortunately, the person you want to deal with is me. This thing can be relieved by speeding up breathing. Moreover, if I want, this poison cannot enter my body. He threw the bullet-blasted milk teacup in his hand to the ground. He knew this was a conspiracy the moment the old woman surnamed Zhao handed him the milk tea. Because the old woman surnamed Zhao said that he was coming to the capital. Regarding Su Zixi's matter, the Su family is bound to stand on the side of Su Zhongguan. Since the old woman surnamed Zhao wanted to save Su Zixi, she naturally would not stand on the side of the Su family. But only the Su family, Su Zhongguan and others knew that he came to the capital. How else could she, a small follower, get news about him except from their mouths? Therefore, he had known for a long time that something was wrong with the old woman surnamed Zhao, but he had never exposed her because he wanted to see what tricks this old woman could play. But he didn't expect that after waiting for so long, the final method was just poisoning, which really disappointed him. See this. The old woman surnamed Zhao looked a little ugly, but more of it was guilt. She had never thought of harming Yi Tiance, and she only did it because she was forced to do so. At first, she also thought about whether she should secretly remind Yi Tiance, but when she came here, she realized that there were many people secretly watching her every move. As long as she made any move to remind Yi Tiance, it would be seen by everyone. This made her dare not act rashly, and she could only place her hopes on Yi Tiance. I hope he can notice the clue and refuse to drink the milk tea, so I deliberately say that this is what young people like, in order to attract Yi Tiance's attention. But she didn't expect it. Yi Tiance didn't doubt her at all and started drinking the milk tea directly. This made her regretful. Now that she was exposed by Yi Tiance, she felt even more ashamed and dared not face him. After hearing what Yi Tiance said, the group of men in black realized that they had failed and did not dare to confront him head-on. Damn it, I didn't expect he would be prepared for this retreat. The leader gave the order immediately. Seeing that several people wanted to retreat, Yi Tiance couldn't help but laugh. Since you're here, you're just leaving like this, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to complete your mission when you return? I thought you people in the capital were so great, but now it seems that you are the kind of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. It is hard to imagine that a bunch of uneducated people could turn the provinces upside down. In his eyes, this group of people were not even worthy of carrying his shoes, let alone asking him to take action. Among the men in black, there was one who stared at Yi Tiance. These words just now obviously ignited his resentment and hatred. But he didn't dare to stand up and face Yi Tiance. He could only hide in the crowd and watch what happened. But what he didn't know was that the hatred he emanated had already been noticed by Yi Tiance, who had also locked onto him. Yi Tiance recognized him at a glance. However, he was not surprised, as if he had already guessed that he would be among the visitors. Yi Tiance, entering the capital is not as easy as you think. Although we can't do anything to you, we have plenty of people to deal with you. Hear the words. Yi Tiance sneered. Really? There are so many of you, but you don't even have the courage to face me. Isn't that simple enough? I don't know if anyone can deal with me, but I know that you are going to die soon. Whoosh! The voice just fell. Yi Tiance instantly entered the crowd. Before everyone could come to their senses, they felt a burning pain on their face, and then the whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. When landing, Yi Tiance also returned to his previous position and stood, looking at the people on the ground jokingly. If I had wanted you dead, you would be dead. The god of war has reached perfection and is vulnerable. I have kept you alive until now, not because I dare not kill you, but because I want to change the way of playing. Let me put it this way, if you want to survive, you can, but you have to take a gamble with me. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you just have to pay a small price. How about that? As soon as these words came out, the men in black frowned and looked at each other. They all knew that Yi Tiance was definitely not holding back. Yi Tiance, you think too highly of yourself. Why should we bet with you? What qualifications do you have for us to bet with you? Boom! The voice just fell. Yi Tiance appeared beside him. In a blink, he felt a huge pressure coming from his shoulders, and he couldn't help but kneel down. Kneel this time. The floor tiles were shattered and 2 big holes were left by my knees. The pain was so severe that I lost my voice. At the same time, Yi Tiance glanced around, and his cold eyes made everyone gasp. You'd better understand that I'm informing you, not discussing with you. Whether to gamble or not is not up to you, of course. If you want to die now, you can try not listening to me. I promise, you will see your brains explode with your own eyes. What the hell? Do you have to gamble even if you don't want to? What the hell is this? Besides, what's there to gamble on? If you want to kill them, just do it directly. Why go through so many twists and turns? But Yi Tiance didn't care what they thought. He found a random seat and sat down. He didn't know when a dagger appeared in his hand and he kept playing with it. Now, it's time to begin. Chapter 919. I shoot, no bullets needed. How would you like to play? The leading man in black knew he couldn't escape and had no choice but to continue the gamble. This is their only chance to survive. Even if the chances are slim, give it a try. He came to Yi Tiance first and stared at him. Yi Tiance threw the dagger in his hand in front of him. Sneered. It's very simple. Don't you have a gun? Then let's compete in gun grouping. This is your professional match, so it can't be considered bullying you. Compare group guns? The man in black frowned, somewhat unable to believe his ears. No. He is a real expert in this area. He is very good at playing with this thing. Aren't you afraid of losing if you bet this with him? Okay. I want to see how you can beat me. If Yi Tiance wants to play, he will play with him. He just didn't believe that Yi Tiance could beat him in his professional field. Snapped. He snapped his fingers, and immediately a man in black handed him 2 guns. Yi Tiance, since we're going to gamble, why not go big? Yi Tiance smiled and said. Tell me, how big do you want to go? The man in black looked at Yi Tiance coldly, with determination in his eyes, as if he was sure to kill him. Since we're betting our lives, let's see whose hands are faster. Each person has 1 bullet, and after the gun is assembled, everyone has 1 chance to shoot. Whoever is faster will survive, and whoever is slower will die here. While talking, he had already emptied all the bullets in both magazines, leaving only 1 in each. Then he put a gun on the ground and slid it right in front of Yi Tiance. See this? Yi Tiance picked it up, took a quick look at it, and said jokingly. This is what you want to play, don't regret it later. Repent? Are you kidding me? This is something he is really good at. If he were to go back on his word, how would he live his life in the future? Stop talking big, or you may regret it later. Okay, there's no point in talking anymore. Are you ready? If you are ready, start now. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said. Okay, let's get started. I'll give you 3 seconds. What the hell? How much do you look down on him? In the field where he is good at, he still has to give him 3 seconds? Row. Since he wants to die, he will help him. Think of this. He immediately picked up the pistol and quickly disassembled it. At the same time, he paid attention to Yi Tiance's actions from time to time. But what puzzled him was that after 3 seconds, Yi Tiance still did not make any move. He just sat there playing with bullets and looking at him with a playful expression. This made him frown and feel stressed. What the hell is this kid doing? Several seconds have passed, and there's still no movement? He can't assemble the guns in an instant, right? This is absolutely impossible. No one in the world can do this. Wrong. This kid was probably trying to distract him. He cannot be distracted and must win this bet. Almost. Soon. Snapped. He fastened the last part tightly, raised the gun sharply and pointed it at Yi Tiance. But when he aimed, he found that Yi Tiance was no longer there. There was a pile of parts on the ground where Yi Tiance had sat before. What does this mean? Could it be that this kid knew he couldn't win, so he ran away the moment he aimed at him? What the hell? From this point of view, Yi Tiance is nothing special. He was just about to laugh out loud when he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind. The hairs all over his body stood up and he sensed a huge crisis. He was about to turn around to see what was going on, but Yi Tiance's cold voice came from behind him. Don't move. If you move, the bullet will go through your head. This what's going on? When did this guy run behind him? When did you? Before he could finish his words, he felt a straight gun pressed against his temple. See this. The men in black behind him all wanted to take action. But a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Yi Tiance, creating layers of heat waves that shocked everyone and made them stand still. At the same time, Yi Tiance sneered. As a killer, he left his back to the enemy. The people trained in the capital are not that good. These words made the man in black feel ashamed. He stared at the pile of parts on the ground, puzzled. That was the gun he threw over. There was no way he would make a mistake. In other words, Yi Tiance did not complete the assembly of the gun. So what does he mean now? Are you trying to scare him? Correct. That must be it. This guy is just using their fear of him to scare him. Think of this. He suddenly gained confidence and snorted coldly. Yi Tiance, I have to say that you are very courageous, but I am not a fool. The gun is still on the ground, which means what you have in your hand is not a gun at all. Ha, I bet there's no bullet in your gun. Yi Tiance couldn't help but laugh. You are really smart. You actually saw through my tricks. In that case, I will give you a gift. Boom. After he simulated the sound of a gunshot, the man in black couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. But before he could say anything, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Blood and brain matter spurted out in front of him. He looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief, and then fell to the ground. This scene. The group of black-clad men behind him changed their expressions and their hair stood on end. No one expected that Yi Tiance would suddenly take action. I didn't even see clearly how he made his move. At the same time, Yi Tiance looked at the corpse on the ground and sneered. It's true that there are no bullets in my gun, but unfortunately, I can still fire bullets without using a gun. Although the bet requires that the gun can only be fired after it is assembled, it does not say that the agreement must be followed. Isn't the ultimate goal to be able to fire this bullet? Since he can fire bullets without a gun, why bother to assemble a gun? Can't he just shoot directly? He slowly turned around, looked at the crowd in black with a joking look, and said disdainfully. I won the bet between him and me now, who will take over? What's next? Come on, chicken feathers. This living devil plays like this, who dares to bet with him? What if they use some weird excuse to deal with them later, then wouldn't they be dying in vain? Who the hell wants to bet with you when you cheat like this? That's right. Yi Tiance, it's unfair for you to win like this. Yi Tiance, is this the fairness and justice you want? It all depends on your will. You call this absolute fairness? Bullshit. You just want to satisfy your own selfish desires. In their view, the fairness and justice that Yi Tiance pursues depends entirely on his words. If that's the case, how can we have the nerve to go against the capital? This is no different from the capital. Chapter 920 Group Gambling. Defeat one capital city and another will appear. So what's the point of doing this? It's nothing more than a back and forth of power. In other words, there is no absolute fairness and justice in this world. Yi Tiance nodded and said thoughtfully. Fairness and justice are the rights of the common people, but those who have rights have no right to enjoy them. I am doing this for ordinary people, not for scum like you who claim to be noble. What? You want to have power, but you also want fairness and justice? The fairness and justice you want are rights, and in order to achieve them, you have to exploit ordinary people. What I did was indeed unfair, but do you have the right to expect me to be fair to you? So when dealing with you, there is no need for fairness. I will do whatever is convenient for me. While talking, the corners of his mouth were already curved. These words also expressed his attitude to the men in black in front of him. Of course. This also made the men in black indignant, and they cursed Yi Tiance for being unreasonable. The feeling of powerlessness, of not being able to stand it but being unable to do anything about it, made them furious. In this regard, Yi Tiance said disdainfully, if no one dares to come up and gamble, don't blame me for being rude. I've given you chances, but you didn't seize them. Now, it's my turn to take action. Boom! He just took a step forward and created layers of heat waves, forcing everyone back several steps. The powerful aura made them feel extremely stressed and even had difficulty breathing. Yi Tiance, I'm going to bet with you. Base. Gao Zhanlong suddenly stood up. Although he was wearing a mask, Yi Tiance had already recognized him through his eyes and figure. Seeing that he had the courage to stand up, Yi Tiance couldn't help but laugh. What? You don't want to be a coward anymore? I thought you didn't dare to stand up and would flee from the battlefield. But what's the point of you standing up? Your fear of me is innate and comes from your bones. You fled 3 years ago. Do you think today will be the same as 3 years ago? 3 years ago. They, the 4 dragon gods of China, went to the fallen city, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and confronted him. The other 3 at least stood to the end, but Gao Zhanlong fled when he was unable to win, leaving the other 3 to face him alone. He knew from the beginning that Gao Zhanlong would never achieve anything great. Now it seems that he is indeed a waste among wastes, and he is even colluding with people in Beijing. He is extremely disappointed. These words also touched Gao Zhanlong's sore spot. Shut up! He tore off his black mask and glared at Yi Tiance in frustration. Yi Tiance, just because Gao Zhanlong was afraid of you 3 years ago doesn't mean I'm still afraid of you now. I tell you, if you go against the capital, you will end up seeking your own death. Today, you can't leave, you have to die here. He came here today just to clear his name 3 years ago. At the same time, we must also thoroughly clear away his inner demons. Yi Tiance said disdainfully. You think you can kill me? 3 years ago, the 4 of you couldn't even defeat me, so how can you kill me? Put away your self-righteousness. Are you really not afraid of me? If you weren't afraid, why did you keep hiding behind me? In the beginning, you didn't even have the courage to face me. Gao Zhanlong, I told you the last time we met that if you have evil intentions, I will take your life. You are not qualified to be called a dragon god by those ordinary people. Because you are also the one who wants to deprive them of their fair rights. He said. Among the 4 dragon gods of China, only Zhang Aolong and Qiu Qianlong are worthy of respect. They are the only 2 who truly care about ordinary people. So, he was willing to be nice to those 2 people. They are indeed worthy of the title of dragon god given to them by the masses. But Gao Zhanlong is not worthy. If you just feel fear towards him, then it doesn't matter. But when he chose to stand with the people in the capital, he no longer had the qualifications to be called the dragon god. Moreover, there is only one outcome for him, and that is death. Facing Yi Tiance's threat, Gao Zhanlong laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. Yi Tiance, in terms of strength, I am indeed not as good as you, but don't forget, I am talking about a bet with you. What? You just said that life and death can be decided by gambling, but you are going to regret it so soon? Hear the words. Yi Tiance couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile. Don't tell me yet. Gao Zhanlong is still a bit smart and knows how to use a bet to restrict him. In that case, he wanted to see how big a storm this piece of trash could stir up. Your decision makes me look up to you. Then show me your strength. Where do you get the capital to make such big claims? Since you are the host, I will give you some face and you decide what you want to bet on. He smiled at Gao Zhanlong with interest. But this smile made Gao Zhanlong feel insulted. Because that was how Yi Tiance smiled at him that night 3 years ago. Damn Yi Tiance. He is still mocking him even when he is about to die. He must not be allowed to stay. Okay, let's bet on a gun. But I hope you can follow the rules this time and don't let me look down on you. This time. He has to set rules and never allow Yi Tiance to cheat. Okay, then I'll compete with you in gun teaming. Wrong. It's not me, it's us. All of us are betting together. If you win, you can take all of our lives. But if you lose, you will be shot by each of us. Yi Tiance, you are not afraid to gamble, are you? What the hell? What kind of plane is this Gao Zhanlong making? They didn't even say they wanted to gamble. You're going to risk their lives without even saying a word? Gao Zhanlong, what the hell are you talking about? Who the hell wants to gamble? If you want to die, don't take us with you. That's right, Gao Zhanlong, if you dare to talk nonsense again, we will kill you first. This is a grudge between you and Yi Tiance, and has nothing to do with us. At this moment, they don't want to have anything to do with Gao Zhanlong. However, Gao Zhanlong said coldly, "Shut up, everyone. Since you have participated in this operation, it will not end well. Even if I don't drag you into this, Yi Tiance will not let you go. Besides, there are so many of us, if anyone is faster than him, he will lose. The chances of winning are so great, what is there to be afraid of?" These words instantly shut everyone up. That's right. With so many of them betting against Yi Tiance together, the chances of winning are very high. But what if they can't defeat Yi Tiance? Then they will all die? Putting all the eggs in one basket is too risky, so they are not willing to take the gamble. But Gao Zhanlong didn't care about them and said coldly, "Yi Tiance, do you dare to gamble?" Yi Tiance smiled and said, "Have some brains. Since you want to gamble, I will accompany you. Gao Zhanlong, this is your last chance. I hope you won't let me down again." Chapter 921. Don't blame me if you miss. Humph. If you have time to worry about me, you might as well worry about yourself. I don't believe that with so many of us, no one can defeat you. Gao Zhanlong was convinced of this. That's why he dared to propose a bet with Yi Tiance. And the group of people behind him are all experts in this area. This can be confirmed from the man in black who just participated in the gambling game. Otherwise, even if he had 100 courages, he would not dare to take the initiative to propose a bet with Yi Tiance, and it would be a bet of his life. Hear the words. Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile. This Gao Zhanlong is really inexplicably confident. 3 years ago today, I fled like a stray dog. Now they are relying on this bunch of losers and dare to challenge him. It is said that alcohol makes cowards brave, but Gao Zhanlong did not drink any alcohol. Even if he did, it was probably fake alcohol. Gao Zhanlong quickly called out to the men in black behind him and asked them to take out their guns. In order to prevent Yi Tiance from cheating, he threw another gun over. Yi Tiance took the gun and nodded. "Yi Tiance, let's start." The voice just fell. Gao Zhanlong quickly dismantled the gun. The group of people behind him did not dare to slack off and quickly followed suit. After all, this concerns their life and death. Yi Tiance, on the other hand, looked at them quietly with a joking expression. Seeing that Yi Tiance still didn't make any move, Gao Zhanlong and others couldn't help but feel a little panicked, fearing that Yi Tiance was up to something again. The old lady named Zhao standing by was also very worried. She didn't understand why Yi Tiance still didn't move. If he had only faced one person before, he would have had no pressure at all. But now I have to face a bunch of people. As long as there is one person on the other side who is faster than him, he will lose. With so many people and one gun each, he is definitely doomed. She wanted to speak up to remind Yi-Tiance, but she didn't dare. She was afraid that her every move would be reported back to the Zhao family and thus implicate Su Zishi. If that were the case, everything she had done now would be in vain. You are slower than I expected, just like you, Gao Zhanlong. When you installed the spring just now, you could have put it on the barrel together, but you chose to separate it. Do you think you can win? Yi-Tiance played with the gun in his hand and grinned. These words also successfully influenced Gao Zhanlong's mentality. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and the veins on his neck were bulging. Shut up! Yi-Tiance, you are doomed to lose. He doesn't believe it anymore. Yi-Tiance hasn't made any move yet, how can he win? Seeing that there were only 2 steps left to complete the formation, he became extremely excited and quickened his movements. Snapped. With the last magazine entering his body, he successfully completed the assembly of the gun. Yi-Tiance, you're done. He shouted excitedly, and then pointed the gun at Yi-Tiance. At the same time, the men in black behind him also finished assembling their guns. Snapped. Everyone raised their guns at the same time and pointed them at Yi-Tiance. This moment, they felt extremely relaxed, as if they had won the whole world. When they saw Yi-Tiance not making any moves before, they all thought that Yi-Tiance was going to do something new. But now it is still motionless, which makes them very happy. Because the bet is settled. Even if Yi-Tiance had any more tricks, he couldn't use them anymore. Ha ha ha. Yi-Tiance, you really have self-awareness. You know you can't beat us, so you chose to give up and wait for death from the very beginning. Let me tell you, ever since that night 3 years ago, I haven't been able to sleep well. All I dream about every night is your arrogant face. Gao Zhanlong, who once cared about the people of the world and pursued fairness and justice, is dead. All this is caused by you, the idol. 3 years. Do you know how I have lived these 3 years? Yi-Tiance, let's end our grudge today. Hear the words. Yi-Tiance couldn't help but frown, feeling slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Gao Zhanlong's hatred for him would be so deep. But can you blame him? If anyone is to blame, it can only be blamed on Gao Zhanlong's unstable mind and irritability. Look at Zhang Aolong and Xiao Qianlong, who were also defeated by him, but they were not as discouraged as Gao Zhanlong. Perhaps from the very beginning, Gao Zhanlong was standing at a height that did not belong to him. He looked at Gao Zhanlong and others quietly. Gao Zhanlong and the others were also not vague. As they finished assembling the gun, they announced that they had won the bet. Bang bang bang. He pulled the trigger immediately, and countless bullets cut through the sky and attacked Yi-Tiance. This scene. The old woman surnamed Zhao was terrified. Mr. Yi, be careful. She finally couldn't help but remind him. She even wanted to step forward to help Yi-Tiance block the bullet. Because she knew that Yi-Tiance would definitely rescue Su Zishi. But before she could move, Yi-Tiance had already left a shadow behind. Yi-Tiance just took a step forward. Boom! A powerful aura exploded instantly with him as the center. The layers of heat waves caused the space to distort. Snapped. The bullets that were flying towards them were also repelled by the heat wave and fell to the ground one after another. See this. Gao Zhanlong and the others immediately looked gloomy and looked extremely ugly. Yi-Tian-Su. He was extremely angry and yelled out every word. Yi-Tiance laughed jokingly. No need to speak so loudly, I can hear you. You're cheating again. Gao Zhanlong was so angry that his face turned red. He was breathing heavily and staring at Yi-Tiance. Yi-Tiance spread his hands and said. Who cheated? Did I shoot you with a bullet? Gao Zhanlong, open your dog eyes and see clearly. I knew I couldn't beat so many of you, so I gave up grouping the guns and let you shoot. But your shooting skills are so poor that you couldn't hit me. Can you blame me for that? You insist on accusing me of cheating, isn't that a bit unreasonable? You. What? The hell? He knows it. This bastard Yi Tiance will never bet with them quietly. With so much evil in his mind, it would be a miracle if he could stay calm. At this time, Yi Tiance had already picked up the gun parts on the ground. It was assembled in no time. The speed was so fast that Gao Zhanlong and others were shocked. At this speed, they definitely can't compete. It turns out that this kid has been playing dumb and making fun of them all along. At the same time, Yi Tiance's figure flashed. Before they could react, Yi Tiance had picked up all the bullets that had fallen on the ground. Then he quickly filled the magazine, turned on the safety, and loaded the bullet. Muzzle. Also aimed steadily at Gao Zhanlong. This action shocked everyone and they all took 2 steps back. They never dreamed that the situation would change so quickly. Yi Tiance grinned and said, Gao Zhanlong, I made a bet with so many of you at the same time, but you only gave me 1 bullet. It's a bit unreasonable. My requirements are not high, I just want a full magazine. This Desert Eagle with a caliber of 357 Magnum can only hold 9 bullets at most. Just now, each of you shot me. Tell me, should I shoot back? After all, reciprocity is the norm, but who should start first? How about starting with you? Chapter 922, Collapse of Gao Zhanlong. Gulan. Gao Zhanlong pretended to remain calm when facing the gun pointed at him, but he was actually already in a panic. The invisible pressure came like a tide, making him unable to move his feet. Because he knows it very well. With Yi Tiance's ability, this shot will definitely not miss. He couldn't dodge the bullets like Yi Tiance did. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Damn Yi Tiance. Why can they still control him so well today? Why? Why? Yi Tiance, why do you always go against me? Gao Zhanlong was known as the Almighty Dragon God, protecting my country and my homeland, but after meeting you, all was ruined. You ruined me. Do you know that? Whenever I think of your face, I get goosebumps all over my body. I won't accept this. Why should I, the great dragon god, be trampled under your feet? Now I have joined forces with this group of people in Beijing, and it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation now, and the 4 of us wouldn't have broken up. You are the culprit. You are the one who deserves to die. He pointed at Yi Tiance angrily, his eyes almost popping out. The unwillingness and dissatisfaction in his eyes were even more obvious. But Yi Tiance would not indulge him, and said coldly. So this is the difference between you and Zhang Aolong and the others, they will look for the reasons within themselves. And you, Gao Zhanlong, only blame others over the years, you never think about whether you have worked hard and whether your cultivation has improved. What? Just because you lost to me, does that mean you, Gao Zhanlong, are no longer the dragon god and no longer have to defend your country? I thought I could make you realize your mistake today, but now it seems that you are still stubborn. If that's the case, then I won't hold back anymore. While talking, his eyes became fierce and murderous aura surrounded him. This time, he no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet shot out and went straight to Gao Zhanlong's eyebrows. See this. Gao Zhanlong was panicked and tried to dodge. But after all, he is not Yi Tiance, and he doesn't have that strength. Even though he turned sideways in time, he was still hit in the shoulder by the bullet. Boom! He was blown away by the bullet and fell heavily to the ground. Before he could come to his senses, Yi Tiance pulled the trigger again. Boom! Another shot was fired. He was so frightened that he didn't care about the pain and quickly stood up and dodged. But his speed is still slower than the bullet. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he leaped behind one of the men in black. Puff! The bullet also hit the man in black steadily. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and then he fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. This action, Gao Zhanlong, also successfully aroused public outrage. Gao Zhanlong, you actually used our people as shields, you are courting death. Several men in black immediately moved and caught Gao Zhanlong in a few breaths. Boom! Two fists as big as sandbags hit his face steadily, and blood splattered everywhere. He even held the gunshot wound on Gao Zhanlong's shoulder tightly with his hand, causing Gao Zhanlong to scream in pain. What? Scream? It's useless no matter how loud you scream. How dare you use our people as a shield? You must die. The voice just fell. Several people raised their fists high, about to hit Gao Zhanlong's face. Suddenly, several people were enveloped by a huge murderous aura, making them feel as if they had fallen into an endless abyss, freezing cold and unable to move. Before they could come to their senses, Yi Tian's cold voice sounded behind them. You are not qualified to snatch him away from me. If you want to kill him, you are not worthy. The voice just fell. Yi Tian's appeared in front of several people. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed throughout the airport hall. They were also knocked back by this slap and fell heavily to the ground. Then he grabbed Gao Zhanlong's shoulder. Coincidentally, the spot where he was pinched by the bullet was the one that made him scream in pain. Just let go. Responded to his. It was a powerful shoulder throw. Boom! Gao Zhanlong was thrown heavily to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi Tian's didn't intend to let him go. Just like that, he stepped on his chest and said coldly. Gao Zhanlong, now, do you have any last words to say? Gao Zhanlong finally came to his senses, but he was obviously in poor spirits. He looked at Yi Tian's weakly and forced a smile. Yi Tian's, you won, but you also lost. You think you can fight against the capital by yourself, but you don't know that there is a huge force backing the capital. Ha, the capital city is now in a state of decay. Even you are powerless to do anything about it. I advise you not to go against the capital anymore, otherwise you will end up hurting others and yourself. Ahem, poof. He spat out blood again and laughed out loud in relief. I, Gao Zhanlong, have fought for my entire life, but in the end I ended up like this. If I have another chance, I would rather not be a dragon god and live my life freely. It's strange to say, but now that I'm about to die in your hands, I'm no longer afraid. Yi Tian's, I dare to face you now, but unfortunately, this courage comes a little late. Okay, it's about time, send me off, I don't want to live since that night 3 years ago. While talking, he had closed his eyes and was ready to die. However, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if this death was really salvation for him. These words made Yi Tian's fall into deep thought. He knew that Gao Zhanlong was not that bad, otherwise he would not have been able to defend the country for so many years and was even named one of the dragon gods. Now that he appeared here, he was just being used by those idiots in the capital. It can be said that he was pushed out as a scapegoat. Because if one of the dragon gods of China died in his hands, it would definitely cause a lot of public opinion. By then, he will be criticized by the masses. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. What he wants to do will be extremely difficult if he fails to win the support of the people. Moreover, he couldn't explain to the public the significance of what he was doing. Despite this, he must be killed too. This was a trap set for him by the capital. Even if it was a fire pit, he had to jump into it. Otherwise, this matter will involve Zhang Aolong and others. Simply put, one of him and Gao Zhanlong must die in order to break the deadlock. He frowned slightly, but finally decided to take action. Just when he was about to stomp Gao Zhanlong's head, a scolding voice suddenly came from behind him. Stop. Hear the sound and go. Yi Tian's felt a little surprised. I saw Long Zhanghua coming with a lot of armed men and said coldly, Dragon team, please leave. Then he came to Yi Tian's and took out the dragon group token. Gao Zhanlong is suspected of colluding with foreign enemies. Now our dragon team has solid evidence and he needs to be brought back for interrogation. Everyone, follow orders. If anyone dares to stop us, we will shoot them to death. Kill them without mercy. Chapter 923, Double Strategy. Long Zhanghua put away the token. The armed men behind him immediately stepped forward with guns in hand. The dragon team is doing business, please get out of the way. Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile, then he loosened his feet and let them take Gao Zhanlong away. Looking at the armed men escorting him, Gao Zhanlong was puzzled, but did not resist. At the same time, Long Zhanghua also gave Yi Tiance a look, as if asking him if he was doing a good job. The moment he appeared, Yi Tiance knew that he was here to save the day. If Gao Zhanlong died at his hands, that would be the worst outcome. But if he was taken away by the dragon group, it would be a different story. This shows that Gao Zhanlong is guilty, and he is taking action against Gao Zhanlong to win the support of the people. After joining the dragon group, Long Zhanghua was able to find a way to help Gao Zhanlong clear his name. Of course. This requires Gao Zhanlong's cooperation. If not, he really can only stay in the dragon group for the rest of his life. As for whether he will give someone away, that depends on whether Gao Zhanlong can distinguish the importance of the crime. The group of men in black he brought with him were now in a panic and wanted to escape. Because they know that once their identities are exposed, they will be completely finished. Not to mention that the ones who came to arrest them were from the dragon group. When the dragon group comes forward, there is absolutely no chance of showing any mercy. Pity. Long Zhanghua had long anticipated that they would do this, so he deployed personnel at each exit in advance to prevent them from escaping. They also brought a lot of people to hide in the dark when they made any moves. These people rushed out and controlled them in place. Even though he was a perfect god of war, he didn't dare to move at this moment. They knew very well that even if they escaped from the airport, they could not really escape. The dragon team will definitely bring people to capture them. Being caught now is not the worst case scenario. Once in the interrogation room, they could easily find a way to prove their own intelligence and put the blame on Gao Zhanlong. After all, they were all brought here by Gao Zhanlong. What they don't know is, Long Zhanghua did this intentionally just to help Yi Tiance out of trouble and kick him out. Putting the blame on Gao Zhanlong is a completely brainless approach. Because from the beginning to the end, he never thought of convicting Gao Zhanlong. I just want to use Gao Zhanlong to lure out the group of people behind him. After all, Gao Zhanlong is one of the dragon gods, and his strength and connections are unquestionable. If such a person can be recruited for one's own use, he will definitely bring great value. After controlling everyone, Long Zhanghua came in front of Yi Tiance with a cold look on his face. Although you are the victim in today's incident, it does not mean that you have nothing to do with it. I will also take you back to the dragon group. We will let you go only after the investigation is complete. Before the investigation is complete, you will stay in the dragon group. When acting, of course you have to act the whole thing. If everyone was taken back except Yi Tiance, wouldn't that be too fake? Hear the words. Yi Tiance couldn't help but grin. I didn't expect that my brain would become sharper as I get older, which surprised me a bit. But aren't you afraid that if you do this, those people will be angry with you? Long Zhanghua waved his hand and said with a smile. What's the use of being afraid of nothing? Just do it. What's the use of being hesitant? Whether I help you or not, they won't let me go. Since I know the outcome, I have to do something meaningful while I am alive. Of course, if I help you win this gamble, then nothing will happen to me. But you have to move faster. If you are slow, my old bones won't be able to wait. As soon as these words came out, Yi Tiance fell into silence. They are very clear. When Long Zhanghua appeared in front of him and stood on the same front with him, the ending in the capital had already been written for him. Although Jingcheng will not really kill Long Zhanghua, he will definitely be brought to ruin and snatch the dragon group from him. This is an unchangeable fact. Yi Tiance grinned and patted Long Zhanghua on the shoulder gently. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. This sentence made Long Zhanghua laugh even louder. He knew that Yi Tiance was not bragging, but he also knew that the capital would never let him go easily. In Yi Tiance's opinion, no matter whether this matter can be accomplished or not, he can ensure that Long Zhanghua will have no worries. Don't forget, he is in charge of the entire fallen city. It shouldn't be a big problem to let those people come out to help intercept someone. By then, we will throw Long Zhanghua into the fallen city, and no one will be able to trouble him. What's more, he can use absolute force to suppress this group of people in the capital. Okay, the matter has been resolved, Mr. Yi. Please be careful, the capital is much more dangerous than you think. When saying this, Long Zhanghua looked at the old woman named Zhao behind Yi Tiance intentionally or unintentionally. This made the old woman surnamed Zhao lower her head, looking embarrassed. Yi Tiance nodded, and Long Zhanghua took his men away. Subsequently, Yi Tiance came to the old woman surnamed Zhao. The powerful aura made her feel breathless. Mr. Yi. Now. She had no idea how to explain this to Yi Tiance. And she also understood that if she was unfaithful once, she would never have to follow this principle again. It is probably impossible to gain Yi Tiance's trust again. Her shame and guilt. Yi Tiance took in everything and said coldly, "Go back and tell the Su family that this method is not enough to kill me, Yi Tiance. If you have any other tricks, just use them, I will take them all. Besides, I know you did this for Su Zishi, but nothing will happen to her. You can rest assured about this, you don't need to continue working for the Su family, or you will end up in a bad situation in the future." He could not forgive her for poisoning him. But considering that she was wholeheartedly protecting her master, he did not intend to pursue the matter. After all, without her, Gao Zhanlong and others would not have been exposed so quickly. To him, it's a good thing that the capital took the first step. This way, he would have a legitimate reason to give it back. After hearing these words, the old woman surnamed Zhao felt extremely guilty. After bowing deeply to Yi Tiance, he turned and left. Now, she was also relieved. Since Yi Tiance said that nothing will happen to Su Zishi, then nothing will happen to her. Miss, you are really blind and missed such a good man. It may not be so easy to save this engagement now. No. She had to do something to keep Yi Tiance and save this engagement. Think of this. She narrowed her eyes, and a bold idea came into her mind. Meanwhile, no one knows. In a corner of the airport, a man in black was hiding. He saw everything that just happened. The moment Yi Tiance left, he also slowly retreated and disappeared in the airport. Chapter 924, They Are All Running Dogs. Su family. Boom. You are really incapable of accomplishing anything, but you are always capable of causing trouble. You can't even do such a simple thing? What's the point of my Su family raising you? Su Dao slammed his fist on the tea table, his face gloomy, staring coldly at the old woman named Zhao who was kneeling in front of him. As an elder of the Su family, if he can't even poison someone, what's the point of him? As long as she succeeds in poisoning Yi Tiance, the layout of the airport will be enough to take his life. It's better now. Not only did the plan fail, but Long Zhanghua also captured everyone. To know. Those are not from his Su family. Once the blame is placed on him, even he won't be able to bear the anger. Master, it's my fault, please punish me, but I hope you won't take your anger out on Miss, she is innocent. The old woman surnamed Zhao sighed. See this. Su Dao snorted coldly. Punishment? What's the point of punishing you now? If this fails, Yi Tiance will get hold of the evidence. I thought you could do a great job on this, but I didn't expect you to disappoint me so much. I tell you. If this matter affects the overall plan, I will tear you into pieces. While talking, he stood up angrily, glared at the old woman surnamed Zhao, and prepared to leave. At this time, a cold voice of accusation came. Master Su, this seems to be a little different from what you promised me. Hear the sound. Su Dao's face immediately turned ugly. Next second, an old man and a man in black walked in slowly. That look of contempt made Su Dao very uncomfortable. Despite this, he still had to smile and move forward. Mr. Zhong, I didn't expect you to come so soon without telling me so that I could greet you at the door. Mr. Zhong ignored him and sat directly on the main seat. This made Su Dao's face even uglier. do this. Isn't it just telling him that he, Su Dayo, is not as good as him in status and can only be an obedient dog? The job was not done, but this show of force came so quickly. Old Zhong glanced around and finally his eyes fell on the old woman named Zhao. He said coldly, "So, this thing was not accomplished because of her?" As soon as these words came out, the old woman surnamed Zhao felt tremendous pressure, and even Su Dayo couldn't help but frown. Mr. Zhong, Mr. Zhong, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on her after all. She is old and has difficulty walking. It is understandable that she made some mistakes. If anyone is to blame, we can only blame Yi Tiance for being too cautious. Even if someone else were to do it, it probably wouldn't be so easy to succeed. What's more, he has the help of that old guy Long Zhanghua. I think it's too simple for us to think that we can take him down with such a simple method. This guy is a thorn in the side. It's too difficult to take advantage of him. I think we should reconsider our plan. These words made the old woman surnamed Zhao stunned and surprised. She never expected that Su Dayo would speak up for her at this time. Hear the words. Mr. Zhong sneered. I never thought that a dying old woman would ask you to plead for her. The head of the Su family really has the demeanor of a patriarch. It would be a bit unreasonable if I didn't give you some face. However, if things are not done well, someone has to bear the consequences. Who do you think is more suitable in your Su family to bear the responsibility? Is it the eldest daughter of your Su family, or you, the head of the Su family? As soon as these words came out, Su Dayo's heart skipped a beat and his face became extremely ugly. Damn! Mr. Zhong never thought that things would be accomplished from the beginning. This is using this incident to undermine his position and take the Su family into his possession. After all, Su Zishi has been expelled from the Su family by him. Using Su Zishi to block things would definitely not satisfy them. Therefore, only he, the head of the family, can take responsibility. He just said. Knowing that Yi Tiance is so powerful, why would you use this method to deal with him? It turns out that the person to deal with is not Yi Tiance, but him. Think of this. He suppressed his anger and said coldly. Mr. Zhong, there was something wrong with this matter from the beginning. Now you are blaming my Su family alone. Isn't that inappropriate? I also wanted to complete the mission, but one wrong step led to another. Perhaps we shouldn't have set up an ambush at the airport from the beginning. Not only are there too many people there, but the chances are slim since Yi Tiance has come to the capital. Why should we rush? Could he really escape from this trap? Mr. Zhong, if you want my Su family, you can tell me directly, no need to beat around the bush. This approach makes us feel a little chilled. Once people's hearts are dispersed, how can we deal with Yi Tiance? What the hell? He kept saying that he wanted to deal with Yi Tiance. But the first person he chopped was his own people. He just couldn't figure it out. What benefits can be gained by weakening these affiliated forces first? In the end, when the fight breaks out between them and Yi Tian, won't they be the ones who bear the brunt of the attacks and become cannon fodder? Mr. Zhong narrowed his eyes and stared at him intently. The invisible feeling of oppression made him feel uneasy. He is very clear. These heartfelt words just spoken may very likely put him to death. The man in black brought by Mr. Zhong said, Master Su, it's not that Elder Zhong wants to embarrass you, but your Su family really disappoints him. I saw it clearly at the airport today. Yi Tiance killed people without blinking an eye. Even Gao Zhanlong and others were unable to fight. However, the old woman from your Su family escaped alive, and neither the Dragon Group nor Yi Tiance held her accountable. It is still unknown whether Yi Tiance looks down on her or your Su family is secretly colluding with Yi Tiance. Mr. Zhong is afraid that you will go astray, so he wants to teach you a lesson. But since you are so stubborn, why don't you explain what's going on? What the hell? Secret connection? What about Tong Nama coin? His Su family was first threatened by Su Zhengguan, and had no choice but to expel Su Zishi from the house. Later, he was coerced by the Supreme Prosecutor Zhong Lao to take action against Yi Tiance. Under such pressure, does he still have the courage to collude with Yi Tiance? It's pure bullshit. And also, how would he know why Yi Tiance and the Dragon Group didn't take action against the old woman? If you have the guts, go ask Long Zhanghua and Yi Tiance why are you asking him? He was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to lose his temper and could only hold it in. At this time, the old woman surnamed Zhao said, Mr. Zhong, Yi Tiance did not let me go, but asked me to bring a message back to the head of the family, otherwise, I will not be able to escape. She honestly said what Yi Tiance asked her to say, and added some exaggeration. Su Daiyou just saved her life, so naturally she had to repay him. After listening, Mr. Zhong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, So that's how it is. If that's the case, then I won't pursue it for now. I come to you for another matter, and this matter must succeed, not fail. Master Su, please don't let me down again. While talking, he threw out an envelope. Su Daiyou reached out to catch it, and opened it. When he saw clearly what was going to be done, he was shocked and looked at Mr. Zhong in surprise. But Mr. Zhong remained calm. Go find this person and she'll tell you what to do next. Remember, you only have this one chance, I hope you can seize it. Chapter 925, Is it too much to ask for this? Su family. Su Zhongguan sat in the main seat with a gloomy face, staring at Yi Tiance on the sofa and Su Wenyan beside Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance, what are you trying to do? When we were in Jiangnan City, he refused to let us go. But now he brings people to his Su family? What do you mean? Are you trying to provoke the Su family in person? Yi Tiance crossed his legs and sneered. Of course you brought your precious son to ask for something from you. Want something? Su Zhongguan frowned and said. Holding the emperor to order the princes? Son of heaven? Your idiot son can be the emperor? Mayor Su really forgets to flatter himself. If you say that, can I understand that you want to seize power and usurp the throne? Mayor Su, I never thought that your ambition would be so big. No wonder the capital is so chaotic nowadays, it is really the result of a bad leadership. These words made Su Zhongguan look even uglier. To know. In the capital, he is the king. Whatever he says is what it is, and no one has ever dared to disobey him like this. Now not only did she disobey his wishes, she even went to his house to mock him. It's tolerable, it's unbearable. Yi Tiance, you'd better understand that this is the capital, not your Jiangnan city. Believe it or not, I can make you die here without anyone noticing. Snapped. Yi Tiance raised his hand and slapped Su Wenyan, who was standing next to him. This slap. The fight caught Su Wenyan and his son off guard. Su Wenyan looked at Yi Tiance with shock. Mayor Su, don't forget that your son is in my hands. You. Su Zhongguan was furious and immediately slammed the table and stood up. Su Wenyan, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Yup. He is now Su Wenyan, the son of Su Zhongguan. Not bad. He was Pujuan, who was captured by Yi Tiance and covered with a human skin mask. The real Su Wenyan had already been thrown into the dragon group by Yi Tiance, where he suffered greatly. Dad. You are so selfish. Can't you think about me? I am your only son. He roared in mock fear and anger. Oh shit. So disgusting. He never called Yi Tiance dad in the fallen city, but when he came out he had to call someone else dad. Of course, he didn't dare not shout. If I don't call him and make Yi Tiance unhappy, then it won't be as simple as calling him dad or grandpa, but I may lose my life. However, this roar made Su Zhongguan calm down a lot. He looked at Pajun quietly, then said in a cold voice. Yi Tiance, I will only give you 30 seconds to make your request. After this time, I will not agree to anything you ask for. And if you dare to touch a hair of my son, I don't mind making a big deal out of it. At worst, I'll have to sacrifice my life. Even a desperate dog will jump over the wall, let alone me as a parent. You'd better not push me to the edge. Now, tell me what you want before I change my mind. Yi Tiance patted Prajuan's shoulder gently and said with a smile. Look, your father still loves you. If I hadn't brought you here, I really wouldn't know how to talk to your father. Breaking the military. Got it. Just take advantage of him and fleece him? Okay, Mayor Su, I don't want to waste time talking to you, my request is very simple. I just arrived in Beijing, I don't know anyone here and I don't have a place to stay. Since you are the mayor, it shouldn't be a big deal for you to help me find a place to stay, right? I am a very picky person, I will not stay in any hotel other than a 5-star hotel, and it must be a luxury suite. Mayor Su, this small request shouldn't be too much, right? Good guy. Come to the capital to deal with him, and ask him to arrange accommodation for you? Do you really want a luxury suite in a 5-star hotel? Su Zhongwan's mouth twitched, and he said coldly. You swindled so much money from Tang Jinmin and his people, and you still need me to pay for you to stay in a hotel? He has lived for most of his life and has never seen such a shameless person. Yi Tian spread his hands and said. It's not me who wants to live here, it's your precious son who wants to live here. You can't let your precious son down, right? Su Zhongwan clenched his fists and his face looked extremely ugly. This kid is really shameless. He actually passed the blame to his son? Good. Is that how you play? Okay. I'll book a hotel for you, Yi Tian. You really refreshed my understanding of shamelessness. I hope you can live comfortably from now on. It's best to keep your eyes open at night, be careful not to fall asleep. While talking, he had already taken out his cell phone and started calling his secretary. During this time, he stared at Yi Tian with obvious resentment in his eyes, as if he wanted to cut Yi Tian into pieces. Yi Tian, on the other hand, looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and even smiled at him. That nasty look on his face almost pissed him off to death. Mayor Su, what can I do for you? Soon. The voice of the female secretary came from the other end of the phone. Su Zhongwan gritted his teeth and said. Book me the best hotel in Beijing. I want a luxury suite, remember, it must be luxurious and have everything you need. The other party was silent for 2 seconds, then agreed. Okay, I'll do it right away. Su Zhongwan then hung up the phone and laughed in anger. Are you satisfied now? Yi Tian nodded and said. As expected of Mayor Su, he is very efficient as expected. When men and women work together, the work is not tiring. I think your kidneys are not in good condition. Could it be that this female secretary is to blame? I really didn't expect that Mayor Su also implemented the concept of having secretaries to do when there is work to do and having secretaries to do when there is nothing to do. I admire you so much. Talking. He even bowed to Su Zhongwan on purpose, which made veins pop out on Su Zhongwan's forehead. But he still tried hard to control his anger and did not flare up. Because he knew that if he made any move, neither he nor Su Wenyan would survive. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the Su Wenyan in front of him was Pujuan in disguise. If he knew, he would probably be so angry that he would die on the spot. Your wish has been granted now, get out of my house. Su Zhongwan was already furious. He lowered his voice and glared at Yi Tian. In this regard, Yi Tian did not stay any longer. He just saluted and smiled at Su Zhongwan when he stood up. Mayor Su, see you later. Done. He grabbed Pujuan, who was pretending to be Su Wenyan, and swaggered out of the Su family villa. The moment he stepped out of the villa yard. Boom! Su Zhongwan smashed his cell phone to the ground. Fuck. This kid is really too much. How dare he come to my house and threaten me? Find someone to entertain him at the hotel. I want him to know who the hell is the mayor of the city. The housekeeper ran out quickly. Yes. Master, I will arrange it right away, but what? You don't understand me? Su Zhongwan glared at the housekeeper, as if asking if even he was going to go against him. The butler bent down slightly and whispered. You have a video conference call in 5 minutes, but your phone. Hear the words. Su Zhongwan was stunned for a moment, looked at the broken phone on the ground, and took a deep breath. Then he extended his hand to the butler. Give me your phone first. The housekeeper did not dare to slack off, and quickly turned on the phone and handed it over with both hands. Su Zhongguan didn't think much about it, but when he was about to take the phone, a notification sound came from the phone. Hello, Motorola. Chapter 926 Gaolu. 5-star hotel. Su Zhongguan's secretary Gaolu contacted Pujuan and sent him the hotel location, and the two rushed over. This hotel feels a little off, even worse than the rooms those girls booked for me back then. Mr. Yi, how about we go to another place? I'll arrange it for you and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Pujuan rubbed his hands and looked at Yi Tiance expectantly. This is a rare moment to please others, he must seize the opportunity. And now that Tan Lang, the bootlicker, is not around, it is a good time for him and Yi Tiance to get closer. However, you'd better be honest and quiet, otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your legs. The cold tone made him shudder, and he instantly gave up the idea of getting into the land of tenderness. Yes, Mr. Yi is right, how can we be distracted at such a critical moment? What the hell? It's so hard to get out here, but you don't even want to enjoy yourself, is that what a human being would do? Moreover, the young man he pretended to be usually played so extravagantly. What's wrong with him using his name to have fun? Of course. He could only keep these words in his heart and dared not say them out loud. After this is done, I can give you 3 days off so you can have a good time. But now, it's not possible, there are too many people in Beijing watching us. Once I show that I have a better relationship with you, everything will be exposed, and then all my efforts will be wasted. You'd better figure out what's important and what's not. If you can't even do such a small thing, you know what the consequences will be. He wasn't kidding. It's only a 10-minute drive from Su's house to the hotel. Along the way, he had already noticed more than 3 waves of people monitoring him. And there will only be more and more of these people. This is the capital city, and there are not many people who can help him. Although it would be easy for him to get rid of these monitors, it would be too stupid to do so. Once he takes action, the capital will inevitably take drastic measures. Now he is not clear enough about the layout in the capital, so he cannot be too blatant. After all, the power in the capital is no less than those rotten fish and shrimp in Tiannan province. If they wanted to take action against Rong Meiyan and others who were far away in Jiangnan City, it would be very easy. So, he can't be too impulsive like before. At the same time, Gao Lu had also seen the two of them and walked over quickly. She bowed slightly towards Pujuan and said with a polite smile, "Hello, Master Su, it's been a while since we last met. I'm sorry I couldn't pay my respects to you on time." What the hell? This old man Su was really good, he actually hired such a beautiful female secretary. A typical professional hip skirt, a V-neck white shirt, and a faintly visible cleavage. She is worthy of being a secretary, she looks so hot. Pujuan was slightly shocked and couldn't help but look at Gao Lu twice more. Faced with his aggressive gaze, Gao Lu did not feel uncomfortable and even smiled at him. Hiss. It seems that there is some story between this female secretary and this young man. Pujuan immediately analyzed the secret relationship between the two, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Hurry and lead the way. He didn't say much to avoid being exposed, but he already knew what was going on. Gao Lu nodded. Then he looked at Yi Tiance. This time, she didn't give Yi Tiance a good look. She was cold and frosty, and changed her mind in an instant. Mayor Su has already told me that in order to prevent you from secretly torturing the young master, I will stay by your side and take care of your daily life. In addition, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Beijing is not a place where you can come and go as you please. The day you fail, everyone around you will die because of you. I hope you don't be so ignorant as to narrow your own path. Done. She walked ahead in her high heels. These words surprised Yi Tianzhou a little and made him want to laugh. This capital city is really interesting. A small secretary actually dared to teach him a lesson. Mr. Yi, calm down. Calm down, this woman went out without a brain, don't bother with her. I see this woman is flirting with the young man I'm pretending to be, so I'll help you beat her up tonight and treat her like a devil, okay? Pujuan quickly sent a message to Yi Tiance. His indignant look was really funny. Unfortunately, his little trick had already been seen through by Yi Tiance. But Yi Tiance didn't expose him because he already had different ideas. Have Tanlang send over a few hidden cameras, find a few hidden spots to place them at night. It would be best if they could take pictures from all angles. They will be very useful later. Hiss. What the hell? I didn't expect Mr. Yi played even more extravagantly than him. Pujuan immediately gave Yi Tiance a thumbs up, then patted his chest, indicating that he would take care of it. But he immediately realized something was wrong. Now he is Su Wenyan, and if he wants to treat this woman as a devil, he can only do so in the identity of Su Wenyan. Since they are all pretending anyway, why not let Yi Tiance pretend to be the one? This secretary is not a beauty, but her looks and figure are both top-notch. If he keeps this good fortune for himself, it would be a bit immature of him. Mr. Yi, I think this secretary is pretty good. How about you go tonight? Don't worry, I will never tell my sisters-in-law. After all, I am a hostage now, and it feels a bit unreasonable to ask me to go up, not to mention that you are being too nice to me, which is not very realistic. He continued to transmit the message. Yi Tiance frowned slightly. There is some truth in this. Seeing him lost in thought, Pujuan was very happy. Finally, we caught this living devil. Knew it. Even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beauty, even the king of hell is the same. However, if you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense. Breaking the military. Oh shit. How could this living devil be so unromantic? When I was puzzled, Yi Tiance's cold voice came again. I will go out at night and lead away the surveillance personnel. You'd better take this opportunity to extract some useful information from her. Don't say I didn't give you a chance if you can't do such a simple thing. I don't mind hanging you up and beating you for 3 days. How could Gao Lu not understand when he saw the look in Pujuan's eyes when he was pretending to be Su Wenyan? This is information that has been delivered to your doorstep, so don't miss it. What's more, he had things to do tonight and didn't have the energy to waste time here. Pujuan was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his hands excitedly. I never thought that the king of hell would show mercy. Do not. This is not the king of hell, this is my godfather. At the same time, Gao Lu stopped and turned around and said, here we are. During this period of time, this suite will be your residence. I have already arranged everything inside. While talking, she had already taken out the room card, opened the door, and led the two of them in. Yi Tiance took a look and nodded in satisfaction. Don't tell me yet. Su Zhongwan is really efficient in his work. This made him feel a little embarrassed when he thought about him later. At this time, Gao Lu spoke again. This suite has 3 rooms in total, and Mr. Yi naturally lives in the master bedroom. In order to take care of your daily life more conveniently, I will live in the middle room and young Master Su will live next to it. This way, I can take care of both of you and let you stay in the best room. If there is no objection, then it is settled. I still need to help Mayor Su organize the meeting materials, so I will not stay and will come back in the evening. If you need anything, please contact me in advance. This is my business card. She placed the business card on the table and turned to leave. In this regard, Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile. This female secretary is not as simple as she seems. They say they live in the middle room because it is convenient to take care of the daily lives of 2 people, but in fact, the middle room is more convenient for monitoring what the 2 people are doing. In that case, he would make some noise and let them see it. Chapter 927 Hunter or Prey? Night falls. Gao Lu did not come back as promised, which made Pujuan wait impatiently. But facing Yi Tiance's cold gaze, he didn't dare to move at all, and was even said to have picked up the business card to call Gao Lu to inquire about the situation. Yi Tiance looked at the time. He stood up slowly and said coldly, I have to go out for something. She should be back soon. Be smart and be careful of that secretary. She's not that simple. Pujuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up and agreed. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I'm not stupid. I won't be manipulated by a woman. When you come back, I'll tell you the information I got. He wanted to get close to Gao Lu purely out of physical needs. Anyway, he brought it here himself, so he might as well give it up. He didn't want to be fined 50. Yi Tiance also approached the woman in order to extract information from her about the current layout of the capital. So, he would only do this one thing and would never go beyond the limit. Yi Tiance nodded, then left the hotel with his hands in his pockets. After he leaves, Pujuan breathed a sigh of relief, then collapsed on the sofa, putting his feet on the coffee table, feeling very comfortable. Damn it! This living devil is finally gone. It's too suffocating to be with him. But I finally got out. The fresh air outside is really refreshing. While talking, he had closed his eyes and started taking deep breaths, looking very happy. At the same time, on the sofa in the next suite, Gao Lu, wearing a gauze pajamas, was staring at the surveillance screen on the computer. Seeing this scene, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. Yi Tiance has already left. The prey will be hooked at any time. There was silence for 2 seconds before a voice came from the other side. Do this well, and I won't treat you unfairly. Don't worry, he can't escape from my grasp. Gao Lu hung up the phone after she finished speaking. She looked at the surveillance screen with interest and adjusted her collar, making her cleavage, which was already faintly visible under the gauze, even more obvious and very attractive. She slowly stood up, opened the door and walked out. At the same time, Pujuan turned on the TV and planned to enjoy it. After all, he has been in the fallen city for so many years, but has never watched TV. This thing is a real luxury for him. At this time, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and the sound of high heels and the pleasant sound like silver bells rang out. Master Su, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you okay? Did that villain Yi Tiance do anything to you? While talking, Gao Lu has already arrived in front of Pujuan. The tool is vague, showing off her figure to the fullest. This made Pujuan sit up straight instantly, his eyes fixed on her. What's even worse is, Gao Lu even deliberately leaned towards her, with her hands on the sofa behind him. The huge cup came down like a storm, making him feel more stressed. Hiss. I knew this female secretary had a great figure when she was wearing her professional attire. I didn't expect the result to be so good. God is so good to him. Such a good thing happened to him just after he was released from prison. He did not hesitate and hugged Gao Lu into his arms. He is now playing the role of Su Wenyan based on his understanding of Su Wenyan's living habits. This Su Wenyan never drags his feet in doing things, especially when facing the woman he has an affair with. And so, if he hesitates for even a moment now, he will be exposed. Gao Lu was also very impressed and sat directly on his lap. Her fingers gently fell on his chest, and she gestured slowly, saying seductively, I never thought that Master Su would become stronger after being away for so many days. How can I bear it later? But compared to this, I am more curious about, you are living so well now, did that thief Yi Tiance really not do anything to you? Hear the words. Pujuan had already placed his hands on her slender waist and said with a smile, Don't forget, this is the capital. No matter how powerful he is, he has to give me some respect. What's more, his fiancée Su Zishi is still in my father's hands, so he dare not act rashly. Besides, he and my dad have already reached a bet, and he won't touch me until the bet is completed. And you have to treat me well with good food and drink, otherwise, I don't mind letting my dad do something to his fiancée. This woman really can't wait. You come up and start testing him? Pity. If I met someone else, I might really reveal my flaws. If you meet him, you have to consider yourself unlucky. Gao Lu was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Pujuan to be able to answer in such detail. Strangeness. Could it be that the information is wrong? Isn't it said that there is something wrong with young Master Su who accompanied Yi Tiance this time? But these answers are all confidential. Even if Yi Tiance knew them, he couldn't know them in such detail. Moreover, there was not a single flaw in his every move. What a regret. If I had known this, I wouldn't have installed a camera with sound shielding function. In this way, he could hear the conversation between Yi Tiance and him just now. But no way. Yi Tiance is too powerful. If she installs a normal camera, she cannot avoid the risk of sound leakage, and she will definitely be discovered by him, and all her efforts will be ruined. Moreover, as long as the two people's actions are under her surveillance, there is no need to take such risks. No. We have to try it again. Really? That's great. I'm still worried about what that villain Yi Tiance will do to you. What are you going to do to him in the future? Besides, it would be too dangerous for you to keep following him now. There are so many people in the capital city trying to deal with him. It would be terrible if they thought you were on the same side as him. So Master Su, you must not stand with him. You have to find a way to get away from him. This is the capital. Even if he can find you again, he can't do anything to you. But the prerequisite is to know your whereabouts, so that I can ask the mayor to send someone to rescue you. Hiss. This woman really has bad intentions. After saying so much, isn't it just to find out their detailed plans in the capital? Joke. Could he let this woman know? You know what, your suggestion is very correct. Today at home, I also thought about hinting to my dad. But he was staring at me very closely, so I couldn't give him any hints. Now you've come at the right time, and I actually know what he's going to do next. These words made Gao Lu's eyes light up. She immediately sat up a little, leaning against Pajuan's arms, her fingers sliding across his chest. That's great. In this way, we can rescue you, young master. Then, young master, I will find an opportunity for you to meet with the mayor, and you can tell him everything. Or you can tell me and I will pass it on, which is safer. She looked at Pajun expectantly, and acted extremely convincingly. See this. Pajuan turned over and pounced on her, pressing her under him, and his hands started to move. Okay. But before that, you have to serve me well first. You don't know, during these days of following him, he would punch and kick me from time to time. I couldn't bear it anymore. Besides, I haven't seen you for so many days. I really miss you so much. Just like before, serve me well. Hear the words. Gao Lu was stunned for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. But she quickly came to her senses, smiling and moving back. Master is so mean. I haven't seen you for just a few days and you're already so upset. Then let me serve you well. Chapter 928 Military Dog Little Wolf. Forbidden City. Yi Tiance came slowly with his hands in his pockets. At this time, a dark figure suddenly appeared from the corner and waved at him. Mr. Yi, here. Yi Tiance looked over when he heard the voice. Tan Lang was holding a small laptop and greeted him excitedly. Whoosh! Yi Tiance appeared in front of him in an instant. After looking around, he said coldly, You know how to find a place. The Forbidden City is the symbol of Beijing. There are many areas here that are not open to the public. So meeting in a place like this is really the most secluded place. Tan Lang laughed and said, It's not that I will find it, but the person you are looking for will find it. I have already found her location, which is in the deepest part of the Forbidden City. Almost no one would go there, she is too cautious. Do you think you should go over and hug her now? After receiving the task given by Yi Tiance, he immediately began to conquer many security systems. Simultaneously, Yi Tiance asked him to help investigate Lu Yinji and Chen Xingdi, and he also found some clues. Don't worry, tell me, what did you find out? He was also very interested in these two people. He was very curious about what the once golden boy and girl had experienced to become like this. Even the once famous Chen Xingdi was involved with the shadow cult. Tan Lang immediately tapped on the keyboard and retrieved the information of the two people. 5 years ago, the two of them publicly announced their relationship and became famous. But something happened 5 years ago, and many people from the Xianmen sect and martial artists disappeared, including the two of them. At that time, many people were involved in this incident, and it involved a wide range of people. Among them, the Tong family and the Rong family, two of the 4 major families in Tiannan province, were involved. However, I haven't found out the specific list yet, but if you give me some more time, I will be able to find out the specific list. There is one more thing I found out through the internet that Chen Xingdi opened a new payment account abroad. This account receives 2 transfers from China every month.
Not only is the amount huge and the time fixed, but the remittance account is also the same, and the remitter is a member of the Rong family, named Rong Tianli. By the way, Mr. Yi, this Chen Xingdi is not dead. He was still active abroad last month. This was told to me by my overseas friend.
Do you want to find someone to kill him? He is just a god of war. It is as easy to kill him as to crush an ant. Tan Lang patted his chest, full of confidence. He just came out and he helped Yi Tiance accomplish so many things. Shouldn't Yi Tiance praise him highly? As long as Yi Tiance is happy, his life will be easy. Besides, investigating people is a piece of cake for him and can be done with just a little effort. Hear the words. Yi Tiance fell into deep thought. Really? Just as he thought. Chen Xingdi did not die, and even joined the shadow cult. The forbidden potions that were previously circulating in the black market of Tiannan province, including the one in Rong Tianli's hands, were all related to him. This also proves one thing, that Lu Yinji did not know the news about Chen Xingdi. Why did you hide this news from Lu Yinji? It only means that Chen Xingdi doesn't love her, but only treats her as a chess piece. To be honest, all the instructions Lu Yinji received were conveyed to her by Chen Xingdi through the shadow cult. He took advantage of her love for him. I really don't know what Lu Yinji's expression would be after learning all this. Any other news? He came out tonight because he received a message from Tan Lang that he had found a clue. With Tan Lang's ability, he knew that there was no way this was just a piece of information. Tan Lang chuckled and immediately opened a photo on his computer. The people on top were Lu Yinji and Rong Tianli. Mr. Yi, I took this photo with my electronic dog. These two people are inseparable now. They had arrived in the capital a week ago and had made contact with many important figures. Today they are going to meet Su Dayo, the head of the Su family, here. Mr. Yi, do you want to go over and take them all down now? The head of the Su family? Yeah. It was discovered before that Lu Yinji had some dealings with him, and the Su family was also closely related to the shadow cult. He wanted to see what kind of trouble these 3 people could stir up when they got together. Lead the way. Yi Tiance still had his hands in his pockets, and his demeanor remained the same. Tan Lang's eyes lit up. He immediately put down his computer and ran to the front to lead the way. The Forbidden City at night is eerily quiet and gloomy. At the same time, deep in the Forbidden City, Su Dayo sat on the armchair, shaking the teacup in his hand, looking particularly comfortable. Behind him stood dozens of bodyguards who were in the middle stage of War God. The 2 figures, a man and a woman, seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact they were very fast. In just a few breaths, they arrived in front of Su Dayo. See this. Su Dayo made a gesture of invitation and said coldly. Please take a seat, you two. The tea has been brewed for you. Please try it. This is Wui Mountain de Hongpo. Although it is not from the original tree, it is not bad. Lu Yinji took a quick look, then sat down and sneered. You really have the leisure and elegance to come here to drink tea so late at night. While talking, she also raised her teacup and drank it all. Su Dayo said coldly. Speaking of leisure and elegance, you are not bad either. You are so fancy yourself, yet you still have time to contact Mr. Zhong. And you actually managed to fake your death and get away with it. You two are real people. You did these little tricks behind my back and stabbed me in the back without me noticing. I really didn't expect that you had such great abilities. I underestimated you before. Tell me, when did you get in touch with Master Zhong? Zhong. Let me, who was about to die, know clearly when I started to lose. In the envelope that Mr. Zhong handed him was Lu Yinji's name. There are many secrets between the 3 of them. They cooperated and exploited each other, and did a lot of shameful things. It can be said that the 3 of them are grasshoppers on the same rope. But he never dreamed that they would be the ones to stab him in the back. No matter how capable Lu Yinji is, it is impossible for him to get in touch with Mr. Zhong. Because even he was not qualified to say a few words in front of Mr. Zhong. As for Rong Tianli, there is no need to mention him. How long has it been since? The 2 of them actually contacted Mr. Zhong secretly, and even got to the point where Mr. Zhong asked him to assist them.
This is enough to show that the relationship between them and Mr. Zhong is very solid, and it is by no means something that can be achieved in just a few days. In other words, he had been betrayed by this so-called small group long ago. No wonder Mr. Zhong came to him and put all kinds of pressure on him. It turns out that this is all their credit. Lu Yinji crossed his legs and sneered. You should be thankful. If it weren't for us, Mr. Zhong wouldn't even have the chance to look you in the eye, even though you are the patriarch of the Su family. Besides, our goal is to succeed in the end, so there is no such thing as backstabbing, it's just keeping some tricks up our sleeves. Su Dao laughed at himself. I'm really grateful for your help. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Chapter 929, Night Attack on the Forbidden City. Looking at the two people in front of him, Su Dao felt very unhappy. Not only was it a backstab, but there was also a feeling of being looked down upon. In terms of status and position, he is more dazzling than the two people in front of him. But now, he actually has to work for two people. After this matter is over, he must find an opportunity to get rid of the two people to relieve his hatred. Lu Yinji sneered. Master Su, Yinji does have something that needs you to do, and only you can do it. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. There's no need to keep us in suspense. Su Dao snorted coldly and didn't look at her well. Lu Yinji smiled and didn't say much. Instead, she took out an envelope and placed it on the tea table. Everything you need to do is included here. I hope Patriarch Su won't let Yinji down. See this. Su Dao did not take the envelope, nor did he even look at it, and continued to sip his tea. This is the capital. Even though Elder Zhong arranged for me to come here to help, it doesn't mean I'm inferior. If Miss Lu continues to be so mysterious, I'm sorry I can't keep you company. Are you kidding me? He has been tricked. Now they are trampling on his remaining dignity and showing that he is inferior to them. How can he tolerate this? Hear the words. Rong Tianli's face turned cold. Su Dao, it's true that you are the head of the Su family, but I hope you can recognize your position now. Do you think you are still the high and mighty head of the Su family? In the eyes of Mr. Zhong, you are worse than a dog. If it weren't for the fact that your Su family can provide the funding chain, you would have been killed long ago. Now that I am letting you do something, I am giving you an opportunity. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise, Mr. Zhong will not let you live past tomorrow. With the support of Mr. Zhong, they are naturally not afraid of him now. What's more, they are no longer who they used to be. Now we have enough strength to fight against Su Dao and others. Otherwise, they would not come to the capital, let alone make so many plans. And even if there was no Elder Zhong, they still had the shadow cult behind them. Su Dao was so angry that he stood up suddenly and glared at Rong Tianli. Think back to the beginning. These two people had to act according to his mood, but now they are stepping on his head. Now he is even commanding him in front of him in a domineering manner and not taking him seriously. What the hell is this? And Mr. Zhong too. His Su family could obviously bring him more, so why did he choose these two people? According to the information he had, these two people had suffered losses at the hands of Yietians. Especially Rong Tianli. Being forced to leave the Rong family was bad enough, but he even had to fake his death to escape. What interests do these two people have that could make Mr. Zhong pave the way for them? He can't figure it out. Master Su, Yinji is giving me good advice. You should understand my good intentions, right? I don't want to waste my words, but I can give you a guarantee, which will at least allow you to control the Su family without worries in the future. You don't want the Su family to fall into the hands of Elder Zhong, right? Yinji thinks you, the head of the Su family, know better than anyone else what is more important. Lu Yinji drank a cup of hot tea and looked at Su Dao with a smile. But these words made Su Dao frown. Listen to this. It seems that she doesn't really agree with Mr. Zhong? Or do you want to use this excuse to tie him down and take advantage of him? At this time, Rong Tianli continued. Master Su, we are all smart people and we don't want others to control our destiny. So what you are doing now is not only to help Mr. Zhong, but also to help yourself. As long as you complete this task and join us, even Mr. Zhang will not be able to do anything to you. With Mr. Zhang's temper, you should know that he has already set his sights on the Su family, so it is only a matter of time before he gets rid of you. How long do you think you can live in fear? The voice just fell. A teasing laugh suddenly came from behind. He doesn't need to worry, because he is going to die soon. Who? Rong Tianli was shocked and turned around to look. But as soon as he turned around, he was greeted with a powerful slap in the face. Snapped. Boom. The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Click. The crisp sound of broken bones made him so painful that he couldn't get up for a long time. Su Dao's face changed drastically, and he quickly stood up and took 2 steps back. The bodyguards behind him also quickly stepped forward and blocked him behind them. Lu Yinji was a little better, but she was still a little surprised when she saw Yi Tian's. Her expression immediately turned ugly, and she said coldly, "Yi Tian's, you really came." Hear the words. Yi Tian's smiled and said, "It's been a long time since we last met, and it's a bit unexpected to meet you again in this way. I'll choose a better place next time. It's pitch dark here. If someone dies, no one outside will know. In this way, no one will help you collect your bodies. Especially you, Rong Lao. This time, do you think that escaping from the trap can save you?" He stared straight at Rong Tianli lying on the ground. The murderous intent in his eyes was obvious. This murderous intent also turned into pressure, overwhelming him and forcing Rong Tianli to take several steps back. At the same time, Lu Yinji sneered. "Mr. Yi, we've met again after a long time, but you started talking about these things right away, which made Yinji very unhappy. Besides, we still don't know who will collect whose body." She grinned, which, combined with her tall figure and dark style, looked a little creepy. "From what you said, you deliberately arranged this place to lure me out?" Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows and smiled, having already understood what the other party meant. He thought he was a hunter, but he was unexpectedly treated as the prey. Interesting. He wanted to see how many surprises he could get by actively luring him out. In that case, there is nothing more to say. Let me see what you have prepared for me. I'll give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you will die. Yi Tian's made a gesture to Tan Lang, and the latter understood what he meant. "Mr. Yi, leave it to me." Whoosh. Tan Lang flashed and came in front of Rong Tianli. Boom. He stepped hard on his chest and grinned. "Old man, now it's my turn to play with you. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll trample you to death with this kick." Boom. A powerful martial arts aura burst out from him, successfully intimidating Rong Tianli. The 10 bodyguards brought by Su Dao were horrified and looked at Tan Lang in shock with ugly expressions. The god of war has reached perfection. "Oh? You're quite knowledgeable since you've seen my realm. Okay, I'll kill you first as a reward for you." Tan Lang threw a coquettish glance at the leading bodyguard with a smiling face, seemingly harmless. But this smile made the bodyguards feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. They all took 2 steps back and protected Su Dao tightly. At the same time, Lu Yinji appeared in front of Yi Tian's in an instant. Boom! A split kick came down. Chapter 930 Fraud. Whoosh! Yi Tian suddenly made a move and grabbed her calf. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake Yi Tian's big hand at all. At the same time, Yi Tian's gaze moved down her thigh, and she happened to catch the scene, and he immediately became furious. "Where are you looking, you bastard?" She exerted force suddenly and broke free while Yi Tian's was distracted. Then another whip kick swept over. Yi Tian's just stretched out his hand and patted her leg lightly, knocking her leg down. "Haven't you seen it enough times? Why are you so angry? If you hadn't done those little tricks to stimulate me, I wouldn't want to watch it even if you begged me to. I now suspect that the kick you gave me just now was intended to make me look there. After all, you screamed very loudly the previous few times." "Shut up. You're looking for death." Lu Yinji was furious. He immediately rushed up again and threw several hook punches at him. He even used his fists and feet together, and the sharp high heels brushed past Yi Tian's neck several times, causing cheers.
Unfortunately, each time it was just a little short of the mark and couldn't cause any harm to Yi Tian's.
This made her furious and her attacks became more fierce. But in Yi Tian's eyes, her attack was disorganized and not threatening at all.
Boom! Another whip kick swept over.
Yi Tian's knocked her legs down with one slap, and even made her turn around twice on the spot involuntarily.
Yi Tian's, you bastard, I want you to die. Lu Yenji was filled with resentment. How could she not see that Yi Tian's was playing with her and didn't take her seriously at all? See this. Yi Tian's laughed. With your limited skills, it's hard for you to even hurt me, how can you want me to die? That's right. In terms of strength, she is indeed no match for Yi Tian's.
But this doesn't mean she has no means. She immediately took out a syringe and stabbed it into her neck.
Next second.
She then injected all the medicine into her blood vessels.
Followed by.
Her eyes were bloodshot and the blood was spreading, and bloodshot lines appeared on her face, which looked particularly strange in the dark night. Her pupils also turned dark red. If people didn't know she was alive, they would have thought she was a horrible corpse.
What?
She roared towards the sky, murderous intent shrouded her body, and the temperature of the air dropped sharply.
This scene. This made Tan Lang frown. Fuck. This thing has a transformation skill? But why does this transformation skill look so familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere before.
He immediately began to recall, but he had no idea.
At the same time, Yi Tian's also frowned. He really didn't expect Lu Yenji to be like this now. It seems
the Shadow Cult's research on forbidden potions has reached a new level. And from the looks of it, it seems that it is easier to grasp the effects of forbidden potions. After all, once the forbidden potion was used, one would either go crazy or lose consciousness. I just don't know how much help these pigs in Beijing have put in behind the scenes.
Yi Tian's, this time, let's see how you can stop me. Lu Yenji let out a breath of cold air. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that only a trail of afterimages was left behind. Between breaths, she has already come to Yi Tian's. After a 360-degree flip in the air, he kicked down hard. Yi Tian's quickly took 2 steps back. Although he successfully dodged the kick, the heel of the high-heeled shoe brushed past his crotch. A chill came over his heart, and he couldn't help but shiver. What the hell?
This woman wants to destroy his life again. She is really cruel. In that case, there is no need for him to hold back.
Boom! A powerful aura burst out from him, forcing Lu Yenji to take several steps back. The bodyguards who were protecting Su Dayo didn't even dare to breathe. If you want to die, I will make it happen for you. Yi Tian's eyes turned cold and he suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yenji.
Before she could come to her senses, he kicked her with a whip kick. The speed was so fast that Lu Yenji was shocked and quickly stretched out his hands to block.
Even so, he was also kicked out.
But Yi Tian's didn't seem to intend to give her time to catch her breath. He moved his feet and appeared behind her again.
Boom! A powerful palm strike hit his back. Puff! Puff! Lu Yenji flew dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string.
She wanted to get up again, but found that all the bones in her hands were broken, and several ribs were broken. Although the forbidden potion made her lose her sense of pain, it could not erase the feeling of powerlessness.
At the same time, these 2 simple moves completely shocked Su Dayo's bodyguards. Now,
they all secretly thanked their lucky stars that they never attacked Yi Tian's, otherwise they would be the ones lying down. And they knew very well that if Yi Tian's wanted to attack them, he wouldn't need just 2 moves. Being able to kill the god of war with just 1 punch is no joke.
The forbidden potion you rely on can only improve your strength this much? I am really disappointed. You are still as shameless as before. When saying this,
Yi Tiance had no emotions at all and was extremely cold.
In his opinion,
Lu Yinji's behavior of only remembering the food and not the beating is just shameless. Even though he clearly couldn't beat him, he still daydreamed every day and threatened to kill him. He didn't even know where this woman got her confidence from.
Yes. I am a bitch, but it's all thanks to you. Thanks to me? Is there shit in your head? Isn't it because of Emperor Chen Qing that you have become this half-human, half-ghost appearance?
Hear the words. Lu Yinji was so excited that he stood up suddenly.
Shut up. You have no right to mention him.
She stared at Yi Tiance, her eyes full of hatred.
If it weren't for him, would she, who had left her innocent name to Chen Xingdi, have ended up like this?
So he deserves to die. She has been planning for so long just to kill Yi Tiance.
What? What? Did I step on your sore spot?
Everyone says you, Lu Yinji, are so smart, but in my opinion, you are just a fool. Okay, I don't want to waste time talking to you since you want to lure me out today. You must have brought people from the shadow cult. Let them come out, so I don't have to find them one by one later. I also want to ask them about the whereabouts of Chen Xingdi.
When he just attacked Lu Yinji, he clearly sensed several hidden auras.
That evil feeling is sickening. It is undoubtedly the shadow cult.
These words shocked Lu Yinji.
What did you say?
News about the Qing Emperor?
Seeing her reaction, Yi Tiance became more certain of his previous guess. Chen Xingdi and the shadow cult were hiding things from her and were just treating her as a pawn.
That's it, if not stupid, what is it?
Even after being sold, they are still counting money for them.
What? You don't want to know where Chen Xingdi is now? Chapter 931. Do you want to know? Lu Yinji immediately stopped what he was doing and stared at Yi Tiance coldly.
There is no way he knows the Green Emperor.
So what does this mean? Does he know news about the Qing Emperor? Impossible. Even she doesn't know, how can he know?
This bastard must be fooling her and trying to distract her. Yi Tiance, don't embarrass yourself in front of me with such low-level tricks. Since you mentioned the Qing Emperor, I will kill you today and use your head to sacrifice to him.
She is Chen Xingdi's woman.
But this bastard in front of her violated her time and again, taking away her virginity that she had reserved for Qingdi, and making her extremely dirty. Now you dare to threaten her with the news about the Green Emperor, then you must die.
But these words made Yi Tiance laugh. This woman is really stupid.
Even though he was sold at such a bad price, he is still here helping to count the money.
What kind of charm does Chen Xingdi have that can make her so persistent? Memorial service?
I don't know where you got the confidence to think he needs a memorial service.
If you continue to play like this, you will be the one to be buried. While talking, Yi Tiance flashed and slapped Lu Yinji's fist. Boom! Lu Yinji flew backwards in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Before she could react, Yi Tiance appeared in front of her again. Fast.
She had no time to react at all.
This time, Yi Tiance didn't want to waste any more time and planned to get rid of her completely.
This woman is too dangerous, she is very scheming and full of danger.
And the master also said that it's best not to have anything to do with her anymore.
In order to completely solve this problem, one of them must die first. As for the shadow cult and Chen Xingdi,
he didn't expect to use Lu Yinji's death to lure them out.
After all, the fact that they could fool her around was enough to show that they didn't think much of her, so they naturally wouldn't show up because of her.
Yi Tiance was about to kick Lu Yinji in the abdomen. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh,
a ruthless white figure suddenly jumped out from behind the city wall and from the corner.
Do it!
The leader roared angrily, then quickly came to Yi Tiance and punched him in the heart. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and had to take a half step back and distance himself. It was precisely because of this action that the other four white figures seized the opportunity, stepped forward to grab Lu Yinji, and quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance.
Seeing that he was successful, the leader chose to retract his fist and retreat, not fighting with Yi Tiance. At the same time, Yi Tians also saw their appearance clearly. The uniform white robes and the masks of various designs have already revealed their identities. They are all guardians of the shadow cult. Yi Tians grinned and said, "It seems that I have hit your sore spot, otherwise 5 people wouldn't have come to rescue her. However, now that you are here, don't think about leaving instead of saving her, you should think about how you should escape. She wants to lure me out, and I also want to use her to lure you out." With his strength, killing Lu Yenji would only take one move. The reason why he spared her life was because he knew that the people from the shadow cult were around. If we can't lure out Chen Qingdi, it should be no problem to lure out a few people from the shadow cult. The leading phone guardian said coldly. "Boy, she is still useful to our shadow cult, can you please give her some face and spare her life? But let me be frank first, if you try to force your way through, we won't give you face. Although you are powerful, it is not easy to defeat the 5 of us together." Yi Tians shook his head and said, "What if I don't give you face? Do they want Yi Tians to give them face? This joke is a bit too funny." Even if the mist protector who possessed the Lingyuan pearl came, he would not dare to say such words. Protector Feng narrowed his eyes, and the sinister look in his eyes made people's scalps tingle, but it had no effect on Yi Tians. "Then you are just asking for death. The reason you're protecting her is because of Chen Qingdi, right? He won't let her die, so even if you risk dying in my hands, you have to save her from me, right?" Yi Tians had a joking look on his face and didn't take them seriously. But Lu Yenji took his words to heart. What the hell does this bastard mean? Why is Qingdi mentioned so frequently? It seems that nothing happened to Qingdi? And he also knows news about the Qing Emperor? She immediately looked at Protector Foam and others with a cold expression. The questioning in his eyes was quietly mixed with anger. It was as if she was saying that if she didn't tell her the truth, she would start a killing spree. "See this?" Foam Hufa said coldly. Boy, stop spreading rumors here, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." To Yi Tians, this kind of threat was just a joke, and his ears were even calloused from hearing it. Is it me who is misleading people with lies, or are you guilty? You know better than me. Besides, if you really had the guts to be rude to me, you wouldn't be standing there doing nothing. However, I am really curious about what you 5 can do together. You actually have the courage to speak so arrogantly in front of me. When he told the news about Chen Qingdi, he clearly caught the panic that flashed in the eyes of Feng Hufa and others. This is enough to prove that his guess is correct. I really didn't expect it. The once powerful Chen Qingdi turned out to be the mastermind behind all the current events. And he is actually a core figure of the shadow cult. If this news gets out, I wonder what expressions would those people who once loved him have. He had suspected it before. The capital city and the shadow cult belong to forces of different levels, and they can be said to have nothing to do with each other. How could the capital city have such a deep connection with the shadow cult? Even Tang Jinmin, Old Man Kong and others were willing to work for the shadow cult and were even threatened by it. One can imagine how arrogant a person who can climb to such a position is, and he will never compromise easily. Unless someone knows them well and knows how to attack them. Chen Qingdi's reputation is much higher than Lin Feng's, and he has been staying in the capital for many years, so he must be very familiar with these people. Coupled with the inexplicable disappearance and Lu Yenji's sudden return, it is hard not to think of this aspect. He also believed that Lu Yenji was not stupid and must have suspected it, but she had no evidence. What's more, the shadow cult will not tell her the truth, but will only use the news about Chen Qingdi to keep her hanging. However, this still cannot be a reason for her to be a fool. At the same time, he looked at Lu Yenji and said jokingly, "Don't you want to know about Chen Qingdi? Then you can ask them to see if Chen Qingdi is still alive. However, it seems that they are reluctant to tell you. How about cooperating with me? Maybe I can let them tell you the truth." Chapter 932, Betrayal. Yi Tian's playful look made Lu Yenji very unhappy. But her attention wasn't on him right now.
but it is on Feng Hufa and others. Her cold eyes made Feng Hufa and others sense a sense of crisis. But the 5 of them are the guardians of the shadow cult. Lu Yinji's current achievements are all thanks to them. Therefore, they did not take her seriously and were naturally not afraid. But Yi Tian's words had already shaken Lu Yinji's heart. Everything she is doing now is entirely for Chen Qingdi. Now that she has news about him, she would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Answer me, is what he said true? Lu Yinji looked at them coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Feng Hufa sneered. Are you so stupid that you have no brains? He is trying to sow discord, can't you see that? You know why you joined us, don't you have the answer in your heart? I would also like to give you a piece of advice. I hope you can put yourself in the right position and not offend your superiors. Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Opportunity? Over the years, she has done so many things for the shadow cult, but when has she ever gotten a chance? In the end, it was still covered up with some irrelevant reasons. If she hadn't been kept in suspense by the news about Chen Qingdi, she would have turned against him long ago. At this time, Yi Tian's teasing voice came. If I had nothing to hide, why would I threaten you now? You are a smart person, you should know who is lying. He walked straight to Su Dayo, sat on the chair, and prepared to watch the show. Su Dayo and his bodyguards didn't dare to say anything and could only let him sit down. Lu Yinji frowned slightly. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed true what Yi Tian said. I'll ask you one last time, is what he said true? Tell me, where is the Qing Emperor now? Before, she only knew that Chen Qingdi was in the hands of the shadow cult, but she didn't know whether he was dead or alive. After so many years, she had already regarded him as dead in her heart. It was just that her past feelings supported her, making her feel lucky and think that she was still alive. So over the years, she wanted to die more than anyone else. But she has to work for the shadow cult, she doesn't even have the right to die. If Chen Qingdi was really not dead, she would definitely rescue him. Seeing her waver again, Feng Hufa's eyes immediately became sharp, and he said in a cold voice. I'll say it one last time, don't offend your superiors. I won't reveal any information to you until the job is done. Sometimes, not being an answer is better than being an answer. Whoosh! Lu Yinji's figure flashed and immediately appeared in front of Protector Feng. The effect of the forbidden potion did not disappear, which greatly improved her speed and strength. She kicked across with a whip-like kick, creating a gust of wind. Faced with such a fierce attack, Protector Feng did not dare to slack off and quickly retreated. The other 4 guardians also ran over quickly, intending to work together to subdue Lu Yinji. But now Lu Yinji not only has the blessing of the forbidden potion, but is also on the verge of a rage. The moment the 4 men rushed up, she stepped on the ground, and her whole body spread out, actually completing a 360-degree spinning kick. This forced the 4 people to retreat and unable to get closer. Damn it! This woman is crazy. No matter if she's crazy or not, we have to take her down, otherwise, she'll only do bad things in the future. That's right, the only ending for those who are out of control is death. In their eyes, Lu Yinji already had the idea of escaping from their control. Once such dangerous thoughts arise, they must be eradicated. They, the shadow cult, would not allow people they had trained to stab them in the back. Moreover, Lu Yinji knew many secrets of their shadow cult. If you really rebel against them, it will definitely bring them huge trouble. If you wait until then to take action, it will be too late. After all, Yi Tian's is a living example. They failed to get rid of him back then, and now he has brought them endless troubles, and even ruined a lot of their good things. At the same time, Lu Yinji has broken through their encirclement and is heading straight for Protector Feng. Just as they were about to reach him, the 4 men suddenly sped up and stood before Protector Feng. They all aimed their palms at her. Boom! Although Lu Yinji responded with his palms in time, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and he still received 2 palms and was knocked flying. But due to the effect of the forbidden potion, she was not seriously injured.
even a little excited. With this little strength, you can't stop me. Now.
She no longer intended to conceal her own strength, and she burst out with a powerful aura. Because she must know the truth from Protector Phone.
This powerful aura also surprised them. God of War Great Perfection? When did she reach this level? Damn it!
She has been hiding her strength and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. This woman cannot be kept, otherwise she will definitely be a disaster in the future. Such strength also made Giants feel a little surprised. When he fought with her before, he thought she only had the strength of a mid-stage war god. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply.
But
these guardians are also the gods of war who have reached great perfection even with the use of forbidden potions. There is not much chance of defeating them.
Really?
The moment Lu Yinji rushed out, the four guardians except Guardian Phone quickly fell to the four directions and surrounded Lu Yinji.
Dog eat dog. This is a scene that Giants is happy to see.
But the four guardians did not rush to take action, because the Guardian Phone was already standing in front of them, looking at Lu Yinji coldly.
He said coldly, Lu Yinji, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue to be stubborn, everything you want will be in vain. If you are willing to listen to this guy, I will send you to hell to wait for him. Hear the words. Lu Yinji said coldly. I'll say this one last time, I want an answer. If you can't give me an answer, then you must die. If I kill you, I can still ask others. There are so many guardians of the shadow cult, but she just doesn't believe it and no one is willing to tell her the truth. If you don't tell her, she doesn't mind killing them one by one. Seeing that Lu Yinji was still so persistent, Protector Phone was also surrounded by murderous aura. This time, he is really murderous. Do it. Give an order.
The other four guardians attacked at the same time, forming an encirclement and attacking Lu Yinji.
See this. Lu Yinji became more alert as if facing a powerful enemy. She was also very clear that she could not fight against the five guardians by herself. But she was sure she could take them away. Think of this. She couldn't help but put her hands on her waist and clenched a tube of forbidden potion. But the other party didn't give her any time to react. Whoosh! Four figures shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Yinji. They simultaneously slapped out, trying to catch her off guard. Lu Yinji was horrified and quickly gathered his strength to prepare for a response. But she only has two hands, so even if she blocks two people, there are still two people left. While in trance, the four of them had arrived in front of her. It seemed that the powerful blow was about to fall on her. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. Before she could react, a trail of afterimages was left behind. Clap clap clap. Four crisp slaps were heard. The four guardians were knocked away instantly. At the same time, Yi Tian's cold voice rang out. She is still useful to me. If you want to kill her, you have to get my permission. Chapter 933 Goodbye Yiling and hashtag 039, What's going on? Protector Phone was shocked. Yi Tian's rash action was completely beyond his expectations. He originally planned to get rid of Lu Yinji and then make peace with Yi Tian's with some intelligence, and then retire after completing his mission. But now it seems that this is impossible. Lu Yinji didn't expect that Yi Tian's would actually help her. She knew that in order to find the truth today, either she would die or the other person would die. But Yi Tian's actions made her a little dazed. What was going on? Wrong. This bastard must be trying to use her, otherwise he wouldn't have helped her. In that case, she will temporarily unite with him. Once she gets the truth, if it is really as Yi Tian said, then she will definitely deal with the shadow cult. But if he is deceiving her, then even if they die together, she will want Yi Tian's to die. At the same time, the four guardians fell to the ground at the same time and spat out blood. They felt as if their entire faces were being torn apart, and their facial bones were in severe pain, as if they had been shattered. Damn! Why the hell did this guy suddenly interfere? None of the four could figure it out. Lu Yinji is obviously Yi Tian's enemy, so why would he help this woman? Could it be that the enemy of my enemy is really my friend?
If he intervened, they would never be able to kill this crazy woman today. When they thought of this, they were furious, but they did not dare to act rashly. Because they know that Yi Tian's strength is not to be underestimated. No matter who among them goes against him alone, they will have absolutely no chance of winning.
At this time, Feng Hufa sneered.
So this is your purpose? You want to sow discord between us? Once you succeed, you will use the news about Chen Qingdi to force her to stand on your side. Then use this as a medium to let her betray us and sell our intelligence to you. Yi Tians, I have to say, you are quite smart. But your self-righteous way of playing is stupid.
Do you think everyone is brainless and has no ability to distinguish? She has worked with us for many years, and we have given her everything she deserves. Do you think she will believe your baseless nonsense? Are you trying to cut off his source of income? Then he will use another trick to replace the original with the fake one. He didn't believe it.
Over the years, they have provided Lu Yinji with a lot of information about Chen Qingdi, but this woman would suddenly turn around and believe Yi Tian's words. As long as this concept is successfully replaced, Lu Yinji will not be able to be turned against. However, Yi Tian's didn't care. Spreading his hands. Whether she believes it or not is her business and has nothing to do with me. I saved her only because she is still useful to me, but I never thought of asking her to believe me. You guys, on the other hand, have been talking about whether you believe it or not, which seems very deliberate. Only when you are guilty would you act like this. Protector Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at him intently.
Now he finally reacted.
This kid has been setting traps for him all along, waiting for him to reveal his true colors.
From the beginning.
The chain reaction he caused seemed particularly guilty, and he could be said to have confessed himself.
I really didn't expect it. This kid is so scheming. How great would it be if this guy was in cahoots with them? Why worry about not being able to accomplish great things? Pity. This kid is destined to be their enemy. Boy, you are pushing yourself and her into a dead end. I guarantee you will regret it. Regret?
The thing he regretted most was that he did not kill the Mist Protector in Lingyuan Cave, allowing him to kidnap Yi Linger.
Noisy. Whoosh. Yi Tian's instantly appeared in front of Protector Feng. He didn't hold back at all. He raised his hand and slapped him hard.
The strong palm wind made the Wind Protector feel a huge crisis, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He suddenly pulled up his legs and ran backwards, trying to keep as much distance between himself and Yi Tian's as possible. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he retreated 2 steps and successfully distanced himself, Yi Tian's appeared in front of him again. In terms of speed, I must always be 1 step faster than him.
Damn it!
He cursed angrily and ran away again without stopping.
See this. Yi Tian's couldn't help but shook his head in disappointment. Whoosh! He snorted coldly and blocked Protector Feng's way again. This time, he did not give Protector Feng another chance to escape. The moment the two met again, he slapped her without hesitation. Snapped. The crisp sound resounded through the sky. Boom! The Wind Protector flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed out of his mouth and splashed into the air. Now, all he could feel was the pain radiating from his face throughout his body. How strong is this kid? How can he be so powerful? He almost couldn't withstand this slap. No! I must find a way to escape. Otherwise, none of the 5 of them would be left alive. Think of this. He immediately used all his strength to strike the ground with his palm, using the force to his advantage, twisting his body in the air and landing steadily. Then he exerted force on his feet and ran away quickly. See this. Yi Tian's immediately chased after him. This Wind Protector is also useful to him, so we won't let him get away so easily. He was about to catch up,
and he had already gathered his strength in his palms. If this palm hits, the person will either die or be injured. Whoosh! He suddenly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind protector phone. Just as he was about to hit the guardian phone with his palm. Suddenly. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly came over me. The evil aura made him frown, and he immediately changed his target and attacked in the direction of the aura. At the same time, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the city wall and slapped Yitiance. It seemed that the two palms were about to collide. At this time, Yitiance recognized the person and was a little shocked. Damn! How could it be her? Yitiance immediately withdrew his palm, but the opponent's attack had already reached him. This forced him to retreat several meters and distance himself. When the other side saw him retreating, they did not pursue him any further, as if their purpose was to rescue protector phone. Yitiance frowned slightly and shouted tentatively. Linger? Do you still remember me? That's right, the person coming is Yi Linger. Otherwise, he will never stop. Although Yi Linger's palm could not pose any threat to him, if he did not retract his palm, it would definitely take her life. Yi Linger did not answer him. Her eyes were extremely cold, and she no longer had the innocence and liveliness she once had. Not only that, she was also a little different from the last time we met. This time, you can clearly see some dark purple runes on her neck, which is very strange. Even the color of the pupils changed, mixed with a hint of purple. Under this moonlit night, it is so charming. Look like this. The shadow cult's control over her must be even deeper. Give it time. She will definitely be completely controlled by the shadow cult and become a spiritual container. Think of this. He couldn't help but feel furious. Although Yi Linger had no relatives with him, the natural sense of closeness between him and her made him really want to have this sister. But now, not only did the people from the shadow cult turn her into a half-human, half-ghost state, they also dared to control her to come in front of him. This was simply courting death. Boom! Endless murderous intent burst out from his body, and the temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply. Now, he was like the god of death from hell, causing Su Dayo and others to feel inexplicable panic. Followed by his cold voice sounded. Since you are here, then don't hide your head and show your tail. Get out and die. Chapter 934 Take Back Yi Ling and Hashtag 039, Yitiance stared at Yi Linger coldly. He knows. Yi Linger is very important to the shadow cult. But since she has appeared, the mist guardian who controls her is naturally here too. Really? He just finished speaking. A figure slowly walked out from the city wall behind Yi Linger. I wanted to wait a little longer and kill you by surprise, but I didn't expect them to be so useless and be defeated by you so quickly. Last time at the Zhao family villa, I was just one step behind and let you escape. This time, you won't be so lucky. Boy, you have such strong abilities, why don't you join us and become a part of us? I can assure you that once you join us, you will have whatever you want. Strength, status, women. Even immortality. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are just an ordinary person, and you will eventually face birth, aging, sickness and death. People like you are the ones who fear death the most after all your life. Do you want to die like this? With the help of moonlight, Yitiance could also see his face clearly. It was the mist protector who he was so familiar with. He sneered. With such eloquence, you shouldn't be the guardian of the shadow cult, but a missionary. Facing his ridicule, Wu Guardian was not angry and smiled. What? Did I say something wrong? People are greedy, especially people like us. How can one accept the fact that after spending one's entire life climbing to the highest position, one ultimately falls to the clutches of birth, old age, sickness, and death? I value your talent, that's why I gave you so many chances. Otherwise, I would have used all the power of the sect to kill you. Although you are powerful, you are not strong enough to resist the entire shadow cult. What's more, our leader is about to be born with him around, even gods will have trouble escaping death.
While talking,
he stared at Yi Linger, his eyes full of greed. This can be said to be his most accomplished masterpiece. Although the good things were ruined by Yi Tian's last time, he failed to train Yi Linger into a successful spirit body. But after his unremitting efforts, he was one step closer. Now, all we need to do is inject a powerful spiritual power into Yi Linger's body and let her refine the spiritual power, and she will become the most perfect spiritual container. At that time, as long as the leader revives, he will have a physical body and become the strongest.
Moreover, he brought Yi Linger here just to show off in front of Yi Tian's. But Yi Tian's just smiled and said disdainfully,
"If your shadow cult really had such great power, you wouldn't have been hiding in the dark all this time. But your words reminded me I was wondering why these idiots in Beijing would cooperate with you."
"Is that how you fooled them?"
I have to admit that what this mist protector said makes some sense. As long as one is a human being, no matter if he is a martial artist, a cultivator of immortality, or an ordinary person, as long as he stands high enough in his respective field, he will be controlled by greed.
Status, money, women.
It is the fun they use to relieve the boredom of life. When they have enough of these things, they will become addicted to them and unable to extricate themselves.
This is also the reason why emperors of all dynasties have been constantly pursuing immortality. The same is true for modern people. As long as you get a little information about immortality, you will be fascinated by it. He had been curious before. How on earth could a rat-like creature like the shadow cult convince these idiots in the capital? Now it seems that it is just an excuse for longevity. At the same time,
the Mist Guardian opened his hands and smiled as if he felt very accomplished. This is not a lie, but a great cause.
Once I accomplish this, I will be the greatest person of all time and my name will go down in history.
Boy, you are still young, you only know right and wrong, but where is there absolute right and wrong in this world?
Everyone has their own opinions, they just choose the path they think is right. Why do you say they are wrong?
Life lasts only 30,000 days. If you remove all the trivial things like eating, sleeping, etc., there are only tens of thousands of days left.
Therefore, there is nothing wrong in pursuing immortality, and they deserve immortality. If a new group of people were to take over, are you confident that they would do a better job than the previous ones?
I came here today, firstly to save them, and secondly to win you over. Be it strength or courage, you are the one I admire the most, no doubt about it. I hope you can think about it carefully and don't let me down. He looked at Yi Tian's expectantly, looking forward to his answer.
As for Lu Yinji, he didn't even look at her.
And Yi Tian's fell into deep thought because of these words.
Don't tell me yet.
What this mist protector said makes a lot of sense. It would be a shame if he didn't become a life mentor.
But it's a pity. He doesn't think so.
Birth, aging, sickness and death are the inevitable path of life.
Even those who practice Taoism cannot be said to be cultivating immortality.
Although it is indeed possible to prolong life through cultivation, one still has to face this problem in the end.
From ancient times to the present, anyone who wants to go against this nature will always end up miserably and have a bad ending. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not believe in such unrealistic things.
Only the idiots in Beijing would believe such things.
Even if I fail to live up to your expectations, what can you do to me?
Their pursuit of immortality is their business and I have no right to interfere. But if this deprives ordinary people of the fairness and justice they deserve, that is not acceptable. Okay, stop wasting time, just fight if you want to, don't talk nonsense.
He frowned, his brows full of impatience. He came here to kill people, not to listen to life guidance classes or psychological counseling.
Besides, he has already given me enough face by talking nonsense here for such a long time.
Hear the words.
The eyes of the mist protector immediately turned cold.
Do it. Kill him.
Seeing that they could not reach an agreement, he did not hesitate and did not drag his feet like Feng Hufa and the others.
Give an order. Yi Linger suddenly burst out and punched Yi Tian's in the heart. See this. The mist protector couldn't help but smile. In his opinion, using Yi Linger to deal with Yi Tiance is the safest method. Because Yi Tiance was worried about Yi Linger, he couldn't bring himself to do it. And he can take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. After all, in a head-on confrontation, even if all of them were put together, they would not be his match. However, but he underestimated Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance clenched his palm into a fist and punched out with the same strength, colliding with Yi Linger's fist. Boom! The two fists collided, creating a gust of wind. Even the mist protector had to take 2 steps back. He was horrified and quickly looked at Yi Linger, fearing that the spirit he had found with great difficulty would be destroyed by Yi Tiance. But when he looked, he found that Yi Linger had been knocked unconscious and fell into Yi Tiance's hands. He suddenly realized what was going on and became furious. Damn it! You calculated the strength well in advance and took the opportunity to knock her out with this blow and abduct her. Yi Tiance glanced at Yi Linger, who had fainted in his arms, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Then he looked at the mist protector coldly and said in a cold voice, "All is fair in war. Didn't your omnipotent leader teach you that?" Chapter 935. Are you interested in making a deal? From the beginning, he never thought about fighting with the mist protector and the others, nor did he take them seriously. His target has always been Yi Linger. He was also very clear that the other party would definitely take advantage of the fact that Yi Linger was his weak spot to deal with him. As long as Yi Linger can still fight him, he will never use his full strength. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to win Yi Linger back. At the same time, the face of the mist protector was extremely ugly, and he couldn't help but feel murderous. He stared at Yi Tiance intently, his mind racing, thinking about how to get rid of him and take back Yi Linger. After all, this is the key to the revival and return of their shadow cult leader. If there is no spirit, no matter how much preparation they have made, it will be in vain. Spirits are very rare, and finding a suitable one is very difficult. Over the years, they have conducted investigations both in the Xianmen and in the cities. In the end, the only one who could meet the requirements was Yi Linger. Otherwise, they would not take such a big risk to go up Hujia Mountain and sneak into the Xianmen conference. Boy, return the spirit to me, otherwise, you will be the enemy of the entire shadow cult. Do you think you can really resist the entire shadow cult with your own strength? Even if we can't solve it, we can still solve all the people around you and leave you alone. He narrowed his eyes, the murderous intent in his eyes was obvious, mixed with a hint of anxiety. Hear the words. Yi Tiance still said disdainfully. Then you can try and see if it works as you wish. It's already this time, and you're still threatening him? I really don't know what this brain is for. He was threatened so many times from beginning to end, which one worked? This made the mist protector's eyes even colder. But he knew that he couldn't turn against her now, and he had to at least get Yi Linger back first. The use of force is absolutely not an option. He had fought with Yi Tiance several times and knew that Yi Tiance's strength was far above his. If he hadn't relied on the protection of the Lingyuan Pearl and used Yi Linger to catch the opponent off guard, he would probably have died. The shadow cult does have many ways to preserve its life, but that would also overdraw his vitality and he would not be able to continue using it. Otherwise, he will definitely fight for his life. And many more. It seems that the one who was risking his life may not be him. His eyes lit up and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Boy, how about making a deal? As long as you return the spirit to me, I can agree to any conditions you put forward. There are countless treasures in my shadow sect, including treasures of the spiritual grade. As long as you want them, they can be yours. And I can guarantee that my shadow cult will never be your enemy in the future. We will not interfere with each other. Even if our leader comes in person, he will not cause trouble for you. This is the most sincere condition I have offered. Of course, if you want to add me, that's fine, as long as it doesn't exceed my bottom line. He looked at Yi Tiance with full confidence. This made Yi Tiance frown. To be frank, these conditions are indeed sincere. Spiritual weapons are much more powerful than magic weapons.
Many mysterious forces may have to spend their entire lives to obtain a spiritual weapon. But the shadow cult let him take whatever he wanted. This is enough to prove that the shadow cult has a very strong foundation. However, most of these things were stolen when they invaded other Xianmen forces.
Pity. He only wants Yilinger. Compared with Yilinger, these things are nothing. I can also tell you that I don't want anything but her. Yi Tiance glanced at Yilinger in his arms and couldn't help feeling distressed. She at this moment.
The neck was covered with dark purple runes, which had even spread to the face. He didn't dare to think about what would happen to Yilinger if she fell into the hands of the shadow cult again. The thought of this filled him with rage. The shadow cult deserves to die. Seeing Yi Tiance being so determined, the Mist Protector laughed out of anger. You really impressed me, and this won't shake you.
However, just because you don't want it doesn't mean others don't want it.
The voice just fell.
Boom.
Lu Yinji, who was behind Yi Tiance, suddenly used all his strength to hit him in the back of the heart.
Crisis strikes. This made Yi Tiance frown and his expression immediately turned ugly.
Fortunately, he reacted very quickly, turned around and slapped back.
Boom!
The two palms collided, causing a loud noise. Lu Yinji flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. My whole body is in extreme pain, all my bones are broken, not a single part is intact. One can imagine how much strength Yi Tiance used in this palm. Yi Tiance also took a half step back and frowned.
He didn't expect that Lu Yinji would suddenly attack him. What a crazy woman.
Thinking of using this method to exchange information about Chen Xingdi from Protector Wu was wishful thinking.
She didn't even think about it. If they really wanted to tell her, they would have told her long ago. Why wait until now for her to force them?
But he never believed her from the beginning. Otherwise, she might have been able to launch a sneak attack.
Suddenly,
a figure suddenly appeared beside him.
Call. Before he could react,
the Mist Protector slapped him at the foot.
Boom!
A purple light shot up into the sky and instantly enveloped Yi Tiance.
See this.
Yi Tiance immediately used his strength to shatter the dark purple runes under his feet. But when he tried to use his strength, he found that the spiritual power in his body was blocked, which greatly affected the speed of his movement.
Damn! This formation should be used to prevent chi from condensing.
In that case, we can only use our fists and feet.
He reacted quickly and punched the Mist Protector immediately.
His strength is there. Even if he can't use his strength, he is not something that people like the Mist Protector can handle. Seeing the sandbag-sized fist coming at him, the Mist Protector was shocked. Naturally, he also knew that there was a huge gap in strength between him and Yi Tiance, so he did not dare to meet him head-on. I had to turn sideways in the air to dodge. The attack failed. Yi Tiance took a step forward with his right foot, using the force of the opponent to counterattack, preparing to leave the formation and kill the Mist Protector with one punch. But when he took a step forward, he discovered that this formation not only blocked his spiritual power, but also blocked his movements, making him unable to leave the formation.
Interesting. It seems that there was a plan from the beginning. That being the case,
then he wanted to see whether the Shadow Cult's formation was more powerful or his formation was better. He immediately began to draw talismans with his feet in the Shadow Cult's formation. This scene shocked the Mist Protector.
Damn it!
He also knows how to set up formations.
We can't let him finish setting up the formation. Kill him.
He knew that with Yi Tiance's strength, the formation he set up was definitely not an ordinary one. If Yi Tiance breaks free from his magic formation, it will be troublesome.
Give an order.
Feng Hufei and others who were lying on the ground suddenly took out a silver needle from their arms and suddenly stabbed it towards their Baihui acupoints.
What? After the roar,
a powerful aura burst out from Feng Hufei and others, creating layers of heat waves. His eyes were red and veins were bulging.
It was clearly a sign of madness. Next second, 6 figures rushed over from all directions, all targeting Yi Tiance. Die! Chapter 936, A Crazy Woman Who Doesn't Care About Her Life. See this. Yi Tiance was furious. Break! He roared and crushed the stone slabs beneath his feet. Boom! A powerful aura burst out, overturning the entire audience. The overwhelming murderous intent actually froze the surrounding air for a moment, causing the mist protector and others to remain suspended in the air for 2 seconds. And he also took advantage of this opportunity to completely break the formation under his feet. Next second, his cold eyes fell on the mist protector. Just one glance and the mist protector sensed a great crisis, and his hair stood on end. Damn! This kid's first target is him. No! Must find a way to escape. Otherwise this kid will definitely beat him to death. Think of this. The mist protector's mind raced as he quickly checked his surroundings to see if there was anything he could use. It is not unreasonable for Yi Tiance to make him his primary target. Not to mention that the Lingyuan pearl on his body is the key to lifting the seal on the shadow cult leader. The fact that he can use the Lingyuan pearl to protect his body is damnable. And it was all thanks to him that Yi Linger became like this. As long as he is killed, the control over Yi Linger will be released. By the time, he would then be able to slowly find a way to restore Yi Linger to normal. The mist protector was also well aware of this and immediately wanted to activate the Lingyuan pearl to protect his body. But what he didn't know was that Yi Tiance had already guessed his move. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. The fist as big as a sandbag hit him instantly. This scared him greatly and he had no time to dodge. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky and suddenly appeared behind Yi Tiance. A huge murderous intent came from behind, making Yi Tiance frown and feel very unhappy. This woman is really haunted. It's already like that, and you still dare to jump in front of him? You're really looking for death. That's right. It was Lu Yinji whose bones were shattered by Yi Tiance's punch. Now, Lu Yinji's eyes had turned completely blood red. The red lines had spread all over his face, making it look particularly strange. There was murderous aura all over his body. He was completely different from before. She stepped on the ground and leaped suddenly, appearing behind Yi Tiance. A split kick came from the sky. The huge murderous intent forced Yi Tiance to turn back and deal with her. Moreover, he could feel that Lu Yinji's strength had greatly increased at this time and should not be underestimated. Whoosh! Yi Tiance held Yi Linger in his arms, turned around suddenly, and punched Lu Yinji's split kick. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Yinji's speed had also been greatly improved, much faster than before. Even though he was so close to her, she dodged his punch by leaning sideways. And punched him at the same time. Court death. Yi Tiance snorted coldly and no longer intended to show mercy. He turned sideways slightly, and the golden dagger at his waist fell out. Boom! He stepped on the ground, kicked into the air, and kicked the dagger away, aiming at Lu Yinji. The dagger cut through the sky like a rainbow. But Lu Yinji remained calm and even looked a little disdainful. The moment she faced the dagger, she was able to turn around and kick in the air, kicking the dagger back. Your trick is just a mere trick, Yi Tiance. Your death is coming. In a blink, she came in front of Yi Tiance. The heel of the high-heeled shoe was like a sharp blade, attacking Yi Tiance's neck again. See this. Yi Tiance snorted coldly and didn't take her seriously. Because he already has a solution. At the same time, protector foam has rushed over and his fist is already in front of Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance did not hesitate and blasted out with one palm. The powerful palm wind forced the wind protector to pause for a moment. Take advantage of this opportunity. Yi Tiance grabbed his fist fiercely. Come here. He roared angrily, pulled the wind protector over, threw him back, and sent him flying. Seeing the sharp high heels coming towards him, protector foam was horrified. Fuck. He didn't expect that Yi Tiance would actually use him to block the bullet. But when he wanted to react, it was too late. Puff.
The heel of the shoe scraped across his neck steadily, and blood gushed out instantly.
Boom!
Protector Feng fell to the ground, his eyes wide open and full of disbelief.
But Lu Yinji did not intend to stop. She attacked Yi Tiance again, even faster than before.
But the gap just now gave Yi Tiance time to react and repel the attacking Mist Protector and others.
Now I can finally find some time to deal with this crazy woman. He would like to see. To what extent can Lu Yinji improve his strength after taking so many forbidden potions?
If only the forbidden medicine they are developing now really has no side effects.
Then he wouldn't mind getting a few tubes. Maybe he could give a couple of injections someday.
After all, after he reached the foundation building stage, his strength improved very slowly.
So far, the only method of cultivation that can clearly make one feel an improvement in one's cultivation is practicing dual cultivation with Luo Yushi. But he couldn't rely on this alone. Not to mention whether Luo Yushi is willing or not, his kidneys are not made of iron. Moreover, dual cultivation is ultimately an auxiliary practice, and neither of their cultivation methods is based on dual cultivation. Frequent dual cultivation may very likely affect your foundation. Just thought of this.
Lu Yinji had already arrived in front of him. Her attack was very fierce and fast. But in front of Yi Tiance, her moves were like child's play.
Besides, he didn't want to continue to tangle with this crazy woman and planned to kill her with one move. He clenched his fist and punched Lu Yinji's head. See this. Lu Yinji quickly dodged to the side.
But this punch still hit her shoulder.
Puff!
The fist pierced her shoulder without any surprise. Severe pain swept through her body and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But she had no intention of stopping, and she also clenched her fist and teased Yi Tiance on the forehead.
This made Yi Tiance a little surprised. It surprised me that this crazy woman hated him so much that she wanted to fight for his life?
Of course he wouldn't give her this chance.
However, now that he was holding Yi Linger, he could only use one hand.
But he made his decision immediately. Protector Wu and others had already been forced back by him, and it was impossible for them to snatch Yi Linger away in a short period of time.
As long as he can get rid of Lu Yinji in 2 breaths, everything will be fine. Then,
he immediately let go of Yi Linger and punched Lu Yinji again.
In his opinion, he has absolute superiority over Lu Yinji in terms of strength.
If this crazy woman doesn't want to die, she must avoid this attack.
But he didn't expect how determined Lu Yinji was.
The fist was about to hit her head. Without any hesitation, she immediately tilted her head to avoid the blow, allowing the punch to pierce her shoulder again.
Puff! Blood spurted out, splashing onto Yi Tiance's face. At the same time, Lu Yinji endured the severe pain, stepped forward and took a sudden step.
Yi Tiance's 2 hands instantly pierced through her shoulders. And she also took this opportunity to tie Yi Tiance's hands.
See this. Yi Tiance frowned, stepped forward without hesitation, and kicked her in the abdomen.
But the moment he kicked him out, he realized Lu Yinji's real purpose. Lu Yinji immediately stretched out her hands and caught Yi Linger, who was about to fall to the ground.
Damn! Be cheated.
Chapter 937 Miscalculation.
Yi Tiance's face looked ugly and his eyes were full of anger. He didn't expect that.
Lu Yinji challenged him to a life-or-death battle just to snatch Yi Linger from him.
From the beginning, he was fooled. He immediately withdrew his hand and planned to catch Yi Linger. But he underestimated Lu Yinji's perseverance.
Lu Yinji turned sideways and used her shoulders, which were pierced by Yi Tiance's fists, to lock his hands tightly, making it impossible for him to free himself to save people.
See this.
Yi Tiance was also completely furious.
This damn crazy woman actually wants to snatch Yi Linger away?
He exerted all his strength on his fists, blasting the bloody holes on Lu Yinji's shoulders.
Boom! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yinji also spat out a mouthful of blood.
But the determination in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest, and her hands even moved faster.
At the same time, Yi Tiance had also pulled his hand out. He clenched his fist and hit Lu Yinji on the head, while attacking Yi Linger with the other hand. But just when he was about to touch Yi Linger, his movement speed suddenly slowed down a lot. Time. The dark purple runes appeared under his feet again and the magic circle was activated again. He turned around suddenly. I saw the mist protector panting and controlling the magic circle in the distance. This made him furious and murderous. But the most important thing right now is to get Yi Linger back. After we get Yi Linger back, we must kill this mist protector. Boom! He stamped his feet violently, trying to break the formation again. But he didn't expect that Lu Yinji already had a syringe in his hand. Before he could make any move, she stabbed him in the neck. Seeing her taking drugs again, Yi Tiance felt a little uneasy. Really? After taking drugs, Lu Yinji's speed was greatly improved. The shoulder that he had just pierced was actually emitting hot steam. The red lines on his face covered his entire body, forming a strange pattern. But he doesn't have the energy to pay attention to these things now, he just wants to get ahead of others. But in the end, I was still a step too slow. When he broke the formation and just reached out to touch Yi Linger, Lu Yinji pulled Yi Linger over. You wanna die? Yi Tiance roared angrily and rushed forward immediately. It's too late to say. Lu Yinji stepped back suddenly and immediately distanced herself from him. At the same time, he threw Yi Linger towards the direction of the mist protector. Catch it! After she roared angrily, she stepped forward and attacked Yi Tiance again, intending to fight him head-on once again. See this. Yi Tiance immediately gave up on dealing with her and planned to snatch Yi Linger back again. But as soon as he turned around, Lu Yinji rushed up. Yi Tiance, your opponent is me. She knows. In terms of strength, she cannot compare to Yi Tiance. But don't forget, she has a forbidden potion. Although he still can't beat Yi Tiance, he can still hold on. As long as she can avoid Yi Tiance from killing her with one punch, she will be an invincible cockroach. Her target is also Yi Linger. But she knew that even if she snatched Yi Linger away, it would be useless as she couldn't fight against Yi Tiance. So as long as she can ensure that Yi Linger falls into the hands of Wu Protector and others, it will be fine. They have better means to protect Yi Linger than she does. See this. Yi Tiance hesitated for a second, then chased in the direction of Yi Linger. He can't care so much now. With Lu Yinji's strength, even if he used the forbidden potion, it would not pose a fatal threat to him. As long as I can get Yi Linger back, everything will be worth it. He stepped down a little. Whoosh! His figure shot out, turned into a shadow and chased after him. This scared the mist protector. He could not bear to see Yi Linger fall into Yi Tiance's hands again, and shouted. You guys, stop him quickly. The other four guardians were extremely fast and immediately stepped forward to block Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance had a cold face and was already burning with anger. This group of chickens and dogs were able to hold him back for so long. Moreover, Lu Yinji's backstabbing made him very angry. He had finally gotten Yi Linger back, but now something went wrong again. He couldn't tolerate that at all. You are seeking death. Whoosh! Yi Tiance is faster than them. Before they could react, they only saw the afterimages left by Yi Tiance. By the time they came to their senses, Yi Tiance's fist had already hit them on the head. Boom! Puff! Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The four men fell to the ground, with only half of their heads left, covered in blood and flesh. But one could still see the disbelief and despair in the remaining eye. Even so, it still failed to intimidate the Mist Protector and Lu Yinji. The two still divided the work and cooperated with each other. The Mist Protector quickened his pace and caught Yi Linger accurately. And Lu Yinji was still behind Yi Tiance, trying to interfere with him. I don't know. Their behavior has completely angered Yi Tiance. Boom! Endless murderous intent surged out, causing a thin layer of ice to form under their feet. Every step Yi Tiance took was covered with frost.
Although the speed is not fast, every step will leave an afterimage.
Now, Su Deo and others were already terrified.
At the same time, he was secretly glad that he did not attack Yi Tiance at the beginning.
Otherwise, they were just like the four guardians just now. They watched their heads being blown up and their brains spurting out, and they died with their eyes open. Seeing Yi Tiance like this, Lu Yenji and Protector Wu also knew that he was going to get serious. After the two of them used all their strength to break the thin ice on their feet, they immediately reunited. But before they could create a safe distance, Yi Tiance had already arrived in front of them.
Don't worry, I will make you die completely without any pain.
Yi Tiance's cold voice rang in their ears.
This gave both of them a chill. Just as the two were about to take a defensive stance, thin ice formed under their feet again, binding them tightly.
Next second, Yi Tiance's fist was about to attack. Suddenly, boom! Boom!
The silence was broken by a series of gunshots.
The bullet cut through the sky, targeting Yi Tiance's head.
The sudden gunshot scared Su Deo's bodyguards and they surrounded him.
He immediately squatted down and hid in the encirclement. Tan Lang also reacted immediately. He kicked Rong Tianli to the corner, then followed him and hid.
Fuck! How dare you play with a gun in front of your wolf grandpa?
He was furious.
I think he used to play with missiles.
Now I am forced to hide because of a few broken guns. Simultaneously,
he also began to look around, trying to find the other party's hiding place. Judging from the sound, it was a Barrett sniper rifle. But no matter what kind of sniper rifle it is, it must have a scope. As long as you find the reflective point of the sight, you can find the opponent's position. On the other hand, look at Yi Tiance. I was not scared by the sudden gunshot.
He still went towards Lu Yenji and the Protector Wu. Because within 7 steps, punch quickly. Chapter 938 Escape Plan. Seeing that Yi Tiance had no intention of retreating, the faces of Protector Wu and Lu Yenji were extremely ugly. Stop him. I'll tell you what you want to know. The Mist Protector shouted loudly and ran away quickly, not daring to stay at all. At this point, he had no other choice but to use Lu Yenji as a shield. As long as I can take Yi Linger away in the end, it will be a gain no matter what the cost. Besides, isn't the reason Lu Yenji helps the shadow cult to help them resurrect their leader? Hear the words.
Lu Yenji was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and said coldly.
You just said that as long as you get Yi Linger, you can accept any conditions. My condition is very simple, tell me the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
I can help you get her back, or I can take her away from you.
In fact, from the beginning she had no intention of helping Wu Hufa, and even wanted to kill him.
Use this method to threaten him to tell her about Chunqingdi. But what the Mist Protector had just said made her waver again. As long as Yi Linger is handed over to him, he can make demands without restraint. Compared to killing him, the probability of snatching Yi Linger from Yi Tiance is greater. After all, it was a surprise for Yi Tiance, and he couldn't have expected that she would stab him in the back. Although Yi Tiance helped her, she knew it very well in her heart. She would never be on the same boat with Yi Tiance in her life. The reason is simple. That means Yi Tiance completely destroyed her. If it were someone else, she could cooperate, but not Yi Tiance. She stared at the Mist Protector coldly, her eyes full of threats. The Mist Guardian said coldly. As long as you come back alive, I can tell you anything you want to know. But the prerequisite is that you are still one of us, otherwise, I don't mind killing you with my own hands. Hear the words. Lu Yenji snorted coldly and rushed out, intending to entangle Yi Tiance and let the Mist Protector take Yi Linger away first. Of course Yi Tiance would not sit there and wait for death. He asked the two to discuss countermeasures and kept getting closer. But every time the distance was shortened, the sound of the sniper rifle would sound on time. And each time, it was continuous shooting, which was able to successfully block his advance. These snipers not only received professional training, but also received training specifically for martial artists. Otherwise this water stream shooting method would not be used. These country bumpkins in the capital really deserve to die. He actually came to support Protector Wu and the others at this time. Obviously he had heard the news a long time ago. Really? This crazy woman Lu Yinji is too dangerous. Keeping her around will only bring disaster. Lu Yinji deliberately lured him into this situation today. These backup plans were naturally also arranged by her. It's just that she probably didn't expect that so many incidents would happen in the middle, thus wasting so much time. Of course. After several shots, he had roughly determined the enemy's position, but he had no way to get rid of these people now. These snipers were very professional and their ambush positions were very carefully chosen, just surrounding him on all four sides. No matter who he kills first, someone will always shoot him back. Moreover, the number of people he brought was limited, and he didn't know how many people were lying in ambush on the other side. He can get away with it, but Tan Lang may not be able to do so. No. Even so, he couldn't just sit there and watch Protector Wu take Yi Linger away. Think of this. He planned to rush forward again. But at this time Lu Yinji was already behind him. The sharp heel attacked his neck again. A chill came over his heart, forcing him to turn sideways. But just as he dodged, the snipers around him opened fire again. 8 bullets came from 4 directions, forcing him back again. This made him furious. Get rid of them. If you continue to hide there and watch, I will kill you first. Hear the sound. Tan Lang couldn't help but shudder. Whoosh. He flew out suddenly. Leader. He was not stupid either. He also analyzed the opponent's hiding place based on the trajectory of the ball. The reason why he didn't take action was that he felt there was no need to take action. But now it seems that if I don't help, I'll be dead. Cover me. At Yi Tian's command, Tan Lang immediately picked up the long sword dropped by Yi Linger and flashed behind him to help block the bullets and Lu Yinji. And Yi Tian's chased after him again. Seeing that Yi Tian's had not given up yet, the mist protector snorted coldly, then took out a dark purple talisman from his arms and threw it behind him. Coincidentally, when the talisman stayed in mid-air, Yi Tian's just caught up. Next second, a dazzling purple light burst out from the talisman. The dazzling light made Yi Tian's squint his eyes. Followed by, he saw a little fire in the purple light and reacted instantly. Back off. While talking, he retreated dozens of meters and immediately distanced himself. At the same time, the dazzling purple light burst out. Boom! An explosion followed closely, resounding through the sky. The firelight and purple light mixed together, raising clouds of thick smoke. Everyone was startled by the sudden explosion and was affected. Fortunately, Yi Tian's reacted first and kept his distance, so he was not affected too much. But he could no longer sense the evil aura of the mist protector. I think he took advantage of the explosion to escape from here. It's not just him. Even Lu Yinji and the sniper's auras had disappeared. It seems the other party had planned it. Yi Tian's lowered his eyes and tried his best to control his anger. Obviously, Yi Linger had been snatched back. In the end, I sent it back because of carelessness, damn it. Just a little. Why is it always just a little bit off? At the same time, the dust slowly dissipated. Cough cough. Tan Lang got up first and chased after him without thinking. That's enough, they're gone. Hear the sound. Only then did Tan Lang stop. But when he turned his head to look at Yi Tian's, he couldn't help but shudder and was frightened. Now, Yi Tian's face was extremely cold and ugly. The anger and murderous intent in his eyes continued to emerge. He dared to say, if he said something now that made Yi Tian's uncomfortable, he would also have to die. Then, he obediently ran to the side and grabbed Rong Tianli, who was beaten half to death.
His eyesight told him that this old immortal was his golden ticket to immunity from death. At the same time, Su Duyo and others also slowly got up. They looked around, fearing that there might be more danger. After all, the scenes that just happened still left them in shock. It also made them understand one thing clearly. That means they are not at the same level as Yi Tiance. But what they didn't know was that Yi Tiance had never taken them seriously. Yi Tiance looked at the empty alley and said coldly, "Within an hour, I want to know the list of all the people in the capital who are involved in this incident." Chapter 939 Pray.
Seeing Yi Tiance's cold face, Tanlang quickly agreed and did not dare to neglect it.
He's not stupid either. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the appearance of the sniper was obviously arranged by the capital. In other words, Jingcheng is not only in collusion with Lu Yinji and others, but also in collusion with the shadow cult. Moreover, the relationship between them is very solid, and there are even quite a few people involved in this matter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a sniper to come forward to help the shadow cult members escape, and the arrangement was even quite perfect, as if it had been rehearsed in advance. At the same time, he also realized that Yi Linger was very important to Yi Tiance. After all, he always gave priority to that girl every time he took risks. Now that the girl has been taken away, this living devil must be so angry that he must die. These idiots in the capital are in trouble. He quickly picked up the computer and started operating it. At the same time, Yi Tiance appeared in front of Rong Tianli in an instant. Boom! He stepped on his chest, causing him to spit out blood instantly. He had already been beaten half to death and was now gasping for breath, which made the situation even worse. He looked at Yi Tiance weakly, the arrogance in his eyes no longer existed. Yi Tiance, now that I'm in your hands, you can kill me or chop me up as you please, but don't let me seize the opportunity, otherwise, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Rong Tianli roared out with the last of his strength. He knew that his end would be miserable and death was only a matter of time. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Perhaps from the very beginning, he was also a chess piece in Lu Yinji's plan. Pity. It's too late to react now. The endless murderous intent erupting from Yi Tiance enveloped him. An endless chill came over him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Tiance's cold voice rang out. Answer me, where is the base of the shadow cult, and where will they go? If you tell me the truth, I can make your death more pleasant. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead, but you can't live. This time the shadow cult appeared in the capital so blatantly, so their hiding place must have been arranged for them by this group of people in the capital. Among this group of people, Lu Yinji has always been in the open, so she will be the key to dominating everything. Lu Yinji had helped Rong Tianli escape before, which meant that Rong Tianli was also an important chess piece to her. Therefore, Rong Tianli must know most of her plan, and he must also know the base of the shadow cult. What's more, he himself has been colluding with the shadow cult for many years. As long as he can find out the location of the shadow cult stronghold from him, he will be able to get Yi Linger back in time. After all, both Wu Protector and Lu Yinji were seriously injured, and even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't get far. And this time, in addition to the Mist Guardian, the shadow cult also dispatched 5 more guardians. This is enough to show how much they value the capital. It is very likely that they will make big moves next. Whether for Yi Linger or himself, he had to find out the truth and then completely destroy the other party's conspiracy. Faced with Yi Tiance's threat, Rong Tianli did not feel the slightest fear. He even showed a disdainful smile. Want to get information from me? You're dreaming. Yi Tiance, sometimes I really admire you. You dare to do so many things alone. I am very curious, before you do these things, have you ever considered the people around you? Just like Rong Meiyan, do you think she can really support the entire Rong family? You will only speed up her failure. You, alone, are delusionally trying to go against the entire capital city and the entire shadow cult. I really don't know where you get the courage from. Okay, if you want to kill him, just kill him now. I don't have that much time to listen to your nonsense.
He was never afraid of Yi Tiance from beginning to end. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been against him all the time, and even followed Lu Yenji and others to target him. From the moment he chose this path, he had already anticipated his own ending. Therefore, he had already prepared himself mentally. Hear the words. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and said coldly. Kill you? It would only dirty my hands. Besides, if I really wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be alive today? I kept you because you were still useful, but now it seems that you are of no use. However, letting you die like this would be too easy. Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish, but before that, I have to make you suffer a little. Are you kidding me? This Rong Lauer has done many evil things. Not only did he secretly collude with the shadow cult to bring disaster to the world, but his actions were also related to what happened 5 years ago. He caused Rong Meiyan so much harm and also framed her to kill her. He said that he wanted to help Rong Meiyan get revenge, but he let Rong Lauer escape twice by faking his own death. In this regard, he has already let Rong Meiyan down. So this time, he will not let Rong Lauer escape again. And he will make up for the 2 missed opportunities before. These words also made Rong Tianli feel uneasy and a little panicked. Yi Tiance, what do you want to do? Rong Tianli's eyelids twitched and he stared at Yi Tiance, even though he was exhausted. As a villain, his intelligence network is not bad either. Naturally, he also heard about Yi Tiance sending people to the Dragon Group. Although he has never been to the Dragon Group, he knows how valuable it is. Anyone who goes in will be skinned alive even if they don't die. If he was sent in by Yi Tiance, it would be more painful than death. He can die, but he can't die in such a miserable way. In a moment of panic, Yi Tiance's cold voice sounded again. If I don't do anything, it will just make you die twice more. Die twice more? He doesn't believe in ghosts. Before he could come to his senses, Yi Tiance waved at Tan Lang. Tan Lang hurried over and said respectfully with a smile. Mr. Yi, what do you want me to do? Just tell me and I'll do it. I'm your most loyal military dog. Yi Tiance pointed at Rong Tianli lying on the ground. He said coldly. Haven't you been complaining about me torturing you too badly? I'm giving you a chance to vent now. Treat him well and let him experience the local customs and practices of our place. It would be best if you could get him to reveal some useful information. In short, you can torture him however you like. I want him to live a life worse than death, repent voluntarily, and regret coming into this world. Tan Lang was stunned. What the hell? Can such a good thing happen? He was overjoyed and excited, and immediately saluted Yi Tiance and said, Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I guarantee to complete the task. God's eyes are open. Finally he got the chance to torture others. Only he himself knows how badly he was tortured by Yi Tiance in the Fallen City over the years. At that time, he secretly swore that when he had the chance, he would vent the pain he experienced in the Fallen City 100-fold. Although the target of his anger is not Yi Tiance, at least he can vent it. He stared at Rong Tianli, and the smile on his face gradually became perverted. Old man, you should be thankful that you have fallen into the hands of your wolf grandpa. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Promise me that you will hold on, but don't die too early, otherwise I will be very disappointed. Chapter 940 The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tan Lang couldn't wait to break Rong Tianli's hands and feet, causing him to scream in pain. Then he was dragged aside to enjoy his own unique moment of torture. At the same time, Yi Tiance has already arrived in front of Su Dayo. His appearance undoubtedly put great pressure on Su Dayo and his bodyguards. The bodyguards quickly protected Su Dayo behind them. But they knew that as long as Yi Tiance took action, they would all be just decorations and would not be able to play any role at all. The huge gap in strength made them have no confidence to face Yi Tiance. Simultaneously, they also developed a great fear of Yi Tiance and didn't even dare to look at him. What they didn't expect was that Su Dayo actually took the initiative to push away their protection and chose to face Yi Tiance. This made Yi Tiance look at him with a higher opinion and said in a cold voice,
You are quite responsible. You actually have the courage to face me. Su Dayo smiled and said. Some things can't be avoided, right? If that's the case, then it's better to be calm and at least not lose to others. Yi Tian's strength is obvious to all. In his opinion, if they really wanted him dead, he couldn't escape. Although he is afraid of death, otherwise he would not be threatened by Mr. Zhong all the time. But when he knew he couldn't escape, he tried everything he could to no avail. Yi Tian sneered. You do have self-awareness, but it's too late. If you had been so smart earlier, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. However, your Su family is asking for trouble, so you can't blame me, but I can give you a chance. It depends on whether you can grasp it. The Su family is a prominent family in the capital, and they have to deal with important figures on a daily basis. More importantly, they are also in collusion with the shadow cult and Lu Yinji. It would be easy for him to get rid of Su Dayo, just one punch. But he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket and pin all his hopes on Rong Tianli. Now, he would try to get some useful information from anyone who was related to the shadow cult and Lu Yinji. Hear the words. Su Dayo naturally understood what Yi Tian wanted to know, and couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I'll tell you? Yi Tian said coldly. There are only these two options. You have no choice besides, your life or death, and the survival of the Su family, all depend on your decision. To be honest, he had lost his patience. At the same time, he couldn't understand where these unsophisticated people got the confidence to think they were qualified to make choices in front of him. But this incident also made him realize something. That is, if you don't have power, you will always be in trouble. Only a force that is strong enough can make people fear you. Also, the shadow cult is now acting more and more frequently and blatantly. Although he is powerful, he does not have the advantage in numbers. The most important thing is that the guardians of the shadow cult have all reached the state of great perfection in physical training. Not to mention that they have countless followers and a bunch of idiots in the capital to help them. So he couldn't expect Zhao Feiyu and others to help him with this matter. As long as they can help him take care of Tiannan province's industries and solve his worries, that will be enough. But don't forget, he is the young lord of the fallen city. All the prisoners imprisoned there are powerful and talented. After dealing with this matter, he would have to personally send a letter back to the fallen city, asking them to release a few more people. Because this involves a major criminal, the necessary procedures must be followed. With these people around him, he can do things a lot easier, especially dealing with the shadow cult. At the same time, Su Dayo's face turned cold. He is also a well-known figure in the capital. But recently, not only has his life been unsatisfactory, but he has also been threatened everywhere. First it was Mr. Zhong, then Lu Yinji and Rong Tianli, and now it's Yi Tian. These people are completely treating him as a soft persimmon. How could he swallow this? He said coldly. Boy, you are so arrogant. Even I can't control the future of the Su family now, why do you think you can control my Su family? The Su family's current situation is very difficult. Because Mr. Zhong has already set his sights on the Su family and is using the Su family to threaten him. It can be said that the Su family is no longer in his hands. This meeting with Lu Yinji ended in failure, and it is impossible that Mr. Zhong was unaware of it. When he returns, they will definitely attack him and take away the position of the head of the Su family from him. There was nothing he could do about it, he couldn't compete with Mr. Zhong. It is precisely because of this that he can face Yi Tian so calmly. Hear the words. Yi Tian said coldly. That only proves that you are incompetent. You are a waste, but that doesn't mean I am one too. Your Su family must do whatever I want them to do, and even Jesus can't do anything about it. If you are obedient, I can help you save the Su family. However, my patience is limited, so you'd better not keep me waiting too long. He knew that there was someone behind Su Dayo forcing him to do these things. Otherwise, he would not have said those words when meeting Lu Yinji and others. From the moment Su Zhongwan kidnapped Su Zishi, he knew that the Su family had fallen victim to murder.
This so-called position of the head of the family had long been rendered meaningless due to the betrayal of Lu Yinji and others. When Su Dao said these words, as long as he had a little bit of brains, he would understand what he meant. The Mist Protector can lure Lu Yinji into backstabbing him and help snatch Yilinger away.
He can also lure Su Dao into handing over the information honestly. Really?
These words made Su Dao's face change. He understood the implication of Yi Tian's words and was full of surprise and doubt.
This guy is showing him the way. But how could he have the ability to snatch the Su family from Mr. Zhong? Could it be that this kid still has some hidden card that he hasn't played yet? Think of this. He couldn't help but look at Yi Tian's twice more.
Although he had doubts, he had seen everything Yi Tian's had done during this period. All the people sent out from the capital were killed by him. It can be said that this kid has never suffered any loss.
But Mr. Zhong is not someone who can be compared to Tang Jinmin. Can this kid still take advantage of him? To be honest, he didn't dare to gamble.
But the current situation forced him to take a gamble. Anyway, the worst outcome is death. If I go back now and hand over the Su family to Mr. Zhong obediently, it would be more painful than death. Instead of waiting for death, why not try to trust this guy? Anyway, he doesn't have any deep hatred with this kid, he just has some connection with the shadow cult. As long as he draws a clear line between himself and the shadow cult and hands over the information to this kid, he can turn enemies into friends.
Think of this. He couldn't help but feel shaken. Boy, do you know how much responsibility you have to bear when you say this? Hear the words. Yi Tian's frowned and said, "If you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for not giving you a chance."
Seeing him so impatient, Su Dao's face looked a little ugly.
After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, "Follow me." Chapter 941 The Simplest Way. Su Dao's face was very solemn, and he quickly walked to the corner. See this. Yi Tian's also followed. He knows.
In this short period of time, Su Dao has thought about some things clearly and made a choice.
Knew it. It is easiest to deal with smart people. After Yi Tian's came over, Su Dao frowned and whispered, "Boy, since you know my difficulties, I won't hide them anymore. If you really have the ability to help me protect the Su family, I will not let you down and will be able to bring you value that you can't imagine. However, our relationship is a partnership, not a slave relationship. Only if it is mutually beneficial can our relationship be maintained for a long time. But I have to say something ugly first. I can be your spy, and naturally I can be someone else's spy, so you'd better not fool me, otherwise it will be difficult for both of us." Yi Tian's words just now did remind him. The current situation is very unfavorable to him. The guardians of the shadow cult were either killed, injured, or escaped. Lu Yinji was also seriously injured and his whereabouts are unknown.
Rong Tianli, the only person who could testify for him and speak well of him, could not escape the clutches of Yi Tian's. It can be said that he is now a lonely man. Mr. Zhong originally intended to use this incident to take the Su family away from him. Therefore, if he goes back now, he will only face the wrath of Mr. Zhong. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take a gamble and cooperate with Yi Tian's. Although the ending is most likely death, you can always live longer, so you won't die so quickly or so miserably. Hear the words. Yi Tian's said coldly. Status is something you have to fight for yourself. If the intelligence you provide is more valuable than my expectations, you will naturally be able to hold your head high in front of me. In addition, you have to understand one thing now. It is you who asks me for help, not me asking you for help. Even without you, I can still find the information I want. It is just a matter of time. But if I don't help you, no matter how powerful your methods are, you can't keep the Su family's assets, so you are not qualified to negotiate with me. The disdain in his eyes made Su Dao furious. But due to the pressure brought to him by the other party, he could only be angry but not speak out. This kid is really not simple. Not only do you want to take advantage of everything, but you also can't afford to suffer any loss. How on earth did such a person survive to this day? And how could the people behind him look down upon someone as rebellious as him?
He was confused, but he compromised. You want to get information from me, fine, but you have to show me your sincerity first. Tell me, how are you going to help me? It's not that I don't believe you, but I know very well how powerful the person I'm facing is. If I am not careful, I will die without a burial place. I cannot tell you the truth until my safety is guaranteed. Since this matter concerns the shadow cult, he dare not reveal all his cards so easily. Moreover, from beginning to end, Yi Tiance just talked nonsense and did not tell him any substantial solution. What if he told Yi Tiance everything and Yi Tiance didn't help him? Wouldn't that mean he's destroying himself? And there is no way out. Yi Tiance smiled faintly. I always thought you were a fool, with no brains, and you only knew how to take advantage of the tiger. Now it seems that it is not as stupid as I imagined. Since I promised you, I can naturally do it. Zhang Aolong and Xiao Qianlong will go to help you with them around. No matter who it is, no one will dare to attack you openly. During this period, as long as the intelligence and evidence you provide are correct, you will be able to maintain your throne. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. As long as he has the information, he can have the fallen city investigate thoroughly. The investigation of the fallen city is much more efficient than that of the Dragon Group. Of course. It depends on whether Su Daiyou has the ability. If he could hang on to the other party and drag him down so that he could find out the complete chain of evidence, then he would naturally be safe. At the same time, Su Daiyou frowned, somewhat confused. He knew Zhang Aolong and Xiao Qianlong, two of the 4 dragon gods of China. Although these two people have high status, they are still far behind Mr. Zhong. Can these two people really deal with Mr. Zhong? They are what you call a backup plan. Isn't that a bit hasty? Hear the words. Yi Tiance smiled and said, He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. They have been showing up in public, suppressing rebellions, and guarding the borders in the hearts of the people. They are good people. Are the people's opinions on the person you want to deal with as high as theirs? If there are such opinions, he must consider whether it will cause public outrage before taking action. This is the simplest and most useful method. As for how to use it, it depends on your understanding. Don't tell me yet. During this time, he learned a lot from the ways these idiots in the capital used to deal with him. From Tang Jinmin at the beginning, to Old Man Kong later, and Gao Zhanlong and others. They all wanted to use their status, position and reputation to suppress him, betting that he would not dare to offend them because of these things. Pity. This is a good idea, but it targets the wrong people. He only does things according to his heart and never cares about other people's opinions. But the people in Beijing are different. They have been in high positions for many years and have long been accustomed to the life of luxury and being the center of attention. They cannot bear the scolding and criticism from the masses. And all of them have a fatal weakness. That is, they believe that they have been in control of the situation in the capital for many years, and even if the world is in chaos, they can still restore order and keep the situation firmly in their own hands. Simply put, it's being too self-righteous. This blind self-confidence makes them have a pride that does not belong to them. Therefore, they will never do anything that will damage their pride. At the same time, Su Daiyou also understood what Yi Tiance meant. He didn't expect that Yi Tiance would use such a simple method to deal with Mr. Zhong. Logically speaking, he should have thought of this solution. But in his opinion, this method was too simple. Mr. Zhong and others were in too high a position, so this method would not work on them. He should use those methods that seem troublesome and brain-burning. Now after Yi Tiance's guidance, he finally understood. Sometimes the simplest method is the most effective. Then do as you say, but you have to act quickly. I'm afraid Mr. Zhong is already waiting for me at my Su's house. If no one helps me once I go back, I'm afraid it's a foregone conclusion that the Su family will fall into his hands, and there's no way to save the situation. He looked at Yi Tiance quietly, his eyes full of anticipation. See this. Yi Tiance immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the number. He looked at Su Daiyou solemnly, his face full of disdain. However, Hello, the number you dialed is currently unanswered. Please call again later. Chapter 942 Dragon God is in trouble. The two of them looked at the phone that was automatically hung up and looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, making Yi Tiance feel a little embarrassed. His face immediately turned cold and he dialed another number. This time there was no let-up and the other party answered the call quickly. Yi Tiance said coldly. Where's Zhang Aolong? Why didn't he answer the phone? After 2 seconds of silence from the other side, Zhou Qianlong's slightly anxious voice was heard. Mr. Yi, Lao Zhang has been taken away. It is said that he is colluding with the rebels and is being taken away for investigation. I visited many of my connections but was unable to find any news about him. The situation doesn't seem good. If you have a way, please help. Lao Zhang must not get into trouble. If he does, it will be a big trouble. This phone call not only shocked Su Daiyou. Even Yi Tiance felt a little surprised. As one of the dragon gods, it stands to reason that even if Zhang Aolong made some minor mistakes, it would be understandable and he would not make any big moves. But now he has been taken away? What's more, even Zhou Qianlong couldn't find the person when he went to rescue him. This is too weird. Collaborating with the rebels. Yi Tiance understood immediately and couldn't help but sneer. Where are the traitors who are here to collude? These two words refer to him alone. When Tang Jinmin died in Tiannan province, the two of them went to Jiangnan to look for him. If the capital wants to deal with him, they will naturally regard these two people as his accomplices. It's known to everyone. Among the two of them, only Zhang Aolong has his own ideas. Zhou Qianlong is completely different from before and has long lost his previous decisiveness in killing. Therefore, as long as Zhang Aolong is captured, Zhou Qianlong will not have to worry at all. This way. Not only do they want to kill his fighting spirit, but they also want to cut off his wings in the capital. Without Zhang Aolong, there would probably be no one in the capital who could help him. I really didn't expect that these idiots in the capital could actually think of this. What other information do you have? Tell me all at once. Yi Tiance was not worried about this matter. But Zhang Aolong is the only one among the 4 dragon gods of China who truly cares about the masses. It is reasonable and moral for him to lend a helping hand. But now he is in the open and the enemy is in the dark. If he takes action without sufficient intelligence, it will only backfire. Zhou Qianlong's voice came soon. There are only 2 pieces of information I can get at the moment. First, Lao Zhang was taken away by the Special Operations Team, but the leader was not from the Special Operations Team, but a stranger. After I realized something was wrong, I followed him for a while. Instead of taking the person to the Special Operations Team's interrogation room, he went to the South Bay Villa area. The people who live there are either rich or noble. As far as I know, there are 2 big shots living there. One of them has a big opinion about you. His name is Zhong Yuanzhong. I suspect he was the one who attacked Lao Zhang. Second, there have been some movements at the Great Hall of the People recently, and it seems that a meeting is going to be held, because I saw many radical people returning. But we didn't receive any news about the meeting. There must be some unknown secrets. I'm still investigating the details. As long as there is any news, I will inform you as soon as possible, but due to the special nature of my position, I cannot check Lao Zhang's case. Once I am discovered, they will definitely accuse me, so I can only rely on you, Mr. Yi. In addition, if you need me to help you with anything, just tell me and I will do my best. He knew that he was not qualified to ask Yi Tiance for help. Moreover, Yi Tiance would not call him for no reason. He must need his help to do something. In this regard, Yi Tiance was not polite and said coldly, I will handle Zhang Aolong's matter, but you need to go to the Su family now and stand up for them. Don't let anyone take the Su family away. Keep the Su family in your hands. If anyone dares to cause trouble, then just do it. No need to give them face. Remember, I mean anyone. Zhou Qianlong was stunned for a moment and remained silent for 2 seconds before taking over the conversation. Okay, I understand. I'll go now. Thank you, Mr. Yi. After saying that, he hung up the phone and prepared to go to the Su family without any delay. At the same time, Yi Tiance also began to explain Su Daiyou. If you go back to the Su family now, with Zhou Qianlong here, no one will embarrass you.
Also, do not reveal your current identity and help me investigate the situation in the Great Hall.
By the way, help me get information about Zhang Aolong from Zhong Yuan Zhong.
Don't be afraid if your identity is exposed, just stand on the same line with Zhou Qianlong and follow his arrangements.
In his opinion, Zhou Qianlong alone is enough to support Su Daiyou.
However, since Zhong Yuanzhong has already taken action against Zhang Aolong, Zhou Qianlong will definitely not be able to escape his clutches. It is only a matter of time.
Hear the words. Su Daiyou looked a little ugly.
It can be seen that he is still obviously worried. In addition, knowing that Zhang Aolong has been targeted, it means that the other party has anticipated their actions in advance, and their probability of success will be greatly reduced.
Once it fails, what would lose is not only the Su family, but also his life. But now he has no choice. From the moment he decided to take a gamble, he had no choice but to go down this path.
Don't worry, I will do as you say, kid. I hope you won't be disappointed, and I hope our cooperation will go smoothly. But to be honest, I don't think highly of you. This fight between you and the capital will most likely end in your failure. But that's all in the future. At least we haven't lost yet and can still struggle a little longer.
Struggle? This old man's words are so funny. Yi Tiance has been fighting with the capital for so long. When has he ever struggled?
Every time, it was the capital that suffered the loss.
If you say they are struggling, it's more like they are struggling.
Okay, stop talking nonsense now that your problem is solved. It's time to solve mine. He did all these things in order to obtain information about the shadow cult and take Yi Linger back.
If you go too late, you will definitely miss it.
Su Daiyou did not hesitate and immediately took out an envelope from his bag and handed it over. The location of the stronghold is inside, and there is also a specific defense map. Over the years, the shadow cult has infiltrated many forces in the capital, and many high-ranking officials have cooperated with them. It can be said that the entire capital is their stronghold. In short, it is better to be careful.
Now, he was also afraid that something might happen to Yi Tiance. Because if anything goes wrong, he will definitely be implicated. Yi Tiance couldn't help but look at him again and sneered.
You prepared the intelligence in advance. It seems that you already have a plan for the next step in mind.
This old guy has been acting since the beginning. Otherwise, why would I prepare this thing for him in advance? Su Daiyou sighed.
I do have rebellious ideas, but I also need to see who is helping me. If it were those two scumbags Lu Yinji and Rong Tianli, I would naturally do what I should do.
But if it were you, I'd take a chance. Chapter 943, Location of Base.
He knew from the beginning that he could not be a match for Mr. Zhong.
He was also unwilling to hand over the Su family.
So he had prepared these things long ago. He planned to take these things and surrender to the conservatives when necessary, and use the information to buy his own way out.
But now it seems that handing it over to Yi Tiance might be a good choice.
Because the shadow cult's infiltration was so rapid, he didn't know how many conservatives still adhered to their original intentions. It would be troublesome if it was given to the wrong person.
Yi Tiance's determination has always been obvious, so he can see more certainty in him.
Although he had helped the capital before, helping Su Zhongguan deal with Yi Tiance. But in the final analysis, he and Yi Tiance did not have any deep hatred.
The situation forced me to do so. He thought Yi Tiance could also understand this. At the same time, Yi Tiance opened the envelope and took a look.
In addition to the note recording the location of the stronghold, there was also a defense map.
He took a quick look and wrote down the contents on the defense map.
Then he gathered his strength in his palm and shattered the note and the defense map, leaving only powder on his fingertips. A cool breeze blew by, leaving no trace of powder.
Okay, I don't have time to keep talking nonsense with you here. I have things I need to do.
When you see Zhou Qianlong, tell him to wait and see what happens, don't cause any trouble, and wait for my signal.
The voice just fell. Yi Tiance had disappeared from his sight. When he looked over, Yi Tiance and Tan Lang quickly disappeared under the wall of the Forbidden City. This made him breathe a sigh of relief and feel inexplicably relaxed. Perhaps it was because he had joined Yi Tiance.
But he knew that things were far from over. This was just the beginning.
For every next step, he must cooperate with Yi Tiance in order to complete this journey accurately.
Now he finally understood.
Why does old lady Zhao think so highly of Yi Tiance?
This kid's methods and courage deserve high praise. This made him think of the mysterious old immortal he met many years ago. Not only did she help him solve the crisis easily, but she also made a marriage contract with him.
Now it seems that the old immortal has a good vision. Knew it. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer. At the same time,
the bodyguards also came forward quickly, looking anxious, fearing that something might happen to Su Dayo.
Master, are you okay? Did that kid do anything to you?
That's right, Patriarch, that kid is not a good person and he is not easy to talk to.
If he really did something to you, we would avenge you even if we died. Now.
Seeing their indignation, Su Dayo was furious and snorted coldly.
If you really had the guts, you wouldn't have been so weak in front of me just now. Do you think I didn't see it? Humph, a bunch of trash. I don't know what the point of keeping you is. If you don't have the ability, don't brag here. No, I get mad when I see you. Get back here and go to the elders to receive your punishment.
Although he knew that these bodyguards were no match for Yi Tiance and would be seeking their own death if they took action.
But he still felt very unhappy. He pretended to be dead when we met in the beginning, and now that the person is gone he is acting like a bully. How hypocritical. Either keep silent or confront him from the beginning. What's the point of saying this now?
Seeing Su Dayo so angry, they were at a loss for a moment, like children who had done something wrong. They were angry but dared not speak, and were unable to refute.
Okay, send me back now. I'll bother you again after I resolve this matter.
The most urgent task is to return to the Su family as soon as possible and cooperate with Zhou Qianlong to deal with Mr. Zhong to avoid any further trouble.
See this. The bodyguards didn't dare to say anything and quickly followed behind him to ensure his safety.
As for Rongtianli, Yi Tiance certainly did not kill him. Instead, he asked the people from the dragon group to take him away and cooperate with Tan Lang to interrogate him and dig out more information.
Grand Theater.
At this moment, the place is brightly lit and bustling. The audience came in and out, laughing and talking, and their words were full of praise for the performance in the theater.
Yi Tiance stood at the door, looking at the huge iconic building, and couldn't help but sneer.
I really didn't expect that these idiots in the capital would help the shadow cult hide in a place like this.
Aren't you afraid that those people will desecrate this iconic building and be despised by the world? But yes.
Since they have already colluded with the shadow cult, why would they still worry about these things?
The note Su Dayo gave him did not specify that it was a grand theater, only a detailed address.
So when he came here, he was somewhat surprised. He knew that these idiots in the capital were shameless, but he didn't expect them to be so shameless.
As for deployment, it is not too complicated.
In addition to the 4 groups of people patrolling continuously outside, there are also sentries hiding in the dark on the top floor observing every move below. With his strength, it would be easy for him to break through this defense. But the difficulty lies in the fact that these people from the shadow cult are dressed as ordinary people, shuttling back and forth with the audience. So it is impossible to tell who are the members of the shadow cult and who are the real audience. Even though he had dealt with the shadow cult so many times, he was quite familiar with the evil spirit in them. But since they dare to disguise themselves like this, they must have been fully prepared. In this situation, it was really difficult for him to identify the other party.
And if you recognize the wrong person, you will definitely alert the enemy. Once we alert the enemy, it will be extremely difficult to get close to here again.
Not to mention that the shadow cult might abandon this stronghold.
By the time, it would be even more impossible for him to find Yi Linger. Think of this.
He couldn't help but feel troubled.
After thinking it over again and again, I decided to leave first and think about it later.
But just as he was about to leave, he saw a luxury car parked in front of the theater.
Subsequently, an acquaintance got out of the car. When I saw him, Yi Tiance couldn't help but grin. It's true that when he was sleepy, someone came to give him a pillow and saved him from danger. Whoosh! He flashed and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, two audience members who looked like ordinary people immediately came forward to greet Su Zhengwan, who had just got off the car. Su Zhengwan said coldly, "What's the matter that you called me here so late? If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to waste here with you." Hear the words. The leader bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Mayor Su, of course there is something that I asked you to come here for, but we don't know what it is. If you want to know what I want to talk to you about, please go in first. The guardian has been waiting for you in there for a long time." Su Zhengwan was stunned for a moment, and his expression turned visibly ugly. Why did they call him here so late? It was the Dharma protector who came to see him. Did something big happen? Chapter 944, Raise an army to hold the culprit accountable? What happened? Su Zhengwan couldn't help but asked again. Do not know why. He felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. At this critical juncture, if something big really happened, it would definitely bring extremely serious consequences. Mayor, there are some things I am not qualified to tell you, and I don't know everything, so please don't make things difficult for us. But the guardians look very unhappy, and they are seriously injured, so please be careful with your words, lest you get yourself into trouble. Injured? Su Zhengwan's face immediately turned ugly. Needless to say, he had already guessed it. Okay, I got it. You guys guard this place and don't let anyone in. He knew very well that in the entire capital, there were not many people who could inflict serious damage on the guardian of the shadow cult. Moreover, all the people from the capital stayed in their own agencies and did not come out. The remaining one can only be Yi Tiance. Although I don't know how they met, it is obvious that Yi Tiance has already set his sights on them. That guy is like a dogskin plaster. Once he sticks to you, you can't get rid of him no matter how hard you try. And the shadow cult is their trump card. If anything happens to the shadow cult, they will lose a powerful force they can rely on. At the same time, Su Zhengwan walked quickly into the theater. These two seemingly ordinary shadow cult members also continued to pretend to be ordinary people and walked around. If Yi Tiance had not seen this scene with his own eyes, he would never have recognized that these two people were members of the shadow cult. But since we've met, I must give you a gift. Theater dressing room. Su Zhengwan came quickly. Just as he was about to step into the house, the dim yellow light in the house suddenly turned into dark purple, which was so dazzling that it forced him to take 2 steps back. When he withdrew his foot from the threshold, the light returned to normal. Look closely. Su Zhengwan was shocked. There were 8 people in the house, 5 of whom were covered in blood and had varying degrees of injuries. The most serious case was committed by one of the women. There are fist-sized holes on both shoulder blades, which are scary to look at. It's a fucking miracle that he can still survive with such injuries. And many more. This person looks familiar. Su Zhengwan bent over and squinted his eyes to see clearly. Lu Yinji. Is it her? Su Zhengwan was horrified. He had no idea that Lu Yinji had returned to the capital. Since the last time they spoke to her and she gave him advice on how to kidnap Su Zishi, they haven't been in touch since. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. Not only that, he also found that the other 4 injured people were familiar faces. All of them were guardians of the shadow cult. 2 of them were guardians who were responsible for connecting with him. Of course, he was clear about their strength. But now, it has become like this. How powerful is Yi Tiance? This isn't a big deal, this is the sky falling. For a while. He was also unsure. At the same time, the believer who was in charge of taking care of the breathing exercises of several people inside saw him and came out immediately. Captain Su, please wait for a moment. The guardian is still recuperating and will be back soon. Hear the words. Su Zhengwan felt inexplicably worried and anxious. As the mayor, he was completely unaware of what happened today.
Calling him here so late must mean they are going to call him to account. His status is only useful to ordinary people, but useless to those murderous shadow cult guardians.
Think of this.
He couldn't help but take a closer look at his surroundings. He often comes to this place, but this is the first time he wants to leave in an escaping situation.
Suddenly, a cool breeze blew past me.
The overwhelming murderous intent instantly enveloped his entire body, causing him to stiffen.
Really?
Still here?
He turned around reluctantly and said with a smile. Mist Guardian, what do you mean?
The Mist Guardian had a cold face, stared at Su Zhengguan intently, and said in a cold voice. Mayor Su, even though such a big thing happened, you are resting so peacefully.
As for the matter in the Forbidden City, if that crazy woman Lu Yenji hadn't made a backup plan in advance, I'm afraid we would have to collect the bodies now. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this matter? Forbidden City?
Su Zhengguan was shocked. He never expected that they would go to the Forbidden City to cause trouble.
That is a true national landmark. Even they couldn't go in and cause trouble.
Because once something happens inside, it will become the focus of society's attention.
Damn it!
Why go anywhere else but to the damn Forbidden City?
Mist Guardian, you lured the snake out of its hole without telling me, right? Now that something has happened in the Forbidden City, you want all of us to be on TV tomorrow and become the focus, right? I don't care what this crazy woman Lu Yenji said to you. Do you know that your actions will push both you and me into the fire pit? Now, Su Zhengguan also became tough.
He simply couldn't bear the consequences of this incident. The Mist Guardian still said in a cold voice.
What? Mayor Su is playing dumb now? I sent you the information a long time ago, but you said you didn't tell you?
Mayor Su, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes, so let's stop playing strange stories from a Chinese studio. If you don't want to help, then just come clean. There's no need to play dumb and cause us to suffer heavy losses. There were a total of 6 guardians, including Yi Linger. He didn't care whether the others were dead or alive, and it wasn't a loss. After all, as the guardian of the shadow cult, one must be prepared to die for the cult at any time.
But Yi Linger was almost snatched back by Yi Tians.
If he hadn't been quick-witted at the last moment and used threats and bribes to coerce Lu Yenji into helping him, then their shadow cult's plan would have completely collapsed.
If this is true, then what is the point of what they are doing now?
He stared at Su Zhengguan intently, and the questioning look in his eyes made Su Zhengguan stunned.
No, wait a minute, what do you mean you sent me the information a long time ago? I've been at home the whole time and haven't received any information at all. Mist Guardian, between us, who is the one using his brain and who is playing tricks?
As soon as these words came out, the two of them frowned, confused.
What's the matter? The importance of intelligence is well known. How could you possibly joke about this? So what went wrong?
The two looked at each other and fell into deep thought.
Who benefits when there is a problem with intelligence? And many more. Lu Yenji. The two of them suddenly reacted and looked at Lu Yenji at the same time. At the same time,
Lu Yenji also slowly opened her eyes. The blood-red lines on her face had faded and she was back to normal. What's even more bizarre is that the pierced shoulders have grown flesh and blood, and are even seeping with blood. Apart from his pale face, there was no sign of any injuries.
Su Zhengguan was shocked. After all, he had just seen Lu Yenji's injuries with his own eyes. How could they be healed in such a short time? At this time, Lu Yenji also met their gazes and said coldly, "Yes, I deliberately did not pass on the information." Chapter 945 News about Chen Qingdi. It's really her.
The mist protector narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Yenji through the mask. He asked why he had sent information to Su Zhengguan a long time ago and asked him to cooperate but had not received a response yet. It turns out that this bitch is the one causing all this trouble. He knew that this bitch couldn't be trusted.
Who will benefit the most if their plan fails? That must be Lu Yenji. Because if the plan fails, they will reuse her.
This crazy woman probably wants to use this method to gradually disintegrate their core and find out the news about Chen Qingdi.
What do you think will be good for you if we lose? He narrowed his eyes and questioned Lu Yinji. In this regard, Lu Yinji said coldly, I never thought about losing, I just wanted Yi Tiance to die.
But now I am really glad that I did not pass on the information in time, otherwise how would I know that you have been lying to me?
Answer me, is what that bastard Yi Tiance said true? Where is the Qing Emperor?
I'll give you one last chance if you still don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being rude. I can help you snatch her away from Yi Tiance and get away with it, but I can also die with you. Logically speaking, Yi Tiance helped her, so she shouldn't do so much for the protector of mist.
But she just wanted to get news about Chen Qingdi. She has worked for the shadow cult for so many years. If it turns out to be a scam in the end, then what is the value of all she has given over the years? Is this a complete joke?
In fact, she refused to pass on the information at first, just wanting to lure Yi Tiance out with herself.
Then find a way to kill him.
After all, the harm this bastard caused her was too great, and she would never forget it in her life. Only by killing her can she vent her hatred. But I didn't expect that I would get such a pleasant surprise in the end.
She knew very well what kind of person Yi Tiance was.
Although this bastard killed people without blinking an eye and never showed mercy, he never boasted and would never make excuses to deceive her. Because in his eyes, she was not even worthy of his attention, a complete waste, and he didn't even bother to try to coax her into doing something. Since Yi Tiance can say such words, it means there are clues to follow.
So, she must find out what is going on.
You are not only a crazy woman, but also an idiot.
We have worked together for so many years. Have you ever failed to fulfill the conditions I promised you? Now you actually believe what that guy said and turn against me?
Why do you do that?
I'm afraid you are having an affair with that guy and you did this on purpose, right? Shut up. This sentence completely ignited Lu Yinji's anger.
She immediately kicked him with a whip.
See this.
The mist protector was horrified and immediately stretched out his hand to block. Even though he succeeded at first, he was still knocked back several steps by this blow.
You are crazy.
He roared angrily, but still failed to stop Lu Yinji's attack. Lu Yinji had no intention of giving him a chance to catch his breath.
With a flash, he came in front of him again and kicked him in the heart again. This also made the mist protector very angry. Boom!
He suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, trying to shock Lu Yinji back. But he forgot that he had just been seriously injured by Yi Tiance. Even if he had just recuperated and recovered from his injuries, it would be impossible for him to recover to his full strength so quickly. Therefore, the aura he could generate was not that strong, not enough to force Lu Yinji back. Damn crazy woman! He roared, with a hint of anxiety in his words.
No!
If he continued to let this crazy woman go crazy, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble.
If you do it again, I can assure you that you will never see Chen Qingdi again in your life. The voice just fell. Lu Yinji immediately stopped and retracted his fist that was about to reach the mist protector.
She stared at the mist protector coldly, with murderous intent evident in her eyes.
Then I'll give you another chance. If you still don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for being rude. See this. The mist protector was extremely angry.
He never dreamed that Yi Tiance would show up halfway and mess up their plans. Now, Lu Yinji, who has done so much for them for so many years, has begun to rebel. The key is that he can only endure it and has no way to take strong measures. Because he knew very well how important Lu Yinji was to them. With this woman around, they can achieve twice the result with half the effort and save a lot of effort no matter whether they are planning in the capital or in Tiannan province. She can even use her connections to attract many people to work for the shadow cult. Otherwise, he would have killed this crazy woman long ago. If you want to know the truth, I can tell you, but you have to think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences. Hear the words. Lu Yinji's face immediately turned cold. She knew it. Since Protector Wu said so,
it means that what Yi Tian said is true.
She forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart.
She wanted to see what kind of explanation the Mist Protector would give her.
I don't want to hear any more nonsense. If you dare to say any more, don't blame me for being merciless. Seeing that she was determined to know, the face of the Mist Protector turned ugly. He thought that saying this would make Lu Yinji give up. But I didn't expect that he would rise to the challenge head-on. In this case, he couldn't keep it a secret any longer and could only tell the truth.
Regarding Chen Xingdi, it's not what that kid said.
I don't know whether he is dead or alive, but he is definitely in the hands of the shadow cult. My responsibility is to use the Lingyuan Pearl to create a spiritual body for the leader and welcome his return.
So I don't know much about him, and it's not my business.
I can ask the guardian who is in charge of him and give you an accurate answer regardless of whether he is dead or alive. In addition, as long as you are happy to help us do what we need to do, I can arrange for you to go to the guardian who is in charge of him.
You can ask for anything you want at that time, even if it's coercion or inducement, it's none of my business.
While talking, the Mist Protector stood with his hands folded, his eyes full of helplessness.
Lu Yinji frowned slightly and fell into deep thought.
This Mist Protector is really smooth in his words. On the surface, he revealed the news about Chen Xingdi to her, but in fact, he didn't say anything concrete at all. This is simply kicking the ball to another protector and asking her to find someone else.
But she didn't even know which guardian to look for, so how could she find him?
Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger from her waist, took a sudden step forward, and put the dagger against the neck of the Mist Protector. He said coldly, I don't care who you are under the mask, but you have to remember this, I am crazy Lu Yinji. You should know the value of these 3 words. If you keep fooling me like this, don't blame me for taking off your mask and revealing your true face to the world. When that happens, you'll be a rat crossing the street that everyone will shout and beat.
And do you think Yi Tian will let you go at that time? Chapter 946 Appearance.
From the guardians to the followers of the shadow cult, all of them wear masks, and no one shows their true face. Because they themselves know that the identity of shadow cult members cannot be seen in public. Once it sees the light, it will definitely lead to death. The Mist Protector is the best among these protectors and the backbone of the shadow cult. If his true face were to be exposed to the world, it could be said that the entire shadow cult would be destroyed. Especially now that Yi Tian is trying to stop him.
She knew it very well.
Protector Wu did not tell the truth. She had to get the other party to reveal all the information, otherwise what was the point?
See this.
The Mist Guardian showed no fear at all, and even laughed disdainfully.
You have to think carefully, can you afford the consequences of attacking me?
I know you work for the shadow cult because of Chen Xingdi, but now we are the only ones who know about him.
Lu Yinji, if you really kill me, do you think you will be able to get news about him in the future? In my opinion, you'd better wake up and don't be fooled by that guy.
What?
You don't think what he said is true, and he can help you find Chen Xingdi? I tell you, this is impossible.
No one can help you except us, the shadow cult.
He looked at Lu Yinji coldly, the mockery and disdain in his eyes were self-evident. This crazy woman, does she really think she can defeat him? He just didn't believe it. He was sure of the news about Chen Xingdi. Could this crazy woman really turn her back on him?
Hear the words. Lu Yinji snorted coldly and immediately wanted to cut the neck of the Mist Protector with the dagger in his hand. On the other hand, the Mist Protector was not panicked at all, and even felt like laughing. He wanted to see if Lu Yinji really dared to attack him.
Wow!
The sound of a dagger cutting through the air was heard. However, there was not a single scar on the neck of the Mist Protector.
Next second,
the dagger fell to the ground. Lu Yinji stared at Protector Wu in frustration, the unwillingness in his eyes was obvious. The Mist Guardian smiled and said,
"It seems that you still can't do it. Since you can't do it, then just help me obediently. Once you have done what you are supposed to do, you will know everything you want to know. I am already giving you face by telling you so much now.
But don't worry, what I just said counts. I will help you get to the bottom of it and tell you the truth."
Now, do you have anything else to say?
Hear the words. Lu Yenji glared at him, then turned around and returned to her seat to recuperate and heal her wounds. The mist protector was not wrong. She has no evidence now and cannot accuse the other party at all. And no matter whether Chen Xingdi is dead or alive, he is still in the hands of the shadow cult. She wanted to see the man alive or the body dead, and before she did that, she couldn't completely turn against the shadow cult.
At the same time, Protector Wu sneered and looked at Su Zhongguan. Mayor Su, next, it's time to talk about what happened between us. Su Zhongguan frowned and said. What do you want to say? You also know about the Forbidden City incident. If it were to be exposed, it would definitely cause unrest and bring about great trouble. Aren't you afraid that you will be implicated? If that's the case, why not try to divert the blame? Anyway, you have a ready-made candidate in mind, right? As long as this problem is solved, your son can be saved. I think Mayor Su, you will not refuse to help, right? Diverting trouble to the east? Su Zhongguan immediately understood what he meant. This is to make him push the Forbidden City incident onto Yi Tiance and let Yi Tiance take the blame. And Yi Tiance will become the scapegoat, that is, the murderer of the Forbidden City murder. Seeing blood in the Forbidden City is a serious crime. Not only will they be despised by the masses, but they will also be punished by law. If this happens, Yi Tiance will face double pressure from society, and he will be completely finished. Don't tell me yet. This is really a good idea. But that kid is stubborn and smart, and he's not that easy to fool. It may not be that easy to throw dirty water on him. This matter needs to be considered carefully. Any rash action will only alert the enemy. If you are not careful, you will be tricked by this kid, and then you will be in trouble. He was happy to frame Yi Tiance in this way. But during this period of time, he suffered repeated losses at the hands of Yi Tiance and did not gain any advantage at all. Even kidnapping Su Zishi failed to make him give in. If I act impulsively now, I'm afraid I still won't get any good results. Moreover, this matter is of great importance, so we must act carefully and try to get rid of Yi Tiance in one go. With your status and position as Mayor Su, shouldn't it be easy for you to handle such a small matter? We are all smart people, so don't play dumb with me. If the problem is solved, it will be good for both you and me. You should know this better than me. Hear the words. Su Zhongguan frowned and fell into deep thought. What the hell? The Mist Protector is forcing him to do this. To know. If this cannot be done, then he can forget about keeping this position. On the surface, he wanted to get rid of Yi Tiance, but in reality he wanted to kill two birds with one stone. What? Mayor Su, what are you hesitating about? Did I not make myself clear? Protector Wu looked at Su Zhongguan coldly. That cold look brought him tremendous pressure. Mist Guardian, there are some things. Because he knows that he can't help you, and your death is approaching. Instead of thinking about how to deal with me, you should think about how to escape. The voice just fell. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared and passed in front of the Mist Protector. His target was Yi Linger, who was sleeping on the sofa. See this. The Mist Guardian reacted immediately and said anxiously. Quick! Stop him. He's targeting the spirits. He was extremely panicked and immediately ran away, trying to stop Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance's appearance shocked them all. Even Lu Yenji, who had just recovered from his injuries, was horrified. At the same time, the other four guardians also reacted and rushed towards Yi Tiance. The swords in their hands were all pointed at Yi Tiance. Within easy reach. Yi Tiance was one step faster than them. Whoosh! His figure flashed, leaving a trail of afterimage, and he came in front of Yi Linger. He stretched out his hand, grabbed her and held her in his arms. Seeing Yi Linger still sleeping, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that he came at the right time, and the Shadow Cult has not done anything to Yi Linger yet. Otherwise, if the Shadow Cult were to use its own methods to do something to Yi Linger, it would be even more difficult to wake her up again. Boom! The swords suddenly collided. But Yi Tiance was not hurt, not even the edge of his clothes was touched. Next second, Yi Tiance appeared behind the mist protector holding Yi Linger. He said coldly, "You think I won't be able to find you if you hide here? Unfortunately, you are just a rat crossing the street after all, and as long as you are a rat, you will leave traces. Today, you are going to die." Chapter 947 Joining Forces Again. He comes today. Not only does he want to snatch Yi Linger away, but he also wants to completely get rid of this group of bad apples. Prevent these street rats from continuing to endanger society and ordinary people. Just that forbidden potion alone can kill many people and take many lives. At the same time, the mist protector was furious. Damn! How did this guy find this place? And they came so quickly, leaving them no chance to escape. No! We can't let this kid take away the spirit, otherwise everything will be ruined. You guys, stop him, even if it means death, you have to stop him. The voice just fell. The other 4 guardians attacked Yi Tiance behind him again. But their speed was still 1 step slower than Yi Tiance. By the time the swords in their hands fell on the position where Yi Tiance had just been, he had already escaped from the backstage of the theater. See this. The mist protector narrowed his eyes, feeling something was wrong. With Yi Tiance's personality, he would run away even if he got the spirit back. His strong strength is his confidence, which makes him inexplicably confident. What's more, he threatened to kill them, so they would definitely not run away. But now he is running away. What's going on? Is there an ambush outside? Wrong. This kid wants to escape from their territory and avoid the constraints of their formation. Stop him. Our formation will be useless if we let this guy escape from the theater. He wants to avoid our formation. While talking, he has also chased out. In the huge dressing room, only Lu Yenji and Su Zhongguan were left. The situation changed again, making Su Zhongguan want to leave this place of trouble immediately. Yi Tiance hates the shadow cult to the core. If he continues to stay here, he will probably be affected, and then he will either die or be injured. But just as he was about to leave, Lu Yenji suddenly said, "Mayor Su, are you interested in making a deal?" Deal? What do you mean? Su Zhongguan frowned and looked Lu Yenji up and down. He had more concerns than trust towards this crazy woman. Because he couldn't see through Lu Yenji at all. Not only him, even if the mist protector wanted to control her, he had to rely on Chen Xingdi's news to keep her hanging. Therefore, he couldn't guess what this crazy woman would do. It would be troublesome if this crazy woman stabbed him in the back like she did this time. Lu Yenji slowly stood up. Her pale face and cold eyes looked particularly strange under the dim light. Mayor Su, I know that your son Su Wenyan is in Yi Tiance's hands, and you want to rescue him. And you sent your secretary Gao Lu to get information, but the person has not been rescued yet, right? Hear the words. Su Zhongguan looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that this woman knew his layout so clearly. What do you want to say in the end? At this time, Lu Yenji came behind Su Zhongguan and sneered. It's simple. I can help you rescue the young master, but the prerequisite is that I need you to do me a small favor. Help? This crazy woman actually asked him for help? To be honest, this is a joke. In his opinion, this crazy woman's courage and ability are no less than his. Moreover, she has a strong martial arts level as a foundation coupled with her current identity. She can do what he can do. Why should she ask him for help? Ms. Lu, I think with your abilities, you don't need my help, right? Mayor Su, please stop flattering Yenji. You are the only one who can help me with this matter. The shadow cult cannot be trusted ultimately. They are just using me, but it is different between us. We are mutually beneficial. You may not believe me, but you have to understand one thing. No one knows Yi Tiance better than me. Therefore, only I can help you rescue the young master. No one else can do it, not even your secretary. You never know, if you let your secretary go, you might end up losing both the wife and the army. You don't want to put so much effort into this only to end up with nothing, right? Hear the words. Su Zhongwan fell into deep thought.
What this crazy woman said makes sense.
The shadow cult is not a trustworthy entity after all. The reason we cooperate with them now is just because it is profitable. After they kill Yitians, and then regain their strength, overthrow everything and start over again, and consolidate their power, they will also find a way to deal with the shadow cult. Moreover, he really wanted to rescue Su Wenyan now. After all, he only has this one son, he can't really let him live outside and be bullied by Yitians, right? Although Lu Yinji is now associating with the shadow cult, in the final analysis she has always been just trying to capture Chen Qingdi. After getting the news about Chen Qingdi, she will probably no longer associate with the shadow cult. Also, this crazy woman just said that he is the only one who can help with this matter, so we can only rely on him and she probably won't betray him. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? In the end, he chose to believe Lu Yinji. At the same time, I also want to see what this woman wants to do. Mayor Su, there isn't much I need you to do, I just need you to help me. While talking, she had already leaned close to Su Zhongwan's ear and whispered what she wanted to do. After listening, Su Zhongwan was shocked. Are you sure you want to do this? Why? Why? Mayor Su, this shouldn't be a difficult matter for you, right? Seeing that Lu Yinji still wanted to do this, Su Zhongwan's mouth twitched. You are such a crazy woman. No wonder people in both the black and white worlds are reluctant to mess with you. I can help you with this matter, but let me make it clear that no matter what the consequences are, it has nothing to do with me. Also, remember what you promised me. Don't worry, Mayor Su, it won't be long before you see the young master return home. Lu Yinji nodded and smiled, then returned to her cold and frosty look. After agreeing to her, Su Zhongwan quickly left. One is to help Lu Yinji and make some arrangements. The second is to leave here quickly to avoid being implicated by Yitians and being in trouble with the Mist Protector. Outside the theater. Everyone, we must catch him. We can't let this kid escape from here. The Mist Protector took the lead and was determined to capture Yitians. At the same time, the other members of the shadow cult who had concealed their identities also immediately took action and chased after Yitians. See this. Yitians snorted coldly, not taking these people seriously at all, and even wished they would rush up together. This way, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. He deliberately slowed down to allow Wu Hufa and others to catch up. This made the Mist Protector very happy. On. Give an order. Many followers rushed towards Yitians, using all their tricks and weapons. Yitians grinned. Well done. Chapter 948, Double Backhand. Everyone, come on. Kill him. This guy actually dared to trespass into our base, he is really courting death, we must kill him. That's right, the Lord Protector has given the order, we must kill him. Seeing that they were about to catch up with Yitians and succeed, everyone was delighted. After all, seeing that Protector Jianwu was so nervous means that this kid is a big trouble. If they really get rid of him, they will definitely be rewarded according to their merits and will be able to gain a lot of benefits. Think of this. They burst out with extraordinary speed again and got one step closer to Yitians. However, just when they were about to meet Yitians, whoosh! Yitians suddenly sneered, stepped on the ground, and instantly left a shadow in the same place. What's wrong with this kid? He could have run away, why did he have to wait for us? Yes, what the hell is this kid doing? What the hell? Just do it. It's already like this, what's there to be afraid of? Yeah, it's already this fucking time, why are you still looking back? Damn it. Even though they know it is wrong, they are still unwilling to give up. After all, in their eyes, Yitians is a walking reward. But this scene made the Mist Protector react. He immediately yelled. It's a scam. Get out of here. Don't be fooled. These idiots, don't they have any brains at all? Yitian's strength is obviously much stronger than theirs, but he insisted on stopping and waiting for them. Hasn't he ever thought about the reason?
The purpose is to lure them all together and then catch them all in one fell swoop.
The followers of the shadow cult were stunned and horrified. Pity. Yi Tiance would never give them a chance to escape. When they react. Suddenly. Boom. A roar was heard. Then a beam of fire was seen flying towards them. Fuck. What is that? I don't know, I've never seen it before. Could it be a magic trick? It doesn't look like it, it looks like shit. It's a missile. Run. Run quickly. Missiles? Wernama. Everyone was horrified and wanted to escape immediately. But the missile was extremely fast and arrived before them. The missile landed accurately in the center of the shadow cult followers. Boom. After another explosion, flames raged. The huge impact force generated by the explosion instantly knocked the believers away. The fragments of the exploding shells pierced their bodies like rocks. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Many believers fell to the ground as flames erupted. Whether it was the passers-by around or the people from the shadow cult such as the Mist Protector, they were all horrified and stood there in a daze. But before they could come to their senses, another piercing sound pierced the sky. At first glance, another missile is coming. See this. The eyes of the Mist Protector were filled with shock, panic, and fear. Run! Run! Damn it! What's going on with this kid? How can we get missiles? Pity. Human power is ultimately powerless in the face of technology. No matter how fast the shadow cult members ran, they had no way of escaping the explosion range of the missile. Boom! Another explosion sounded. As the raging flames lit up, many believers were blown away, their flesh and blood blurred. This scene made the Mist Protector look extremely ugly and angry. You little bastard! You stole my shadow cult spirit body and killed my followers. I want you to die without a burial place. Whoosh! He rushed out, trying to catch up with Yi Tiance and kill him with his life. But in Yi Tiance's eyes, he was just a rookie. If it weren't for the mysterious Ling Yuan pearl, the Mist Protector would have died in his hands long ago. Why would he wait until now? But Yi Tiance deliberately slowed down and allowed the Mist Protector to catch up. We are about to catch up. Yi Tiance couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. What he wants is to catch up with him. Just when he was about to catch up, suddenly, bang bang bang. Several gunshots suddenly rang out. Countless bullets streaked through the sky. Fuck you. Seeing the bullet coming towards him, Mist Protector couldn't help but swear. He immediately stopped and started to dodge the bullets. At the same time, Yi Tiance was also slightly shocked. Sniper? How is this going? Why are there snipers? There was no such arrangement in his plan. Followed by several more gunshots were heard, and several bullets flew again. Yi Tiance frowned slightly, and before he could come to his senses, he found that the bullet was shooting towards him. This made him understand instantly. It turns out that these snipers were arranged by those idiots in Beijing. These idiots wanted to use him to kill the shadow cult members. At the same time, take this opportunity to kill him. What a good trick of killing with a borrowed knife. But it's a pity. It's wishful thinking to think of killing him with just these bullets. Whoosh. He left behind a few afterimages and disappeared on the spot. No matter how many bullets were shot at him, none of them hit him, not even their afterimages. At the same time, the Mist Protector also reacted and realized that someone was helping him. So he took a step forward and chased after him without any worries. What the hell? Not only did this kid play a trick on him, causing heavy losses to his shadow cult followers, but he also stole the spirit. If he lets this kid escape, he might as well die. Bang bang bang. After he caught up, several gunshots rang out again.
He was so scared that he subconsciously wanted to dodge, thinking that the other party was shooting at him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the bullet shooting towards Yi Tian's. At the same time, he also understood that Yi Tian's plan had been broken and the people he arranged had been replaced by people from the capital. This made him chase even more recklessly. As for Yi Tian's, the speed of escape had obviously dropped a lot. Although these snipers could not hit him, they were able to predict his escape route in advance and shoot at him, using bullets to force him to retreat or take a detour. This slowed him down quite a bit. The mist protector did not waste such a good opportunity and caught up with Yi Tian's in just a few breaths. Boy! Either you leave the spirit behind today, or you die. The mist guardian roared. His tolerance for Yi Tian's has dropped to 0. Even though he knew he was no match for Yi Tian's, he was still determined to kill him. Hear the words. Yi Tian's suddenly sped up and headed towards a corner. This made the mist protector even more angry. He didn't expect that Yi Tian's could burst out at such a fast speed. I suddenly felt like I was being made a fool of. Boy, you are courting death. He also burst out with all his strength, shot out and chased after him. But as soon as he turned the corner, he saw Yi Tian's stopped in front of him waiting for him, with a playful and disdainful look on his face. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted and sneered. Boy, run, keep running, why don't you run anymore? Yi Tian's also sneered. You should be the one running now. Chapter 949, Soul Binding Array. Whoosh! Yi Tian's flashed and appeared in front of the mist protector. The powerful aura made the mist protector's hair stand on end, as if he was facing a powerful enemy. By the time he reacted, Yi Tian's fist had already hit him. Damn! This guy deliberately let him catch up and let him hear. The mist protector immediately put his fists in front of his chest, crossing them to block Yi Tian's fist. Puff! Although he blocked the punch, he still spat out blood and retreated dozens of steps. The hands that were blocking were covered in blood and even twisted. He kept breathing heavily and looked at Yi Tian's vigilantly. This kid's courage is truly the greatest among anyone he has ever met. He actually made him jump into the fire pit repeatedly. Seeing him like this, Yi Tian's couldn't help but sneer. What? You're not bragging like you were just now? Didn't you say you wanted me to die? How can you kill me like this? But I really didn't expect that those idiots in the capital would help you like this. It seems that you promised them a lot of benefits. Unfortunately, this is a blind spot for shooting. Even if they want to move their position to increase the shooting angle, it will take a lot of time. Before that, it's enough for me to finish you off. If you have any means of saving your life, use them as soon as possible, otherwise, you will have no chance. From the direction and speed of the bullet just shot by the sniper, he had already determined the direction of the sniper. As for the location, there is no need to consider it too much. Because snipers are very particular about commanding heights. Only on the commanding heights can they have a broad field of vision, and they need this field of vision to help with shooting. The position he chose allowed him to conceal his body with the help of the buildings and corners behind him, creating a blind spot. Of course, this blind spot won't exist for long. The opponents are all top snipers, and they can change positions much faster than ordinary snipers. And their judgments are rarely wrong. But for him, this gap is enough. With his strength, it would be easy for him to take advantage of this gap to deal with the mist protector. At the same time, the mist protector narrowed his eyes and stared at him intently. He said coldly, "Boy, you have already calculated the current situation from the beginning, right? So ever since you stole the spirit, you've been trying to lure me into the trap until I chased you to this place. I have to say that your courage and strategy are really amazing, which makes people admire you very much. In my entire life, no one has ever been able to make a fool of me, and you are the first one." Yi Tian said disdainfully. You guessed right, everything was indeed calculated from the beginning, just to lure you out. But what I didn't expect was that these idiots in Beijing actually wanted to be the jackal. I don't know where they got their confidence from. Besides, I don't need your admiration because you are nothing compared to me and you have no right to admire me. You were played like a monkey by me because you showed up too late, otherwise you wouldn't even be a monkey. Okay, I don't want to waste time talking to you. If you have any last words, say them now, or you won't be able to say them later.
Are you kidding me? With this little skill, you still have the nerve to call yourself a monkey? Not even a fucking clown.
If he had known about this person earlier, he would have killed him long ago. The Mist Protector was furious because he felt so blatantly insulted.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Good boy. Then I will settle accounts with you today."
Not only to determine who was better, but also to decide life and death. He knew that he was no match for Yi Tian's. But the other party lured him here, obviously wanting to have a final battle. If he escapes now, it will be extremely difficult to get his spirit back.
So, he can only fight to the death. Just bet that Yi Tian's is too confident and will make mistakes. Can you please stop wasting time and do it right away if you want to fight, like a woman? By the way, you wear a mask all year round, are you really a castrated dog? TSK, if that's the case, it would be interesting.
Yi Tian's grinned, his words full of insult. This also made the Mist Protector completely lose his mind, and he immediately shot out and attacked Yi Tian's.
In a blink,
the Mist Protector has already arrived in front of Yi Tian's. The fist as big as a sandbag came at him accompanied by a dark purple light.
See this.
Yi Tian's finally made a curved move without dodging, as if he was waiting for the other party to attack.
Next second,
he stepped down a little.
Boom! Boom!
Suddenly, a golden light lit up from the ground, instantly enveloping the two of them.
The Mist Protector was horrified and couldn't help but look around.
This was also why he was distracted.
Yi Tian's would not miss such a good opportunity and punched out immediately.
Fortunately, the Mist Protector reacted in time and also threw a punch, intending to use the opponent's force to neutralize the attack. But when he threw the punch, he was completely stunned.
Why did the spiritual power accumulated in his palms suddenly disintegrate? I can't even use my strength. Damn! How is this going?
Before he could react, Yi Tian's fist had already hit his fist.
Boom!
This powerful blow instantly caused his fist to explode. The bones in his hand were broken, and he was knocked back, piercing through the shoulder of the Mist Protector.
Puff!
He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards. He fell heavily to the ground before he came to his senses.
Golden light.
It's because of these golden lights.
Oh shit. This kid actually set up a formation here in advance.
While being shocked, he also hurriedly pressed acupuncture points to stop the bleeding, and then used his breathing to regulate his injuries.
Boy, I never thought you would know such a powerful formation that could destroy my spiritual power in an instant. I really underestimated you.
Hear the words.
Yi Tian said disdainfully.
I know a lot more, but unfortunately you are not qualified to see it all. Being able to see this soul-binding formation, you should feel like smoke is coming out of your ancestors' graves, and you should kowtow and express your gratitude. Of course, if time wasn't tight, I wouldn't bother to set up a formation to deal with you. After all, it would take up some mental energy.
Soul binding array?
The Mist Protector frowned and looked unsightly.
He had never heard of this formation.
But based on the situation just now, he was able to analyze the effect of this soul-binding formation. That is to restrain the spiritual power in the human body, so that no one except Yi Tian's can use spiritual power in this formation, and even their physical strength will be affected.
Moreover, he could clearly feel that the flow of spiritual energy in his body was slowing down.
I believe it will also affect the normal flow of spiritual power. In a nutshell, as long as he is in the formation, he will gradually become an ordinary person, or even worse than an ordinary person.
No! Got to find a way to escape.
The gap in strength between him and Yi Tian's is already huge. If he continues to stay in this soul-binding formation, he will only become weaker and weaker. By then, it would be as easy for Yi Tian's to crush him to death as crushing an ant. He looked around and an escape plan came into his mind.
Boy, don't think I can do nothing about it just because you stole the spirit. Now I'm going to show you the true methods of the shadow cult. While talking, he chanted the spell with great confidence and in a very serious manner. But this really made Yi Tiance frown slightly and become a little worried. He couldn't help but look at Yi Linger lying on the ground behind him. At the same time, the mist protector seized the opportunity and suddenly ran in the direction he came from. At the same time, there was wanton laughter. Ah, kid, you've been fooled. Once I leave your formation, you will definitely die. Chapter 950, Clown. In a blink, the mist protector ran to the edge of the formation, which made him very happy. Do you think a mere formation can trap him? What a wishful thinking. At the same time, Yi Tiance also came back to his senses and couldn't help but look at the fleeing mist protector. But he was not worried about it, and even a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next second. Boom! Just as the mist protector was about to run out of the formation, he was suddenly bounced back and fell heavily to the ground. He was horrified and looked at what was in front of him in disbelief. How is this going? The feeling just now was like hitting a wall. Is there something strange around this soul-binding formation? Do not. This is impossible. There is clearly nothing in front of me. It's amazing that this kid can set up a formation of this level. It's impossible for him to use any weird means. Think of this. He rushed out again. But when he was about to escape from the range of the soul-binding formation, he was flung back again, and his injuries were more serious than the last time, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. Damn! What's the matter? There seemed to be an invisible wall surrounding this soul-binding formation. But he is unable to use spiritual power at all now, and even if he can, it is only a tiny bit. He knew very well that this amount of power was not enough to break the formation. At the same time, Yi Tiance sneered. Run, why don't you run? Do you think that if you escape from the formation in the opposite direction, you can provide the sniper with a line of sight, and then let them help you buy time so that you can recover your spiritual power? It's a pity that you can't escape. Even if you escaped, it would be useless. You couldn't do anything to me in your prime. What can you do if you recover a little bit of spiritual power? The Mist Guardian stood up and looked at Yi Tiance, saying coldly. Boy, what did you do? Methods? That's useless. I don't bother to use any weird methods to deal with you. You are not worthy of it. It's just a double formation. There is another formation outside this soul-binding formation. It's more of a barrier than a formation. No one can get out except me. What? Enchantment? This kid can actually turn the formation into a barrier? His attainments in battle formations are so high? It is extremely difficult to turn a formation into a barrier. Because the center of the formation needs to be constantly changed and all the power of the formation needs to be mobilized to one place in order to transform the formation into a barrier. Moreover, it is not possible to succeed just by understanding this method. If you don't have enough control over the formation, it will easily cause backlash. Judging from the level of the barrier he just hit, this kid's control over the formation has reached perfection. No wonder he was able to break his formation in one step. How the hell is this person? This is clearly a monster. Now, he suddenly felt that he had lost hope of living. Double formation. A formation restrained his spiritual power. Another formation turned into a barrier that firmly trapped him in this soul-binding formation. But he was no match for Yi Tiance, not to mention he was trapped in the formation. Such a dilemma. He really couldn't think of any other way to turn defeat into victory. He didn't have any hope in the capital at all. After all, they wanted to kill him just now. Now that Yi Tiance was able to lead him here, it meant that he had calculated everything and had a backup plan, and would never let people from the capital disturb him again. However, his spiritual power was limited, and he could not wake up Yi Linger and control her to help. Unless he has some magical weapon that can interfere with the soul-binding formation. And many more. Magic weapon? Ling Yuan Pearl. How could he have forgotten this? This Ling Yuan pearl is an ancient spiritual weapon, more powerful than magic weapons. The reason why he was able to enter Ling Yuan Cave on Hujiao Mountain and be unrestricted in Ling Yuan Cave was because of this Ling Yuan pearl. Including the fact that he is now able to control Yi Linger and survive many times at Yi Tian's hands, all thanks to the Ling Yuan pearl. The Ling Yuan pearl can avoid the realm rules set by Master Mo Yuan in the Ling Yuan Cave, and should also be able to avoid the suppression brought by the soul binding formation. Think of this. He took out the Ling Yuan pearl from his bag without hesitation and held it tightly in his hand. Next second, he felt a chill emanating from the Ling Yuan pearl, which penetrated into his body and traveled through his major meridians. Followed by the spiritual power in the body began to surge again. Really useful. He was overjoyed, and immediately began to release his spiritual power to activate the Ling Yuan pearl, hoping to quickly break the restrictions. But he doesn't know. His every move was seen by Yi Tian's. However, Yi Tian's did not act in a hurry, but let the Mist Protector use the Ling Yuan pearl to restore his spiritual power. The recovery of a large amount of spiritual power gave the Mist Guardian confidence again, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha, kid. Do you think you can suppress me to death by setting up a formation? I tell you, you are just daydreaming. Don't forget, I am the guardian of the shadow cult. Even though your formation is powerful, it is still not good enough in front of me. Today is the day you die. Call. He let out a long sigh. The spiritual power in his body had been greatly restored. He immediately wanted to cast a spell to wake up Yi Linger and let her deal with Yi Tian's. But when he used his spiritual power to activate the spell, boom! An invisible pressure descended from the sky, making it hard for him to breathe. Before he could come to his senses, the spiritual power that had just recovered in his body was dissipating again at a lightning speed. And it must flow more cleanly than last time. This made him terrified and panic-stricken. How is this going? Can't the Ling Yuan pearl break the suppression of this soul-binding formation? How come it suddenly failed? He quickly looked at the Ling Yuan pearl in his hand, wanting to use its power to restore his spiritual strength again. But he didn't expect that the Ling Yuan pearl was not only useless, but the luster on its surface had also dimmed a lot. How is this possible? Ling Yuan pearlis useless? He looked at Yi Tian's fiercely and roared. Boy, what the hell did you do? Why? Why is the Ling Yuan pearl useless? This Ling Yuan pearl is an ancient spiritual treasure, and it is also the key for him to control Yi Linger and help the leader break the seal. If we are destroyed in his hands, what is the point of this great cause? Without the Ling Yuan pearl, the entire shadow cult might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill itself. At the same time, whoosh! Yi Tian's came to the front of the Mist Protector in an instant and said jokingly, Do you think I don't know that you can use the Ling Yuan pearl to recover and improve your strength? So I just added a few more runes when setting up the formation. In this soul-binding formation, the more spiritual power you recover and use, the more you will be suppressed, and the more spiritual power you will lose. I really don't know how you became a Dharma protector with your brain. Could it be that you are the illegitimate son of your crappy leader, or that you got him through the back door? Now, who do you think is daydreaming? Chapter 951 Threat. What do you want to do? Boy, I'm warning you, I'm the guardian of the shadow cult and the confidant of the cult master. If you dare to attack me, when the Lord Leader wakes up, you will be unable to escape and will surely die. Besides, there is no deep hatred between us. Why do you have to force me so hard? I know that the capital is targeting you so much, you must want to deal with them. I can join forces with you. Don't forget, there are quite a few people in Beijing who are cooperating with us. As long as you agree to join forces, I will tell you the list of people. Once they are exposed, you won't need to deal with them at all. Now, Yi Tian standing in front of him indeed made him feel an inexplicable fear. Moreover, the pressure released by Yi Tian's made it impossible for him to raise his head. If his strength had not been suppressed, the Ling Yuan pearl would still be useful, and perhaps he would still have a chance to fight for his life. But now, in this soul-binding formation, he is a powerless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As long as Yi Tiance wanted, he could crush him to death at any time. Now he has lost the qualifications to confront Yi Tiance, and can only exchange something the other party cares about for a chance to survive. Seeing Yi Tiance fall into deep thought, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Really? What this kid cares about is the capital. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have stabbed the capital in the back. After all, the capital provided a lot of conveniences to their shadow cult. But there was nothing he could do. If he doesn't do this, he will be the one to suffer. As the saying goes, as long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Moreover, the capital city has a strong foundation, so it will be easy to deal with Yi Tiance. He just didn't believe that such a big city like the capital couldn't deal with him. And many more. Doing this seems to allow Yi Tiance and the capital to fight each other, while the shadow cult will benefit. Think of this. The Mist Protector couldn't help but feel secretly happy. However, snapped. In response, he received a powerful slap in the face. He was directly knocked flying and hit hard against the wall of the barrier. He was bounced back again and fell heavily to the ground. After suffering severe blows one after another, even if he had a strong physique, he was a little overwhelmed at the moment. But he still struggled to get up and stared at Yi Tiance. Boy, what do you mean? If the chips are not enough, I will add more. If you accidentally kill me, you will get nothing and it will be too late for you to regret it. What the hell? Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? He has shown so much sincerity, yet you still attack him? Hear the words. Yi Tiance grinned and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you could increase the stakes? I wouldn't have to resort to force." These words made the corners of Mist Protector's mouth twitch. I told you about Nima coin earlier. He didn't say that I can't increase the bet if I want to increase the bet. Can't I just ask directly? He can't use any spiritual power now. How the hell can he withstand this slap from him? But now he dared not speak out, and even had to force a smile. Of course you can increase the price. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I can give it to you. Oh shit. After we join forces, let's see how he kills this guy. At the same time, Yi Tiance snatched the Lingyuan pearl from his hand. This caught him off guard and left him at a loss as to what to do. Boy, what are you doing? For a while, he was extremely flustered and stared at the Lingyuan pearl in Yi Tiance's hand. Yi Tiance picked up the Lingyuan pearl and looked at it. This thing is just a bead. It doesn't look that great. Is it really that powerful? Tell me, if I crush this thing, is there any meaning for your shadow cult to exist? And your sealed leader, can he break the seal and come out in this lifetime? He looked at the Mist Protector with a playful expression and shook the Lingyuan pearl in his hand. This scared the Mist Protector. If the Lingyuan pearl was really destroyed, then he would be the sinner of the shadow cult, and it would not be too much to kill all 9 generations of his clan. What do you want, kid? Now. The Mist Guardian was extremely nervous. Although he knew that the Lingyuan pearl would not be destroyed so easily, he was really afraid that Yi Tiance could destroy it. After all, Yi Tiance brought him too much shock. Therefore, he didn't dare to gamble. Seeing that Protector Wu was so worried about the Lingyuan pearl, Yi Tiance couldn't help but laugh out loud. He just wanted to trick him and never thought of destroying the Lingyuan pearl. Because Yi Linger is now controlled by the shadow cult, the Lingyuan pearl is the key to controlling her. He also had to keep the Lingyuan pearl and find Shenyuan Gate to see if he could break free from his control over Yi Linger. Another thing is what Master Mo Yuan said when we were in Lingyuan Cave. This Lingyuan pearl is the key to sealing the leader of the shadow cult, and the power contained in it is extremely strong. He can study it and then seal the leader. Moreover, this is an ancient spiritual weapon, and he cannot destroy it just like that. But these are all later stories after all. The Mist Protector had already started to get scared. This has achieved the effect he wanted. What I want is a bit much, but if you cooperate, it's not too much.
Boy, I told you I can increase the stakes, but you have to tell me what you want first.
Yi Tiance played with the Lingyuan pearl and said jokingly. In that case, let's first talk about what happened 5 years ago. A large number of people from the Xianmen disappeared. Is it related to you?
I also know that many of them became the subjects of your experiments in researching forbidden potions, and many were poisoned and tortured by you and forced to join the shadow cult.
But I am not interested in any of these. I just want to know who in Beijing was involved in what happened 5 years ago. What happened to Chen Qingdi and Rong Tianhong?
The most important thing is that the Yi family in Jiangnan City, where Yi Xuanying lived, was burned down overnight. Does this have anything to do with your shadow cult? By the way, let me remind you, this is your one and only chance to survive. If you don't tell the truth, I will make you live a life worse than death. Then watch me take this bead to Lingyuan Cave to strengthen the seal, and then destroy this bead.
While talking,
his face gradually turned cold, and murderous aura surrounded him. These years, he has been investigating the death of his grandfather and the fire at the Yi family.
Lu Yanji said it was related to the Ji family, but until now, he hasn't found any clues about the Ji family.
But these things all happened together 5 years ago. Although there is no direct evidence to prove that there is a connection between them, as bits of truth about several other things surfaced, he couldn't help but suspect that the fire that year was related to the shadow cult.
Otherwise, how could something suddenly happen to Grandpa? Why did the Yi family suddenly encounter a natural disaster? Now that I have a chance to capture the Mist Protector, I must naturally take the opportunity to get to the bottom of it. Even if the fire at the Yi family had nothing to do with the shadow cult, he still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 952, Yi Family Fire Case. What happened 5 years ago?
Protector Wu was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect that he gave Yi Tiance such a good opportunity just for something that happened 5 years ago.
For a while, he fell into deep thought.
At this time, Yi Tiance was staring at him coldly. The murderous intent made the Mist Protector shudder. It's a long story. We developed the forbidden potion in order to achieve the most perfect change to the spirit body. To put it simply, the purpose of studying this thing is to transform the physical fitness of the spirit so that it can become the perfect vessel for the leader. However, the development process was very long and we experienced many failures, which resulted in our limited manpower, so we had to take action against the people in Xianmen. They are all cultivators, and their physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people in all aspects, making them perfect for research.
Pub Future ads.
That's why the robbery of Xianmen happened 5 years ago, which caused quite a stir at the time and led to many people investigating us and trying to stop us. Among them, the Rome couple you mentioned did a lot of research on us and successfully caught up with us. Unfortunately, he didn't know that there was a traitor in their Rome family, so we suffered a loss. In fact, the capital could have sent people to provide support, but the capital had already been infiltrated by our shadow cult at that time. We have people from the Chief Surveillance Commissioner to law enforcement officers, and given the obstruction of layers of power, our support naturally failed. At that time, Chen Qingdi was very famous and wanted to get involved, so he came to us naturally. We would not let him succeed. As for the Yi family you mentioned, I do have some impression of it, but I don't remember it clearly. I remember that the Yi family seemed to be.
Speaking of which,
he couldn't help but frown and feel troubled.
But I don't know.
His few simple words had already caused ripples in Yi Tiance's heart and made him extremely anxious.
Boom!
He grabbed the collar of the Mist Guardian fiercely and said coldly.
Pray that you can remember it, otherwise, even the gods can't save you.
The tone of the words did not allow the Mist Protector to refuse. The overwhelming murderous intent, along with a powerful aura, poured out and tightly enveloped the Mist Protector. Now, the Mist Protector, who was like an ordinary person in this soul-binding formation, naturally could not bear such intimidation and shuddered immediately. It's been a long time since this happened, and I wasn't in charge of it at the time, so I don't remember it very clearly.
Even if I want to remember, I need time, boy. Even if you kill me now, I won't be able to remember it. What the hell? What is this thing called? You want to ask him, but don't let him recall. He is not a god, how could he remember it so clearly? Moreover,
5 years ago, They only cared about how many people from the Shin men were captured, and didn't care at all which forces intervened. Now that 5 years have passed, it's good enough that he can remember so much. Hear the words. Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment and threw him to the ground. Then you'd better remember it quickly. My patience is limited. I'm afraid you won't live long enough to remember it. The Mist Protector was angry but dared not say anything, and could only recall the memories quickly.
Yi Shuangying Yi family. And many more. Could it be that thing?
Protector Wu suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Tiance with shock in his eyes.
Yi Tiance also noticed his shock and knew that he had remembered. Boy, I remember now. I remember Yi Shuangying and the Yi family you mentioned.
I remember 5 years ago, Yi Shuangying.
Boom! While talking, an explosion suddenly sounded. Flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky.
Such a huge theater actually exploded at this moment. Both of them looked towards the theater at the same time. But before the flames died down, Yi Tiance sensed a huge crisis.
He turned back suddenly. He saw
2 missiles appear in the air and fly straight towards him.
See this.
He couldn't help but look grim, and immediately took a step forward, intending to capture the Mist Protector and take him away. After all, this was the closest he had ever been to finding out the truth about the fire that happened 5 years ago. He would never allow himself to miss it again. But at the moment he stepped forward and was about to grab the Mist Protector.
Boom!
The sudden sound of gunfire drew his attention.
Countless sniper bullets fired at his head.
This forced him to give up the Mist Protector and quickly stepped back to avoid the bullets.
Damn!
The barrier he set up can only target practitioners and cannot block bullets. I didn't expect those idiots in the capital to come to their senses so quickly and find him. The truth is right before our eyes. He immediately made up his mind and dodged forward again. But the result was still that he was blocked by a few sudden bullets. And the other party obviously intended to stop him. Every time he fired a shot before he moved forward, accurately hitting the front of the Mist Protector and preventing him from getting close to him.
They were so anxious to save him, it seemed like he must be related to the fire at the Yi family 5 years ago. And it's related to those idiots in Beijing. They don't want him to know the truth about the fire 5 years ago. For a while. Make him furious.
But the other party had already predicted his move and couldn't get close to the Mist Protector at all.
And this scene.
It also gave the Mist Protector confidence again.
Boy, since you want to know the truth so much, how about a deal? Give me back the Lingyuan Pearl and the spirit body, and I will tell you the truth. You can see the current situation. Some people don't want me to tell you that if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Hear the words. Yi Tiance frowned and fell into deep thought. For him, the truth is worth it no matter what the price. But Yi Linger is included in this price. I can give you the Lingyuan Pearl, but she can't. He chose to refuse without hesitation. Yi Linger is his sister. Even if they are not related by blood, she is still his sister. He couldn't exchange his sister for the truth. What's more, Yi Linger had already suffered a lot of torture when she was refined into a spirit body. If he were to do this again, would he still be a human being? Oh, boy, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Good. I respect you. Then I will give you a favor, return the beads to me, and I will tell you the truth. Yi Tiance snorted coldly and immediately wanted to throw the bead over. This made the Mist Protector very happy. In his opinion, as long as the Lingyuan Pearl is in hand, it is only a matter of time to take back the spirit body. Although Yi Tiance is very powerful, it is extremely difficult to restore Yi Linger to her original state. Even if he really allowed her to recover, he still had a way to refine it a second time. It seemed that Yi Tiance was about to throw the Lingyuan Pearl out. Suddenly, bang bang bang. Several bullets were fired again. But this time the target was not Yi Tiance, but the Mist Protector. This frightened him so much that he quickly stepped back to avoid it. This scene. It caught both of them off guard. Obviously. The people in the capital are determined not to let Yi Tiance know the truth. Chapter 953, Within Reach. Boy, give the beads back to me. Damn it. These idiots are crazy, they even hit me. If you don't give it to me now, it will be too late. Dharma Protector Wu knew very well that the people from the capital were deliberately trying to trip him up in order to prevent him from telling Yi Tiance the truth. But he couldn't care less. With the so-called truth, he could get back the important Lingyuan pearl, which would be a huge profit for him. But he forgot that since the people in the capital didn't want him to tell Yi Tiance the truth, they would never give him a chance to speak. Boom! 2 more bullets were fired, forcing the mist protector back again. This made him unable to bear it any longer and he started cursing. You're shooting me! Get out of my way! If you delay the Shadow Cult's important mission, you will be guilty of countless crimes. The harsh words were said, but they had no effect. At the same time, Yi Tiance took this opportunity to instantly appear in front of the mist protector. He grabbed the mist protector's shoulder and wanted to take him away. Because he wanted to know the truth, but didn't want to give the Lingyuan pearl. Pity. People always pay for their greed. He was just about to leave with the mist protector. The snipers all aimed at his arm and shot. Although he was already a master in the Foundation establishment stage, he did not dare to withstand the Barrett bullets head-on, and could only throw the mist protector away. Then he escaped at lightning speed. But he still underestimated the deployment in the capital. Not only are there snipers, but there are also mortars. If there is no vision, just fire the shells directly. I want to use this to broaden my horizons. And every attack was just right, able to accurately interrupt Yi Tiance's actions. The repeated failures made him furious, but he had no better solution. Boom! Several shells came in. He also had to give up the mist protector, turned around and hugged the unconscious Yi Linger and fled out of the bombing area. After the explosion, smoke and dust rose up. After Yi Tiance escaped, the soul-binding formation he had set up collapsed on its own. The spiritual power in the body of the mist protector is also recovering rapidly. But he had no energy to chase at this moment, because he had no spiritual power to protect his body, and the impact force generated by the continuous explosions also affected him. Now he can only use the little spiritual power that has just been recovered to heal his injuries. At the same time, he didn't know when a figure appeared behind him. Boom! A knife came down. The mist protector fainted on the ground before he could react. On the other side, Yi Tiance also successfully escaped from the bombing area. But the people in the capital obviously didn't want to let him go, and they sent people to chase him and shoot him with sniper fire continuously. Fortunately, he is very strong and can sense the crisis in advance every time and successfully avoid it. But for some reason, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He was very fast and escaped from the city in no time and headed straight for the hotel. The people in the capital did not dare to pursue the enemy openly. After I couldn't find him anymore, I gave up. Inside the hotel. Hiss. Master, don't. The moans and breathing sounds mixed together, and the house was filled with the strong smell of spring. Suddenly. Boom. The sound of someone kicking the door suddenly rang out, scaring the two of them so much that they held their breath and dared not even breathe. Pujuan was the first to come to his senses. He immediately pushed Gao Lu away and quickly put on his clothes. Seeing Gao Lu still lying on the bed and looking at him with a puzzled look, he became extremely angry. What the hell are you still standing there for? Put it on quickly. If he sees us, we'll be dead or at least get hurt. Gao Lu finally came to her senses and started to put on her clothes, but she looked resentful. Because she had just finished a thrilling battle, she had not yet recovered from her shock, but now she had to hide quickly. It was like being caught cheating, which was really uncomfortable. At the same time, Pujuan had already put on his clothes and tidied them up. He took a deep breath, looked at Gao Lu and warned. Keep your mouth shut.
If he finds out that you and I are secretly in cahoots, we'll both be in big trouble.
Cao Lu was very unhappy. Secret connection?
The secret passage was open, but it was unclear where the secret was.
He promised to tell her Yi Tian's next plan.
The result was as if he had never touched a woman in his entire life. He fucked her like crazy.
Now that Yi Tian's is back, she still doesn't know what his next plan is. What can she say? But she still couldn't show it, so she could only nod and agree.
Master, rest assured I know what I am doing.
It's best to know. Come with me and have some insight. While talking,
Pujuan had already opened the door and walked out slowly, with Cao Lu following closely behind him. As soon as the two of them went out, they met Yi Tian's eyes that were as cold as the abyss, and they couldn't help but shiver.
What the hell? Who the hell made this living devil angry? Would he take his anger out on him? For a while, Pujuan was very panicked.
He had been in the fallen city for many years and had been tortured by Yi Tian's for many years. I wouldn't dare say that I know Yi Tian's best, but I don't know him well enough either.
That's it.
If it were in the fallen city, I'm afraid all the prisoners in the prison would have to be hung up and beaten to vent their anger. And in all the years he had been in the fallen city, he had only seen Yi Tian so angry once. That time he was angry and upset because he had not been able to investigate the truth of the family fire case. He didn't know why this happened this time, and he didn't dare to ask. It was Cao Lu who broke the silence first.
Mr. Yi, what did you do outside? Why did you come back so late? In a word.
This made Pujuan stunned again.
Hiss. This woman has definitely had enough of life.
He has already said that we should have some perspective. Can't you see that this living devil is very angry?
At this time, you still dare to test this living king of hell. Do you really not want to live?
Although this female secretary has a nice figure and is great in bed, he is reluctant to let her go, but compared to his life, it is worthless.
Now.
He watched in fear and trepidation, having already guessed the outcome. Either I blow up this bitch's thunder with one punch, or I blow up her head with one punch.
However,
what he didn't expect was that Yi Tian's actually sat down and even responded to the woman's words.
If I don't come back later, how can I let you enjoy yourself? What the hell? Is this really the living devil? Or is he mentally disturbed and hallucinating? He wasn't angry at all?
Cao Lu didn't expect that Yi Tian's had pointed out what they had done, and she was stunned. But he quickly came to his senses and said with a smile, I am the mayor's secretary, and it is only natural for me to serve the young master. Besides, the young master has suffered so much following you, and now you finally have the chance to serve him, so naturally you should enjoy it to the fullest.
On the contrary, it is you, Mr. Yi, who looks so unhappy. Is it because things are not going well?
I don't know what difficulties you have encountered. I can help tell the mayor, maybe he can help.
Seeing that she was neither humble nor arrogant, Yi Tian sneered. No need, your mayor has already helped, but unfortunately, he didn't help me. So, you say I should kill you to vent my anger, or should I kill him to vent my anger?
Chapter 954 King and Hashtag 039, S-Hand, General. Seeing Yi Tian staring at the two of them and bursting out with a strong murderous intent, the two of them couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Pujuan was lucky, he knew they were acting and Yi Tian's would not really kill him.
But this living devil is so scary, how can he not be afraid?
On the other hand, Cao Lu pretended to be calm. After all, he is the secretary of the mayor of Beijing and has seen a lot of the world, so his psychological quality is naturally much stronger. Mr. Yi, it's getting late. Please go to bed early and get enough rest so that you can get twice the result with half the effort when you work in the capital in the future.
Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was young Yi Tian's.
Pujuan on the side was dumbfounded.
He doesn't understand. Where did a little female secretary get the courage to provoke Yi Tian's again and again? With her silver tongue? But Yi Tian's has never experienced this. I really don't know whether this was the idea of that stupid mayor or her own idea. It seems so brainless.
And something even more surprising happened again.
Yi Tiance did not refute Gao Lu, and even nodded in agreement. When surprised, Gao Lu had already returned to her room, and Pujuan finally came to his senses. He quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Mr. Yi, what's going on? What happened? You are a completely different person today than before." Hear the words. Yi Tiance said coldly, "I probably won't be able to stay in Beijing for too long. You stay in Beijing and keep an eye on Su Zhongguan." Pujuan was stunned and looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? What exactly happened?" Now, he also came to his senses. He is very clear. For Yi Tiance to say such words, it means something big must have happened. The seriousness of the matter was enough to force Yi Tiance to leave the capital. But Yi Tiance did not answer him. He crossed his legs and fell into deep thought. This trip to the capital really exceeded his expectations. He did ask Tan Lang and Long Zhanghua to make a backup plan, which was to launch those missiles when luring out the shadow cult members. His goal was to wipe out all the members of the shadow cult. But in the final analysis, they are not the core figures in the capital, and there is very little they can do. Of course, he could also ask Tan Lang to steal a few missiles. But there is no point in doing so, and it will only hurt him. But don't forget. Not only is there a sniper behind him, but there are also artillery shells attacking him. The first sniper should be the so-called Mr. Zhong, also known as Zhong Yuan Zhong. But in the end, he did not show up, so naturally he could not do it with full fanfare. So we arranged for snipers to stop them. But the sniper and artillery shells behind him were not him. Judging from the scale of the subsequent combat, the other party was obviously special forces. In the capital, there are only two people who can directly mobilize special personnel and start working in a big way. One is the head of state. The other one is Su Zhongguan, the first player in Beijing City. Because the mayor of Beijing has the privilege of mobilizing personnel, under the pretext of protecting Beijing. Of course, if he does this, the people in the capital will just turn a blind eye. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long without anyone coming to stop these idiots in the capital. As for why he said he couldn't continue staying in the capital. Very simple. Only Su Zhongguan saw him tonight, and the person who attacked him was most likely Su Zhongguan. At first he couldn't understand it. Pujuan played Su Wenyan and followed him without any mistake. And Su Zhongguan was very worried about his beloved son. That being the case, then why did he attack him when he knew Su Wenyan was in his hands? There is only one reason. That means someone is fanning the flames behind the scenes. The capital city is so big, why was the place that was bombed not somewhere else but the Grand Theater, the stronghold he had just found? Because the Grand Theater is a national landmark building, its importance is self-evident. What will he face if he is accused of bombing the theater? This charge is enough to label him as a spy from another country who stole intelligence, or even upgrade him to a terrorist. In that case, no matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to overturn the charges. On the one hand, they have to face the public's condemnation. At the same time, they must accept legal sanctions. The combination of the two can perfectly kick him out and make him a complete outsider. Of course, if this charge cannot be established, Su Zhongguan will fall from the altar, and he will rise to a higher level. But now it seems that Su Zhongguan is clearly more powerful. Because Su Zhongguan will definitely make a fuss about his previous murder of Tang Jinmin and others. Killing meritorious officials, kidnapping the mayor's son, using guns in public. These charges will come as an overwhelming force and become the straw that breaks the camel's back. As for why he was so sure, it was because when he took Yi Linger away, Lu Yenji and Su Zhongguan were still in the theater. There can't be such coincidences in this world. If other people in the capital were to take action, they would definitely know that Su Zhongguan was inside and would not do anything. Moreover, the style of this matter is exactly the same as Lu Yenji's style. What's more, Su Zhongguan's useless brain couldn't think of such a method, nor did he dare to use such a self-destructive approach.
As long as he is driven out of the capital, Su Wenyan, played by Pujuan, will naturally be able to stay in the capital.
Kill two birds with one stone.
This is the purpose of their joining forces. At first, his attention was all on Yi Linger and Protector Wu, so he ignored a lot of things. Looking back now, I should have killed Su Zhongguan and Lu Yinji together when I left. Then put the blame on the shadow cult. If that's the case, the shadow cult will be charged with the crime of assassinating the mayor of Kyoto. At that time, the capital will have to send people to deal with the shadow cult.
Pity.
At that time, he just wanted to snatch Yi Linger away and didn't think too much about it.
Now they are shooting themselves in the foot. That's it.
There's no point in thinking so much now.
There is always a solution to a problem. He, Yi Tiance, has never been afraid.
Moreover, if the capital city still follows the pattern of beating the younger to get the older, and beating the older to get the older, then it would really be meaningless.
Now is the real beginning of the fight. At the same time, his cell phone rang, breaking the undesirable peace. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Tan Lang. The fact that he could send the message proved that nothing happened to him and Long Zhanghua, which was also a good thing. The content of the message was a long list of people. This list of people is actually the people from Beijing who participated in today's event. Behind each name is the person's identity, status, and position.
The further he looked, the higher the position, and the more surprises he got.
I really didn't expect it.
In such a huge capital city, half of the dignitaries are actually colluding with the shadow cult and are involved in today's events.
This made his face immediately gloomy.
Seeing him like this, Pujuan, who was standing by, couldn't help but gasp.
Now, some unlucky guy is in trouble. Chapter 955, Collaboration with the Enemy and Treason. Su Family Villa.
Lu Yinji leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs and closed his eyes to rest.
Suddenly.
She opened her eyes suddenly, just in time to see the first rays of sunrise.
At the same time,
Su Zhongguan also walked out slowly from the study.
Now,
there was a curve at the corner of his mouth, and his face was filled with joy and confidence, which indicated that he was in a rare good mood.
Don?
Lu Yinji glanced at him, still looking as cold as ice.
Su Zhongguan poured a cup of hot tea and said with a smile. If this doesn't work, then we're done for.
Now, I want to see how that kid can turn things around.
That's right. Just as Yi Tiance guessed. He was the one who arranged the explosion at the Grand Theater last night.
This was indeed Lu Yinji's idea. He was a little frightened at first. After all, blowing up a theater is too crazy. As the mayor, he is responsible for this negligence. But unexpectedly, it was just as the crazy woman Lu Yinji said Yi Tiance's attention was all on Yi Linger and the shadow cult. He had no time to deal with them, so it went surprisingly smoothly.
I have to admit that there is a reason why Lu Yinji is called a crazy woman.
Ms. Lu, if this is accomplished, don't worry, what you ask for is just a matter of words for me.
I wish us a pleasant cooperation. While talking, Su Zhongguan raised his teacup with a smile.
But Lu Yinji did not give him face and said coldly. Mayor Su, popping champagne at halftime is not a good habit. Don't forget, you have fought with Yi Tiance so many times, but he has never suffered any loss.
And he was able to turn defeat into victory every time. Be careful not to be happy too early, or you will not be able to finish it. Hear the words. The smile on Su Zhongguan's face suddenly stopped. The atmosphere was awkward for a while.
He had no choice but to put down the teacup and frowned.
Things have come to this point. Are you worrying too much? Lu Yinji snorted coldly. Humph. Humph, worry too much? Mayor Su, you haven't been in this position for too long, so your mind is all muddled, right? Do you think that this little trouble can stop a man like Yi Tiance from turning over? You really underestimate him.
I advise you not to underestimate Yi Tiance's strength and background are far beyond your imagination.
Haven't you suffered enough because you underestimated him?
The air suddenly became much quieter.
Su Zhongguan also fell into deep thought. Looking back, it seems to be the case. No matter who they sent, they all ended up failing. On the other hand, Yi Tiance has always been at ease and has never suffered any loss. Then in your opinion, what should we do now? After hesitating for a moment, Su Zhongguan decided to believe Lu Yinji. The woman was right. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. People like Yi Tiance are too dangerous if we can't defeat him in one go, and if he gets the chance in the future, it will definitely bring us huge trouble. He had already fallen into Yi Tiance's hands once, and he didn't want to fall again. At this time, Lu Yinji raised the teacup, took a sip slowly, and said coldly, "The fire is not big enough now, we need to add more wood, or even some oil." Hear the words. Su Zhongguan frowned slightly, he didn't quite understand what Lu Yinji said. Next second, Lu Yinji dipped his fingers in the tea and quickly wrote 2 words on the table, which made Su Zhongguan suddenly realize. After understanding it, Su Zhongguan couldn't help but smile and shook his head. No wonder everyone says you're a crazy woman, you're really crazy now, you even set your sights on him, I like your madness. What a regret. If Yi Tiance had cooperated with this crazy woman earlier, perhaps he would have lost long ago. But this kind of thing can't be rushed, it has to be done step by step. Lu Yinji didn't care at all about Su Zhongguan's praise. At this moment, she only wanted to bring down Yi Tiance, or even kill him. Because only by killing him could she have the bargaining chips to negotiate with the shadow cult. She wants the truth. At the same time, Su Zhongguan had already taken out his mobile phone and sent the edited text message. Next, just wait and see the show. Su family. Su Dao sat on the main seat, and next to him sat Xiao Qianlong, who came to help. Now, he looked coldly at Mr. Zhong, who was sitting in the guest seat, and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Zhong, I won't bother you with my Su family's affairs, I've said everything I need to say. If there's nothing else, take care, I won't see you off." After coming back last night, I found out that what he guessed was correct. Mr. Zhong had been waiting for him to come back at the Su family. Just then, Xiao Qianlong arrived, and the two of them entered the Su family's gate together, pretending to be talking and laughing. This made Mr. Zhong, who wanted to raise an army to accuse the man, swallow his words instantly. Just as Yi Tiance said, Xiao Qianlong had a good reputation and many achievements to his name, so even Mr. Zhong couldn't openly turn hostile towards him, so he could only greet him with a smile on his face. But he knew that Mr. Zhong came here just to take away the Su family, so it was only a matter of time before he would make trouble. Then, following Yi Tiance's instructions, he spoke first, indicating that the Su family would cooperate with Xiao Qianlong next, and help Xiao Qianlong to help frontier soldiers carry out poverty alleviation and other public welfare activities. With this legitimate reason, I can naturally refuse Mr. Zhong. But this old man still refused to give up and tried to get involved in the matter in every way. So later on, he no longer gave him face. If he is still unable to stand firm even with Xiao Qianlong's support, then he, the patriarch of the Su family, might as well die. Seeing his tough attitude, Mr. Zhong's face turned very ugly. He had been plotting for so long, but in the end, he was intercepted by Xiao Qianlong. Yi Tiance is really good at this. He guessed that Xiao Qianlong would not openly turn against him, so he used this method to turn the tables on him. But, do you really think you can protect the Su family like this? What a wishful thinking. The fun is just beginning. At the same time, his cell phone suddenly rang. After opening, it was the text message he wanted to see, and he couldn't help but smile. Then he slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and said coldly, "Xiao Qianlong alone cannot protect your Su family. The person you rely on is now unable to protect himself. Su Dao, sometimes, if you take one wrong step, all of them will go wrong. You think you are very smart, but in fact you are very stupid. Now that the show has begun, you don't have much time left, so enjoy yourself while you still have some time. Otherwise, once you go to jail, you won't have a chance to jump around again." After saying that, he turned and left.
These words made Su Dayo and Xiao Qianlong look extremely ugly.
They are clear. In the previous battle, they had the upper hand.
But after Mr. Zhong took a look at his mobile phone, he suddenly became confident.
Something big must have happened. At the same time, a middle-aged man in camouflage clothes walked in quickly. His panic was obvious. See this.
Xiao Qianlong immediately stood up and walked over.
Adjutant, what happened?
Adjutant Baiyu looked around at the people around him, then whispered. Sir, something has happened. Commander Zhang has been convicted of treason and treason.
Chapter 956. Make a prompt decision. What did you say? Tell me again.
Xiao Qianlong was shocked and furious at the same time. He knew that these people from the capital would definitely cause trouble for them, but he didn't expect it to come so soon.
And he was so cruel. To know.
Zhang Aolong is one of the 4 dragon gods of China, and the leader of the 4 dragon gods. In the hearts of the people, he is the representative and embodiment of justice. If he was really charged with treason, he would never be able to turn things around in his life. By then, his image as a good person in the eyes of the public will completely collapse.
This is an attempt to completely destroy Zhang Aolong.
Xiao Qianlong frowned, his expression looking extremely ugly.
And his adjutant Baiyu was even more anxious.
Sir, there is something more serious than this.
What? Is there anything more serious than this? Xiao Qianlong's heart skipped a beat and he felt very uneasy. He didn't know how serious the incident would have to be more serious than Zhang Aolong being framed. In other words, it can even threaten the lives of many people. The thought of this. He felt uneasy and a little nervous. Say. Give an order. Adjutant Baiyu whispered.
Sir, Mr. Yi has also gotten into trouble, and it's on the news. All the major newspapers are reporting on his affairs. And after their exaggeration, he now has a very bad reputation among the public, and it can be said that he has fallen from the altar.
What the hell? These bastards in Beijing actually dared to touch Mr. Yi? No wonder he dared to put the blame on Zhang Aolong.
It turns out that he has become so bold and presumptuous.
At the same time,
Su Dayo on the side had already taken out his mobile phone and started searching for hot news. But before he could search, it popped up automatically.
Open at one point. The mechanical female voice sounded automatically.
The criminal forces that have been rampant in various cities in our country in recent days have been exposed, and the leader, Yifiance, is a criminal who has caused a sensation in various countries. The bloody incident that took place in the Forbidden City in Beijing last night was all caused by him. He even blew up the Grand Theater, a landmark building of our country. He deserves to be killed. In addition, there is now evidence confirming that Zhang Aolong, the Azure Dragon God of War and the head of my country's dragon gods, is a member of this evil force. He has now been captured and successfully imprisoned. The execution will be carried out on a chosen day. After seeing this video, Su Dayo's face became extremely ugly. He looked at Xiao Qianlong in amazement, as if asking what to do.
No. He was just standing on the same boat with Yifiance, and it capsized?
This sudden bad news really caught him off guard.
For a while. It was a little hard for him to accept.
It's like I suddenly lost my backbone and have no idea what to do next.
Zhang Aolong now thinks that he has been convicted of treason and treason for standing on Yifiance's side.
Xiao Qianlong also stands on Yifiance's side, so it is only a matter of time before he is convicted.
Wouldn't this affect him sooner or later?
Hiss.
The thought of this.
His scalp went numb and his whole body stiffened.
And Xiao Qianlong was not much better than him.
Because he knew that those bastards in Beijing had already begun to advance this big game. All those things that happened before were just appetizers.
Now is the real beginning.
Since it has already happened, it means that the group of people in Beijing have really started to take action and will never give us a chance to turn the tables. The only thing we can do now is to wait and see. I believe in him. He will never sit still and wait for death. He will definitely find a way to turn the situation around. Before that, we just need to do what we are supposed to do, keep everything we have now, and don't hold him back. In addition, we must immediately send people to protect the people around him and prevent them from suffering any harm. This is the last thing we can do for him. If we can't even do this well, then we have no right to be his accomplices, let alone be liquidated by the people of the capital. Xiao Qianlong's mind worked quickly and he immediately came up with an excellent solution to the current problem.
He cannot interfere in Yi Tian's affairs. Once you intervene, the nature of the situation changes.
The capital can identify him as Yi Tian's accomplice at any time.
As an accomplice of terrorists, the consequences can be imagined. Moreover, his identity will make his fate more miserable than that of ordinary people.
The most important thing. Since the capital has taken action against Yi Tian's, the people around him will also be in danger.
Yi Tian's is not here.
A group of women, no matter how capable they are, cannot turn the world upside down. As long as the capital wants, they can take action against them at any time.
Based on emotion and reason. They shouldn't be involved in this because it's none of their business. After listening to this, Su Dao looked a little unhappy. Now he can hardly protect himself, and he is expected to spare the energy to take care of the people around Yi Tian's? And it would be fine if this guy only had one woman, but he has 5. To save 5 people at once, isn't that like putting him on the fire? But then again, he chose Yi Tian's in this fight and had no way back. It's too late to withdraw now. Plan for today.
Only by doing what Xiao Qianlong said can we keep a glimmer of hope. I will arrange for people to protect them in secret, but my people alone are not enough, you have to contribute as well. After all, the people who are targeting them are from the capital, and I don't have any official background. My identity as the head of the Su family alone is not enough to deter them.
He told the truth.
What these people in Beijing like most is to use their status and position to put pressure on each other. As the saying goes, the people do not fight against the officials.
He has neither the ability nor the capital.
Without Xiao Qianlong's help, he would be just an ant that could be crushed to death at any time.
Hear the words. Xiao Qianlong shook his head and said, I can't do it anymore, but someone will do it for me.
Who? Su Dao frowned, full of confusion.
In this situation, who is willing to help Yi Tian's?
But Xiao Qianlong did not continue speaking.
For some things, talking too much is a bad thing. Inside the hotel,
Yi Tian's casually changed the news channel. The news that he was listed as a terrorist did not cause him any ripples. Pajun, who was standing aside, was very frightened and stared at Yi Tian's. He didn't understand how such a big thing could happen in just one night.
To know. This is Yi Tian's.
He is also the young lord of the fallen city.
How could I be treated as a terrorist by these idiots in Beijing at this moment? If this is true, then what should these prisoners in the fallen city do? Think of this. He couldn't help but ask. Mr. Yi, what are you going to do next? He was curious. Will Yi Tian's use the power of the fallen city to launch a counterattack?
As long as he is willing to do this, all these idiots in the capital will be vulnerable.
However, of course I ran away. You should stay in the capital and do what you should do.
Don't think that just because I'm wanted, you can escape from my control and escape from the fallen city.
Don't forget, I'm a terrorist now, and I can kill you justifiably. Chapter 957 Save People. What the hell? How could this living devil speak out his true feelings? Pujuan couldn't help but shudder, and immediately smiled apologetically, not daring to speak. He did think so at first. Because Yi Tian's is now a wanted criminal, as long as he does not use the power of the fallen city, he can only flee outside. Now that he has been released, he is living as Su Wenyan. Wouldn't that be a chance to completely escape from the fallen city and live a carefree life outside? With a dual identity, you can enjoy double happiness, why not? But unexpectedly, Yi Tian's revealed it in just one sentence.
The cold tone made him lose his confidence instantly and he gave in on the spot.
Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? You've become a fugitive, how can I enjoy it alone?
Don't worry, I am much more familiar with escape than you are. As long as we escape to South Africa, no one can do anything to us. I know a few friends there, all of them are local bigwigs, and they will definitely help us make a comeback.
He looked at Yi Tiance eagerly. But how could Yi Tiance not know his selfish motives? If he really went to South Africa, he would probably become his enemy. Don't be fooled by the fact that Pujuan is being honest now. He is only bowing his head under the pressure of His Majesty. In fact, he is full of bad intentions. Yi Tiance looked at him coldly, and the murderous intent in his eyes made him shudder again. Oh shit. This living devil is really killing me, how can he control him so accurately?
Pujuan knew that his little thoughts had been seen through again, and he felt extremely panicked. After all, as Yi Tiance said, he is now a terrorist.
If we kill him now, it would be justified. And so, he can't afford to anger this living devil again, his life is at stake.
I understand, Mr. Yi, please calm down. I will do as you ask, please rest assured.
But I can't help but be a little curious and want to ask when you will be back? That's the crime of a terrorist. How many people can turn things around from this charge? He really wanted to know what Yi Tiance would do after running away in this situation?
Based on his understanding of Yi Tiance, there is no way he would just pass away like this. He will definitely come back.
With what identity can I come back? You can't just give up and come back with people under the identity of terrorists to kill everyone, right?
If this is true, he really deserves the title of the living king of hell.
At the same time, Yi Tiance stood up slowly and said coldly,
don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Just do your job well and don't have any crooked thoughts. I'll be watching you all the time, everywhere. You should also know that the charge of being a terrorist cannot restrict me. If I want, I can come back and kill you at any time.
Pujuan couldn't help but shudder all over, and quickly smiled and nodded.
Yes, whatever Mr. Yi says is what it is. Please rest assured that I will complete the task.
So what, Mr. Yi, are you going to run for your life now? Yi Tiance sneered. No hurry, give them another big gift. They have become terrorists now. If we don't do something, wouldn't it be unworthy of the identity they gave us?
Hiss. That's what he said. How could this living devil miss such a good opportunity to cause trouble? These idiots in the capital are undoubtedly giving Yi Tiance the opportunity to take action by accusing him of crimes like this.
At the same time, Yi Tiance's cell phone suddenly rang.
He took it out and saw that it was Tan Lang calling. He answered the call immediately and immediately heard Tan Lang's laughter from the receiver.
Hey, Mr. Yi, I have done what you asked me to do. These grandsons in the capital city are really brainless, aren't they, rushing to give you their heads? Yi Tiance said coldly. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point.
Yes. I have already investigated it. Clearly they will execute Zhang Aolong today. I have sent the route map in time to your phone. In addition, people in the capital have already started to take action against the Dragon Group, and that old man Long Zhanghua has just been taken away for investigation.
Look, what should we do next? TSK.
This group of people in Beijing act really quickly. First they took action against Zhang Aolong and convicted him of treason, and then they listed him as a terrorist. The two actions echoed each other and were a natural progression. Now he is attacking the Dragon Group again, trying to cut off those who he considers to be his right-hand men and leave him unable to stand alone. I guess the next step would be to investigate the people around him, then accuse them of false charges, confiscate all their property, and throw them into jail to await their fate.
Pity.
He saw through all these moves at the moment the theater was blown up. You don't have to do anything, just continue your secret investigation.
Mr. Yi, don't you need to help Long Zhanghua escape? He can be of great help. Tan Lang was very puzzled. Do as I say. Done.
Yi Tiance hung up the phone directly. Then he opened the message sent by Tan Lang.
It contains all the detailed information about Zhang Aolong's execution, including the route map and major time points.
You know what, this military dog is quite reliable. As for Long Zhanghua, he had his reasons for not taking any action.
Although Long Zhongguo is old, he is not someone that can be underestimated by today's young generation.
That old guy is not as simple as he seems. It is only a matter of time for him to get away.
Subsequently,
Yi Tian suddenly disappeared in the suite, leaving Pajun stunned.
On a country road,
dozens of strong men were holding a thick iron chain in their hands. The iron chains were connected to a huge iron cage, which was placed on the prison van. The iron cage was surrounded by armed men, each holding a gun and ready for battle. In the iron cage was Zhang Aolong, the leader of the dragon gods.
Now,
he was covered in blood, and his white prison uniform had long since been dyed blood red. The bloody scars could still be clearly seen under the tattered prison uniform. Cannot imagine how much torture he had endured during these 2 days. But the determination and disdain in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest.
Boss, do you think that person will come to rescue him? The strong men looked around, unable to concentrate. If there is any disturbance around them, they can sense it immediately.
The leader of the strong men said coldly. Whether you come or not, be careful. That person is very powerful and we are most likely no match for him. If you find anything unusual, do as I said above. If you are in doubt, kill the person in the cage first.
Yes.
Everyone agreed, one after another. Then he perked up and looked around.
Suddenly, call.
A gust of cold wind blew by, and everyone was instantly enveloped by murderous intent, which frightened them so much that their whole bodies tensed up.
Enemy attack. Attention.
The leader of the sturdy men immediately burst out with a powerful aura, and the breath of martial arts swept around his body, reducing the pressure brought by the murderous intent. Then he assumed a combat posture, ready to respond to emergencies at any time.
This roar also made everyone perk up.
The armed men even raised the QBZ in their hands and aimed at the direction they were investigating.
Next second,
a figure slowly walked out of the woods.
Chapter 958, The Host.
Yi Tian turned around and ran, leaving the other strong men and armed men looking at each other in bewilderment.
To know. Yi Tian is notorious and he is not someone who would run away from a battle. It's really unbelievable that he is running away now. However, they did not dare to act rashly. They stared at the direction where Yi Tian disappeared, wanting to see if Yi Tian would suddenly strike back and catch them off guard. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. This made them frown, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, the order they received was to kill Yi Tian. Even if we cannot kill him, we must leave evidence of Yi Tian's existence to prove his guilt. But now, they don't have any evidence at all. No. We must catch up with him, otherwise those charges are false. The second in command among the strong men finally decided to give chase. We'll chase him, and you guys cover him from behind. If you spot him, shoot him immediately. It is good. The armed personnel immediately began to load ammunition and carry rocket launchers. The remaining strong men also stepped forward cautiously. Soon, they came to the end of the road where Yi Tian disappeared. Then they turned around and looked at the armed men, confirming that they were pointing their guns at them and were ready to shoot, and then they continued to move forward. But they found out when they reached the end. All I could see in front of me were bushes taller than people. My vision was greatly restricted and I couldn't see the situation ahead clearly at all. Brother one, what should we do? We don't know where that kid will hide in the bushes. It's not a good idea to just look for him blindly. In my opinion, that guy must have already run away. After all, we still have such a strong vitality to back us up. He has no chance of winning. It's normal for him to be scared. No matter what, you have to be careful. Check these bushes in pairs. If you find anything wrong, retreat together immediately. If they are alive, we must find their bodies. The second in command immediately issued the order. Then they started to automatically group and check the bushes. Do not know why. Everyone sensed an unknown danger. This also made them nervous and anxious when investigating the bushes. Soon, they each came to a bush. Then they all turned to look at the second in command. The second in command took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. A few seconds later. He waved his hands violently. Try to find. The voice just fell. Everyone exerted their strength and slammed the bushes in front of them, breaking them into pieces. This moment. They were all very nervous, staring at the bushes being shattered in front of them. As the brush broke apart, their restricted vision began to return to normal. Seeing that there was nothing behind the bushes, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But as the bushes became more and more broken, the true appearance behind them was revealed. This made everyone terrified and they quickly took several steps back. Fuck! Run! Everyone wanted to run away. Because there is a rocket launcher hidden behind each of these bushes. And the muzzle of the rocket launcher was facing them. What the hell? They said, how could someone like Yi Tian suddenly run away? There must be some shady secret behind this. He actually hid a rocket launcher behind the bushes and waited for them to come to him. This guy is so insidious and cunning. At the same time. Boom! A powerful aura burst out instantly, enveloping them completely. The invisible pressure made them unable to move for a moment. Next second. Yi Tian suddenly appeared behind a rocket launcher and grinned at everyone. Then he held up the tangled wire. I heard that you were looking for me? If you found me, why are you running away? Didn't you want to shoot me with a bazooka just now? Now it's my turn to shoot you, should it be okay? Done. The lighter in his other hand instantly ignited the mixed fuse. This action completely frightened everyone. Madman. He is absolutely crazy. Run. If you don't run, you will die. What are you still standing there for? Shoot now, fire your cannons now. If we don't stop him, we'll all be dead. What the hell are you waiting for? At this time, the armed men finally came to their senses, immediately pulled the trigger and started shooting wildly. The rocket launcher has been loaded and is ready to ignite the fuse. Pity. Their speed still needs to be slower. The rocket launcher that Yi Tian had prepared had already been fired. See this. Everyone was horrified and quickly began to look for cover, intending to escape. They had no intention of confronting Yi Tian again. Because even if they lit the fuse now, it would be too late. Yi Tian's rocket launcher shells will definitely hit them first. Seeing that the shell was about to hit the ground and explode, Zhang Aolong was frightened and immediately wanted to use his strength to break out of the cage. But just as he was trying to gather his strength, he remembered that his major meridians had been blocked by silver needles, and he couldn't gather any strength at all. For a while. He was also extremely desperate. Fuck. This is too much. I wasn't killed by those pigs in Beijing, but was blown to death by my own people? Now. He couldn't think of any way to escape and could only let the shells fall. At the same time, all the armed personnel hid themselves, praying that they would not be hit by the shells. However, the rocket launcher shell did not create any ripples when it landed, let alone an explosion. Dumb? Zhang Aolong was overjoyed. But before he could come to his senses, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the cage. When he saw it clearly, he was stunned. Isn't this Yi Tian's? Yi Tian's immediately waved his hand, and the spiritual power in his body gathered in his hand, which was extremely sharp. The iron cage was cut open in an instant. He pulled Zhang Aolong out and swung his knife again, cutting off all the chains tied to his hands. Go! Only then did Zhang Aolong come to his senses and understood Yi Tian's plan. All these rocket launchers in front of me are fake. Yi Tian is just acting. He wanted to scare these people away and rescue him. After all, the other party has a rocket launcher in his hand. If it is really fired, everyone will be affected. I can only say, he is worthy of being called such a great man. This is really too big. If this group of people were brave and careful and were not frightened by Yi Tian's, then everyone would be finished. Seeing that Yi Tian's was about to run away with him, he immediately explained his situation. I have needles stuck in my body,
which have blocked my 8 extraordinary meridians. I can't focus my strength, give me some time. Hear the words. Yi Tiance didn't hesitate at all, he grabbed his shoulder and threw him backwards. Unable to concentrate, he fell heavily to the ground and almost vomited blood. But Yi Tiance couldn't care about him at this moment because he had more important things to do. He flashed and came to the 3 rocket launchers brought by the armed men, and grasped the fuse steadily. Now! The armed men also cursed inwardly because they did not react to the explosion for a long time, and stood up and turned around. But when they turned around, they were faced with the muzzle of a rocket launcher, which frightened them so much that they retreated repeatedly. At the same time, Yi Tiance joked. Be careful, what you just saw was fake, but what you see now is real. If you move again, I won't mind blowing you to pieces. Chapter 960 I am just a member. Gulan. Looking at the muzzle of the rocket launcher that was almost close to their faces, everyone was sweating profusely and didn't even dare to breathe. For a moment it was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Seeing how cowardly they were, Yi Tiance laughed at them. You are courting death, yet you are still so afraid of death? You are really embarrassing, Zhong Yuanzhong. It is obvious that a chess piece is here to die, but it turns out that he is afraid of death. This is really ironic. How? How? Are you hoping that you won't die after coming here? If you really have such an idea, it would be too stupid. Or rather, Zhong Yuanzhong was too stupid to have given these idiots hope of escaping alive. At the same time, the leading armed personnel suppressed his fear and pretended to be calm. Yi Tiance, logically speaking, we have no grudges against each other, we just serve different masters, there is no need to fight to the death. In this way, you let us go, and we will let Zhang Aolong and you leave after we go back. We will lie and say that Zhang Aolong escaped on his own and pretend that we didn't see you today. In this way, the charges that the capital wants to frame you with will not be established, your situation will not be so dangerous, and there will still be room for recovery. You can think about it carefully, is there any truth in what I said? Hear the words. Yi Tiance seemed to be really lost in thought. This made them very happy and they felt hopeful. But the next second. That makes sense, but I now hold the truth. Do you think I need to agree with your truth? Everyone's faces turned ugly. No one expected that Yi Tiance would answer like this. Oh shit. The key is that what you said is quite right. The bazooka is in his hands, and that is the truth of everything. If there is truth, why bother about doctrine? And Yi Tiance is not someone who is willing to reason with them. Yi Tiance, you have to think it over. If you kill us, you and Zhang Aolong will be convicted of treason. What? Do you really want to become terrorists? If you become a terrorist, you will never be able to turn things around in your life. He didn't believe it. Yi Tiance is really not afraid of being accused of being a terrorist. Faced with such a threat, Yi Tiance hesitated for a moment. Next second. Boom! He suddenly gathered strength in his palms and flattened the 3 rocket launchers. Then he slapped the useless rocket launcher and sent it flying behind him. This move made them very happy. After all, Yi Tiance destroyed the rocket launcher with his own hands. Doesn't that prove that he intends to let them go? Think of this. They all couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Congratulations, Yi Tiance, this will be the most correct decision you have ever made. I will fulfill my promise and let you take Zhang Aolong away. We will pretend that we have never seen you today. We don't know how Zhang Aolong escaped, you can rest assured about this. While talking, he had already extended his hand towards Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance just glanced at him and said coldly, Today, for Zhang Aolong's sake, I won't bother with you. Go away before I change my mind. Seeing Yi Tiance being so arrogant, the leader could only sneer. Ha, you are indeed Yi Tiance. I am curious, is it true that no one can catch your eye? Yi Tiance said disdainfully. That's not the case, it's just that you are not worthy of my attention, and you are not qualified to be worthy of my attention. Okay, I don't want to waste my time with you if you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for regretting it. Although the armed men were unwilling, they had no choice but to give up and leave.
After all, in the current situation, they can no longer complete the task. I am lucky to be able to save my life now. And Yi Tiance also slowly walked towards Zhang Aolong. He came here today just to take him away. Suddenly,
the armed men suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Tiance's back with murderous eyes.
Do it! Give an order. Everyone pulled out the pistols hidden at their waists and pointed them at Yi Tiance. Shot. For a while, everyone had murderous intent on their faces, wishing they could shoot Yi Tiance to death. This also made Zhang Aolong shocked. Careful! He roared angrily and successfully forced the last silver needle out of his body. He was just about to burst out with a powerful aura to buy time for Yi Tiance. Suddenly, Yi Tiance's figure flashed, leaving only a residual shadow, and he appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. Next second, he didn't know when a green iron egg appeared in his hand, and he threw it back suddenly. At the same time, bang bang bang, countless bullets burst out and attacked him. This made Zhang Aolong terrified. But when he saw clearly what Yi Tiance threw out, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he ran forward suddenly, not daring to delay for even a moment. Oh shit! There is no need for him to worry about this living devil. How could this living devil not have a backup plan when doing things? The iron egg just thrown out is a rocket launcher shell. I guess it was one of those that the devil took out when he destroyed the rocket launcher just now. He was just acting from the beginning and didn't want these people to leave alive at all. And the other side. The armed men were also horrified when they saw the rocket launcher shell. The leader roared even more angrily. Stop! Stop shooting! Quick! Stop shooting now! He was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. But he can't. Because he knew that if he didn't escape now, it would be too late. Now. He didn't care about others at all and just ran away. Compared to killing Yi Tiance, he wants to survive more. However, there's no way to escape. Many of the overwhelming bullets were intercepted by rocket launcher shells and hit the target steadily. This also caused the flying shells to fall faster. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a burst of fire instantly broke out. What? The screams continued. Then there was a burst of thick smoke, and the air was filled with the smell of barbecue. Yi Tiance had already retreated to a safe area with Zhang Aolong. After seeing this scene, Zhang Aolong felt frightened of Yi Tiance again. On the other hand, Yi Tiance sneered. No, they are all special personnel. Weren't you planning to let them go just now? Why did you still attack them? Are you really not afraid that the Beijing people will really accuse you of being a terrorist? Zhang Aolong was a little anxious. He didn't understand why Yi Tiance did this. Anyone with eyes can see it. The capital city wants to use him to lure out Yi Tiance. Once Yi Tiance takes action and causes casualties, the capital can make a big fuss about it and completely label Yi Tiance a terrorist, and he will never be able to turn things around in this life. Although he was very grateful to Yi Tiance for saving him, he did not say that he was willing to be a terrorist. Because he knew that once he became a terrorist, there would be no way for him to turn things around. Hear the words. Yi Tiance said lightly. I want to be a terrorist. Chapter 961. Do what you should do. WTF? Was he really serious about what he just said? Zhang Aolong was speechless and didn't understand why Yi Tiance thought this way. Is it possible that the brain of such a ruthless person is full of mush? Do you know what it means to be classified as a terrorist by the capital? This means. I know you don't need to talk nonsense here. If you keep nagging me, I'll send you to see them. Yi Tiance's cold look scared Zhang Aolong so much that he dared not say a word. What the hell? This living devil is really infuriating. Now. Zhang Aolong was angry but dared not speak. He never figured out why Yi Tiance took the initiative to put himself in the position of a terrorist. To know
Once identified as a terrorist by the capital, he becomes an international terrorist. In other words, no matter where Yitiance goes, he will be treated as a terrorist by the local country. Even some friendly international countries will help to arrest and send them back to their countries. What will replace it will be endless torture and death. In other words, no country will welcome him anymore. Doing so can be said to have cut off all his escape routes. So what should this living devil do next? Where else can I go? We can't go back to the fallen city, can we? Given the current situation, there would be no point in returning to the fallen city. There are many capable people there, but no one can help him clear the name. If the prisoners from the fallen city were released to cause trouble, it would only make Yitiance's situation more difficult. Being with a group of international criminals, the consequences are self-evident. Of course. Unless Yitiance never thought about clearing his name. But what is the point of doing this? Mr. Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but doing this will only make your predicament worse. After this incident, it will be impossible for you to extricate yourself. These people in Beijing will definitely cause trouble for you again. Not only will they want to prove your crime of being a terrorist, but they will also use this as an excuse to make it impossible for you to stand up again. Seeing that Zhang Aolong hadn't figured it out yet, Yitiance couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He said coldly, "Your pig brain, was it damaged by the beatings during the 2 days of being locked up? What? Do you think that if you don't do this, the capital city will not continue to take action? They are a group of people who will not give up until they achieve their goal. Even if they fail this time, they will succeed next time. They have their own ways. In that case, I might as well do as they say and become a so-called terrorist. I am also curious about what it feels like to be a terrorist. Moreover, there are some things that terrorists do without feeling guilty about." Seeing Yitiance sneer, Zhang Aolong couldn't help but frown. It turns out that this devil wants to use the excuse of terrorism to do his thing. What does he want to do? I actually have to rely on the identity of this terrorist to do this. Before he could come to his senses, Yitiance's cold voice rang out again. "Why don't you leave? What are you doing here? Waiting for us to collect their bodies? No need to do that. This fire will burn them to ashes. We don't have much time left, so we have to hurry up and get out of here. Don't forget, you are already involved with me, so you will naturally become a terrorist." Hear the words. The corners of Zhang Aolong's mouth twitched again. He didn't even say he wanted to be a terrorist, he was just being dragged into it by this living devil, okay? But after being a dragon god for a long time, it's not bad to be a terrorist. Just as Yitiance said, some things can only be done with the identity of a terrorist. Go fuck yourself. He knew what Yitiance wanted to do, so he no longer hesitated. The two smiled at each other and quickly disappeared into the jungle. Top Club. Two greasy bald men were lying on the recliners, their big hands constantly wandering over the beauties in their arms. At the same time, one person can enjoy the service of two technicians and will never want to leave. Coupled with the vaguely visible see-through clothing, the two of them enjoyed it to the fullest. Ha, I never thought that our move was so successful that we easily turned Yitiance into a terrorist. Now, even if that kid is a god, he can't turn things around. Mr. Zhong is still Mr. Zhong, he is much more far-sighted than us. Who says it's not true? That kid is trying to go against the entire capital. He is simply courting death. I have said it before, if we follow Master Zhong, he will not treat us unfairly. This time we have helped him to prove Yitiance's guilt, and the benefits he promised us will be enough for us to enjoy for a lifetime. What a pity. If that kid had a little more insight and understanding, he wouldn't have been targeted so badly. But a rotten orange is a rotten orange, and he is destined to be a rotten orange in this life. Ha 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 ha. They both laughed out loud. Suddenly, the two men noticed that the massage technician had stopped and couldn't help but feel angry. Why did you stop? You really have to make me lose my temper when I'm in a good mood, right? But the response he got was still unexpected silence. Another person also said coldly. What?
Don't you want to stay in Beijing anymore? Hurry up and press us.
If you press us until we feel comfortable, your future life will be easier, otherwise, I'll make you become streetwalkers. The voice just fell. The TV in the private room suddenly made a sound. Today's special report: according to the central government's characterization, Yi Tiance, who acted recklessly and killed innocent people some time ago, has now been identified as a terrorist. If you encounter such a situation, please flee to a safe area immediately and call the police and notify our troops immediately.
This sudden news made the two of them very happy. They waited for so long and finally got this news. In this case, even if Yi Tiance is a Dalua Jinxian, he will not be able to turn things around. However, what? Even you can't deal with me, but the organized troops can deal with me? If you want them to die, you can just be direct and give them some compensation. There's no need to beat around the bush.
Who? The cold voice made the two of them immediately sense a sense of crisis, and they became alert immediately. When they turned around suddenly, they saw Yi Tiance standing next to the TV, which formed a sharp contrast with the photos shown in the news. The two of them were shocked.
Yi Tiance? Why are you here? Aren't you with Zhang Aolong? Why are you here too? How did you find us?
They knew that these two people would be fine, but they didn't expect that they would be able to find them.
What the hell? Could it be that Mr. Zhang was worried that they would leak the secret, so he deliberately leaked their information to lure Yi Tiance to take action? Do not. This is impossible. How could Mr. Zhang stab them in the back? Then why did Yi Tiance appear here? At the same time, Yi Tiance sneered.
Next time you upload a photo of me, it'd be better if it's a bloodier one, otherwise, you don't deserve to be called a terrorist. If there are no such photos, I don't mind letting you take two now, but you have to pay a price.
Chapter 962, just do it. You, what do you want to do?
Yi Tiance, I warn you, I am Han Xianye, the defense officer of the capital. If you dare to touch me, you will be going against the defense force of the entire capital.
Now. Han Xianye was terrified and kept backing away, fearing that Yi Tiance would suddenly attack him.
But everyone knew that if Yi Tiance really took action, there would be absolutely no chance of him surviving. Seeing him so panicked, Yi Tiance taunted.
Defense officer?
You are such a high-ranking official. You were not like this when you were talking about me just now.
What?
Talking about me just now.
What? Now that I'm here in front of you and giving you a chance to do something, you're afraid? You're really a cowardly idiot. Subsequently, he looked at the other person and said coldly.
Zhang Yuan, director of the Beijing Telecom General Office, you don't look that good.
In your words, I am finished, right? Why now, it seems like you are the one who is finished. These two people.
One is the deployment officer and the other is the general manager of the telecommunications bureau. One man mobilized armed forces to escort Zhang Aolong to lure him out. One person took the opportunity to use the power of the internet and the power of the media to turn him into a real terrorist. These years, these two people were in cahoots with each other and did countless evil things behind the scenes. They even frequently targeted poor female college students, threatening and intimidating them in various ways, and even using their families to put pressure on them. In his opinion, such people totally deserve to die.
Zhang Yuan pretended to be calm and said, Yi Tiance, what do you want?
You should know that this is the capital, and we have people here. If you attack us, you are attacking yourself.
We can let you leave safely and let this matter today go. How about that?
Alternatively, you can use our resources to minimize your negative comments, which can greatly reduce the disadvantages of being charged with terrorist crimes.
But if you want to clear the name of a terrorist, I'm sorry, we can't do that. This is not our business. He didn't believe it. Now Yi Tiance has become a terrorist.
If he attacked them, it would only make his situation more embarrassing and awkward.
Under such circumstances, Yi Tiance would definitely not dare to take action again. However, puff! Yi Tiance flashed, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. A feeling of suffocation swept over him, causing his face to change drastically. You, what do you want to do? Yi Tiance sneered. What? Of course I'm going to kill you. Why? Aren't my intentions obvious enough? You dare. I am. Puff. Yi Tiance didn't waste time talking to him and just broke his neck. A mouthful of blood spat out. Zhang Yuan died with his eyes open, full of shock and fear, staring at Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance threw his body aside. The cold eyes and murderous intent instantly made Han Xianye's face change drastically, and he kept backing away. Yi Tiance said coldly. Your crimes are clear to me, and you deserve to die. If time is not urgent, I will make you live a life worse than death and let you know the price of doing wrong things. If people like you die like this, it would be a great relief for you. Done. He looked coldly at the terrified Han Xianye. Just a look was enough to scare Han Xianye so much that he fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I'll cooperate with you in whatever you want me to do. Yi Tiance, this is exactly what Mr. Zhang meant. If you are unhappy about anything, just go find him directly. This is none of my business. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. You can't kill me. Can't kill? Listen. What the hell is this? The things they did behind the scenes. Rape female college students, surrogacy, open black casinos. Which one of these is not a crime worthy of death? Although they are no match for the criminals in the fallen city, none of them were imprisoned for these crimes. The people inside have never bullied the weak. They always bully those who are several times or even 100 times stronger than themselves. As the official in the capital, he kept sucking blood of people behind the scenes. Now you tell him he can't be killed? Then who can be killed? The reason why the masses trust them is because they feel they can make decisions for them. But in the end, these idiots just treat the masses as objects to be exploited. People like this are worse than animals. Even the criminals in the fallen city are dozens of times nobler than them. Think of this. He couldn't help but feel furious. Whoosh! With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Han Xianye. Boom! Kick out! Puff! Before Han Xianye could react, he was thrown out heavily. Boom! After the loud noise, he felt a sense of restraint all over his body. At first glance, it has actually been embedded in the wall. Puff! As he was shocked, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his head drooped, and he also died with his eyes open. See this. The female technicians and the rabbit ladies were horrified, shaking with fear, and even lost their voices. Zhang Yaolong was no longer surprised by this. Some even felt that Yi Tiance was too lenient and that such people should be tortured to death. Now, there was a hint of admiration and respect in his eyes when he looked at Yi Tiance. At first he thought that Yi Tiance wanted to use the identity of a terrorist to do something earth-shattering. For example, threatening the head of state or something. But unexpectedly, Yi Tiance just wanted to use this identity to liquidate all these people. No wonder he said there are some things only terrorists can do. If you don't have this identity, whether it is Yi Tiance or him, if they want to deal with these people, they can only use open methods and cannot take action in secret. But now, they don't need to worry about so much, just do it. He gradually came back to his senses and couldn't help but become excited. He secretly swore in his heart that he would personally take action against the next target. However, press me well and I'll pay you more. A sudden sentence brought Zhang Yaolong back to reality. At first glance, Yi Tiance had already laid down and waved to the two female technicians who were responsible for massaging Zhang Yuan. What the hell? This living devil is actually enjoying himself? No. When did this happen? Why don't you hurry up and do your work?
Just as he was about to say something, Yi Tiance looked at him.
What are you still standing there for?
Lie down and enjoy your last relaxing moments. You will be bleeding for the next period of time, so you won't have time to rest.
These words directly shut Zhang Aolong's mouth. He lay down helplessly, imitating Yi Tiance's example, relaxing his whole body and letting the two female technicians take over.
He also knew that Yi Tiance's move must have frightened them, so he said softly, "Don't worry, we are not unforgivable people, and we will not attack you. Just pretend you didn't see what happened just now. If you meet someone coming to investigate, tell the truth."
Okay, he said he would pay more. Come and give me a press too.
The female technicians were stunned for a moment, then hesitantly stepped forward to give them a massage. Although they were very scared, their professionalism allowed them to calm down quickly and they got the hang of it very quickly, which also made Zhang Aolong feel another kind of happiness. Mr. Jia Qian is indeed worthy of his reputation.
Chapter 963, Announcement to the World. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong.
Han Ruoyun and others stared at the news interrupting on TV, their faces looking extremely ugly. Now we have an urgent news report. Yi Tiance, who has just been labeled a terrorist by various countries, has attacked personnel from important institutions in our country. The current death toll is as high as 36 people, and no one survived. Our country has now established a special investigation team. I believe that given time, the terrorist Yi Tiance will be arrested and brought to justice. We would like to remind all ordinary people to be more careful. If you encounter Yi Tiance, you must contact the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Martial Arts Action Group in time to ensure your own safety.
Suddenly,
the women looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief.
Queen Rome, what should we do now? How could Xiao Sisi be identified as a terrorist? Don't you have some connections in the capital? Hurry up and find out some information. Han Ruoyun was very anxious.
Although she is usually careless, her mind is as clear as a mirror. Terrorists will be targeted by all countries.
How is Yi Tiance supposed to survive? Will they never see him again in this life?
That's right, Rome Miju, you better hurry up and find out some information. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Xiao Sisi, I will never forgive you. Lu Ruyan put her hands on her hips and almost stamped her feet in anxiety.
Even Luo Yushi couldn't help but look at Rong Meiyan.
She is a member of the Xianmen sect. It is okay to ask her to fight, but it is really difficult to ask her to find connections and gather information. What's more, this is in the city, not in the Xianmen. Even in the Xianmen, she is now a dead person, no longer the once glorious saint of Lingyu Pavilion. Without the identity of a saint, she naturally has no connections.
And
the people in the Xianmen would not cause trouble for the dignitaries in the capital because of Yi Tiance and get themselves into trouble.
During the time she was here, she could see it.
Lu Ruyan and Han Ruoyan are a pair of bickering lovers who have countless quarrels but also a deep sisterly love. Lin Yuyan is a person who does not fight with the world, is quiet and reserved, and is a typical lady from a noble family.
Only Rong Meiyan can truly take on the responsibility.
She is also the backbone among them. So at this moment, when they encounter problems, they will subconsciously look for Rong Meiyan to solve them.
At the same time, Rong Meiyan stared at the TV intently, her face gloomy and her eyes tinged with murderous intent.
She knew that something bad would happen on Yi Tiance's trip to the capital. But he didn't expect that these people in the capital would not leave him any chance to survive and forced him to death.
Terrorist, what a terrorist! No! She must help Yi Tiance clear his name. If he continues to bear this crime, what will they do? Think of this.
She immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to make a call.
At this time,
Lin Yuyan, who had been silent the whole time, said softly,
"Meiyan, I think you don't have to be so anxious."
The voice just fell. The four girls all turned to look at her, their eyes full of confusion. Han Ruoyan was the first to bear the brunt and said anxiously,
"Goddess Lin, what are you talking about? It's already this time, how can you not be anxious? That's a terrorist, you know what a terrorist means?"
Lin Yuyan was not angry at her words, but comforted her. Ruoyan, I know you are worried that something might happen to him, but I think our worries are unnecessary. If he could get into trouble so easily, he wouldn't be himself. He must have thought of a result like this before doing all this. So I think we should unconditionally believe in him and support him from beginning to end. He has created so many miracles, and this time will be no exception. In my opinion, he will not do anything without confidence, and he will definitely find a way to deal with this crisis. If we go looking for help now, it will only put him in more danger. We can't help him, but we can't hold him back either. But I know you're worried about him, and so am I. I can call my father and ask him to help find out the situation, so that if we don't show up, it won't have a big impact on him. Hear the words. Han Ruoyun and others immediately quieted down. She looked at Lin Yuyan embarrassedly, wanting to apologize but not knowing how to start. And Rong Meiyan also reacted. What Lin Yuyan said makes a lot of sense. If they intervene at this critical juncture, they will be directly connected to the terrorists. By the time, the capital will definitely send people to cause trouble for them. This way, Yi Tiance will come back to save them no matter what, which means he has fallen into the trap of that group of people in the capital, and is caught in a dilemma. Not only can I not help, I can't even contact Yi Tiance. We must also firmly state to the outside world that there is no contact. In this way, people in the capital will not be able to attack them, and naturally they will not be a threat to Yi Tiance. Now their abilities are limited and they cannot help Yi Tiance, but the best thing is not to hinder him. Sister Yuyan is right. I know everyone is worried about him, but don't forget, he is Yi Tiance and he has never let us down. Although this time is extremely dangerous, he will definitely be able to turn the danger into safety. I believe in him on this point. So next, we all have to be of one mind. Now, let me tell you about our rules for the next period of time. Please be sure to abide by them, so that we can help him. While talking, her eyes became firm again. After Han Ruoyun and the others looked at each other, they regained their confidence. Okay. Queen Rong, we will do whatever you say. We all listen to you, you are the big sister. The others also nodded and looked at her at the same time, waiting for her orders. These words surprised Rong Meiyan. She didn't expect that everyone would acknowledge her as the backbone because of this incident. This kind of affirmation and recognition from her sister made her inevitably feel happy. But she knew that now was not the time to be happy. Then, after thinking for a moment, she immediately started to set up rules. Han Ruoyun and others were also listening attentively. In the capital, in the Great Hall, dozens of key figures among dignitaries gathered together and sat at the conference table. Sitting on the main seat was Mr. Zhong Yuanzhong. Now, his face was extremely gloomy and he stared at the casualty report in his hand. Boom! He slammed the table fiercely, suppressed his anger and said coldly, "You guys really give me surprises one after another. You actually let Yi Tiance get the list of people and kill them all by posing as a terrorist. Now that so many people have been lost, what should I do? I really want you, a bunch of rubbish, to die for them. 36 people, all of them are important personnel. Just gave it to Yi Tiance for nothing. We went to great lengths to label him a terrorist, but what was the result? People can use this identity to harvest heads like crazy. Crazy. This bunch of useless people are really incapable of doing anything good and are always causing trouble." Chapter 964, Use More Tricks. Mr. Zhong, if you ask me, Yi Tiance is just desperate and desperate. How could he possibly get the list? This is a secret within our company, even we ourselves don't know how capable he is. I think you are worrying too much. Director Hulai looked confident, his eyes full of disdain. In his opinion, the list of their radical members is a mystery, and even their own insiders do not know the most accurate list. Yi Tiance is now a terrorist and has no ability to sneak into their place and take away the most core data. What's more, they will not make this list of personnel public, and it is impossible for them to leave any evidence. With such defenses, how could Yi Tiance possibly get it? In a daze, Zhong Yuanzhong had already come to him. Snapped. A fierce slap brought him back to his senses, and he looked at Zhong Yuanzhong in surprise and confusion.
Mr. Zhong, what do you mean?
Hear the words. Zhong Yuanzhong glared at him and said coldly.
Then explain to me why the 36 people killed by Yi Tiance were all our people? Do you want to tell me that Yi Tiance is lucky, or that these people are destined to die? Or did you leave your house without your brain? Answer me. Look me in the eyes and answer me.
Hu Lai couldn't help but shudder after being yelled at like that.
Zhong Yuanzhong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, so he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Now,
he also recognized the reality.
Zhong Yuanzhong is right. If Yi Tiance didn't get the list of radical members, how could the 36 people he killed happen to be their people? But if he got the list, how did he do it?
It is precisely because he firmly believes this that he is certain that Yi Tiance did not get the list. But now, facing Zhong Yuanzhong's questioning, he was speechless and didn't know where to start.
At the same time,
Zhong Yuanzhong said coldly. Yi Tiance's move is a challenge to the authority of all of us. This guy is taking advantage of the situation and deliberately becoming a terrorist, then using his terrorist identity to do things. After all, if they weren't terrorists, he would still have some reservations and wouldn't dare to act so ostentatiously.
Now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot.
If we let this guy continue to control us, none of us will have a good life. He had previously thought that after forcing Yi Tiance to this point, he would definitely regret and admit his mistake. But now it seems that he was still a little naive. It is impossible for someone like Yi Tiance to submit to anyone.
He only surrenders to himself. No one can change this. And this kid's scheming is no less than anyone else's. No wonder he is so unruly. Don't hold any illusions about conquering such people, they can only be destroyed. Because for him, destruction is conquest. From now on, he will destroy Yi Tiance step by step. Let him know that no matter how powerful he is, if he goes against them, he will end up dead. Think of this. He immediately looked at the diplomatic ambassador Chang Song and said coldly,
we should immediately contact all friendly countries and ask them to jointly label Yi Tiance a terrorist and make him a huge threat internationally.
How you want to exaggerate this is up to you. I'll only give you 1 hour. If you can't do this well, don't come back.
In addition, we should find a way to contact those hostile countries and tell them that Yi Tiance has important secrets of our country, and they will have to find trouble with this kid.
If they can get rid of him, that would be great. If not, you can help them, but don't let anyone catch you. Otherwise, we will be the ones being held captive. Hear the words. Ambassador Chang Song immediately nodded and agreed. At the same time, everyone felt a sense of fear. They knew Zhong Yuanzhong was cruel, but they didn't expect him to be so cruel. With this kind of gameplay, it would be strange if Yi Tiance wasn't killed. What they didn't know was that Zhong Yuanzhong had other ideas in his mind. At this time, the director of the law enforcement department, Qian Suowei, whispered.
Mr. Zhong, in my opinion, although that guy did take action, it was definitely hasty. If we go looking for trouble with the people around him now, we will surely succeed. If we use the people around him as bargaining chips in negotiations, maybe we can make this guy give in completely. Zhong Yuanzhong glanced at him and said unhappily. If you have nothing to do, go to the hospital and see if your brain is broken. Since that guy dared to take action, he must have made all the preparations, otherwise he would not act recklessly. The people around him are indeed his weak point, but don't forget, this kid has never contacted the people around him from beginning to end, so it is simply impossible to convict the people around him. What? Do you think this guy is as dumb as you? If he was dumb, he wouldn't have forced us into this. What the hell? He now feels more and more that the people he promoted are brainless idiots. It's already this fucking time, and you're still hoping for luck in using this low-level method to deal with Yi Tiance. If Yi Tiance could fall into the trap, then what would be the point of all their plans during this period? And could Yi Tiance be the person they could catch hold of someone else's hand? If Yi Tians had not wanted to use the identity of a terrorist to kill people this time, their plan would never have succeeded.
This kid is full of bad intentions.
He also had a vague feeling that this kid's true identity was very powerful, which made him a little afraid. Of course. He had investigated Yi Tians countless times but had not found out any background information.
We can only believe his investigation results.
Otherwise, he would never have done this to Yi Tians. But then again, he didn't understand how this guy could become so powerful after disappearing for 5 years.
Could it be true that, as in the vernacular novels, some opportunities arose during these 5 years?
What a great opportunity it would take for him to become what he is today.
Think of this.
The uneasiness in Zhong Yuanzhong's heart was suddenly magnified several times, making him very uncomfortable, and even a little worried and fearful.
Inside the hotel. Fuck. Come on. Face, give me your face.
Pajun was attacking Gao Lu with all his might, and the last critical hit marked the end. Gao Lu reached out and touched her face, then said charmingly,
Master, you are really annoying.
But it's good this way, I don't have to put on a facial mask, wait for me, I'll take a shower and come out to serve you.
Talking. Gao Lu has already walked into the bathroom.
Looking at her back, Pajun couldn't help but shudder.
Depend on.
This woman is really a top-notch one. He thought that the face Yi Tians gave him was an injustice, but unexpectedly it was a pleasure.
Yi Tians is so good to him.
Alas, I don't know when I can repay such a great kindness.
While talking, he couldn't help but shook his head, looking regretful. Suddenly,
a cold wind blew behind him and a cold voice was heard.
If you want to repay a favor, you can do it now. Chapter 965 Zhang Liang's plan? Fuck. Who the hell is behind this?
Pajun was frightened and jumped up suddenly and turned to look. When he saw that the person coming was Yi Tians, he couldn't help but be stunned. Of course he knew that the other party was listed as a terrorist. So he never thought that Yi Tians would be able to appear in front of him openly.
After all, there is Gao Lu here, who is the secretary of Su Zhongguan, the mayor of Beijing City.
If he is discovered by the other party, he will definitely be in trouble.
Then,
he quickly looked towards the bathroom and whispered,
Mr. Yi, why are you here?
You are in such a dangerous situation now, you shouldn't be here. Yi Tians did not answer him, but walked straight to the sofa and sat down, saying coldly, I killed some people, I'm a little tired, I want to take a rest. Also, if you want to talk to me, you'd better be clean, otherwise, I will help you clean yourself. Hear the words. Pajun was so frightened that he immediately clamped his legs together, feeling extremely guilty.
He laughed. Hey, yes, I am ignorant. How can I meet you like this, Mr. Yi? It's all Gao Lu's fault. She didn't wash her chopsticks after dinner. I'll teach her a lesson later. By the way, Mr. Yi, why did you come to me in your current situation? Shouldn't you? He wanted to run away, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Because in this short period of time, he noticed that Yi Tian's face had always been bad. It seems that these things have really affected him. Wrong. Could it be that Yi Tians has no way to turn the tide? What the hell? Doesn't that mean his spring is coming? If Yi Tians was really captured and unable to recover, he would be the first one to jump up and take off. That was the freedom he had longed for a long time. Of course. He didn't dare to show any happiness now, he could only show grief. But Yi Tians ignored him, but closed his eyes and said coldly. I knocked her unconscious and she couldn't wake up for a while. I'm going to run away now. Before I run away, I'll remind you of a few things. If you can't do it, I can come back and kill you at any time. As soon as these words came out, Pajun was so frightened that his back felt cold and he staggered. You said. First, completely control Gao Lu. She likes Su Wenyan, a loser. Now that you are in Su Wenyan's shoes, you can try to persuade her to rebel.
Second, find an opportunity to get close to Su Zhengguan and obtain the secrets in his hands if necessary. I can even betray me and exchange my information for intelligence.
Third, use this face to help me find the current head of state. Once you find him, notify me immediately. I want to see what this old man is doing every day. Fourth, the people in the capital will definitely attack the people around me in order to force me to show up. You should find a way to stop them. If you fail, just go with the flow and throw some dirty water on others. You can accomplish these 4 things with your ability. If you can't, you know what the consequences will be. If you can do it, I will give you 2 chicken legs when you return to the fallen city. Hear the words. Pujuan was very surprised. 2 chicken drumsticks? What the hell? This is a huge temptation. To know. During these years in the fallen city, if they did anything wrong, they would be punished by not being able to eat meat. We are all martial artists, how could we not want to eat meat? One day is okay, but sometimes you can't see a single oil drop for 10 days or half a month. There was even a time when he was so hungry that he fainted because he had no oil beads. And so, 2 chicken legs are already a huge reward in the fallen city. I really didn't expect that Yi Tiance would offer such a chip. Then he must do these things. But the thought of going back to the fallen city gives me a headache. That place is really not a place for human beings to live in. Although the people inside speak nicely and are all talented, they are of no use. Because it is impossible to make true close friends there, most people have their own ulterior motives and are thinking about how to take advantage of others. And it's too torturous to be with a group of mentally ill people who are more terrifying than terrorists all day long. Sometimes he even wondered if he had become a mental patient. Well, Mr. Yi, can you promise me one more thing? He looked at Yi Tiance expectantly, his eyes full of desire. See him like this. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and said coldly. Explain. After we go back, can you give me a single room? I really don't want to sleep with this idiot Tan Lang. He's like he's horny, always coming to touch me in the middle of the night, scaring me awake several times. Seeing Pujuan so indignant, Yi Tiance couldn't help but laugh. These 2 people quarreled whenever they met and were very incompatible. But the relationship between the 2 is very good. It can be said that in the entire fallen city, they will only help each other. Of course, this is except for him. After all, if he asks, you have to help him even if you don't want to. Okay, I promise I'll give you a luxurious single room if you really persuade this woman to rebel. I'll allow you to bring her back to live with you. Hear this. Pujuan was very excited. Fuck. Is this true? Mr. Yi, please don't lie to me. To be frank, in the past 2 days, he has been served very well by this woman Gao Lu. It would be a sad thing for him if he couldn't see this woman again after returning. Don't worry, just do what you are supposed to do, and I will keep my promise to you. Oh, there is one last thing, and it is even more important. Hear the words. Pujuan also immediately became serious and quickly moved forward. After listening, his face changed drastically, and he said in surprise, Mr. Yi, do you really want to do this? If this fails, there will be no turning back for you. He looked worried, fearing that something might happen to Yi Tiance. Although Pujuan was a dissolute and unfeeling person throughout his life, that was before he met Yi Tiance. After meeting him, Yi Tiance taught him a lot of things, especially friendship. If Yi Tiance fails in this move, the consequences will be more serious than being listed as a terrorist. Yi Tiance crossed his legs and said coldly, If I don't succeed, I'll die. I know what I'm doing, and no one can let me suffer. Since they want to play, then play with them. It's just right. It can also be regarded as getting something back for Zhang Aolong and the others. Seeing Yi Tiance was so persistent, he didn't say anything more and could only nod and agree. Okay. I'll help you make the contact right away, but for the details, you'll have to talk to me, Mr. Yi. By the way, where is Zhang Aolong? Didn't you rescue him? Why can't I see him? He looked around and felt relieved only after confirming that Yi Tiance was the only one there.
If Zhang Naolong saw him like this, just after finishing his meal, his reputation would be ruined. He is doing what he is supposed to do, there is no need to worry about him, but you, keep pushing me, I don't mind letting the woman who fainted inside become a widow. These words frightened Pujuan so much that he shuddered. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number skillfully.
Chapter 966 Search. Mr. Yi, the matter has been settled, and I have already made an appointment for you. Only.
Pujuan's face looked a little ugly, he didn't dare to say the rest of the words, for fear of making Yi Tiance unhappy and thus suffering. After all, he believed that the demands made by the other party would definitely anger this living devil.
As predicted.
Yi Tiance had a gloomy face and looked at him coldly. Just that cold look was enough to scare him speechless.
Explain.
That simple word made him feel like all the strength in his body had been drained away. But he did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately explained.
He wants you to go to Sakura country for negotiations, Mr. Yi, you see. What the hell? This living devil is really crazy. You actually want to negotiate with people from Sakura country.
Now the other party asked him to go to the Sakura country before they were willing to negotiate, and they called it sincerity.
No matter how powerful Yi Tiance is, that is still his country's territory.
Once you step in, you don't know whether it will be a blessing or a curse. If something really happens, it would be more trouble than gain. I thought Yi Tiance would give up, but unexpectedly he agreed immediately. Okay, tell him that I'm leaving for Sakura country now, please make room for me if there is no preparation when I arrive, I don't mind using the identity of a terrorist to kill people in Sakura country.
While talking,
a strong murderous intent burst out from Yi Tiance, which frightened Pujuan so much that he nodded in agreement. Then he immediately called the people from Sakura country back and explained Yi Tiance's request. After learning about Yi Tiance's request, the other party also agreed readily without any hesitation. This made him think that the Sakura country would take action and set an ambush. He thought about it and finally decided not to remind Yi Tiance. Because he knew very well that with Yi Tiance's temperament, he would never take his words to heart, nor would he back down just because of something wrong.
Very simple. He has absolute strength. Even if you fail, you won't be stuck in it. At this time, Yi Tiance's cold voice sounded again. After I leave, find a way to get in touch with the people around me and tell them to wait for good news and not to act rashly, otherwise you'll get into trouble. Hear the words. Pujuan frowned and said, Mr. Yi, aren't we the people around you? We already know it, right?
As soon as these words came out, he was met with Yi Tiance's cold gaze. He finally reacted and immediately smiled awkwardly.
I understand, it's the sisters-in-law. Depend on.
He is such a jerk.
What the hell time is it and there is no reaction at all? Could it be that he had been too indulgent with Gao Lu these past few days, causing him to be more careless than before?
Seeing that he reacted very quickly, Yi Tiance didn't say much.
Then Yi Tiance slowly stood up and disappeared into the suite in an instant. Who? The living devil is finally gone. Pujuan immediately took a deep breath and heaved several sighs of relief. The sense of oppression brought by this living devil is too strong.
Sometimes he even doubted whether Yi Tiance was really the reincarnation of the King of Hell. The powerful aura, absolute strength, and ruthless means all symbolize this.
Think of this. He couldn't help but shudder. However, he still hopes that Yi Tiance can succeed. If this problem cannot be resolved, Yi Tiance can only return to the fallen city. He didn't want to be hung up by Yi Tiance and spanked with a belt dipped in chilly water again. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. All the girls suppressed their anxiety and quietly looked at Lin Yuyan, who was on the phone.
The moment she hung up the phone, all the girls came forward.
Goddess Lin, how is it? Is Xiao Cici okay? That's right, Goddess Lin, what's going on? Tell us right now. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyun are always an anxious duo.
He even wanted to snatch the phone from Lin Yuyan's hand and contact Lin Wantai personally to find out the situation.
Stop arguing. What will Sister Yuyan say if you keep saying one thing after another like this? Rong Meiyan was rarely angry as soon as she spoke. The two women instantly quieted down, but they still couldn't hide their worries. At the same time, she also looked at Lin Yuyan expectantly, eager to get good news. Lin Yuyan shook her head and said, "My father said that his current situation is very bad. The people in the capital are still planning to deal with him and have no intention of leaving him any chance of survival. Moreover, the capital is blocking any news that may be beneficial to him and is also working on slandering him to make his reputation completely ruined internationally. With our abilities, we have no way to help him. Even my father is powerless now. All we can do now is wait. The only good news is that the capital is now in a state of panic because of him and is also afraid to act rashly." Hear the words. The women's faces looked a little ugly. In their opinion, Lin Wantai is like a stabilizing force that can keep their minds steady. But in the current situation, this stabilizing force is no longer effective. Lin Yuyan understood their feelings and comforted them. "In fact, we don't need to be so discouraged at a time like this. No news may be good news. He hasn't been caught until now, so naturally nothing has happened to him. Maybe he has already left the capital and gone to a safe area. My father told us not to worry too much and to avoid being caught by the people in the capital. No matter what time it is, she always believes in Yi-Tiance. This time too, she believed that nothing would happen to Yi-Tiance." Rong Meiyan and others naturally understood what she meant. In the current situation, no news is indeed good news. Because once the news comes out, it will definitely be disadvantageous to Yi-Tiance. Only, she still hadn't thought of any way Yi-Tiance could turn things around. Suddenly, boom! The door of the villa was kicked open. Immediately afterwards, the sound of running footsteps was heard, and many armed men appeared in the villa with guns. Next second, a man in a Zhongshan suit walked up slowly, took a quick look, and then showed the list in his hand. "This is a search warrant. Follow orders and search the terrorist Yi-Tiance residence to find any clues that may endanger our country's interests. In addition, please follow me. If you refuse to cooperate, I have the right to order you to shoot." See this. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan were a little flustered and kept avoiding glances. Lin Yuyan and Rong Meiyan were much calmer, but their eyes were full of vigilance and alertness. Luo Yushi was already prepared to take action. With her current strength, it would be easy for her to deal with the group of people in front of her. But she couldn't guarantee that Rong Meiyan and others would be unharmed. At this time, Rong Meiyan stood up and said coldly, "This is our place, not some terrorists' place. If you want to find terrorists, you should go to where the terrorists are." Chapter 967 Iron-Blooded Rose. Seeing Rong Meiyan being so brave, Han Ruoyun and others couldn't help but worry about her. But they would not lose their temper. They immediately stepped forward to stand beside Rong Meiyan and support her. "That's right. This is where we sisters live. There are no terrorists here. If there are any terrorists, I think it's you. You brought people in without knowing the truth. What else can you be but terrorists?" Han Ruoyun spoke quickly and said it immediately. As soon as she said this, she felt a little regretful, but she did not give in. She still gritted her teeth and finished her words with a firm look in her eyes. Hear the words. The man in the Zhongshan suit couldn't help but look at her. His eyes were lowered, with a hint of murderous intent in them. "You are Yi-Tiance's women. Logically speaking, you are the terrorists' entourage, and you can also be considered terrorists. We can take you away and execute you at any time. Now you want to stop us from working. It seems that you also want to become terrorists? Don't tell me yet." These words really scared Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. Although they are fearless on a daily basis, being listed as terrorists is nothing. Because they have never experienced such a thing, they have no idea how to solve it, or whether what the other party said is true. Fortunately, Rong Meiyan was there, and she immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Sir, can I take it that you are threatening us now? It's true that we are Yi-Tiance's women,
but we lost contact not long ago. We have no idea what he has done, so please don't threaten us. And in our opinion, the fact that we had no contact with him for a long time was considered a breakup. If you want to put the blame on him, I have no objection, but if you want to put the blame on us, sorry, I won't agree. Besides, we are already sad enough because he abandoned us, and now you want to threaten and intimidate us. How do you think we should cooperate with you? These words were like a shot of sedative for Han Ruoyun and the others, making them calm down immediately. Yup. We just discussed it earlier that we just shouldn't acknowledge our relationship with Yi Tians. How come you forgot so quickly? It's so strange to see these people in front of me. Their appearance made them lose their confidence all of a sudden. It has to be Queen Rome, she is truly their backbone. Without her, I'm afraid they have already been frightened and exposed their true colors, so how could they dare to fight back so righteously? However, only Rong Meiyan herself knew how much courage it took for her to say these words. She had no confidence to begin with, but still had to pretend, which made her feel extremely stressed. But she also reacted the moment the other party took out the search warrant. In fact, these people are not as confident as imagined. Because what they showed was a search warrant, not an arrest warrant. Since they came to cause trouble, they must have investigated them beforehand. A search will only be carried out if no favorable information is obtained. They want to obtain information through this means. If we can intimidate them into confessing, then everything will be effortless. If you can't get it, that's easy. That is to do something during the search. In short, these people came here to prove that Yi Tians is a terrorist, and they wanted to use them to put pressure on Yi Tians and force him to show up. So, she can't give these people this opportunity. These words also made the man in the Zhongshan suit frown. He looked Rong Meiyan up and down and couldn't help but laugh. I never thought that you would have the courage to question me. Yi Tians is so lucky to have a woman like you. Unfortunately, he is not your blessing. I am not threatening or intimidating you. I just want to tell you that if you interfere with official duties, I can take you away at any time. And as far as I know, the owner of this villa is named Lin Feng, and Yi Tians has repeatedly stated in front of outsiders that this villa was given to him by Lin Feng. If you have cut off ties with him, why are you still here? Next time, clarify the logical relationship before speaking. Otherwise, you will end up shooting yourself in the foot. I hope you understand this. Of course, if you want me to take people away, that's fine, but you need to show me proof that you are not living here because of Yi Tians' relationship. While talking, the corners of his mouth curved up, his eyes full of disdain. Rong Meiyan guessed correctly. Before coming here, they had already investigated everything thoroughly, so they were well prepared. But he didn't expect that a woman's psychological quality would be so strong that she dared to question him in front of so many armed men. She was really courageous. As for the proof he just mentioned, he naturally knew that it was impossible. Because Lin Feng disappeared several years ago. Although they did not find Lin Feng, many rumors said that this former Jiangnan god of war had died. If even they couldn't find the person, whether dead or alive, these women would have no chance of finding him. Therefore, it is impossible to prove that. However, snapped. Rong Meiyan immediately pulled out the drawer and slapped a piece of paper on the table. Laughed. Then you are really worrying too much, sir. We already have this so-called proof, and it was handed to me by Mr. Lin Feng himself. What did you say? Lin Feng? The man in the Zhongshan suit's face changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. He immediately stepped forward, snatched the white paper from Rong Meiyan's hand and started to check it. What was written above was indeed that the villa was given to Rong Meiyan and others for living. He quickly looked at the signature. When he saw the two big words Lin Feng, his face immediately turned ugly. How can this be? Lin Feng is not dead? This is impossible. Before coming, they had already investigated clearly that Lin Feng had not appeared in the public eye in recent years, and there was no trace of his movements. This Jiangnan god of war is no longer in Jiangnan. Rong Meiyan and others moved in this year, and they moved in because of Yi Tians. In other words, Yi Tians was the first person to live in this villa. Therefore, it is impossible for Lin Feng to write such a certificate to Rong Meiyan.
And he came here to prove that it existed, wasn't it already prepared?
There can't be such a coincidence in the world. But when he saw the two words Lin Feng at the signature, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked.
This handwriting, is it real? No. This is impossible. Take it to be authenticated immediately to see if it is Lin Feng's handwriting.
He knew Lin Feng, and naturally he also knew his handwriting.
To his naked eyes, the handwriting looked identical and could be considered handwritten.
But in his opinion, this is impossible.
Even if it is true, he will make it look fake.
Seeing someone approaching to snatch the certificate, Rong Meiyan immediately put it behind her and sneered.
Sir, are you planning to make a fake one to pass it off as the real thing? This is the residence certificate Mr. Lin Feng gave me. I don't think I need to authenticate it for you. If I let you take me away, I will have no proof at all. If you drive me out at that time, won't I be homeless? Besides, I am loyal to the trust of others. Mr. Lin Feng asked me to take care of this villa, so I dare not make any mistakes. Chapter 968, Follow the Rules. Are you kidding me? Could she hand over such a thing to the other party?
Although she had not had much dealings with these people in the capital, she already knew their nature from the incident with Yi Tiance.
Once there is an opportunity to frame someone, it will not be missed.
Especially when facing the person they want to frame.
At the same time, the Zhongshan suitman's expression was extremely ugly. He said coldly, "You just pick up a piece of paper and say it's the evidence of Lin Feng's gift to you? If you don't let me authenticate it, can I assume that you are guilty and that this thing was forged by you?
Finally, I would like to advise you that if you go against me, you will not end well. Your man is the most direct example."
Hear the words. Rong Meiyan smiled disdainfully. If the gentleman had switched the bag after taking it, how would I have known?
Then you can decide whether it is true or false, sir. We are all smart people, so don't use such childish tricks.
Whether this proves true or false, your reaction just now is given the answer, so there is no need to continue acting.
As for my man, he is not against you, and you have no right to let him treat you as an opponent. He is going against the entire capital city and against the injustice of the world. Although he has abandoned us, we admire him for this. After all, he is not like you gentlemen, who are both hypocrites and villains. Every word she spoke was powerful and forceful, neither humble nor arrogant. Especially the determination in his eyes, which awakened the confidence of Han Ruoyun and others.
For a while,
they all stepped forward to support Rong Meiyan. The renewed confidence in his eyes made the man in the Zhongshan suit frown.
He didn't expect that. Just a few women, yet they are so difficult to deal with. No wonder he can be so close to Yi Tiance.
Ha, you are really sharp-tongued, and you blocked my way with just 2 sentences. If I continue to ask you for this so-called proof, it would seem that I have a guilty conscience and have fallen into your trap. In that case, I will give Lin Feng some face and not cause you any trouble. But the search warrant is here. If you stop me from searching, it would be obstruction of official business.
You should know what the consequences will be. I can arrest all of you openly without any tricks.
By then, Yi Tiance, who you have tried so hard to protect, will also fall apart.
He's not stupid. I know that Rong Meiyan and others did this to protect Yi Tiance. Have to say, it was a good move to distance himself from Yi Tiance to cover up the issue.
But since he dared to come today, he must have made sufficient preparations.
The previous remarks were just a test of Rong Meiyan and others. If threats and intimidation don't work, then take some practical action. At the same time,
Rong Meiyan frowned slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Although Yi Tiance had been prepared and left a written note, she was still unsure. After all, it was a signature imitated by Yi Tiance, not signed by the god of war Lin Feng himself. Moreover, she had investigated and found that Yi Tiance didn't know Lin Feng at all.
So she didn't know whether the imitated handwriting was real or fake.
Fortunately, from the reaction of the man in the Zhongshan suit just now, she could tell that this thing was real.
And she knows it.
If we allow these people to come in and search, even if there is nothing, they will find something. But the other party had a search warrant, clearly written in black and white, and stamped with an official seal, so she had no reason to stop them.
For a while. Dilemma. No matter what choice you make, something bad is bound to happen. Now the problem is before her. What should she do?
Seeing her fall into silence,
the man in the Zhongshan suit snorted disdainfully. Search. Boom. Countless armed men quickly approached, dispersed, and intended to search. Suddenly. Beep. A horn sounded, attracting everyone's attention.
I saw a Bentley parked in front of the villa.
Followed by.
Lin Wantai slowly got out of the car. Although they were both wearing Zhongshan suits, she looked majestic and righteous without being angry, which formed a sharp contrast with the men in Zhongshan suits.
His appearance. It also made the man in the Zhongshan suit look very unhappy.
When he came to his senses, Lin Wantai had already come to him.
Laughed. Zhao Yu, you came to Tiannan province to investigate this case, why didn't you say hello to me first? What? I, the censor, am not worthy of your attention?
I remember there is a regulation that any personnel who go to another place to handle a case must report to the local censor and must obtain the signature and seal of the local censor before they can proceed, right?
I waited for you in the office for the whole day but didn't see you. I didn't expect you to come here. It seems that you didn't get my signature and official seal? Isn't it against the rules to handle the case like this?
Lin Wantai's appearance immediately calmed Rong Meiyan and others.
This is Lin the censor.
With him around, I don't think Zhao Yu would dare to do anything.
Moreover, Zhao Yu's operation was against the rules. It's a pity that they don't know these things. If they knew, they would never let Zhao Yu get any benefit. At the same time,
Zhao Yu's expression became extremely ugly, and he said in a cold voice.
Lin, no, you have been suspended for investigation, so, do you want to get involved in this mess?
Zhao Yu, I know whether it's me or you who are muddying the waters, I still say the same thing, we have to follow the rules.
The smile on Lin Wantai's face never disappeared.
Although his expression was calm, his tone did not allow Zhao Yu to refuse.
Zhao Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at him coldly.
There are rules, but don't forget, if a local censor is suspended for investigation, the case can be handled at a higher level.
Lin Wantai, are you old and useless, or are you just playing dumb in front of me? You were suspended for investigation, have you forgotten? According to the rules, I can come here to handle the case without your consent, otherwise what do you think I am doing here? Get out of here before I lose my temper. Otherwise, don't blame me for raiding your house too.
I want to see if the famous Lin Anchashi can stand up to scrutiny.
Rule? He came from the capital, how could he not know these rules? Of course I know.
If he hadn't been fully prepared, he wouldn't have come here to cause trouble.
It's ridiculous. A former suspended provincial governor actually wants to meddle in other people's affairs. I wonder who gave him the courage. Hear the words. Lin Wantai smiled and said.
As luck would have it, before I left, a document had been issued to reinstate me to continue serving as the censor.
So everything you do in Tiannan province now must be approved by me now. Do you have anything to say?
By the way, I forgot to tell you that this Zijin Tiangong Villa number 1 is now under my name. There should be no problem for me to give it to my daughter and her good friends to live in, right?
As for the terrorist, I think you misunderstood, or do you think that I, Lin Wantai, am also a terrorist? Chapter 969, Reinstatement. What do you mean? Zhao Yu was silent for a moment and asked in a cold voice.
When Lin Wantai was removed from office, everyone with a discerning eye knew that it was the people in the capital who were behind it. Because he has been helping Yi Tian's, he can be said to be Yi Tian's right-hand man. With this prominent figure around, it is inconvenient for them to do anything they want.
Therefore, there is no possibility that he will be reinstated.
What's more, when he set out from the capital, he also specifically learned about the current situation in Tiannan province. The Lin brothers are still under surveillance in the capital. How could the restrictions on him be lifted at this time? However,
Lin Wantai immediately took out the appointment notice of reinstatement and said with a smile.
Open your eyes and look carefully. What is this thing?
Appointment letter? How is that possible? There is no way you can be reinstated.
Zhao Yu immediately took the appointment letter and was shocked. He wanted to find traces of fraud on the notice so that he could sue Lin Wantai again and make it impossible for him to turn over a new leaf.
But there is not a single mistake on this notice. What the hell? How can this be? How could the capital city possibly allow him to return to his post? And it happened at this critical moment when he came here. See this. Lin Wantai sneered. You should think carefully about why the capital city wants me to be reinstated at this time. By the way, when you have time, go and learn the rules. People like Lin Feng can be said to be our evergreens.
With him around, Tiannan province can be safe. His disappearance is a great loss to Tiannan province, so the residence he left behind has naturally become the focus of everyone's attention. Now that he had been missing for so long and his life or death was unknown, the villa naturally fell into the hands of the auction house. Unfortunately, I just bought it, and it cost me a lot of money. But I think it's worth it to buy the villa of the god of war Lin Feng. You cannot touch the people in this room, and you have no right to touch them. He looked at Zhao Yu with disdain. The innate aura of a superior being actually seems to look down on all living beings and be condescending. Zhao Yu subconsciously took a half step back, his face turned pale and he was extremely angry. Lin Wantai's words did make him think more. What does the Beijing side mean? Why the hell do they want him to come again, and why do they want Lin Wantai to be reinstated? But the key is not to notify him what the hell is going on. Could he be one of the people who need to be dealt with in the capital? Otherwise, why would you backstab him like this? And now that Lin Wantai is here, he can no longer continue to attack Rong Meiyan and others. This search warrant is useless. Zhao Yu looked up at Lin Wantai and said coldly. Lin Wantai, I don't know how you got reinstated, but I have to tell you. If we can bring you down once, we can bring you down a second time. You can't protect Yi Tiance. He immediately turned around and said coldly to the armed men behind him. Go! After finishing speaking, he didn't stay any longer, turned around and left quickly. To him, staying here any longer would be no different from bringing shame upon oneself. He also needs to quickly figure out what the hell is going on in the capital. You have to give an explanation for stabbing him in the back. Otherwise, he would definitely not help Jingcheng continue to do business in Tiannan province. Seeing Zhao Yu leave, Lin Wantai couldn't help but sneer. Okay, it's okay, don't worry, he won't dare to cause trouble again. Rong Meiyan and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Lin, why are you here? What's going on? It's known to everyone. Lin Wantai had been suspended for investigation a long time ago, and he never revealed what the investigation was about. In fact, everyone knows that this is just a means to control him. And now the rescue is so timely, it must not be easy. At the same time, Lin Wantai shook his head inside. These are all the tricks of Yi Tiance, just like a prophet. I am a little curious, is he a human or a ghost? Half an hour ago, I suddenly received a strange phone call. After answering it, I found out that it was from Yi Tiance. He asked me to come here to help you out, and also asked someone to help me get my job back, which left me completely confused. Just now, I rushed over and saw that idiot Zhao Yu causing trouble for you. Fortunately, he was really reinstated, otherwise we wouldn't be able to force him away. As for the fact that the villa is under my name, it was also his doing. I don't know where he got the sales agreement signed by the god of war Lin Feng and faxed it to me. He also transferred the money for buying the house to me. I was wondering, isn't this guy a terrorist now? How can he still have such a big trick? Could it be that everything in front of me is a lie, and he wants to do something secretly behind the scenes? This is the situation now. He was surprised that Yi Tiance could do these things. Can this be called a terrorist? To do what he wants, he needs to build connections with many big shots in Beijing. After After all, even with his many years of connections, they couldn't help him get his job back.
There is also the god of war Lin Feng.
He was able to find a person who had been missing for many years. This is truly a magical operation. These words made Rong Meiyan and others look at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect that not only did Yi Tiance know their situation well, but he was also able to allow Lin Wantai to be reinstated without anyone noticing and act as a surprise rescuer.
This made them wonder whether Yi Tiance had really become a terrorist.
Because they really couldn't believe that a terrorist could do so many things while on the run. But compared to these, they wanted to know more about Yi Tiance's current situation.
Uncle Lin, where is he now? How should we cooperate with him next? Did he tell you anything?
Rong Meiyan frowned slightly and took the lead in asking what everyone was thinking.
For a while,
all the women looked at Lin Wantai, regarding him as their hope to contact Yi Tiance. Lin Wantai naturally knew how they felt. He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Yi Tiance didn't tell me this, so I don't know where he is, let alone what he's going to do next. But you can rest assured that the fact that he was able to do these things is enough to prove that his situation is not bad, and it is a sign of good news."
Good news? At this point, what good news could there be?
Lin Yuyan was the first to come back to her senses and said softly, "What my father meant was that someone in the capital was helping him. The situation in the capital was once again turbulent. Although the two sides were evenly matched, at least someone was helping him. Moreover, the people who help him must also be important figures who can fight against those who target him, otherwise it would not be effective so quickly."
A word to awaken the dreamer.
Everyone suddenly realized the truth and instantly breathed a sigh of relief.
If this is true, the pressure Yi Tiance will face will be much less. At the same time, Lin Wantai spoke again. "I came here for another thing this time." Chapter 970 Stray Dog. Anything else? Is there any good news?
All the girls looked at Lin Wantai, their eyes full of anticipation. But Lin Wantai's face did not look good. Obviously it was not good news. He hesitated for a moment. Said softly, "I received news that the capital has sent people to guard various checkpoints, intending to wait and see. As long as there is any sign of trouble, they can find Yi Tiance, and once they find him, they will definitely use weapons. Unless Yi Tiance can leave the country without being noticed and go to a safe country. Otherwise, sooner or later he would expose his whereabouts and be found by those people in the capital. In the current situation, those people in the capital will use any means as long as they can kill him.
Moreover, your every move will be under surveillance in the capital.
During this period of time, you must be careful and cautious, and don't let those people in the capital get hold of you, otherwise your situation will be very dangerous." Although Yi Tiance did not mention this on the phone, this was also the message he wanted to convey to him.
As for him, there is no way to focus all my energy on Lin Yuyan and others now.
Although no one knew what method Yi Tiance used to reinstate him, no one knew who in the capital helped them.
But what he was sure of was that his reinstatement would definitely attract attention in the capital. And the people in Beijing will never let it go. After all, it took a lot of effort to get the two brothers suspended for investigation. If they didn't continue, all their efforts would be in vain.
He now has to concentrate on dealing with the despicable tactics from the capital. Otherwise, he would still be murdered and still be unable to protect them.
Isn't this the reason why Yi Tiance reinstated him? If he can't do it, then the rest of his life will be meaningless.
Even if he can continue his career in the future, he will only be a puppet of that group of people in the capital.
Think of this.
He couldn't help but frown, feeling a little worried, afraid that he would let Yi Tiance down. These words. This also made Rong Meiyan and others very worried. They knew that Yi Tiance was omnipotent and extremely powerful, and they believed from the bottom of their hearts that he could do everything.
But this time is different.
This time he was fighting against half of the country on his own. In their opinion, this is simply impossible to accomplish. Although Yi Tiance has repeatedly created miracles during such a long struggle, that is the capital city, and their methods are far more than that.
Now it seems
Sending out Tang Jinmin and Kong Lao before was all part of their plan.
They are forcing Yi Tians to take action.
Both of them have considerable fame and influence internationally, and are openly seen as positive figures in the minds of the public.
Killing positive characters can bring a considerable impact on Yi Tian's public opinion. The capital city obviously knew this, so it sent people out one after another. After all, Yi Tians didn't do anything harmful to the world, so we need some evidence to label him as a terrorist. Now the capital city has set up a tight net, waiting for Yi Tians to show up. They knew that Yi Tians knew this, but they didn't know how Yi Tians was going to escape. Now, they just want Yi Tians to get away, even if they never see him again for the rest of their lives.
Uncle Lin, we understand you have to be careful during this period. The people in the capital will definitely not give up. Their offensive will definitely be more fierce than before, which will be very disadvantageous to you.
Rong Meiyan was the first to come back to her senses.
For a moment, he lost his previous enthusiasm and his tone sounded a little lost. But she still tried her best to force a smile. After all, Lin Wantai came here in a hurry just to protect them this time. Lin Wantai has seen countless people, so how could he not see their worry and loss at this moment? He couldn't help but sigh and shook his head.
Well, relax, that guy has created so many miracles, and he hasn't played his trump card yet, so he won't lose. Cheer up, do what you should do, especially don't make mistakes in business, and protect your Fingrong group. You are his only worry. As long as you are fine, nothing he does will go wrong. Moreover, when you become stronger, you will be able to provide him with a lot of financial support and become his backer.
Okay, I've done what I should do, so I won't stay here any longer. It's better to be careful in all decisions.
Done. Lin Wantai turned around and left quickly.
He also needs to become stronger. Although a small provincial governor is not enough to pose a threat to the capital.
But what if he has enough evidence of evil deeds committed in the capital?
The ending often changes because of one action. Now he not only needs to find out the needle that Beijing has inserted into Tiannan province, but also needs to find evidence of their tricks. In the limited time, he also wants to do what he can for Yi Tians.
Think of this. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. After seeing Lin Wantai leave, Rong Meiyan and others felt depressed.
After closing the door, they all sat down. But no one said a word, and the huge living room was extremely quiet. Each of them had a sad look on their face, full of worry. They were also thinking about how to help Yi Tians share his worries.
At the same time, on the lake, a fishing boat was swaying forward. There were two people sitting on the bow. They were Yi Tians and Tan Lang. Now,
Yi Tians was fishing with a freshly grilled fish beside him, looking contented. Tan Lang was typing on the keyboard frantically, his expression becoming increasingly serious. After knocking for a while, he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Young city lord. It's done.
I have already planted the Trojan virus into the computers and mobile phones of the people on the list. Once they use these computers and mobile phones, the virus will break out. Anyone who has contact with them will have their electronic devices invaded by the virus, and then all their information will appear here with me.
Hey, I helped you solve such a big problem, shouldn't I be rewarded? While talking,
his eyes stayed on the grilled fish.
3 days. He was busy for 3 whole days.
During these 3 days, he did nothing but drink water and sleep. He could only sleep for 3 hours at a time and had no time to eat. If I were too hungry to bear it, I would just eat a bite of compressed biscuits and I would have vomited long ago. Now that this difficult problem has finally been solved, the first thing he smelled when he smelled the aroma of the grilled fish made him drool.
So delicious.
If he hadn't been concerned about Yi Tian's presence, he would have rushed over to grab it and devoured it.
But it doesn't matter.
He helped Yi Tians do such a big thing. If he didn't give him food, it would be a bit too much.
However, Yi Tians said coldly, "Do you think this is a big deal?" Chapter 971 Boatman. Gulan.
That cold tone made Tan Lang feel a chill on his back.
What the hell? What does this living devil mean? Is he dissatisfied with what he has done and planning to stir up trouble again? Think of this. He couldn't help but shudder. He quickly apologized with a smile. Young city lord, this is certainly not a big deal, it can only be regarded as a small thing I have done for you. I will never forget the care that the young city lord took for me in the fallen city, and I will never forget that you provided me with a place to stay so that I could avoid being hunted down. I will never forget this great kindness, but I also hate that I am incapable and can only do such a small thing for you, young city lord. I really deserve to die. Talking. He also slapped himself hard in the face. No way. Now that the king of hell is unhappy, he can only make him happy. Otherwise, no one will be happy. And what he did for Yi Tiance was no small matter at all. Only he himself knows how difficult it is. Not only does it need to connect everyone's electronic devices together, but it also needs to do so quietly. After all, these people are all big shots, and many of them use cutting-edge security protection systems. These security systems are not so easy to crack. To know. In the hacker world, if he says he is second, no one dares to say he is first. Even for him, it took him 3 days to complete this task. This is enough to show how difficult this matter is. This living devil really thinks it's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Of course. He didn't dare say these words out loud. Once you say it, it's not just a matter of having no fish to eat, but losing your life. Yi Tiance sneered. You really have the potential to be a lackey. What I want to say is that this is just a small matter for you, not a big deal. You did this voluntarily, so it's not my fault now. If you want to eat fish, eat it quickly. If it's not enough, ask the boatman to make it for you. Hear the words. Tan Lang stood there in a daze. What the hell? So you just meant to praise him? Why didn't you say it earlier? Do you have to wait until he embarrasses himself like this before you tell him? At this time, Tan Lang was filled with rage, but he dared not say anything. At the same time, the boatman slowly walked out of the cabin. Seeing him limping, Tan Lang immediately chose to vent his anger on him. Boatman, come over here and grill 2 more fish for your wolf grandpa. Otherwise, your wolf grandpa will break your other leg. Tan Lang had a mocking and contemptuous look on his face and did not take the boatman seriously at all. Although he didn't know how the boatman became lame, how could he beat a lame man who was a boatman? Think of this. The disdain in his eyes intensified. The boatman was not angry at his provocation, and laughed. Young city lord, what do you think we should do about this? Seeing that he ignored him and turned to ask Yi Tiance, Tan Lang immediately became furious. Hey, you cripple, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? What is this thing called? He was a very powerful figure, and even dared to steal missiles, but now he was looked down upon by a boatman on a fishing boat? If this gets out, how will he live his life in the future? Especially back to the fallen city. Wouldn't you be laughing to death at those idiots in it? He immediately rolled up his sleeves and prepared to take action. At the same time, Yi Tiance's cold voice rang out. You are no match for him, be honest, otherwise, he will make you disappear from this world, completely sink under the water and watch you get eaten by the fish monster. These words shocked Tan Lang, and he immediately looked at the boatman. The boatman smiled at him, which made him feel a little scared. Does this tanned old man have such great abilities? But Yi Tiance had no reason to lie to him. Could it be that this old man is some hidden master? The boatman laughed and said, Young city lord, you are too kind. I am just an old man who makes a living by fishing. I don't have any special skills, He showed his teeth that were yellowed by smoke and grinned at Tan Lang. But there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, which made Tan Lang feel a chill on his back. For a while, he was also a little unsure, fearing that the boatman was a hidden master like Yi Tiance. After all, he had suffered too much in the fallen city over the years, and he didn't want to suffer anymore. And he only learned one thing in these years in the fallen city. That means being able to bend and stretch, and bow your head when you should. But you can't lose your temper and momentum.
Old man, since the young city lord has said so, I will spare your life today. I just helped the young city lord with his work, so hurry up and grill me 2 more fish to make up for it.
If you starve me to death and I can't continue to help the young city lord, then you'll be in trouble, don't you know that? Hear the words.
The boatman chuckled, hurried over to pick up the fish caught by Yi-Tiance, and walked into the cabin.
See this? Tan Lang asked. Young city lord, who is this boatman? From what you said, he seems to be a big shot. How did he fall to the point of fishing for a living? He must make this clear. If this boatman is no good, then he must regain his lost face. Yi-Tiance said coldly.
He used to be a smuggler in Cape Kinshasa, and his leg was injured because he swallowed up billions of dollars worth of goods from others. At that time, there was a whole team chasing him, but they could only injure one of his legs. This is enough to know whether his strength is superior to yours. After he came back, he was caught and sent to the fallen city. I liked him and asked him to leave, but I didn't expect that he would come back and continue his smuggling business. But this time we are not delivering goods, but ferrying people. Without him, it would be impossible for us to leave safely now. Moreover, compared with fighting, he is better at poisoning. He developed a kind of drug that can make you pass out while being conscious. That is, you are still conscious, but your limbs will become stiff and unable to move. Then they will put some medicine on you and throw you to the bottom of the water to attract fish to eat you clean. If you feel you've had enough of life, you can continue to cause trouble for him. I have no objection. Hiss. This guy is really a ruthless person. Tan Lang took a deep breath and felt itchy all over after hearing this, as if there were really fish biting him. It seems I have to stay away from this old Biden in the future. Don't let him really lead you to the bottom of the water. He doesn't want to see himself being eaten clean by those fish.
No, young city lord, he is so dangerous. Why do you dare to board his boat? Aren't you afraid that he will attack you? Now. He wanted to jump off this pirate ship. Don't let yourself be caught by those idiots in the capital, but be killed by this boatman instead. Yi-Tiance said coldly. He tried to do it to me before, but failed, so he doesn't have the guts to do it now. What the hell? Real or fake? This old bidden actually attacked Yi-Tiance? Chapter 972, the one who got tricked was an acquaintance. Tan Lang's eyelids twitched and he was in awe of the boatman for a moment. He also thought about taking action against Yi-Tiance, but he only dared to think about it. After all, he doesn't want to die yet. But how did this boatman survive until now? Given the temper of this living devil, he will definitely not let go of anyone who attacked him. And he was a person who came out of the fallen city. Because those who are imprisoned in the city of depravity are all extremely evil criminals. Including him. It is impossible for these people to have the idea of correcting their mistakes. He will only get worse and try to escape from the fallen city and get out of Yi-Tiance's control. And Yi-Tiance will show no mercy when dealing with such people. It's a miracle that the boatman survived. Of course. He wouldn't be stupid enough to go and ask Yi-Tiance. If he did, it would be strange if this living king of hell would let him go. Thank you for your advice, young city lord. Don't worry, I will definitely not conflict with him. I am counting on him to take us to our destination safely. Talk about it. He felt very frustrated. They could obviously just hack into the system, change their identity information, and then fly to the land of cherry blossoms. But Yi-Tiance thought that under the current circumstances, he could not do so as not to expose his identity. But in his opinion, if this group of people in the capital really had the ability to find them, they would have found them long ago and wouldn't have gone to so much trouble. Also, when he stole the missile data, he faced much more pursuit and difficulties than he does now. He was able to escape back then, let alone now. Of course, he had no ability to refute the decision made by Yi-Tiance, nor did he dare to refute it. Seeing that Yi-Tiance was still fishing, he quietly ran to the cabin. Now, the boatman was grilling fish for him. When he saw him come in, he smiled at him and then started sprinkling powder on the fish, which made Tan Lang's scalp tingle. What the hell? Could it be that old Biden was drugging him? Think of this. He quickly smiled and walked forward. Brother boatman, what are you adding? It looks very novel, can you introduce it to me? As a boatman who has been working in the Golden Triangle for many years, he certainly knows what Tan Lang is afraid of. He laughed. Don't worry, since the young city lord has spoken, I won't do anything to you. These are all secret spices that I developed myself. But I really hate people watching me grilling fish. I might attack you without following the rules, so you'd better not be here. Hear the words. Tan Lang was stunned for a moment, and was furious, but he didn't dare to lose his temper, so he can only smile and say, Yes, the boatman is right, I was ignorant, I will leave now. But before I leave, I have something I want to ask you. I wonder if Brother Boatman can help me solve it? Hey, you weren't like this just now, but since you're so well behaved, I'll reluctantly agree to it. Tell me, what do you want to know? The boatman flipped the grilled fish skillfully with a smile on his face all the time. With those yellow and crooked teeth, he looks like a homeless person. If you didn't know, who the hell would have thought that such a rough old man would be the #1 figure in Jinchangio? And he even attacked Yi Tiance, the living devil. That's right, how did you survive when you attacked the young lord? He looked at the boatman expectantly, very curious about this. Since he knows the answer, he can try to take action against Yi Tiance in the future. If it doesn't work, can't I still survive? Hear the words. The boatman stopped flipping the fish and looked at Tan Lang with a chuckle. What? You also want to take action against the young city master? Little wolf, I advise you to give up this idea. Many people before you had asked me about this and wanted to attack Xiao Chengzhu, but they all ended up getting punched in the head by him. I was the only one who survived. The only reason I survived was because the young city lord took a fancy to my smuggling skills. As for you, what abilities do you have? Oh, yes, you can help the young city lord to type on the computer, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. Maybe the young city lord will break your legs and stuff you into a jar, turning you into a semi-finished human pig with only a pair of hands to use. But I can only type on the keyboard. I can't even feed myself, let alone hug a woman or masturbate. Done. He continued to flip the fish, but the smile on his face made Tan Lang shudder. What the hell? Is what old Biden said true or false? Human pig? Is this living king of hell so cruel? When he thought of what the boatman said, he couldn't help but shudder. He shook his head and ran out of the cabin, not daring to have any bad thoughts. Because what old Biden said was right. Don't lose the happiness of the rest of your life because of a momentary impulse. This also made him quickly run to Yi Tiance and start to show his courtesy in various ways. Soon, the boatman brought over the grilled fish, and Tan Lang ate it voraciously, not caring about anything else. At the same time, Yi Tiance also put away his fishing rod, slowly stood up and looked ahead. The boatman slowly stepped forward and said with a chuckle, Young city lord, we're almost there. Look, the reward you promised me. Talking. He stretched out his hand towards Yi Tiance with a smirk on his face. Yi Tiance said coldly, Have you ever seen anyone running away with money? This one sentence made the boatman stand there in a daze. But he was not angry and still had a smiling face. Young city lord, this is not very kind of you. I risked my life to send you here. Besides, we agreed on the price at the beginning. It's really disloyal of you to go back on your word all of a sudden. You also know that it is not easy for me to make some money now, and this money is not much. Young city lord, please don't make things difficult for me. Seeing that he dared to continue asking Yi Tiance for money, Tan Lang really wanted to give him a thumbs up. For so long, he had only seen this living devil asking others for money. Next second, Yi Tiance pointed at him and said coldly, He has money, just ask him. Tan Lang was stunned immediately. What does this mean? Do you think of him as a piglet to be sold? Before he could come to his senses, the boatman's hand was stretched out in front of him. Hey, little wolf, the young city lord asked you to pay. Do you want to pay in cash, by WeChat transfer, or by credit card? I have a POS machine here,
and I have all the payment methods. As long as you have money, you don't have to worry about not being able to pay."
Hear the words. Tan Lang was so angry that he immediately took out his cell phone to transfer money to the boatman. "How much is it?" Not much, just 200 million. "What the hell? F***ck, you DJ, you want 200 million? Why don't you just go and rob it?" To be frank, this was the most expensive ship ride he had ever taken in his life. He looked at Yi Tiance in confusion, wanting to seek help. But Yi Tiance didn't even look at him. This left him with no choice but to swallow the loss and enter the amount with trembling hands. At this time, the boatman's filthy laughter rang out again. "Brother Wolf, you entered the wrong number. I said 6,182 million US dollars, not RMB. The conversion rate today is, which is million. But we are all acquaintances, and this trip is to send the young city lord, so I will give you a discount and round off the amount. Just transfer 600 million to me, hee. 600 million? Tan Lang was somewhat doubtful whether he had heard it wrongly. There were 600 million passengers on this ship? With this much money, you can even buy a private jet. At the same time, Yi Tiance's cold voice came. "Pay the money quickly, we are almost there." Chapter 973 Sakura General. Cherry Blossom Country, on the pier. Looking at the departing fishing boat, Tan Lang couldn't help but clench his fists. Male Gobi. Being cheated out of 600 million just like that, it really makes me angry. Especially when he saw the boatman standing at the stern and waving and greeting them with a smile, he became even more angry. No. I must find a girl from the island country to relieve my sexual desire later, mainly because I want to reminisce about the exotic culture. As for now, we have to get down to business. Young city lord, the people are already waiting for us at the agreed place. Do you want to go over now? Tan Lang looked at Yi Tiance expectantly. His task was to help Yi Tiance make an appointment with someone and bring him to the other party. As long as the mission is completed, he will gain a brief period of freedom. However, don't worry, just leave him alone, otherwise, they will think we are asking something of him and are showing off. I also heard that the bathing culture here is very special. This is your hometown, so you should know which place is the best, right? In that case, take me to learn about the local culture and buy me 2 sets of suitable clothes. Hiss. Could it be that this living devil saw through his thoughts? But this is a good thing. The bathing culture in the land of Sakura is indeed unique, and mixed bathing is even allowed. If he can take care of Yi Tiance, he will be able to propose conditions for Yi Tiance's freedom later. Really? Being lustful and greedy for money is the true nature of men. Young city lord, in this land, if we talk about knowledge of bath centers, I am second to none and no one dares to claim to be first. Let's go. I'll take you to the best bathing center right now, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied and relaxed to the greatest extent possible. Tan Lang immediately became interested and hurriedly walked in front to lead the way. Now, he had already thought about how many island girls he would arrange for Yi Tiance so that he could enjoy the island culture to his heart's content. But in Yi Tiance's opinion, he was not interested in these things. After all, the people living in his villa are all top beauties, who are not comparable to these prostitutes. He simply felt very tired from sitting on the boat for the past 3 days and wanted to recover his energy quickly. The best way is to relax with a full body massage so that you can get the most rest. Because this is not Tiannan province, but the land of cherry blossoms. He is not familiar with this place. If his energy and spirit are not recovered, if he encounters trouble, he will not be able to solve it immediately, which will cause more and bigger troubles. Especially since we are about to negotiate with the bigwigs of Sakura country, there is no guarantee that something might go wrong. But he didn't expect that. The bathing culture in the land of Sakura is more exciting than you might think. Under Tan Lang's arrangement, he quickly fell into it, and even relaxed deeply several times, venting all the anger he had been holding back for some time. Don't tell me yet. After releasing this, I felt much more relaxed both physically and mentally. And this relaxation took more than 8 hours.
Seeing that Yi Tiance had not yet left the private room, Tan Lang was overjoyed.
Isn't this under control? Think of this.
He also returned to the private room and ordered 2 more Sakura girls, letting them take whatever they wanted from him.
In the Sakura cabinet, there were 2 people sitting at the conference table.
One of them was dressed in military uniform with a long samurai sword on his waist. The other man was wearing a suit, with his legs crossed and his fingers tapping on the table. What the 2 of them had in common was impatience written all over their faces.
Master Matsumoto, we have waited for so long, but Yi Tiance hasn't come yet. Is he playing a trick on us? Matsumoto Kotaro narrowed his eyes and said coldly.
As far as I know, they have already arrived in our great Sakura country, but have yet to show up. General Miyamoto, you should immediately send someone to investigate their whereabouts and find out what they are doing. Miyamoto Musashi stood up suddenly, his hand already on the samurai sword at his waist.
Hey! I'll get someone to investigate right away. He wanted to leave the cabinet immediately. Suddenly,
a cold voice sounded from outside the door.
No need to look for it, I'm here.
The voice just fell.
Whoosh!
A figure flashed past. Before the 2 of them could react, Yi Tiance had already sat on the chair.
Boom!
He simply put his legs on the table with a look of disdain.
The sudden noise brought Matsumoto and Miyamoto back to their senses.
Seeing Yi Tiance like this, both of them looked unhappy.
Especially Miyamoto Musashi.
He is a general among generals, the highest military rank. In this country of cherry blossoms, even His Majesty the Emperor would have to give him some face when he sees him.
Now that Yi Tiance is acting like this, isn't it a sign of looking down on them? Wow!
He suddenly drew out his samurai sword, pointed it at Yi Tiance, and said coldly.
Baga! This is the cabinet. You! Put your dirty feet down. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hear the words. Yi Tiance sneered. Just you? Well, I want to see how you can be so rude. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can get me off this chair, even if you win, I will apologize to you. If not, then I will disembowel myself and apologize.
Miyamoto interrupted, his eyes full of confidence and disdain. Although he didn't know why Yi Tiance was so fast just now. But in his opinion, a Chinese who needs to flee to their Sakura country is a waste.
Even if it is strong, how strong can it be? To know.
He went through so much fighting and killing to climb to the position of general today. Not to mention, he himself is a martial arts master who has reached the level of a war god. The cabinet chief Matsumoto on the side did not say anything, which was considered as his tacit agreement to the bet. He also wanted to use this opportunity to defeat Yi Tiance and show the power of his great Sakura kingdom.
Yi Tiance, you are dead.
In 3 minutes, I can chop you down with my sword.
Bakayashi.
While talking,
Miyamoto's samurai sword had already chopped down towards Yi Tiance's face. He didn't believe it. With such a chop, could Yi Tiance still withstand it without dodging or evading?
But Yi Tiance still sat on the chair, showing no sign of dodging.
This made Miyamoto very happy, and he thought that Yi Tiance was just a fool. As long as this knife is used, Yi Tiance will definitely die. However,
when his samurai sword was about to fall on Yi Tiance's head,
boom!
A powerful aura and murderous intent burst out together. The overwhelming sense of oppression instantly made Miyamoto unable to move.
What followed was an unprecedented sense of crisis. Damn! How is this going? How could this Chinese person have such a strong aura and murderous intent?
Before he could come to his senses, Yi Tiance appeared in front of him and sneered at him.
Boom!
The sandbag-sized fist slammed into his abdomen. This powerful blow instantly sent him flying backwards, and he fell heavily against the wall, even getting embedded in it.
The entire cabinet was shaken by this. Puff! Miyamoto immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. See this.
Matsumoto was horrified and stared at Miyamoto, who was embedded in the wall, unable to come back to his senses for a long time.
Is this true?
Just one punch was enough to knock Miyamoto Musashi, who was at the state of great perfection of God of War, into the wall.
Then what realm does he need to be at? Chapter 974 Negotiations in progress. At the same time.
Young City Lord, awesome. Tan Lang's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence that shouldn't have happened.
No way. He didn't want to make any noise either.
But as soon as he came in, he saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu, and the one he was beating was the Japanese soldier Lai Fu, so he was naturally a little excited.
Who let this little Japanese guy show off?
He said he could get rid of Yi Tiance in just 3 minutes. I really don't know who gave him the courage to say such big words.
And let alone 3 minutes, this living devil won't even give him a minute.
Look, he was killed in seconds.
It was already considered good that this punch did not blow Miyamoto Musashi's head off. His voice also brought Matsumoto back to his senses. He quickly looked at Yi Tiance.
After all, Yi Tiance had just made a move, so he would definitely have to leave the chair. But when he looked over, Yi Tiance was still sitting on the chair.
Damn! Yi Tiance acted too quickly just now. He didn't see clearly at all, so he didn't know whether Yi Tiance had left the chair just now. It's too late to exploit this loophole now. Think of this. He couldn't help feeling suffocated.
Not only did he fail to show his power, but he was also severely slapped in the face by Yi Tiance.
Considering Miyamoto Musashi's identity, it is a complete disgrace to the family. He had a gloomy face and looked at Yi Tiance coldly.
Mr. Yi, we are meeting for the first time, so I should show my care and consideration to you, but you hurt the general of Sakura country, which is a bit unreasonable. I think there is no need for us to negotiate anymore. You two, please get out of my Sakura country.
Otherwise, don't blame me for ordering your arrest. Anyway, China is looking for you now. If we catch you and send you back to China, we can get some benefits. Hear the words. Yi Tiance was also merciless and said disdainfully. You are just a country of cherry blossoms, so you are not qualified to ask me to give you face. I am already giving you face by coming to talk to you. You little bastard, you don't think that no one else talks to me except you, do you? Let's not talk about the distant countries, let's talk about the nearby Goryeo and Lao Myanmar. Who do you think is unwilling to talk to me? Done. He turned and left without any hesitation. You. Matsumoto was so angry that he kept coughing and almost vomited blood. Yi Tiance was about to walk out of the cabinet.
He couldn't bear it any longer and shouted.
Please slow down. Yi Tiance then stopped and turned around and said. What? Have you repented? Matsumoto suppressed his anger and said coldly. You Chinese have an old saying, don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ.
You are a terrorist in China, but not in our Sakura country.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You can be our friend.
But before that, you have to show your sincerity first. I want to see how you plan to negotiate.
He knew it in his heart. Yi Tiance is now in a desperate situation.
If you want them to take action, you have to offer them benefits that are attractive enough to attract them.
Therefore, the benefits brought by Yi Tiance will definitely not be small.
Although they openly have a lot of dealings with China and it is mutually beneficial, they all want to kill each other behind the scenes. After all, the hatred between the two has a history.
Hear the words. Yi Tiance sneered. You know a lot about Chinese culture and you know so many ancient sayings. In my opinion, why don't you change your place of origin and join us in China?
And based on your understanding of Sakura country, maybe after you surrender to China, your status will be higher than it is now. What do you think?
Do you want to consider it? Seeing that Yi Tiance was still teasing him, Matsumoto could no longer bear it. Yi Tiance. You. Bakayalu. You hurt Miyamoto-kun. I'm already discussing this with you. Don't be so shameless. Shame on you? Lord Matsumoto, you are wrong. It's not me who is shameless, but you. I said, I am already giving you face by coming to negotiate with you.
The charge of being a terrorist cannot stop me or cause me any trouble. On the contrary, you guys, don't forget that I am a terrorist now and can blow your head off at any time. They are all terrorists anyway, so I have nothing to be afraid of. It just so happens that I can use you to enhance my reputation. While talking, he had clenched his fists. The powerful feeling of oppression made Matsumoto feel suffocated, and he didn't dare to look Yi Tiance in the eye. Even Miyamoto, a martial arts master, was beaten like that by just one punch, not to mention this little old man who was powerless. He didn't expect it either. A terrorist who was hated by everyone in China can actually bring him such a great sense of oppression. And it made him feel a little helpless. In this negotiation, he lost momentum at the beginning, which means he had already lost half the battle. He hesitated for a moment, but finally softened his attitude. Let's talk business first. After we've finalized it, I'll ask you for compensation from Miyamoto-kun. Follow me. Matsumoto walked in front and took Yi Tiance and Tan Lang into the meeting room in the deepest part of the cabinet. This conference room is only used when their cabinet members start a meeting. Now using it to entertain Yi Tiance is already giving him face. But Yi Tiance didn't seem to want to give Matsumoto face. As soon as he came in, he sat directly on the main seat and put his feet on the table. The disdainful look on his face made people want to go up and punch him twice. Mr. Yi, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. How do you want to trade? Now. Matsumoto didn't have a good impression of Yi Tiance. He just wanted to talk about business quickly and stay away from this plague god. At the same time, Yi Tiance smiled and said, "It's very simple, face-to-face, cash transaction." These words made Matsumoto frown and look unhappy. Mr. Yi, you should know what I mean. I'm talking about the terms of the deal. What the hell? This bastard is so shameless. Yi Tiance smiled and said, "It's also very simple. Just do the transaction. One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods." The corners of Matsumoto's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even after he had said so much, Yi Tiance was still acting crazy and stupid. He looked at Yi Tiance coldly and said in a cold voice, "I just want to know what you want to trade for our protection. If you can't convince me, then you can only get out." This question really hits the nail on the head. Of course. He had made preparations a long time ago, otherwise he wouldn't have come all the way here. Little devils, you wanted to land on our land, but you failed. Then I will give you a chance. Now you just need to move your hands and you can fill this hole. What's more, I can help you deal with those people in China. Just tell me, do you think it will make money? Don't worry, since I can tell you all this, there must be some hidden means. I wonder if you are interested in arms or something like that. The voice just fell. Yi Tiance looked at Matsumoto with a smile. This last sentence shocked Matsumoto. What this guy calls negotiation is military and munitions. Chapter 975 Business Plan. Matsumoto narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Tiance. For a while, he couldn't quite see through the person in front of him. When he received the news that Yi Tiance wanted to make a deal with them, he wondered what conditions Yi Tiance would use to make a deal with them. He thought that Yi Tiance would trade with him by selling intelligence. Being a complete traitor. But he never expected that Yi Tiance would actually say that he wanted to complete the transaction with arms. That's a fucking munition. It's not something that anyone can get. Moreover, Yi Tiance is now a terrorist in China. Where can he get arms to sell? On the other hand, look at Yi Tiance. He behaved very calmly. He looked so confident that people couldn't help but wonder if he had already produced the arms. This made Matsumoto look at Tan Lang beside Yi Tiance. From the first moment he saw him, he felt that Tan Lang looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. But when talking about arms, he immediately thought of the ruthless man who went to the United States to steal the data of large bullets. It caused a sensation at the time, and it was said that even the President of the United States was threatened by him. But this is just a rumor, there is no evidence, and we don't know whether it is true or not. After all, given the United States' tendency to show off, even if it's true, they won't reveal a single thing. With such a ruthless person around, stealing some arms doesn't seem to be a difficult task.
Then he was immediately moved to know. After years of development, China's weapons are now among the best in the world. Whether they have nuclear weapons or not, they can be said to be among the top 3 in the world. Although there has been no real test, so far no one has dared to try the power of Chinese weapons. And if it is not strong, then why do oil-producing countries keep looking to China to buy weapons? Now he has a chance to help Sakura country get Chinese weapons for free. How can he miss it? Think of this. His heart was filled with ecstasy, but his face remained expressionless as he suppressed this joy. How much ammunition do you have? I can take it all. As for your safety, you can rest assured I can make you a member of our great Sakura Empire, and you will no longer be affected by the title of terrorist. Now. He looked at Yi Tiance with confidence, believing that Yi Tiance would definitely agree. After all, Yi Tiance now has no way out. And what Yi Tiance wanted was for the Sakura country to protect him, didn't it? In that case, he would use this as a condition so that Yi Tiance would not be able to bargain anymore. However, Yi Tiance's words were like a bucket of cold water poured down on him, quickly dissipating his enthusiasm. Who told you that I have Chinese weapons? I don't have any weapons. What? No munitions? Then what were you talking about just now? Baka. Are you trying to get me? Or are you trying to humiliate our great Sakura Empire? Matsumoto immediately became furious and blared at Yi Tiance. I just spoke to him so nicely, but in the end I told him there were no munitions? The key point is that he has already fantasized so much, and even saw the special merit beckoning to him. Just now. But he felt like a fool, being fooled around by Yi Tiance. See this. Yi Tiance sneered. I do want to do arms business with you, but I didn't say that I have Chinese arms and I want to sell Chinese arms to you. Mr. Matsumoto, you have become the head of the cabinet, why are you still so simple-minded? I am a terrorist and a wanted criminal in China. Do you think I have the ability to get Chinese weapons? Even if we get them, how can we get enough to sell? If you can't understand such a simple logic, then I am really disappointed. I thought you, Matsumoto Kotaro, were a smart man, but I didn't expect that you were still a brainless idiot. Baga. You actually humiliated me. Do you know that the person standing in front of you is the cabinet chief of the great Sakura Empire? If you humiliate me, it is equivalent to humiliating the entire cabinet. Humiliating the entire Sakura Empire. Matsumoto was so angry that he pointed at Yi Tiance and gasped. At the same time, Yi Tiance laughed disdainfully. Your brain is meant to be used, not just for show, understand? If you want to make a contribution, there is more than one way but to get arms from me. Think about it, if you go and buy Chinese weapons in person, wouldn't that be a real achievement? To go a step further means that we have taken away the weapons from the other side without causing any losses to you. If you can do this, I think you have the ability and qualifications to compete for that coveted position. Yi Tiance tapped the table lightly with his fingers, with a playful smile on his face, as if he had everything under control. And Matsumoto Kotaro was also shocked by these words. To be frank, he didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Because stealing the opponent's firepower is tantamount to issuing a declaration of war to the opponent. If he causes war, he will be the eternal sinner of Sakura country. And the Sakura country didn't defeat China back then, let alone now, it will definitely lose. No wonder this guy was listed as a terrorist. If it were him, just based on Yi Tiance's idea, he would definitely list him as the #1 terrorist and a wanted criminal. But then again, it is precisely because they are terrorists that they dare to have such thoughts and do such things. Simultaneously, these words also aroused his curiosity. He really wanted to know why Yi Tiance dared to say such big words. I want to know what Yi Tiance will do. Mr. Yi, I have to say that your idea is very bold, but I also admit that I am moved. Since you are so confident, why not tell me what you are going to do?
You Chinese have an old saying, know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. I want to make sure your plan is feasible before I dare to agree to it.
This is truly a major event with international impact. It became.
Then he, Kotaro Matsumoto, is the #1 person in the world today.
If he fails, he will definitely die. Hear the words. Yi Tian smiled and said.
It's very simple, you just tell them you want to buy weapons, and both sides will use your own weapons as the transaction currency. You can return more and get less, and trade with weapons in this way. They will definitely not refuse and will definitely agree to your request. When the time comes, I will make a move in secret and kill them with one cannonball, and you can take away all the weapons they brought. I am a terrorist without substantial evidence. They can only think that I am seeking revenge, not helping you. I will take the blame, and you will take all the benefits. The only condition is that you let me stay in Sakura country and issue a statement to protect me.
Hiss. If so, it seems feasible. Just as Yi Tian said, he had to bear all the disadvantages and drawbacks. And they just need to take all the benefits. Even if they were questioned and asked to take back the weapons, they could put the blame on Yi Tian's, saying that he brought a lot of people and took away all the weapons. Anyway, once the shells were fired, all the enemy soldiers were killed, so there was no evidence. Matsumoto nodded and smiled.
It's a good idea, but why are you so sure that they can agree to our request to purchase weapons and exchange weapons for them?
Mr. Yi, please tell me the details of the plan, otherwise, I can't trust you completely and I can't do this.
For such a big event, I will not allow any variables, because we cannot afford to lose. This concerns our life and death. Please forgive me, Mr. Yi.
While talking, Matsumoto also bowed to Yi Tian's. The attitude is gentle and respectful, which is a world of difference from before. Because at this moment, he was completely moved by Yi Tian's plan. This attitude was also within Yi Tian's prediction. Human nature is what it is. When you are in a high position, you will not be satisfied with it. All you think about all day is how to climb higher. The taste of power is like a sister who is attached to your body and cannot be stopped. Especially people like Matsumoto, who are obsessed with this taste. It is precisely because of this that Yi Tian came up with such a plan. Matsumoto looked at Yi Tian expectantly, hoping that Yi Tian would continue speaking. At the same time, Yi Tian joked. I just said that the brain is for use, not for decoration. Isn't the reason they agreed to this right in front of you?